Chapter 1. The Experience Point System. In Luzhou City, at Luzhou Military University, in Class C of the third year, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao snapped back to attention, realizing that the elderly history teacher at the podium was glaring at him with a serious expression. Read these two paragraphs aloud. Seated beside him, his childhood friend Zhao Xia discreetly gestured a number with her fair fingers under the desk, and Lin Xiao, understanding her cue, rose to his feet. On the evening of September 6, 2025, a small meteor named Waimulis fell into the Pacific Ocean. This impact did not cause significant damage to coastal nations, but its cosmic radiation rapidly disseminated across the globe within a year. Biological mutations, the awakening of hidden realms, heralding the era of cataclysm on Blue Planet. Faced with increasingly powerful evolved beasts, some capable of withstanding nuclear weapons, human nations began to form alliances, ultimately consolidating into a federation of 5 nations. They established the Beast Hunter Association, training warriors who had evolved physically due to radiation exposure or awakened extraordinary abilities to combat the threat posed by these beasts. The teacher, holding the textbook titled Chronicles of Cataclysm, nodded slightly and gestured for him to sit down. Get your act together, don't faint during the afternoon training again. The classroom erupted with scattered laughter, some expressions filled with concern, while others were laced with mockery, all directed at Lin Xiao, in a school aimed at training military personnel and hunters. Fainting during physical training was undeniably embarrassing. Seated 2 rows back, the burly Wu Zhixing, sporting a buzz cut, coldly remarked, "You're at the bottom of the class. Don't drag us down in next month's inter-class competition." Wu Zixing's overall combat score ranked first in the class, and among the top 5 in his year. As a wealthy second-generation student, he commanded a considerable amount of respect within the class. Once he spoke, a few followers echoed his sentiments. "Yeah, Lin Xiao, how did you even get in here? With grades like yours, you won't graduate, you might as well drop out and find a job. Last month's competition, you were kicked out by Wang Rui from class, but it was just too humiliating." Lin Xiao raised a hand to silence Zhao Xia, who was about to defend him, and smiled gently at her pouting face. Puffed up in indignation, he paid no heed to his classmates' derision. He had grown accustomed to their scorn. For the past 2 years, he had been afflicted with intermittent headaches that would render him unconscious. His mother, using her hard-earned savings, had taken him for numerous examinations, yet no diagnosis had been found. Thus, every 3 days he would faint lightly, and once a month he'd experience a more severe episode. While his academic performance remained adequate, his physical fitness increasingly lagged behind his peers, relegating him to the bottom of the class. If not for his impressive scores in energy refinement and his commendable attitude, the school might have advised him to withdraw. Energy was a cosmic force discovered by humanity after the cataclysm, which could be absorbed and utilized by the human body. Some individuals even awakened mysterious abilities due to it. It had been known by various names across countries: magic, qi, primal force, spiritual energy, among others. Ultimately, the World Hunter Association designated it with the official term energy. The jesters in the class were not entirely wrong that if things continued this way, it was highly likely Lin Xiao would fail to meet graduation standards, let alone gain entry into the military or the Hunter Association. Dropping out to work might at least alleviate some of the financial pressure on his mother. That was a thought he had entertained until yesterday, as he gazed at the passage in the textbook. Lin Xiao placed his hand over it, attempting to memorize it. After some effort, he successfully recited the text. Note-taking 0. Experience points 2. Glancing at the panel that materialized in the air, Lin Xiao silently lowered his gaze and commenced memorizing other passages. Note-taking LV0. Experience points 3. Note-taking LV0. Experience points 1. Note-taking LV0. Experience points 2. This system had only manifested after he fainted yesterday. Lin Xiao harbored serious doubts that his fainting spells over the years were a result of this system. For upon waking this morning, the oppressive weight in his head had vanished. He could now see his skill experience points in a personal panel. Name: Lin Xiao. Potential points: 0 strength, 8 agility, 9 constitution, 7 spirit, 10 skills. Energy refinement method incomplete. LV 182. Combat skills. LV 089. Two-handed sword. LV 095. Footwork. LV 078. Note-taking. LV 066. Note: The average for a healthy adult male is 5. While Lin Xiao's panel data appeared commendable when compared to an average person, it paled in comparison within a school designed to train individuals against beasts. Any random student here could easily possess a punching power exceeding 500 kilograms and could sprint at speeds exceeding 18 ms. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, both beasts and humans had grown stronger, especially after humanity mastered the methods of energy cultivation. Lin Xiao recalled a video he had watched online as a child of a terrifying magic ape towering 100 meters, impervious to human gunfire and missiles, just as the military was. Ready to deploy nuclear weapons, that a mysterious hunter, wielding a dark red battle knife, appeared on the battlefield and, with a single blow, cleaved the 100-meter magic ape in half. The spectacle of that hero had deeply inspired young Lin Xiao. He yearned to become such a formidable figure, which had fueled his ambition to join the military academy. If his physical condition remained unchanged, Lin Xiao would undoubtedly have to relinquish his dreams and content himself with living an ordinary life. But now, circumstances had shifted, and he was willing to make another attempt. Note-taking LV0. Experience points 4. Note-taking LV0. Experience points 3. Note-taking LV0. Note-taking LV1. Potential points 1. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened as he opened the description for potential points. Potential points could be used for skill optimization and attribute enhancement. What was skill optimization? Lin Xiao focused on his first skill, energy refinement method. Incomplete energy refinement method required potential points 3. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, beginning to comprehend. The energy refinement method was something the school taught them, and he had heard that the complete version consisted of 7 volumes. The school only instructed them in the first 2 volumes, while the complete content could be accessed for free upon joining the military or the Hunter Association. It would be ideal to possess it now, but Lin Xiao had many deficiencies. It would be prudent not to expend his potential points on this just yet. He scanned the conditions for upgrading his other skills before delving into the annotations on his basic attributes. Strength was linked to muscle power, resistance to impact, explosive force, and speed. Agility pertained to dynamic vision, balance, bodily sensitivity, neural reflex speed, and energy expenditure during exertion. Lin Xiao grasped these concepts, but constitution and spirit presented some peculiarities. Constitution, stamina, recovery ability, resistance, nutrient absorption, muscle strength growth, bone density, organ strength. Cellular energy absorption, cellular energy storage. Spirit, willpower, mental resistance, memory capacity, computational ability, spatial imagination. Energy affinity, energy control, extraordinary ability strength. Energy absorption, energy storage, energy affinity, energy control, extraordinary ability strength. After the cataclysm, the enhancement of human physical strength was due to the bonus involuntary absorption of cosmic energy. The energy refinement method further improved efficiency, enabling better energy acquisition to fortify the body. Given that constitution and spirit were related to these aspects, could it be understood that if his constitution and spirit were elevated, the rate of energy cultivation would increase and the speed of physical enhancement would accelerate, akin to refining one's essence? Lin Xiao's exceptional results in energy refinement might be attributed to his spirit strength reaching a remarkable 10 points, double that of an average person. As for the deficiency in his physical strength, beyond his frequent fainting spells and insufficient training, it was likely that his poor constitution hampered his cell's energy absorption efficiency. Moreover, why was extraordinary ability strength also linked to spirit? Could it be that spiritual attributes influenced the awakening of extraordinary powers? A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he quietly noted this matter. Increased physique. Chapter 2. Provocation and Challenge. A surge of warmth flowed from Lin Xiao's brain, instantly coursing through his entire body. He squinted his eyes, taking a deep breath, suppressing the urge to exhale in pleasure. His breathing became lighter, and his vision grew clearer. Tightening his fists, he even felt an illusion that his strength had increased. Or perhaps it was not merely an illusion after all. A healthy and robust body can indeed become stronger. Lin Xiao's spirit lifted, and he diligently began to accumulate experience points. The teacher at the podium adjusted his glasses, observing the suddenly diligent student with a hint of confusion etched on his face. Then in the cafeteria during the lunch break, a girl with shoulder-length hair and a charming appearance bit into a chicken leg, grumbling with her mouth full. That Wu Zhixing is simply too much. What kind of ability is it to bully classmates? Sitting across from Zhao Xia, Lin Xiao regarded her still-puffed cheeks with a calm demeanor. It is true that my strength is lacking. You need not be angry with him. In truth, Lin Xiao was uncertain why Wu Zhixing targeted him so persistently. Wu Zhixing was indeed overbearing. Yet it seemed he didn't particularly seek trouble with classmates. There were several students at the bottom of their class, and while Lin Xiao was not the worst, he was the one Wu Zhixing found most intolerable. You scored third in the entrance exam. If it weren't for your frequent fainting. Zhao Xia cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xiao, and upon seeing his composed expression, she continued, if it weren't for you often fainting, he wouldn't stand a chance against you. Zhao Xia and Lin Xiao lived in the same neighborhood, their families had a good relationship, and they had grown up together, akin to family. Before university, Lin Xiao had always stood up for Zhao Xia, but now the roles had reversed. Oh, are you two having lunch together again? A flippant voice interrupted from behind, causing Zhao Xia's face to fall, and she rolled her eyes in annoyance. Turning around, Lin Xiao saw a tall, slender man approaching. Wu Yong, ranked 17th in their class, was Wu Zhixing's lackey. Stepping between the two, he glanced at their plates with disdain and began his sarcastic tirade. I say, Zhao Xia, mingling with trash every day might just drag you down. Zhao Xia raised her eyes coldly, replying, what business is it of yours? You. Wu Yong was about to curse, but bit his tongue, redirecting his ire at Lin Xiao instead. Hey, you know your own worth, shouldn't you keep your distance? Don't drag others down. Lin Xiao regarded him with interest. Wu Yong held little appeal for him. He often mocked him, but besides echoing Wu Zhixing's sentiments, his annoyance stemmed from his feelings for Zhao Xia. Seeing them together ignited his jealousy, prompting him to target Lin Xiao constantly. Taking a sip of soup, Lin Xiao wore a pleasant smile. I don't believe I would drag her down. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Wu Yong dug at his ear, feigning exaggerated surprise. Every day, you insist on having Zhao Xia as your opponent in practice. Are you not hoping she will go easy on you? He reached out, grabbing Lin Xiao's collar, speaking in a menacing tone. Are you brave enough to practice with me this afternoon? Let me show you just how pathetic you are. Wu Yong, release him. Zhao Xia slammed her hands on the table, rising with fury illuminating her face, her tone fierce as she scolded him. The attention of others in the cafeteria was drawn to the commotion, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. Lin Xiao stood up, facing Wu Yong. Though standing at 1.88 meters, he felt slightly disadvantaged in height, yet he refused to yield in spirit. Very well, let us consider ourselves rivals this afternoon. Lin Xiao. Zhao Xia attempted to intervene, but Lin Xiao raised his hand to silence her, leaving her flustered and blushing. Wu Yong, evidently taken aback by Lin Xiao's acceptance of the challenge, wore a cruel smile. It's settled then, kid. Just don't come begging for mercy later. You may not be worthy of that. Lin Xiao calmly replied, shrugging off Wu Yong's grip and straightening his clothes. Good, you got guts. Wu Yong nodded, casting a cold glance at him before departing the cafeteria. Lin Xiao, why did you accept his provocation? Once Wu Yong's figure disappeared, Zhao Xia hopped over to Lin Xiao, gripping his shoulders and shaking him in agitation. You will go all out. Why have you become so impulsive? Calm down. Lin Xiao grasped her hands, feeling as though his head might spin. Don't worry, I might not lose. His punch strength exceeds 750 kilograms, and his military combat skills are proficient. I might not even be able to defeat him. Zhao Xia gazed into his eyes, pouting in frustration. Lin Xiao chuckled, playfully stretching her cheeks to elicit a comical expression. My headaches have subsided, and I've become significantly stronger. Zhao Xia blinked in disbelief, her face a mask of skepticism. Is that true? How can you be sure you're well? Even if you are, there's no way to become strong overnight. Don't worry, at least I won't lose too embarrassingly. Patting her head, Lin Xiao returned to his meal. He had lied this time. He intended to win. Military University offered decent benefits, including free dormitories. 2 students shared a room, providing a space for rest and accommodation. Lin Xiao's roommate, Luo Tao, was somewhat introverted and reserved. They were not in the same class, but their relationship was amicable. They exchanged nods of greeting, and Lin Xiao sat cross-legged on his bed. Wu Yong's strength attribute was 10, with agility at 8. Upon encountering him earlier, Lin Xiao had observed Wu Yong's attributes. Lin Xiao's strength stood at 8 points, with a punch strength of 534 kilograms, while Wu Yang's exceeded 750 kilograms. Why was there such a significant disparity despite only a 2-point difference? When averaged, each of Lin Xiao's strength points equated to approximately 66 kilograms, while Wu Yang's exceeded 75 kilograms. Moreover, Wu Yang's agility was merely 8 points, indicating higher energy expenditure during exertion. If his agility were to improve, his punch strength might surpass 800 kilograms. Perhaps the increase in strength attributes was not linear, but rather a rising curve. Did the value of each attribute increase with progression? Formulating this hypothesis in his mind, Lin Xiao opened his attributes panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points, 2. Strength, 8. Agility, 9. Physique, 8. Mentality, 10. Skills, Power Refinement, Incomplete LV 182. Combat Skills LV 089. Two-Handed Sword LV 095. Footwork LV 078. Speed Reading LV 10.5. Mental Calculation LV 10.1. Painting LV 10.1. Upon upgrading speed reading to LV1, the most notable change was an enhancement in memory. Previously, passages required 2 or 3 readings to memorize now. A single glance sufficed. However, a challenge arose: the rate of skill advancement had significantly slowed. Not only did skills require more experience points, but the speed at which he gained experience had also diminished. Reciting subsequent passages yielded only 1 experience point each time, with some shorter passages yielding nothing at all. It seemed that after skill upgrades, these activities no longer served as effective training. After attempting to memorize a few pages and realizing the experience had only reached 0.5, Lin Xiao promptly abandoned speed reading and sought other means to earn experience points. After a morning of searching, Lin Xiao finally uncovered 2 skills: mental arithmetic and drawing. Although Lin Xiao cannot truly draw, he engages in the creation of geometric models. Random scribbling does not yield experience points. Rather, the most substantial rewards come from the rendering of geometric figures, particularly polyhedra. Not all activities are recognized as skills by the system. Lin Xiao concluded from his observations. Speed writing enhances memory, mental arithmetic boosts computational ability, while drawing cultivates spatial imagination. The commonality among these skills lies in their capacity to exercise Lin Xiao's mind. As for the other skills displayed on the panel, they not only hone his physical abilities, but also refine his proficiency in utilizing his body. All of these contribute to a distinctly positive enhancement for Lin Xiao. Chapter 3. Constitution 10. Perhaps, in the future, acquiring potential points will not be as effortless as it is now. Should he allocate the points to strength? Lin Xiao gazed at the potential points on the panel with a tinge of complexity. If he were to raise his strength to 10, he would possess a physique comparable to Wu Yang's. Coupled with his slightly higher agility attribute, Lin Xiao's odds of victory should be quite favorable. However, the dilemma lies in whether it is truly wise to squander precious potential points merely for the sake of Wu Yang. After all, his health has improved, and his constitution has risen. Enhancing his strength should not pose much difficulty. Whether through muscle training or the refinement of abilities, he could fortify his body further. Lin Xiao shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Before the afternoon's free combat session, he still had a combat class and a footwork class to attend, along with an hour of ability refinement following daily training. His first 2 skills were on the brink of leveling up, which should yield an additional 2 attribute points. There was no rush to make a decision. Free combat is a practical training exercise that occurs after the formal lessons each day, where students engage in one-on-one, free-form fighting. Naturally, if one is strong enough, taking on multiple opponents is also permissible, while lethal force or causing lifelong disabilities are prohibited. Other forms of normal injury fall within acceptable limits. Although Lin Xiao has grown accustomed to being looked down upon, he truly does not wish to lose this time. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and began the refinement of his abilities. The method taught by the school for this refinement combines elements of Qigong, meditation, and ancient texts obtained during explorations of secret realms by various nations. It distills the essence through various practical tests and conclusions. Lin Xiao felt an intangible force in the air guiding through his mental energy, enveloping his body. Every cell in his being was like parched earth, greedily absorbing the surrounding energy. Ability Refinement Method, incomplete. LV1. Proficiency 1. Ability Refinement Method, incomplete. LV1. Proficiency 1. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, his pupils quivering. The effect of the constitution point added in the morning exceeded his expectations. The speed at which his body absorbed energy was not only twice as fast as before, but the quantity of energy his cells absorbed had also significantly increased. If the energy Lin Xiao directed could be likened to a vat of water, previously, his body resembled a person with a straw who could barely drink for 5 minutes. Now, it felt as though he were connected to a hose, still thirsty after 10 minutes of drawing from it. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao allocated his remaining 2 potential points to his constitution. Boom. As his constitution reached 10 points, every pore in his body seemed to open wide. For the first time, Lin Xiao experienced such lightness and clarity in his body, as the power within him accumulated at an unimaginable speed. This is not good. The energy surrounding him began to thin, a situation he had never encountered before. Lin Xiao exerted himself to the fullest, operating his technique as the energy dispersed in the atmosphere swept towards him like a dragon drinking water. His cells welcomed every bit, akin to an insatiable glutton, devouring all the energy in succession. The body's absorption of energy coincides almost perfectly with the speed at which Lin Xiao refines it. Power 8-9. Power refinement method incomplete. LV1. Proficiency 3. Power refinement method incomplete. LV1. Proficiency 2. Lin Xiao's spirit was both exhilarated and taut, to the point where he scarcely noticed the information flashing on his panel. For the first time, he was indulging in the exhilarating process of refining power. Previously, every time he practiced his technique, the surrounding energy was so abundant that he could hardly consume it all, forcing him to wait until his body had fully digested the power before he could absorb more. Unlike now, where every cell in his body clamored for sustenance, voraciously devouring all available energy and swiftly converting it into nutrients for his growth. Lin Xiao forsook his midday rest, completely immersed in the ecstasy of this power enhancement. Lying on the bed, Luo Tao glanced at the window, then at the gently swaying curtains, a myriad of questions arising in his mind. There was no wind, so why were the curtains moving? A woman with a high ponytail, tall and possessing a physique as sleek as a leopard, quietly observed the sky in the distance. She donned a deep blue jacket over a fitted black vest, paired with loose cargo pants and tactical boots. A slender scar extended from the corner of her eye to her chin, enhancing her striking features with a fierce, panther-like gaze that imparted a unique beauty. Hello, are you Teacher Wang Lan? My name is Lin Lei, and I am here to escort you. A man in a shirt and dress pants, wearing black-rimmed glasses, jogged over with a respectful demeanor. The woman nodded, her voice carrying a husky quality. You can just call me Lan Bao. Lin Lei's expression shifted to one of realization. He had heard that in the Hunter Association, individuals referred to one another by their nicknames. Is that the dormitory for the third-year students? Lan Bao gestured towards the area she had been observing, beneath which were 2 student dormitory buildings. Yes. Is there a problem? Are the first place Zhuang Jinyu and the second place Ling Shui also residing there? No. That is the dormitory for Class C and Class D. Zhuang Jinyu is from Class A, and Ling Shui is from Class B. Lan Bao's eyes widened slightly, her typically cold and distant gaze momentarily replaced by surprise. Then, a smile spread across her lips, reminiscent of a predator spotting its prey. Teacher Lan Bao? Perhaps this time there will be unexpected gains. Lin Lei tilted his head, adjusting his glasses in slight confusion. The news of Lin Xiao's duel with Wu Yong seemed to have spread, and he could feel the peculiar glances from his classmates, accompanied by hushed whispers. Was Lin Xiao out of his mind? Did he not realize that Wu Yong had harbored resentment towards him for quite some time? He would regret it once he found himself in the infirmary. Meanwhile, on Wu Zhixing's side, there were clear sounds of derision. Well done, Wu Yong. Remember to give that straggler a hard time. Rest assured, I shall provide him with thorough instruction. Silence. Continue practicing. Clad in a pristine white training uniform, the combat instructor Zhao Gang unleashed a resounding roar that silenced the cacophony of the classroom. However, Lin Xiao paid no heed to their words. He remained focused on the heavy bag, diligently delivering each punch and executing every kick with precision. The instructor had previously imparted that martial arts amalgamates the strengths of various disciplines, traditional martial arts, boxing, Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and more. The essential techniques had already been taught over the past 2 years. The remaining focus was on refinement and sustained practice. The objective of the combat course was singular: to enable each student to harness the full potential of their strikes, mastering the art of power generation. Although everyone wielded weapons in battles against monstrous beasts, one could not afford to become ineffectual upon relinquishing their arms. Possessing a formidable physique meant little if one's strikes were mere flamboyant gestures. Moreover, the principles of power generation often shared commonalities across various forms. With his left foot slightly advanced, Lin Xiao initiated his movement, channeling strength from his waist to his back, from his back to his shoulders, and finally releasing it through his fists. Bang! The heavy bag's surface concaved instantaneously, and the digital display overhead illuminated with a crimson numeral, 667, for kilograms. The heavy bags in the dojo were custom-made, equipped with a force gauge designed to assist students in rectifying their power output in real time. However, Lin Xiao scarcely required this device. He possessed a more suitable corrective apparatus. Bang! Martial Arts, LV0, Experience 2, Martial Arts, LV0, Experience 4. Whenever his strikes were executed with the correct technique, the experience accrued was substantial. Lin Xiao utilized the system to amend the errors in his training. Bang! Martial Arts, LV0, Experience 5, Martial Arts, LV0 Martial Arts, LV1. Potential Point 1, Exhaling. Lin Xiao savored the unique enlightenment that accompanied the upgrade of his skill. He recalibrated his state and inhaled deeply before delivering another strike to the heavy bag. Bang! Martial Arts, LV1, Experience 1. The force gauge read 746. 8 kilograms, though Lin Xiao's strength had yet to reach the 10-point threshold. His striking power already rivaled that of Wu Yong. Chapter 4, Footwork, Level 2, The Potential of Lin Xiao after upgrading his combat skills. Lin Xiao's punching power markedly increased. Yet, due to the enhancement of his abilities, the rate of experience acquisition diminished. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao persevered in his training. Understanding that martial arts, unlike skills such as shorthand or painting, required continuous learning. Each time he executed a punch, a knife hand, an elbow strike, a knee strike, or a kick, he would pause to reflect on areas that required improvement. Particularly after instances of significant experience gain, he meticulously noted the key points and repeated the exercises. Consequently, the accumulation of experience began to accelerate. Immersed in the joy of progress, Lin Xiao trained with fervor, oblivious to the prolonged gaze of his instructor. Wang Gang, stroking his stubble, found himself somewhat astonished. He had initially believed that only Wu Zhixing and Fang Wen from Class C were proficient in fundamental techniques. Yet it appeared this young man harbored remarkable potential. Even without observing the opponent's energy meter, Wang Gang, a veteran, discerned the underlying skill. The transformation of his striking power had evidently reached the threshold of a novice. In this academy, apart from the senior students undergoing internships, there were likely only 20 or 30 students capable of such feats at this stage. Recalling the students' recent discussions regarding a sparring match, Wang Gang's interest began to peak. The military academy never dissuaded students from combat. If one lacked the courage to engage in practice, how would they fare against the monstrous beasts outside? The footwork class was conducted in conjunction with the combat class. The fundamentals of footwork had been thoroughly covered, and the current focus was on practical evasion and counterattacks, along with equipment-assisted dodging exercises. Today's session involved the latter. Within a 2-meter-wide training lane, automated guns rotated, incessantly spitting out rubber bullets. While these projectiles could cause injury to an average person, the students at the military academy had endured the baptism of strength, their muscle density and skin resilience far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. A hit merely resulted in momentary discomfort. Wearing a transparent protective visor, Lin Xiao relaxed his body and slightly leaned forward, moving with the agility of a wildcat as he evaded the incoming bullets. The walls of the lane occasionally protruded flexible rods, appearing at varying heights and directions, moving at considerable speed. A direct hit from these rods would likely incapacitate anyone, especially amidst the barrage of gunfire. Although Lin Xiao managed to avoid being struck by the rods, he was not immune to the bullets. At times, the rapid succession of shots left him with little time to react. Upon achieving a notable experience gain, Lin Xiao felt as if he were gliding effortlessly, his footwork becoming more assertive and fluid. The dexterity of the toes, ankles, and forefoot has reached new heights, with an enhanced mastery of balance and a remarkable fluidity in body rotation. As Lin Xiao squats, springs up, absorbs force, and pivots, he appears to be performing a tap dance, the 2-meter-wide corridor transforming into a stage. After 10 minutes of a relentless barrage, Lin Xiao takes a sip of water to recuperate. The screen displays his results, number of hits, 98. Most of the errors occurred before his skill upgrade. Once his footwork reached level 1, the number of hits he sustained significantly diminished. A glance at his footwork proficiency elicits a raised eyebrow. Footwork, level 1, 11. 8. How astonishingly swift. It far surpasses the upgrade speed of other level 1 skills. For his military combat technique, level 1, he only achieved 15. 5 by the end of the course. Yet, in under 10 minutes, he has reached 11. 8? What could account for this? Lin Xiao's gaze shifts to the machine gun opposite him, and then to the fibrous pole tubes embedded in the wall. Is it pressure? Even with his footwork upgraded to level 1, he cannot disregard the bullets. He still occasionally suffers hits. This pressure compels him to perpetually refine his footwork, challenge himself, and continuously absorb experience points. If that is the case, would increasing the pressure expedite the accumulation of experience points? Lin Xiao approaches the entrance of the corridor and adjusts the switch from the first to the second gear. Let it come. Intensify the assault. Rubber bullets once more envelop the corridor. This time, the bullets are more numerous, the firing rate has accelerated, and the fibrous poles now pierce through 2 at a time. Footwork, level 1. Experience points 9. Footwork, level 1. Experience points 7. Footwork, level 1. Footwork, level 2. Potential points 1. Agility, 9, 10. In the 5th round of attacks at the second gear, Lin Xiao successfully elevated his footwork to level 2. And even his agility saw a slight enhancement during the training. This marks the first skill to reach level 2. Bursting with pride, he attempts to adjust the machine to the 3rd gear, only to be utterly bewildered by the onslaught. It is not that level 2 footwork is inadequate, rather, it is the sheer velocity of the bullets and the inability of his dynamic vision to keep pace. The speed of the bullets in the 3rd gear has drastically increased, and the fibrous poles have escalated from 2 to 4. By the time Lin Xiao comprehends the situation, the bullets have already struck his body. This disparity in raw strength cannot be bridged by footwork levels alone. Furthermore, speed equates to power, and the bullets in the 3rd gear are genuinely painful. Reluctantly, even though the pressure of the 2nd gear has diminished, it still yields sufficient experience points. As the mechanism reactivates, Lin Xiao resumes his evasive training in the chamber. Wang Gang gazes intently at the monitor, his expression grave. The student in the video flits about like a delicate butterfly, dancing passionately with the bullets. His steps are light and graceful, a sight to behold. How about it? A somewhat ethereal voice interjects, belonging to Su Ruame, the footwork instructor, who leans casually against the table with her short, energetic hair and slender figure. She elegantly exhales a puff of cigarette smoke, embodying the grace of a feline. Upon discovering that someone had altered the difficulty level within the system, I took it upon myself to investigate further. Wang Gang, with his arms crossed and deep in thought, inquired, considering the 4th-year cohort, how many across the entire school can achieve this level? Fewer than 10, replied Su Ruame, casting a glance at the students displayed on the screen, chuckling softly. The skill demonstrated here would be regarded as exceptional, even during the hunter assessments, which was quite surprising. Wang Gang offered no response. Instead, he retrieved a file bound in stiff cardboard and flipped to the first page. There, a strikingly handsome student with a confident smile graced the image. Lin Xiao, male, ranked 3rd in the overall admission scores for his year and 1st in Class C. Currently, his standing is 382 in his year and 36 in his class, placing him among the bottom 5. What a stark contrast this presents. After his enrollment, he succumbed to a peculiar ailment, causing him to faint intermittently and lag behind in training. I remember, Su Ruame recalled. Recently, this student had collapsed like a limp fish in the mechanical corridor, and she had to carry him to the infirmary. Such a frail constitution is ill-suited for the battlefield. Why has the school advised him to withdraw? Su Ruame's concern was not devoid of compassion, regardless of his academic prowess. Fainting amidst a battle against monstrous beasts is tantamount to courting death. His class supervisor informed me that Lin Xiao's ability extraction efficiency is remarkably high, second only to the top 2. Su Ruame's eyes widened as she seemed to connect the dots. Wait, aren't the top 2? Indeed. Both are endowed with extraordinary abilities, Wang Gang confirmed her suspicions. The institution perceives a potential awakening of powers within Lin Xiao. Hence their decision to adopt a stance of cautious observation. Within the entirety of Luzhou's military establishment, there are merely 6 individuals with such abilities. Should Lin Xiao awaken his powers, he would gain automatic qualification for advancement, whether in the military or the Hunter Association. Chapter 5. In what manner shall one achieve victory? Do not waver. Find your tranquility. Seize the fleeting moments after training to hone your prowess. Within the spacious training room adorned with wooden floors, Class C's instructor, Wu Qinghua, diligently patrolled among the scattered meditating students. Adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles and her long hair elegantly pinned up, her delicate visage bore an expression devoid of emotion, exuding an air of sternness. After physical exertion, the cells are most ravenous. It is imperative to capitalize on this golden opportunity. Wu Qiwo was also their teacher for the method of power extraction. 2 meters away, Zhao Xia covertly made a face before regaining her composure and settling into a proper meditation. Lin Xiao diverted his gaze, only to find Wu Yong across from him, provocatively staring. He raised his right hand, thumb pressed against his neck, and made a sweeping gesture from left to right. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Lin Xiao gently closed his eyes. The impending duel no longer occupied his mind. Self-improvement was his sole focus. In the depths of his darkened vision, Lin Xiao summoned his interface. He currently possessed 2 potential points. During the afternoon training session, his proficiency in the method of power extraction, incomplete, had reached 92.9. Perhaps an upgrade was imminent. After a brief contemplation, Lin Xiao resolved to allocate 1 point each to his constitution and spirit. One determined the energy absorption and digestion of cells, while the other influenced the efficiency of power extraction from the air. These 2 attributes were crucial to Lin Xiao's rate of progress, rendering them of utmost importance. Allocate points. Upon reaching an 11 in spirit, Lin Xiao opened his eyes wide, his pupils somewhat vacant. His mind felt blissfully unburdened, as if he had luxuriated in slumber for a dozen hours. His spirit was so solid and potent that he fancied he could manipulate objects with mere thought. Lin Xiao focused on his attire, attempting to pull it outward with his mind. A failure. Well, it was indeed just an illusion. With a slight sense of disappointment, Lin Xiao closed his eyes again, holding his breath to find inner peace, and commenced the operation of the power extraction method. The energies above began to converge. An intangible torrent of energy surged through the ceiling, rushing and solidifying, pouring into Lin Xiao's being. His hypothesis was confirmed as he progressed. Each enhancement of attributes yielded increasingly substantial benefits. Compared to the afternoon session, his constitution, spirit, and energy absorption efficiency had surged by nearly 40. The energy coalescing around him grew denser, while his body resembled that of Qua, food drinking water, voraciously consuming the power. Lin Xiao even experienced an unexpected delight. Due to the rise in energy extraction and conversion efficiency, the experience points for the power extraction method increased. Power extraction method, incomplete, LV1. Experience points 3. Power extraction method, incomplete, LV1. Experience points 5. Power extraction method, incomplete, LV1. Power extraction method, incomplete, LV2. The torrent of energy directed towards Lin Xiao expanded even further. Even his 11 in constitution struggled to fully absorb it, fragments dissipating into the air surrounding him. Closest to him, Zhao Xia and another classmate with a simple demeanor raised their eyebrows slightly, their expressions revealing a hint of confusion. Why had the extracted power suddenly increased? The class supervisor, Wu Qinghua, paused in her patrol, first glancing at the ceiling before shifting her gaze to Lin Xiao. Adjusting her glasses, her face remained expressionless. An hour swiftly passed. Amid the scattered conversations of classmates, Lin Xiao opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of stale air. The cells within him, once exuberant, gradually returned to calm. As the final few notifications lingered in his vision. Power, 910. Power extraction method, incomplete. LV2. Experience 2. Power extraction method, incomplete. LV2. Experience 1. Rising to his feet, Lin Xiao stretched himself comfortably. Meanwhile, Wu Yong stood opposite him, hands in his pockets, lazily displaying a cold smirk. In response, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle as well. The free combat training took place in a large outdoor arena, utilized uniformly across all grades. In essence, it allowed for opponents from different classes. However, the military academy would select several classes each month to organize competitive matches. During such times, students from different classes became adversaries in the arena. Consequently, everyone had grown accustomed to clustering together with classmates as training partners, except for those at the top of the grade rankings. They often found no opponents within their own class and, out of necessity, sought sparring partners from other classes. Isn't that the territory of Class C? Why aren't they training in a circle? I heard their Class S underperformer has been bullied into a frenzy, wanting to fight with Wu Zhixing's lackeys. Upon overhearing their conversation, the classmates nearby displayed expressions of interest. Is there entertainment to be had? Perhaps we should sneak in to take a look? Let us go, let us go. Observing the class supervisor Wu Qinghua standing off to the side, Lin Xiao wore a helpless smile. He quietly asked Zhao Xia beside him, "Why did you specifically call the supervisor over?" With her hands on her hips, Zhao Xia glared playfully, her eyes fierce yet adorable. What if Wu Yong truly gets rough? If I hadn't called the supervisor, what then? Following this, a self-satisfied grin spread across her face as she proudly declared, Wu Yong isn't Wu Zhixing. He wouldn't dare disrespect the supervisor. I wouldn't dare either. Lin Xiao looked at the girl's delighted expression, his feelings complex, unwilling to disrupt her triumphant mood. Moreover, Wu Yong, observing Zhao Xia's intimate whispering with him, radiated a palpable hostility. Would he really show mercy? With a soft sigh, Lin Xiao surveyed the surroundings. Is it to be said that observing a spectacle is an inherent trait of humanity? This group had entirely abandoned their combat training to gather and watch for amusement. There were even many unfamiliar faces, likely students from other classes. Why are the instructors for the combat and footwork classes here as well? Shouldn't they be in the cafeteria for lunch? As Lin Xiao observed Wang Gang and Su Ruame mingling among the crowd, a slight twitch manifested at the corner of his eye. Was it truly so extraordinary for two students to arrange a duel? Had they even disregarded mealtime? Oh. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as Wu Yong ascended to the arena. This designated area for combat was intentionally cleared, marked by a square of 8 meters on each side painted in yellow. It served as a standard arena for free combat, where both parties were required to engage within the confines. Although, in principle, crossing the line would signify defeat, this was a brawl, not a formal competition. Once the fighting commenced, who would care about the boundaries? The only objective was to deliver a sound thrashing to the opponent, as long as one did not retreat. Oh, amidst another eruption of cheers, Lin Xiao too stepped onto the stage. The majority of the audience were merely there for amusement, neither booing nor particularly supporting any individual. Meanwhile, a group aligned with Wu Zhixing began to jeer and shout. Wu Yong, show that little brat a lesson. Be careful not to knock the wind out of him. We must preserve that pretty face, otherwise he won't even qualify as a pretty boy. Amidst the laughter and derision from the opposing side, Zhao Xia puffed her cheeks and took a deep breath. Lin Xiao, go for it. The girl's voice rang out, high and piercing, momentarily overpowering the cacophony from the other side. Lin Xiao turned his head, offering a gentle smile and a wave, only to notice his roommate discreetly blending into the crowd. The shy and introverted man dared not raise his voice, instead opting to gesture a fist in support toward Lin Xiao, acknowledging him with a nod. Lin Xiao then turned to face his adversary. At this moment, he contemplated not how to defeat Wu Yong, but rather, in what manner he would secure his victory. Chapter 6. Is this the bottom of Class C? Make way, make way. What are you all doing huddled together? Outside the throng of students, a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall and brimming with muscle, pushed through the crowd. The student who had been jostled aside was about to retort but fell silent upon seeing the man's gleaming bald head. Gao Liangxiong, the top student of Class C, ranked 6th in the overall evaluations. Wu Zhixing, why aren't you coming to spar with me? What are you doing here? Gao Liangxing squeezed his way to Wu Zhixing's group, bombarding him with boisterous inquiries. Wu Zhixing rubbed his ears, his tone laced with disdain. Keep it down, you obnoxious bear. Just wait a moment, I'll find you later. He truly could not find a worthy opponent in his class. Although Fong Wen possessed commendable footwork, her strength was still lacking compared to his, leaving her hesitant in combat. Gao Liangxiang, on the other hand, was nearly his equal, and they often practiced together. What are you waiting for? What spectacle are you observing? Watch my subordinate teach a bug a lesson. Wu Zhixing crossed his arms, his expression inscrutable. Yet his gaze was filled with a brooding intensity. Once, those who dared to rank above him were mere insects. Who is it? Let me have a look. Gao Liangxiang rubbed his smooth forehead, intrigued as he turned his attention to the makeshift arena. Wu Yong flexed his right hand, cracking his neck, and gestured with his chin towards Lin Xiao. Are we going barehanded, or with weapons? The weapons allowed in this free combat were not sharpened. Their metallic exteriors were wrapped in a layer of plastic, but their weight remained unchanged. Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, offering a polite smile. Either is fine. You choose. Let us go barehanded then, with weapons. Wu Yong's demeanor shifted, revealing a chilling smirk. I'd hate to accidentally kill you. With a thunderous boom, Wu Yong charged forward, his physique resembling that of a cheetah, his speed exceeding 20 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, his enormous fist, infused with terrifying force, was upon Lin Xiao. Wu Yong's grin morphed into a menacing snarl as he envisioned Lin Xiao's face shattering beneath his blow. Lin Xiao remained unfazed, staring at the approaching fist, and subtly shifted his body. Whoosh! The punch missed, merely grazing Lin Xiao's hair as it struck the air. What? Wu Yang's expression froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes, soon eclipsed by a surge of rage. Lucky break? Huh? Another ferocious uppercut came hurtling towards him, but Lin Xiao tilted his head back slightly, the fist narrowly missing by less than 3 centimeters. Oh. The spectators, invigorated by Lin Xiao's evasion, erupted in excitement. Now this is interesting. If he goes down with just one punch, what fun would that be? How many more can he dodge? Wu Yang's onslaught, fueled by a tempest of fury, descended like a torrential downpour. Straight punches, kicks, uppercuts, spinning kicks, elbow strikes, and direct kicks. The speed and ferocity of his attacks escalated. The previous strikes merely a prelude to the storm that followed. Yet Lin Xiao remained calm, his expression unperturbed. The nearly 800-kilogram fist and the over 2-ton whip kick, attacks that could slay ferocious beasts, appeared to him as mere whispers of wind. Lin Xiao was akin to a delicate paper figure dancing in the breeze, narrowly evading each strike with minimal movement. The battle on the stage raged on. Initially, as Lin Xiao dodged the first few punches, the audience erupted in cheers. However, after he deftly sidestepped over a dozen assaults, the onlookers began to sense something amiss. The crowd fell silent, murmurs of disbelief rippling through. That's quite impressive. Did he always possess such agility? Is this the so-called C-class underachiever? You're kidding me. This is far more remarkable. Gao Yangxiang, a tall figure with a robust physique, rubbed his bald head. The initial amusement faded from his expression, replaced by a serious and cautious demeanor. Hey Wu Zhixing, is that kid the bug you mentioned? Gao Yangxiang smirked, a hint of surprise in his tone. He has got some skills, doesn't he? I feel like Fong Wen from your class isn't as nimble as him. Wu Zhixing did not respond to Gao Yangxiang's inquiry, his brow furrowed. His countenance as deep and enigmatic as the ocean. A cold, piercing gaze betrayed a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, Zhao Xia's eyes widened, her mouth agape in disbelief. Her hands clasped before her like a hamster, she cheered every time Lin Xiao evaded Wu Yang's attack, unable to suppress her excitement as she occasionally stomped her feet. Zhao Xia turning around, she noticed her classmate Fong Wen standing behind her. Fong Wen, over 175 meters tall, sported a stylish side fringe, her features striking and well-defined. Her long, powerful legs conveyed strength. What's up, Fong Wen? Zhao Xia inquired, surprised to see the typically aloof yet popular girl appearing somewhat bashful. Is Lin Xiao undergoing some special training? Huh? Zhao Xia blinked, taken aback by the question. You're the closest to Lin Xiao. So I thought I'd ask. It seemed that probing into others' privacy did not align with Fong Wen's character. A faint blush colored her earlobes as she awkwardly explained. Lin Xiao's footwork is impressive. I merely wanted to inquire about his training methods. Are you not impressed as well, Fong Wen? Zhao Xia recognized Lin Xiao's prowess, but had not anticipated it to astonish Fong Wen to such a degree. Fong Wen fixated on the figure on stage, light and breezy, and nodded affirmatively. He surpasses me. Zhao Xia's mouth fell open, gazing at her childhood friend as if seeing him for the first time. But I haven't noticed any special training from him. Lin Xiao only mentioned that his headaches have improved. Headaches? Fong Wen pondered for a moment, her gaze returning to the stage, where Lin Xiao had just evaded yet another flurry of attacks. Oh, he dodged another series of strikes. Wu Yang possesses remarkable stamina. It almost resembles the act of walking a dog. The crowd resumed its lively chatter, engaging in fervent discussions. However, their conversations had shifted from Wu Yang's punches that felled his opponents to the anticipation of when he might confront Lin Xiao. After relentlessly delivering over 100 heavy strikes, even a student from a military academy, renowned for their exceptional endurance, could not escape the onset of fatigue. Wu Yang panted slightly, his eyes fixated on Lin Xiao, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. The murmurs surrounding him only intensified his irritation and fury. What he should have been hearing were the roars of the audience, the euphoric screams ignited by the thrill of violence. Lin Xiao ought to be sprawled on the ground, begging for mercy like a wretched dog, pleading to be spared. He envisioned Zhao Xia personally intervening, witnessing just how disgraceful this man truly was. This was the spectacle that was meant to unfold today, not the current scenario. Instead of being the subject of ridicule and amusement for a gathering of onlookers, he felt like a mere jester. You worthless fool. If you have any courage, do not flee. Face me head on. Wu Yang arched his body, channeling his rage into a fierce blow, delivering an exceptionally brutal punch. Yet, his fist met only emptiness. Just as he attempted to retract his arm, he discovered that it had become immobile. A long, elegant hand clamped tightly around his wrist, akin to a sturdy vice, firmly immobilizing his right hand. Very well. Let us engage directly. A smile spread across Lin Xiao's face as his calm voice reached Wu Yong's ears. Do not concede. Too swiftly. A powerful straight punch sliced through the air like a fearsome warhammer, striking Wu Yong's abdomen with tremendous force. The towering figure, standing at 1.95 meters, was lifted off his feet, sent soaring before crashing onto the ground 2 meters away. The atmosphere in the arena fell into an abrupt silence. Chapter 7. When have you ever witnessed my full strength? Wu Yong lay awkwardly on the ground, his eyes bulging, clutching his abdomen, his back arched like a cooked shrimp. He spewed forth bile, the excruciating pain in his stomach rendering even the act of breathing a challenge. At this moment, the crowd, which had just quieted down, began to murmur in astonishment. Goodness! That punch just now. The force sent him flying. It must have been close to 800 kilograms, right? When did Lin Xiao train to become so formidable? The tail end of a crane? You C-class folks even deceived me into believing he was the tail end. If he is the tail end, then what am I? Hey, Wu Zhixing. Gao Liangxiong looked down at Wu Zhixing, his expression somewhat peculiar. Are you certain your lackey can defeat him? Wu Zhixing inhaled deeply, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging, his countenance darkening significantly. That boy's power output is quite remarkable. Standing beside Wang Gang, Su Ruame gazed at the boy on the stage with a look of surprise. Her tone as ethereal as ever. Wang Gang crossed his arms, his expression unfazed as he remarked, his power output techniques were decent before. But one couldn't call them exceptional. Now it seems he has had a breakthrough. He paused briefly before continuing, moreover. He has been hampered by his physical limitations in the past. Logically speaking, with his level of energy refinement, he should have possessed this strength long ago. Yet his body appears riddled with flaws. Wang Gang glanced at the C-class instructor, who maintained a perpetually serious demeanor. Wu Chiwa informed me that if Lin Xiao's energy refinement is at 100, then his body absorbs only 3 to 4. The energy digested by the cells falls far short of the refinement speed, which is why he usually refines energy once and then ceases the flow of his technique. Is it because, after one refinement, his body cannot digest it all? Wang Gang nodded, affirming her inquiry. Prior to attending the military university, he had never encountered the refinement technique and was uncertain whether the issue was inherent or a result of some peculiar ailment. Su Ruame pondered this thoughtfully, redirecting her focus back to the stage. Wu Yong, clutching his abdomen, struggled to rise, his face a mask of disbelief. Lin Xiao stood quietly by, observing him without seizing the opportunity to strike. What's the matter? Aren't you coming at me? Wu Yong tightened his fists, a look of struggle and hesitation crossing his face. Or perhaps, Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, a light laugh escaping his lips. Are you afraid? What a joke. Wu Yong's expression twisted in anger. He charged forward like an arrow, propelled by fierce determination. Lin Xiao sidestepped his swinging punch, casually delivering a kick to his lower leg. Wu Yong collapsed to the ground like a dog eating excrement, fortunately managing to catch himself with his hands due to his impressive reflexes. Lin Xiao. This humiliating moment ignited Wu Yong's fury, and he unleashed a powerful straight punch aimed at Lin Xiao's abdomen. Lin Xiao pivoted, evading the attack with a half-step, and retaliated with an elbow strike descending upon Wu Yong's shoulder. Wu Yong, having just risen, found himself kneeling again, the forceful blow to his shoulder rendering half of his body limp. Lin Xiao looked down upon Wu Yong, who was on the ground clutching his shoulder and struggling, and calmly inquired, "Shall we continue? Do you look down upon me?" With a resounding thud, a right hook sent Wu Yong sprawling to the ground, his lips swollen and bleeding. Lin Xiao quietly observed as his opponent rose once more, politely asking, "Shall we continue? I will end you." With another thud, Wu Yong fell again. It appeared the situation had entered a repetitive cycle. Wu Yong would attack, Lin Xiao would evade, Lin Xiao would strike, and Wu Yong would collapse. Lin Xiao would inquire about continuing, and Wu Yong would rise again. The expressions of the onlookers transitioned from astonishment to shock, and finally to numbness, as they stared blankly at the unfolding drama in the arena. Why did it feel as though they were not even in the same league? Lin Xiao's question, "Shall we continue?" carried a certain flair. He was rather impressive. I quite admire him. Even among the crowd, some female voices chimed in. I suddenly feel Lin Xiao looks much more handsome today, right? You feel the same? Aren't you afraid Zhao Siyu will hear you? What is there to fear? Besides, I heard they are childhood friends, not a couple. Childhood bonds are too familiar to compare with a sudden arrival. Hearing her name mentioned from the neighboring group, Zhao Siyu turned her head. Huh? She blinked her large eyes, her small hands scratching her hair, her gaze revealing innocence and confusion. The classmates who had just been discussing her immediately averted their eyes in embarrassment. Shall we continue? Wu Yong, battered and covered in dirt and sweat, presented a stark contrast to Lin Xiao, who appeared pristine as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll in the park, barely breaking a sweat. Ha, ha, ha. Wu Yong gasped for breath, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Lin Xiao. He was no fool. He recognized the overwhelming superiority of Lin Xiao's footwork. If he could not land a blow, he would forever be defeated, merely enduring punishment. This could not continue. Desiring to maintain his composure, Wu Yong spat out blood and phlegm, disdain etched across his face as he proclaimed, "Your punches are featherlight. You only dare to evade." Fearing I might deliver a fatal blow, have the courage to face me head-on, and I shall show you what a real punch feels like. This was, of course, mere bravado. Wu Yong had experienced Lin Xiao's punches firsthand. While he suspected Lin Xiao's strength might not exceed his own, the latter's technique was evidently superior. In this comparative backdrop, their power seemed to align. This was his last resort. Even a kindergarten child could discern the emptiness of his words. Feeling embarrassed, Wu Yong uttered them nonetheless. Unexpectedly, this clumsy provocation succeeded. Lin Xiao's expression briefly faltered before a subtle smile graced his face. Very well. Wu Yong, elated, contorted his already battered features into a cruel grin. Don't regret it, you scoundrel. His massive fist, swollen and bruised, surged forward with the ferocity of a knife, aimed directly at Lin Xiao's chest. With unwavering determination, Wu Yong unleashed his full strength in that punch. He even felt capable of delivering a blow powerful enough to fell a bull. Yet, Lin Xiao did not flinch. Instead, he raised his fist, resolutely meeting the attack head-on. He sought a direct confrontation. In an instant, the atmosphere among the crowd ignited with fervor. Bang! The two fists, infused with immense power, collided forcefully. The impact of their knuckles shattered the surrounding air, producing a thunderous sound. However, the outcome was far from the anticipated stalemate. In that fleeting moment of contact, Wu Yong's right hand was sent reeling backward, as if it were a feeble strap. Ah! Wu Yong clutched his numbed arm, emitting a cry of agony. It felt as though his fist had collided with an iron hammer, the terrifying force overwhelming him in an instant. Lin Xiao glanced at his own right hand, which remained unscathed, only slightly flushed, with minimal sensation of pain. His formidable physique, boasting an impressive score of 11, endowed his bones with an extraordinary resilience, rivaling that of steel. Pain etched across Wu Yong's face, his eyes wide with disbelief as he bellowed, "Impossible. How did your strength suddenly increase?" As Lin Xiao slowly approached Wu Yong, tilting his head in feigned confusion, he replied, "When have you ever witnessed my full strength?" Chapter 8 Victory. When have you ever witnessed my full strength? Huh? Wu Yong's expression froze, his pupils constricting as if he had anticipated something. "I don't recall ever striking you with my full might," Lin Xiao remarked, rubbing his wrist with a cold gaze. "Are you implying that you have been holding back against me all this time?" "Indeed, just as you mentioned," Lin Xiao chuckled, echoing Wu Yong's earlier words. "I feared that I might inadvertently end your life." Both Lin Xiao and Wu Yong possessed equal strength of 10, yet Lin Xiao's agility eclipsed Wu Yong's by 2 points. And his martial arts techniques were superior. Truth be told, he was uncertain of his own punching power at this moment. Wu Yong's mind shattered with anger, humiliation, and hatred. He raised his remaining left hand and swung it at Lin Xiao with reckless abandon. Slap! Just as before, Lin Xiao's hand firmly restrained him. Lin Xiao clenched his right fist and took a deep breath. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to relent. His body coiled like a tightly wound spring, his waist slightly twisting as his arm drew back. "Allow me to demonstrate my full strength." As terror filled Wu Yong's eyes, Lin Xiao's fist struck his face with the ferocity of a cannon. Bang! The towering man, standing at 6 feet 3, soared into the air once more. This time he flew further and fell harder. Thud! Wu Yong collapsed to the ground, his face contorted, and he did not rise again. A hush fell over the crowd. Oh! Then a wave of cheers erupted, accompanied by jubilant whistles. "Impressive. Damn, you held back. That earlier bravado was quite the display. I must remember it. Lin Xiao, you look magnificent today. Is this the so-called bottom of Class C? Who the hell misreported the situation?" Lin Xiao. In the distance, Zhao Xia waved energetically, her charming face flushed with excitement. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the fallen Wu Yong and walked directly to Zhao Xia's side, doing his utmost to ignore the curious gazes of the nearby female classmates. Zhao Xia grasped Lin Xiao's arms, compelling him to stand still. She then feigned seriousness, circling around him, occasionally squatting and rising. She scrutinized him as if searching for something peculiar. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiao felt a bit taken aback. "Confess honestly. When did you become this formidable?" Zhao Xia furrowed her brow, poking Lin Xiao's abdomen with her delicate finger, as though to convey that those who confess are treated leniently, while those who resist face strict consequences. After my headache subsided, Lin Xiao believed he was not lying. Indeed, it was after his headache disappeared that he acquired the system. Can one truly master martial arts after a headache is alleviated? Zhao Xia's lips parted slightly, her expression one of profound astonishment. Lin Xiao, feeling helpless, covered his face and let out a sigh. Others may falter, but is it not true that my increasing weakness stems from my persistent headaches? Such a frustrating predicament. The girl pinched her chin in contemplation, then nodded in agreement. Approaching Wu Zhixing and his entourage, class director Wu Qinghua spoke in his usual tone. You few who are close to Wu Yong, hurry and take him to the infirmary. Understood. Came the eager replies from Wu Zhixing's followers, who quickly nodded in compliance, wisely distancing themselves from the impending explosion of their leader's temper as they assisted in escorting Wu Yong away. Casting a glance at the unmoving Wu Zhixing, Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses and turned to leave. Hey Wu Zhixing, how's it going? You seem particularly humiliated today. Gao Yangxiong observed the foul expression on Wu Zhixing's face and chuckled. Bear in mind, Bear, you do well to avoid provoking me today, or I shall make you search the ground for your teeth. Wu Zhixing retorted fiercely. Bring it on. I eagerly await to witness your strength. Wu Zhixing inhaled deeply, realizing he truly needed an outlet for his pent-up frustration. If you're not afraid of death, then follow me. I want to be going easy on you today. Don't boast too much, or you'll only end up embarrassing yourself again. Gao Yangxiong trailed closely behind Wu Zhixing, his face radiating a fierce excitement, his imposing muscles quivering with anticipation. As Wu Zhixing sauntered outside, he cast a brief glance at Lin Xiao, his eyes flickering momentarily. In a flash, without any warning, a lightning-quick kick was unleashed toward Lin Xiao's head. With a resounding thud, amidst the gasps of Zhao Xia and nearby classmates, Lin Xiao raised his right arm, robustly blocking the oncoming strike that resembled a battle axe. Congratulations, trailing end. You seem to have grown a tad stronger. Wu Zhixing's leg remained poised, balancing on one foot. Although he uttered words of congratulations, his gaze betrayed no hint of mirth. In 2 weeks, the month will conclude. Shall we have a proper contest then? Lin Xiao paused, his face adorned with his usual calm smile. Very well. Wu Zhixing lowered his left leg, casting a deep glance at Lin Xiao before continuing onward. Hey, Lin Xiao, you must strengthen yourself. Gao Liangxiong, clasping Lin Xiao's shoulders with both hands, beamed as he spoke. Otherwise, you won't stand a chance against Wu Zhixing. Lin Xiao, momentarily disoriented by the overwhelming force shaking his shoulders, stared blankly at the suddenly engaging bald giant. All right. And you are? I am Gao Liangxiong. The bald giant clapped Lin Xiao's shoulder, revealing a dazzling set of pearly whites. Your footwork is impressive. I sense you will become a formidable opponent. Gao Liangxiong gave a thumbs up, thumping his powerful chest, and raised an eyebrow at Lin Xiao. Above all, do not slacken. Best of luck. I hope to encounter you in this year's ranking competition. Okay. Thank you. As Lin Xiao gazed at the retreating figure of the boisterous giant, he exchanged glances with Zhao Xia, the resonant voice of Gao Liangxiong still echoing in their ears. Wu Zhixing, you rascal, wait for me. Zhao Xia shook her head, shaking off her stupor. With her hands on her hips, she furrowed her brow like a concerned matron. You really want to confront Wu Zhixing? He could easily take on 10 Wu Yongs with one hand. Haha, rest assured, I possess self-awareness, Lin Xiao replied, his right forearm still throbbing with pain. He was acutely aware of his current inferiority to Wu Zhixing. That kick, Wu Zhixing had clearly held back. Recalling the terrifying strength value of 14 he had witnessed moments ago, along with the nearly level 2 combat skills, Lin Xiao swiftly grasped the vast chasm separating him from those at the forefront of his cohort. Moreover, the bald giant he had just encountered boasted an astounding strength of 15. Had it not been for his agility, which stood at a mere 11, substantially lower than Wu Zhixing's 13, Lin Xiao might have been tempted to believe he surpassed Wu Zhixing. Yet even in the realm of agility, Gao Liangxiong outperformed Lin Xiao by a slight margin. Perhaps, in their eyes, the only skill Lin Xiao could currently showcase was his level 2 footwork. Gently ruffling Zhao Xia's hair, Lin Xiao sought to soothe the worries of his childhood companion. Do not fret. Just because we cannot triumph now does not mean we will be unable to in 2 weeks. Chapter 9, Mother. The sword and shield of humanity. After dining with Zhao Xia in the cafeteria, Lin Xiao returned to the dormitory. His roommate, Luo Tao, was absent, presumably having gone directly to the weapon selection elective classroom. Although Lin Xiao also had a weapon elective class that evening, he needed to return to make a video call. Ding ding ding. Amid the cheerful ringing, The video connection was swiftly established. Mom. The screen revealed a woman in her 40s. Her hair was simply tied up, and the beauty of her youth had faded with the passage of time, leaving behind subtle signs of aging and a gaze that conveyed both wisdom and weariness. Lin Xiao's mother, Lin Xiao, was an ordinary primary school language teacher. Why are you calling again? I've told you not to drop out. Before Lin Xiao could utter a word, his mother's stern expression filled the screen, and she began to scold him fiercely. Military University is excellent. It's a national key institution with full subsidies, free tuition, and accommodations included. What good would dropping out do? How much could you possibly earn? You'd be better off learning more while you're there. We're not in debt. We don't need you to earn money. Stop, stop, stop. I'm not talking about dropping out. A bitter smile crossed Lin Xiao's face as he hurriedly interrupted his mother's barrage of reprimands. Not long ago, Lin Xiao had entertained thoughts of withdrawing from school and had discussed it with his mother several times, each conversation ending in a tumult of her fierce admonitions. At that time, he had felt disheartened about himself. Coming from a single-parent household, his mother's teaching salary, though steady, was stretched thin by rent and the expenses of his younger sister's education and living costs. Consequently, he had contemplated dropping out to earn money. Given his physical condition at that time, securing a formal job seemed implausible, but tutoring could have been feasible. Military University was highly regarded, not only due to its special national subsidies but also because graduating students who met the requirements could join the military. Following the cataclysm on Blue Star, many former human settlements fell prey to the ravages of monstrous beasts. The Five Nations Alliance also restructured the world's military security system into a dichotomy of sword and shield. The military forces tasked with safeguarding existing human territories served as the shield, primarily responsible for preventing the invasion of these beasts into human cities. Conversely, the Hunter Association represented humanity's sword, with the mission of hunting these creatures, launching proactive offensives to reclaim lost territories by tracking, killing, and expelling the monstrous invaders. Due to the perilous nature of hunting, the admission requirements for beast hunters were exceedingly stringent. It was estimated that less than 1/5 of the graduates from military university would meet these standards. In comparison, the military's requirements were relatively straightforward. As long as one graduated successfully from military university or passed the military's recruitment assessments, they would be granted admission, enjoying the benefits of government employment with commendable treatment. Furthermore, their families would receive additional protection from the state. This path also offered a measure of safety, as veterans could later take on teaching roles at military university. It is worth mentioning that the military and the Hunter Association were not entirely unrelated entities. Some formidable warriors occasionally take on the role of exotic beast hunters. Certain military ranks even require soldiers to possess the credentials of an exotic beast hunter. Moreover, upon retirement, these hunters can seamlessly transition into officer positions within the military. Consequently, military academies around the world have become highly sought after by parents, even if one lacks the requisite strength to graduate and secure a place in the military. They can still serve as bodyguards for various employers. To the eyes of ordinary citizens, students from military academies are perceived as formidable individuals, and their remuneration is quite substantial. The only challenge lies in the stringent admission requirements, which demand exceptional physical fitness from the candidates. In Luzhou City, with a population of several million, military academies admit only 400 to 500 new students each year. As a result, many parents proactively seek out military academy students to tutor their children. The compensation is generous, with a single lesson fetching no less than 800. Previously, Lin Xiao struggled to keep up with the school curriculum. On weekends, if he was too completely exhausted, he would seize the opportunity to train, leaving no time for part-time work. Disheartened by the thought of not graduating, Lin Xiao began to contemplate dropping out. By doing so, he could work part-time during his lucid moments, thereby improving his family's financial situation. However, this idea faced vehement opposition from his mother, who even ignored him for several days. Mom, I'm not trying to bring up the subject of dropping out. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's intention to avoid that topic, Lin Xingron's expression softened slightly. Then why did you call? She retorted. Couldn't it simply be that your son misses you? Lin Xiao chuckled, teasing the camera. What is there to miss? You all train so hard. Make sure to rest whenever possible. Lin Xingron waved her hand dismissively, wearing a look of disdain, though a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Is Shanshan staying at school now? Her school is over 20 kilometers from home, and the commute is too cumbersome, so I've let her stay in the dormitory. Shanshan is Lin Xiao's younger sister, who just entered high school this year and is performing quite well academically. Aren't you bored at home all alone? Do you need me to come back to see you? You all make such a racket at home, now that I finally have some peace. Why would I want you back? Lin Xingrong exaggeratedly rubbed her ears and chuckled. Besides, she comes home every weekend, so don't worry about me. Just keep up with your studies. Lin Xiao's mother understood the rigors of military school, which is why she always discouraged him from making special trips back. Even though they lived less than 100 kilometers apart, she worried deeply about Lin Xiao fainting on the way. The military academy has professional medical facilities. So if Lin Xiao's headaches strike, he can receive immediate assistance there. Although his mother never explicitly voiced these concerns, Lin Xiao was well aware of them. Mom, my headache has subsided. Lin Xingrong was taken aback, quickly bringing her phone closer to her ear. What? What did you just say? Lin Xiao laughed heartily and repeated his earlier statement loudly. I said, my headache has gone away. I won't faint anymore. Have you checked again? Do you need money? I can send it to you. Lin Xingrong's tone was somewhat hurried, filled with surprise and a hint of fearful disappointment. Have you forgotten? The hospital cannot determine this. Observing his mother's anxious expression, Lin Xiao patiently recited the prearranged explanation. In the past, when I had headaches, my head felt heavy every day. But now those ailments have vanished. Lin Xiao lifted his arm, flexing his bicep. The doctor at school mentioned that it might have been due to my rapid extraction of energy, which overwhelmed my cells and pressured my brain. Previously, Lin Xiao had explained to his mother what energy was. Now that I have trained and my physical condition has improved, this symptom has been resolved. These statements were mere fabrications. However, to reassure his mother, sometimes a little deception could be beneficial. She had always placed great trust in doctors. Moreover, his headaches had indeed subsided, and he should no longer experience fainting spells. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Lin Xingrong let out a heavy sigh of relief, her entire demeanor appearing significantly lighter. That's good, that's good. So, should I come back to see you? Just as Lin Xiao finished his playful banter, he noticed his mother's expression turned serious. Focus on your training. You need to catch up on these 2 years. Don't let it affect your graduation, understand? Lin Xiao nodded obediently. For now, he would concentrate on his studies, hoping to qualify for the military. Rest assured, perhaps your son might even become a hunter. Are you still thinking about being a hunter? Lin Xingrong looked at him with a mixture of exasperation and affection, pointing at the camera as if to poke Lin Xiao's forehead. You've been clamoring to be a hunter since childhood. Now that you can't keep up with the training, do you still believe you can become one? Furthermore, being a hunter is extremely dangerous. I don't want you to pursue such a perilous career. Mom, don't worry. In response to his mother's concern, Lin Xiao displayed a gentle and confident smile. As long as I grow strong enough, 10-fold, 100-fold stronger than the beasts, then the role of a hunter will no longer be dangerous. Your son will become a hunter, and he will be the strongest hunter in the world. Chapter 10. The Mad Sword Master Miao Fei at the Military Weapons University. Weapon elective courses are held every evening, each taught by different instructors. The curriculum includes a plethora of formidable weapons such as the two-handed great sword, broad-bladed war knife, paired with a one-handed shield, mace, giant axe, polearm, and the beast hunting great saw, and so forth. Essentially, these are all armaments characterized by their weight and hardness, suitable for cleaving motions. As for the likes of single-handed swords, rapiers, military sabers, tang swords, miao knives, cherry blossom samurai swords, sickles, and long whips, students cannot treat these as elective weapons. They may only experiment with them for leisure, with no academic credit awarded. According to the instructors, you feeble ones, wielding such trifles, are you planning to mold clay from the beasts or groom their fur? You can't even breach their defenses, so what is the point? And do individuals employ such weapons? Certainly. Yet, those who do are seasoned veterans, capable of slaying beasts even with slender blades. They possess the luxury of selecting their preferences. As for students, it is prudent to choose weapons that they can actually wield. Regarding firearms and other modern weaponry, the university has a shooting range, however. No dedicated courses are offered. Students may utilize this facility during their free time, under the guidance of staff. For those truly enamored with firearms, enlisting in the military post-graduation is advisable, as they will frequently be called upon to employ such skills in defense. The Hunter Association utilizes firearms sparingly, predominantly heavy anti-material sniper rifles, preferring to engage in long-range ambushes prior to direct combat. Theoretically, at the Military Weapons University, students are permitted to study multiple weapons. As long as proficiency in one weapon meets the graduation standards, they are deemed acceptable. Yet, human energy is finite, and most students tend to specialize in a singular weapon. Lin Xiao is no exception. He has chosen to specialize in the two-handed greatsword. This class comprises over 50 students, all third-year scholars from various disciplines. The standard military two-handed greatsword measures 1.6 meters in length, with a 40-centimeter grip and a blade measuring 1.2 meters. The blade tapers from a maximum width of approximately 25 centimeters at the base to a narrow 15 centimeters at the tip. It features thin edges with a thicker midsection, close to 3 centimeters. Crafted from a special alloy, the entire weapon weighs an impressive 25 kilograms, making it nearly impossible for an average individual to wield effectively. Listen up. Youngsters, correct your stances and maintain your center of gravity. Swinging the sword cannot rely solely on your arms. Recall how you were taught in your strength training classes. The instructor of the two-handed sword course, Miao Fei, is a boisterous and exuberant man. With his tousled hair and disheveled beard, he appears akin to a disillusioned middle-aged fellow. Yet, his smile is wildly exuberant, exuding a primal ferocity. At this moment, he walks barefoot among the students practicing their swordplay, keenly identifying each individual's shortcomings and technique. Zhang Ming, control your swing better. Your sword tip is quivering too much. Lin Haifeng, your center of gravity is too loose. Widen your stance. Li Xiao, your reverse swing is lacking in finesse. Angle upwards from the lower left to the upper right. I want you to practice this motion repeatedly. And you, your sword tip is so skewed that you wouldn't hit a stationary beast. If your precision is lacking, reduce your force for now. Increase your strength only as your accuracy improves. Miao Fei's gaze was remarkably sharp. What appeared to be standard movements to the students often revealed numerous flaws in his eyes. Rarely was there a student who could escape his scrutiny. At a relatively peripheral position, Miao Fei came to a halt. A handsome young man was engrossed in wielding a greatsword. At first glance, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary, yet his center of gravity was solid. The curvature of the blade was impeccable, transitioning seamlessly from slow to fast and from motion to stillness. When the sword came to a stop, there was minimal tremor, indicating that the swordsman's hands were steady and possessed residual strength. With downward strikes, sideways slashes, horizontal sweeps, and diagonal cuts, each movement was executed with precision, showcasing a solid foundation of skills. Moreover, the application of force appeared commendable as his back resembled a taut bowstring. The power built up incrementally, and the angle of the sword remained unerring, cleaving through the air with minimal resistance, delivering strikes that were both beautiful and forceful. Miao Fei observed intently for a moment, a smile spreading across his face. Not bad at all. He remembered this young man quite well. His name was Lin Xiao. Previously, he had exhibited above-average swordsmanship in the greatsword class, primarily due to his commendable attitude and focus on fundamental skills, never aiming too high. Of course, it was not his swordsmanship that had first caught Miao Fei's attention, but rather his peculiar habit of fainting several times during class. That sudden loss of consciousness, akin to a floundering fish, truly astonished Miao Fei. When had a sickly cat been able to attend a military university? Hadn't Lin Xiao's skill levels been lower before? When did he improve? Miao Fei scratched his messy hair, murmuring in confusion. Suddenly, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened as he paused his movements, reflecting on the essence of the previous strike. His proficiency with the great sword had already reached 95, and shortly after the evening class commenced, he had leveled up to level 1. After this upgrade, his swordsmanship had improved significantly, yet, like other skills, the experience points for level 1 had been drastically reduced. There was no way for him to increase the pressure as he did in footwork classes through mechanisms. He certainly couldn't engage in sparring. The weight of the great sword could be lethal, even if unsharpened. Although the students at the military academy were robust, a blow from a steel blade infused with immense power would likely leave one incapacitated for weeks. All were students, and none would hold back in their strikes. Thus, Lin Xiao could only follow the same practice as in combat techniques, memorizing the movements that garnered the most experience points, repeating them until mastery was achieved. Typically, when the system granted him high experience points, it indicated that he was performing the key elements correctly, suggesting that progress in this direction would be swift. As the experience points began to accumulate once more, it became clear that Lin Xiao had already mastered this particular maneuver. Further repetition would yield little advancement. He ceased his replication and began to practice another sword technique. A forehand side slash. Two-handed sword, level 1. Experience 1, reverse side slash. Two-handed sword, level 1. Experience 1, whirlwind strike. Two-handed sword, level 1. Experience 1. Your wrist is too rigid. Lin Xiao paused, realizing only then that his instructor was observing him from a short distance. having been fully engrossed in his training. Miao Fei approached Lin Xiao, grasping his right hand that held the sword. While maintaining a fixed wrist can enhance the stability of the sword's edge, it can also render one's techniques overly mechanical. The swordsmanship instructor gently manipulated Lin Xiao's wrist and remarked, "Furthermore, if this area is too tense, it will diminish the force during the strike, though marginal. It should not be overlooked." Miao Fei seized the great sword from Lin Xiao's hands and swung it forcefully from top to bottom. Whoosh! The blade transformed into a shadow, carving a graceful arc through the air, coming to a steady halt directly in front of him. From a swift motion to utter stillness, it paused without the slightest tremor. We must relax our joints while swinging, tightening the wrist only at the moment before the strike lands. Miao Fei returned the great sword to Lin Xiao and raised his hand. "Now, give it a try." Lin Xiao rotated his wrist, contemplating the instructor's words with an air of reflection. After a brief moment, he raised the weapon with both hands and, emulating Miao Fei's earlier motion, swung the sword forward. Whoosh! Two-handed sword, level 1. Experience 6, not bad. Miao Fei raised an eyebrow, squinting his eyes, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Those familiar with him would recognize this expression as that of the mad swordsman Miao Fei, a sign that he had discovered a promising talent. Chapter 11. Strategic planning. Zhao Xia was in high spirits as the 3-hour swordsmanship class swiftly came to an end. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Xiao performed a brief ablution before settling cross-legged on his bed, preparing for his energy refinement session. The institution encouraged students to engage in energy refinement at least thrice daily, 1 hour after morning training, 1 hour following afternoon classes, and 1 hour after evening weaponry lessons. These courses were physically demanding, leaving the body in a state of heightened receptivity to energy absorption. Naturally, some diligent students would also persist in their training during the midday break. It is worth noting that the duration of refinement is not necessarily proportional to its efficacy. For the majority of students, an hour suffices to saturate their cells with energy. Lin Xiao, possessing a robust physique, could absorb a considerable amount of energy. However, his refinement efficiency was remarkable, with the energy concentration nearing a liquid state. In contrast, during his earlier days with a meager physique rating of 7, he would feel full after merely 5 minutes of absorption. If one were to take an entire hour and still find it insufficient, it would likely indicate a strong physique but inadequate energy absorption efficiency. Some, like Wu Zhixing, would extend their refinement sessions, often being the last to leave class, representing an extreme opposite to Lin Xiao's earlier self. The morning training was essentially a muscular conditioning course, conducted from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m. It commenced with a brisk 20-kilometer run to warm up, followed by rigorous weight training, akin to a gym environment. While energy could enhance physical strength, reliance solely on it was insufficient. Traditional exercise methods were equally effective and required consistent commitment. Moreover, these workouts could facilitate energy absorption. As for the day's cultural classes, they totaled less than 3 hours. Topics covered included the Human Five-Nation Federation, distinctions and precautions between hunters and military personnel, the ranking and authority of hunters and soldiers, types of aberrant beasts and corresponding strategies, regions currently under human siege, and the history of cataclysms. After more than 2 years, these subjects were nearing completion, and future cultural classes would likely be replaced with other training regiments. After all, a military academy diverged from conventional universities. The academic grading for cultural courses bore minimal weight, with only satisfactory performance required. Sitting on his bed, prior to commencing energy refinement, Lin Xiao activated his personal status panel. Name: Lin Xiao. Potential points: 2 strength, 10 agility, 10 physique, 11 mentality, 11 skills. Energy refinement method: incomplete. LV2, 3, 5. Combat technique: LV1, 17, 5. Two-handed sword: LV1, 25, 9. Footwork: LV2, 2, 2. Through his combat with Wu Yong, both his combat technique and footwork had seen slight improvements, yielding a substantial amount of experience points. Perhaps in the future, he could seek out stronger opponents for sparring, as it seemed a fruitful avenue for gaining experience. As for the high proficiency in two-handed swordsmanship, he owed much to teacher Miao Fei, who provided timely guidance that significantly boosted Lin Xiao's experience points. His insights were indeed sharp and discerning. Contemplating the 2 potential points displayed on the panel, Lin Xiao found himself in a moment of reflection. These 2 points had been acquired through the advancement of his energy refinement method to LV2 and two-handed sword to LV1. The most prudent method of allocation is to invest 1 point each in constitution and spirit, as these 2 attributes significantly influence the rate of progress. Lin Xiao believes that in the early stages, there is truly no necessity to allocate points to strength, as both muscle training and power absorption can enhance it. It seems that the strength attribute is the easiest to elevate during the initial phases. As for Lin Xiao's dilemma, it stems from the fact that after elevating his power refining technique to level 2, his efficiency and power extraction experienced a remarkable surge. His constitution, which is balanced with his spirit at 11 points, is unable to keep pace with the absorption. The level 2 power refining technique effectively grants an additional point to the spirit attribute, resulting in an overflow in energy extraction efficiency and consequently a waste. Furthermore, regarding agility, Lin Xiao is unaware of any efficient training methods. Today, his strength attribute surged by 2 points, while his agility only increased by 1. This occurred in the second-tier passage mechanism, amidst a barrage of assaults aligned with his footwork improvement. Whether it be Wu Zhixing or the burly giant, Gao Liangxiang, both possess higher strength attributes than agility. This indicates that enhancing agility is indeed more challenging than augmenting strength. It appears that power absorption cannot directly enhance agility. Instead, one must gradually adapt to the strengthened body, developing its application to a certain extent before agility can catch up. As for which attribute holds greater significance, Lin Xiao believes a direct comparison is futile. Strength serves as the upper limit of the body, while agility determines the percentage of strength exerted, effectively representing the energy expenditure. Moreover, it encompasses dynamic vision and neural reflex speed. Despite Gao Liangxiang's superior strength compared to Wu Zhixing, he ranks below him during dinner. Zhao Xia introduced Lin Xiao to the character of Gao Liangxiang. Otherwise, he would remain largely oblivious to the formidable individuals from other classes. In Lin Xiao's perspective, it is optimal for strength and agility to remain balanced to fully unleash one's potential. However, these are merely conjectures, as he has yet to have ample opportunities for validation. After a period of quiet contemplation, Lin Xiao decided to allocate 1 point to his constitution and reserve the other potential point for future use. Currently, the speed of power extraction should align closely with the body's absorption rate, and agility is sufficient for now, rendering further allocation unnecessary. Perhaps he will discover effective methods for enhancing agility in the future. Given the precious nature of potential points, it is wise to refrain from indiscriminate usage. Furthermore, he must seek efficient avenues to gain experience during academic classes, ensuring that time is not squandered. Today, the guidance from teacher Miao Fei has also borne fruit, prompting Lin Xiao to actively engage with various subject teachers for further discussions, particularly with those teaching combat and footwork. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xiao closed his eyes, preparing to commence the refinement of power. He must seize the moment to cultivate himself. Otherwise, facing Wu Zhixing in 2 weeks could result in a devastating defeat. A torrent of unseen power surged forth, traversing numerous barriers to converge upon Lin Xiao, dense as liquid. This time, Lin Xiao's body welcomed all energy, absorbing it entirely without a trace of waste. At 5 in the morning, Lin Xiao rose energetically to freshen up, and subsequently enjoyed breakfast in the cafeteria with Zhao Xia. Perhaps due to their bodies frequently undergoing the baptism of power, students at the military academy require little sleep, typically managing with around 4 hours. On the athletic field, Lin Xiao maintained a pace parallel to that of Zhao Xia, engaging in conversation as they ran. Their speed hovered around 18 meters per second, swift enough that Zhao Xia struggled to converse further. I must tell you, my roommate has been teaching me Go these past few days. You should learn it too. On our day off, I shall showcase my brilliance. Zhao Xia, her hair tied in a small ponytail and her bangs tousled by the wind, revealed her fair and smooth forehead. At that moment, she tilted her face up towards Lin Xiao, her expression beaming with pride as if she had achieved a great feat. Has learning a bit of Go made you clever? Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at his childhood friend, his expression somewhat nuanced. You, an outsider, have no idea how intellectually demanding Go can be. Zhao Xia retorted, her indignation palpable as she shook her small fist and passionately declared, last night, I played 3 games against a level 25 master on the Home Fox Go platform. I won 1 and lost 2. Seeing her triumphant demeanor, Lin Xiao was nearly taken aback. He truly did not comprehend the strength of a level 25 Go master. How are the levels of Go categorized? Ahem. Well, Zhao Xia turned her head away, beginning to speak evasively. You're too early to understand this. A novice should start from the basics of the rules. Just know that level 25 is quite formidable. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. After their morning practice, Lin Xiao discreetly searched online for the ranks on the Home Fox Go platform. On that site, the Go ranks were classified from top to bottom as follows. Artificial Intelligence Beta Go, Professional 9th Dan, Professional 1st Dan, Amateur 8th Dan, Amateur 1st Dan, Amateur Level 1, and Amateur Level 25. This meant that last night, Zhao Xia had played 3 games against the lowest-ranking players and had lost 2 of them. Goodness. Lin Xiao could hardly contain himself. However, the idea of learning Go was not without merit. After glancing at the ranking system on the screen, Lin Xiao thoughtfully began searching for Go tutorials. These rankings seemed to align quite well with his need to enhance pressure and accumulate experience. Chapter 12. I have memorized it all during the morning cultural class. Lin Xiao swiftly memorized and comprehended the rules of Go. He had now downloaded the Fox Go platform on his phone and was engaged in a game against another amateur rated at 25, who was equally inept. His full concentration was fixated on his mobile device, his brow furrowed as though facing a formidable adversary. He was so absorbed that he failed to notice the subtle glances exchanged among his classmates. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao. Zhao Xia's eyes sparkled with urgency as she covered her mouth with her hand, calling out his name in a hushed tone. Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, only to realize that the classroom was enveloped in silence, with his peers casting him looks of inexplicable admiration. At the podium, the teacher, sporting thick glasses and a receding hairline, observed the student engrossed in his phone with a cold, detached gaze. Lin Xiao blinked and offered a sheepish smile. It is essential to note that a military academy is far from an ordinary university. Here, one cannot simply skip classes or indulge in distractions at will. Although cultural studies constitute a minor portion of the curriculum, the knowledge imparted is imperative for students to master. For instance, in this particular class on exotic beasts, students were introduced to various common species, their threat levels, and appropriate countermeasures. This knowledge could significantly influence a student's career trajectory, whether they aspire to join the military or the Hunter Association. Understanding these creatures is crucial, as it enables one to discern their habits, strengths, and whether one possesses the capability to hunt them, as well as the methods to do so. The stakes are intimately tied to personal safety, making this understanding vital. Even the proudest among them, Wu Zhixing, was diligently attending to class, for no one wishes to gamble with their life. Lin Xiao's previous fainting spells were beyond his control. Yet his current distraction in class signified a severe attitude problem. The teacher, setting aside the textbook, leaned on the podium, his expression unwavering as he addressed Lin Xiao. Please describe the physical characteristics and threat level of the black wild boar. Lin Xiao politely rose, placing his phone on the desk. The black wild boar typically measures between 2 to 4 meters in length, stands 1.5 to 3 meters tall, and weighs between 2 to 5 tons. It possesses a long snout, jet black tusks, enormous claws, and its back is covered in dark scales with a hardness akin to steel. The standard threat level for an ordinary specimen is classified as D, while individuals exceeding 3 meters are rated C, categorized as high-risk exotic beasts. The teacher's demeanor remained unchanged as he pressed on. What are its weaknesses, and how should one hunt it? The weaknesses lie in its snout and abdomen, and it exhibits poor maneuverability. It is advisable to evade the beast's charge and strike its snout or slash its side, then engage directly once its mobility is compromised. Continue with the characteristics and hunting methods of the shadow blade mantis. The shadow blade mantis can blend into shadows, measuring between 0.8 to 1.5 meters in length, and stands. Discuss the blue-backed golden ape. What about the ghost-faced beast spider? The exotic beast instructor continued to pose questions, and Lin Xiao responded effortlessly, maintaining his composure. Initially, his classmates regarded him with teasing eyes, but as he answered correctly 10 consecutive times, their expressions shifted, revealing their astonishment. Goodness, are you really that formidable? Exclaimed Zhao Xiyu at the adjacent table, her eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth agape in sheer disbelief. As Lin Xiao correctly answered nearly 20 questions, the teacher, stroking his balding head, paused momentarily and inquired, "Have you prepared in advance?" "I memorized everything," Lin Xiao replied. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom as his classmates cast incredulous glances in his direction. Even Wu Zhixing, who usually wore a scowl, furrowed his brow in astonishment, eyeing him with suspicion. Whispers of astonishment filled the air. To memorize everything is quite exaggerated. No way. Are you even human? Impressive. It turns out he was merely pretending to play while secretly putting in effort. The childhood friend next to him trembled in shock, observing Lin Xiao's calm demeanor. The teacher adjusted his slipping glasses. "All right, take your seat and don't disturb your classmates." Lin Xiao complied, sitting down and reopening his phone. He had indeed memorized all the texts. After arriving at class that morning, he aimed to accumulate some experience points in speed reading. Utilizing his speed reading, level 1 with 11 points in mental acuity, along with agility 10 for quick reading, he painstakingly memorized the entire book. Yet upon checking his progress, he found that his speed reading had only increased by 5. Frustrated, he opted to delve into the game of Go. That had been his first attempt at playing Go, and he had barely made 2 moves before being called away. Now, his game had been interrupted due to his prolonged absence. After rematching and waiting a while, Lin Xiao commenced a new game. Although he had memorized the rules, he had never played before and was utterly ignorant of the strategies, relying solely on his intuition to make random moves. It felt embarrassing, but it was of little concern, as his opponent was not particularly skilled either. 3 minutes into the match, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Why haven't I received any experience points yet? Could it be that the system does not recognize Go as a skill? He found it perplexing, as the game was quite intellectually stimulating. Nevertheless, since he had started, he decided to complete the match. Thus, after approximately 10 minutes, the 2 inexperienced players concluded their game. Lin Xiao emerged victorious. Go, level 0, experience points 38. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the information on the screen, utterly stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a generous experience reward. It seemed that experience points were only awarded at the end of a match. 38 points in 10 minutes was reasonable, if only there were a way to expedite the process. His gaze drifted to the bottom right corner of his phone screen. Next to the button for standard matches was another button labeled Quick Game. While standard Go matches could last around 10 minutes, a quick game could conclude in under 5. This information had been noted during his reading of platform usage guidelines. Quick Game Mode. Activate. Within seconds, he was matched with an opponent. Indeed, in this restless society, the number of individuals who engage in rapid chess matches far exceeds those who take their time. Everyone seeks to seize fragments of their leisure moments to partake in a game. With a series of clicks, the match concluded in less than 3 minutes. This time, Lin Xiao faced defeat. Unfortunately, his lack of experience rendered him incapable of even contemplating his moves during the fast-paced game. Go, LV0, experience 32. Go is truly remarkable. Lin Xiao silently praised this national treasure, and without pause, he initiated another match. Go, LV0, experience 33. Go, LV0 Go, LV1. Potential point 1. Tears welled in Lin Xiao's eyes, and he yearned to exclaim, woohoo, take off. Without hesitation, he allocated the potential points he had saved from the previous day, enhancing both his physical and mental attributes by 1. His physical strength now stood at 13, and his mental acuity at 12, thus elevating his training speed to a new level. One might ponder, if Go can ascend so rapidly, what of other board games? Lin Xiao's body trembled with excitement, as he felt he had discovered a method to swiftly accumulate potential points. Thanks to the guidance of the benevolent Zhao Xia, he mused. Turning his head, Lin Xiao offered a slight bow to his childhood friend, who wore a comically naive expression, to repay her kindness. He resolved to dedicate himself fully on his day off, allowing her to experience the terrifying prowess of a player beyond level 1 in Go. Chapter 13. The inquisitive student Zhao Xia practiced combat techniques under the guidance of her instructor, Wang Gang, who sensed something amiss with Lin Xiao today. Mr. Wang, is there something wrong with my sidekick? The young man, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, executed a whip-like kick into the air. The force exerted by his right foot was excessive, causing his center of gravity to tilt. Thank you, teacher, he said, bowing his head in contemplation before returning to his position to correct his earlier movement against the training bag. Diligence and curiosity are commendable traits, after all, as it is Wang Gang's duty to nurture them. Yet, he pondered, why do I always feel my downward strike lacks power? Mr. Wang, how can one deliver a punch with explosive force at such a short distance? Mr. Wang, I find myself losing balance when executing consecutive flying kicks. Teacher. Wang Gang watched Lin Xiao's retreating figure with a mixture of exasperation and amusement, wondering if the student might be asking too many questions. Every few minutes, Lin Xiao approached him with inquiries about different movements, leaving Wang Gang momentarily bewildered. Initially, he suspected the young man was merely teasing him, so he observed closely. To his surprise, Lin Xiao was indeed practicing earnestly. After each inquiry, he would return to practice dozens of times, gradually refining his technique to the point where Wang Gang could scarcely identify any flaws. Such rapid progress was remarkable. It was gratifying for a teacher to witness a student growing stronger under his guidance. Yet, Wang Gang felt an inexplicable emptiness within, as though a part of him had been hollowed out. Bang. Combat skill, LV1. Experience 6, combat skill, LV1. Experience 3, combat skill, LV1. Experience 4. Having a teacher is indeed advantageous. As numbers frequently flashed before his eyes, Lin Xiao was filled with a sense of abundant joy. The instructors at military university were seasoned experts, consistently pinpointing his deficiencies. Today, Lin Xiao cast aside his inhibitions and approached his mentors without hesitation, eager to learn. The experience points accumulated rapidly, lifting his spirits. Combat skill, LV1. Experience 1. Combat skill, LV1. Experience 0. Noticing the experience points fluctuating between 1 and 0, Lin Xiao switched to a set of hooks. When the increment was minimal, he cheerfully approached his instructor once more. His frequent movements drew curious glances from his peers, yet Lin Xiao remained oblivious, prioritizing the acquisition of knowledge over trivial matters. As a student, it was only natural for him to absorb everything his teachers had to offer. Under the slightly weary expression of Mr. Wang, Lin Xiao embarked on another round of humble inquiries. Today's footwork lesson involved practical evasion and counterattacks, with students paired for one-on-one practice. To avoid hindering practice, the uniform for the footwork class is not the typical training attire, but rather a form-fitting white t-shirt paired with black shorts. Take this. Zhao Xia clenched her delicate fists and unleashed a series of fluid strikes towards Lin Xiao, yet he effortlessly evaded each one with a nonchalant grace. With a powerful punch, Lin Xiao seized her arm, pulling her forward while sweeping his leg against her calf. Zhao Xia's center of gravity shifted dramatically, causing her to lurch forward. While an ordinary person might have suffered a painful fall, Zhao Xia, as a student of the military university, swiftly supported herself with one hand, her agile waist twisting as she launched a fierce kick towards Lin Xiao's head. However, Lin Xiao had anticipated her move, deftly dodging her attack and capturing her right leg over his shoulder, securing it tightly. With his body leaning forward, he pressed down on Zhao Xia's neck, forcing her to the ground. Her cheek met the smooth wooden floor, and she pouted in frustration. "Why can't I defeat you now?" Lin Xiao grinned triumphantly, his hand resting on her fair thigh. "It seems the tables have turned. How does the floor feel?" "How infuriating." Zhao Xia pounded the ground with her fist, embodying a sense of injustice. With both her strength and agility at level 9 and her combat skills and footwork nearing level 1, she still found it impossible to surpass Lin Xiao at this moment. "All right, get up." Lin Xiao released his hold and stood up, prompting Zhao Xia to spring back to her feet with a swift motion. She glared at him fiercely, rubbing her face in determination. "Come at me. Don't hold back. Let us see if I can bring you down." Observing her bravado, Lin Xiao wore a bemused expression. "Are you certain?" "Absolutely. Let us go." "Oh no." Just as she finished speaking, Lin Xiao's fist whizzed past her earlobe, the force of it ruffling her hair. Zhao Xia instinctively recoiled, her face adorably startled. "You really want to go easy on me?" "Huh. I humbly request you to show some mercy. I've always been delicate and weak." Her eyes sparkled mischievously, lips forming a pout that begged for sympathy. "Hiya." A fierce straight punch aimed at Lin Xiao's abdomen, but he sidestepped just in time, transforming his punch into a knife-hand strike targeting his neck. Lin Xiao nimbly retreated 2 steps, prompting Zhao Xia to pursue with a spinning 3-kick combo. However, Lin Xiao intercepted her midair, seizing her neck with a firm grip. Once again, she found herself sprawled on the ground, indignantly pounding the floor. "How could you block that? How infuriating." Lin Xiao sat lightly on her lower back, amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded his childhood friend. After all, it had always been her easing up during their sparring sessions, and now the roles had reversed. "Get up. I'll slow my pace a bit to help you practice your footwork." "Oh." Zhao Xia, with a prolonged tone, was pulled up from the floor by Lin Xiao. This time, it was Lin Xiao who initiated the attack, while Zhao Xia focused on evasion. Yet, Lin Xiao slightly tempered his skill, attacking in a manner that allowed Zhao Xia to respond, albeit still feeling the pressure. This pressure was conducive to rapid improvement, a sentiment Lin Xiao was well acquainted with. "Your footing must be steady. If I launch a series of attacks, you will lose your balance. Do not let your heels rise too high, or your stability will weaken. Do not focus solely on my fists. My legs can strike as well. Your body must pivot in accordance with your footwork. Otherwise, your movements will become increasingly uncoordinated." Drawing upon his understanding of level 2 footwork, Lin Xiao adjusted the girl's deficiencies like a mentor. Gradually, Zhao Xia began to acclimatize to Lin Xiao's rhythm of attack, her initial clumsiness transforming into a more graceful evasion. She likely remained unaware that Lin Xiao was incrementally increasing the speed of his strikes, thereby intensifying the pressure upon her. After retracting a hook punch, Lin Xiao halted his assault. "Why have you stopped?" Zhao Xia, still caught in the exhilaration of her recent evasions, lightly bounced on the spot. reveling in her sense of accomplishment. Lin Xiao, with his index finger resting against his chin, pondered the information he had just observed. Footwork, level 0, 99. 9. This was Zhao Xia's data, which had stagnated at the threshold for quite some time during her gradual improvement. Why had she not ascended? Wait. Lin Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had fallen into a misconception. Normal individuals do not level up all at once like I do. It requires continuous reflection and thorough digestion of current insights to truly master them. Otherwise, one might even regress. Lin Xiao recalled instances when, after prolonged unconsciousness, he had noticeably experienced a decline in his punching power. Tonight, you must reflect on the key points from our session, he instructed earnestly. Noticing Lin Xiao's serious demeanor, Zhao Xia refrained from jesting and nodded obediently. Seeing that the girl took his words to heart brought Lin Xiao a sense of relief, and he resumed his stance. Ready to continue the training. Lin Xiao, could you team up with me? A suddenly cold yet magnetic female voice called out from behind. Chapter 14. The humanoid beast standing behind Lin Xiao was a tall and elegant woman. Her fitted attire accentuated her curvaceous figure. With long, slender legs extending from beneath her black shorts, she exuded a sense of beauty intertwined with strength. The slanted bangs framing her delicate features lent her an air of cool aloofness, embodying a striking yet detached femininity. Zhao Xia tilted her head slightly, murmuring a puzzled inquiry. Fong Wen. This was none other than Fong Wen, the second-ranked student from Class C, trailing only behind Wu Zhixing. Lin Xiao regarded this unexpected classmate with a look of bewilderment similar to that of his childhood friend. Under the intense scrutiny of the questioning gazes from Lin Xiao and Zhao Xia, Fong Wen's expression grew increasingly flustered. I apologize for interrupting your training. Contrary to her striking appearance and demeanor, this cool girl seemed somewhat bashful, a blush creeping up to her ears. I actually just wanted to spar with Lin Xiao, as there are aspects of his footwork that I find quite enlightening. Moreover, changing partners can foster mutual improvement and lead to greater progress. As her voice dwindled, a hint of uncertainty crept into her tone. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow and turned to his childhood companion. It was not that he feared she might feel jealous. He had never witnessed such emotions in her before. Their bond resembled that of family more than that of lovers. Lin Xiao had always practiced with Zhao Xia, who, out of concern for his well-being, would personally partner with him to shield him from undue harm. There was an underlying sense of protection in her actions. In truth, Lin Xiao had often held Zhao Xia back, as his previous weakness had hindered her ability to train effectively. Thus, today, he had chosen to forego the opportunity to accumulate experience points in footwork practice, dedicating himself entirely to assisting Zhao Xia, striving to make amends for the past. You decide, he said. Go on, go on. I want to practice with Chen Feifei. Zhao Xia waved her hand dismissively at Lin Xiao and ran towards the girl, beckoning her from the side. Chen Feifei was originally Fong Wen's training partner and shared a good rapport with Zhao Xia. In fact, Zhao Xia was well liked among the girls in class. However, out of concern for Lin Xiao, she often declined invitations from friends, fearing he might succumb to despair. With Lin Xiao's headaches now alleviated, it seemed that Zhao Xia's life would become considerably easier, free from the constant worry of where her childhood friend might faint. Lin Xiao sighed softly, burying his guilt deep within, and turned his attention back to Fong Wen. All right, you can attack first. Very well. In the blink of an eye, Fong Wen's tall figure appeared before Lin Xiao, delivering a swift and formidable punch. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted as he narrowly evaded the attack. Fong Wen's fist transformed into a blade-like strike, aimed directly at Lin Xiao, but the speed and force of her assault surpassed that of Zhao Xia's. Bang! Lin Xiao crossed his arms to block the powerful strike, but the immense force propelled him several centimeters into the air. And by the time his feet touched the ground again, he had shifted 2 meters away. He had been sent flying over 2 meters by that low blow. Rubbing his arm, Lin Xiao gazed intently at Fong Wen. With strength at 12, agility at 12, and both his martial arts and footwork at level 1, 98. It was evident why she ranked 11th in her grade. Her strength and agility surpassed his by 2 points, and her footwork was on the verge of level 2. Among all the students Lin Xiao had encountered, she exhibited the highest proficiency in footwork, even surpassing Wu Zhixing. Although Lin Xiao's footwork was superior, he was vastly outmatched in strength and speed. His level 2 footwork barely allowed him to defend himself without losing too quickly. This woman was not lying. She had indeed come with the intent to spar and improve. Are you ready? I'm coming in, Fong Wen announced, flexing her ankle, her long legs strikingly pale. Lin Xiao had no desire to experience the repercussions of being struck by those legs, which could effortlessly fell a rhinoceros. Lowering his center of gravity and tensing his nerves, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. Here it comes. Her fair legs transformed into lethal axes, slicing downward. Why were Lin Xiao and Fang Wen sparring? It seemed Fang Wen was taking this seriously, and it was quite impressive that Lin Xiao could endure for so long. Observing her footwork was a delight. The exchange between the two became increasingly intense, drawing the attention of their classmates. However, Lin Xiao found himself in a challenging predicament. Feeling as though he were dancing with death, Fang Wen's speed was astounding. He exerted every ounce of his energy, hardly daring to breathe, fearful that he might collapse under the next strike. Yet, Fang Wen seemed to possess plenty of stamina, even taking the time to observe how Lin Xiao evaded her attacks. Of course, Lin Xiao was not merely a passive target. He attempted to counterattack. However, with their strength and agility differing by 2 points. The disparity in their attributes became more pronounced as the battle progressed. Fang Wen's power, speed, and dynamic vision far exceeded his, and despite her slightly inferior footwork, evading his attacks was effortless for her. Lin Xiao felt that even if he did manage to land a hit, it would hardly matter, as his strikes were likely too feeble in comparison. Footwork, Level 2. Experience 3. Footwork, Level 2. Experience 2. Martial Arts, Level 1. Experience 2. Under the overwhelming pressure from Fang Wen, Lin Xiao had no capacity to check the notifications that appeared before him. With a swift movement, he evaded another high kick and attempted to retaliate with a punch. However, to his surprise, Fang Wen did not dodge this attack. Instead, she grasped his right arm with both hands, absorbing the blow with her abdomen. Yet, her kicking leg remained extended. This is bad. Lin Xiao exerted his strength in an attempt to swiftly break free from Fang Wen's grasp. However, it was too late. The back of that long leg had already made contact with Lin Xiao, resembling a pair of scissor blades that ensnared his neck. Bang! Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground, his posture reminiscent of Zhao Xia's just moments before. The sole distinction lay in the fact that he was not face down on the floor, but rather against Fang Wen's fair thigh. At that moment, he found himself trapped within the crook of Fang Wen's left leg, his cheeks pressed against her silky skin, inhaling the sweet fragrance of youth. Lin Xiao's face flushed crimson, veins bulging. It was not embarrassment, but rather the sensation that his neck was on the brink of being crushed. Slap, slap, in a frantic bid for release. He struck the floor a few times, his voice trembling as he uttered, "I concede." Fang Wen released her lethal grip, helping Lin Xiao to his feet with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. You were remarkably agile, and I got a bit carried away." She then kindly dusted off his clothes, her gentle demeanor a stark contrast to the fierce persona she had just exhibited. "Is it still possible to continue?" she inquired cautiously. "Come on, I'm ready," Lin Xiao replied, stretching his neck, determination rekindling in his expression. If he was to fear sparring with Fang Wen, how would he stand a chance against Wu Zhixing, the champion? All right. The gentle smile vanished from the girl's face, her demeanor shifting to one of cold indifference, exuding an intimidating pressure. In the corner, Wu Zhixing, indifferent as he trained with his own subordinate, casually dismissed his gaze, effortlessly toppling an opponent who failed to evade his strike. Not bad. It seems that even Shin, our third, struggles to last this long against Fang Wen. So, where does Lin Xiao rank in our class now? Since yesterday, he seems to have transformed, his spirit renewed. That leg lock looks terrifying. I find myself a bit envious of Lin Xiao. You think it's enjoyable from your side? Just wait until it's your turn. Fang Wen's leg could snap your neck. I suddenly feel envious of Lin Xiao as well. Wake up, you're a girl. The chatter of the classmates faded into the background for Lin Xiao. Distracted in the face of Fang Wen, he knew that such a lapse could spell his doom. Amidst the rapid accumulation of experience, Lin Xiao navigated through a thrilling and perilous lesson. Chapter 15. The Secret Lessons of the Master of Footwork. The day after the morning training, the hour-long power refinement concluded. Lin Xiao, feeling the transformative growth within his body, gradually opened his eyes. The information panel before him displayed, Strength, 10-11. Indeed, the enhancement of strength slowed significantly as one progressed. He had achieved the jump from 8 to 10 in just a day. Yet, moving from 10 to 11 required over a day and a half. This was predicated upon his physical constitution of 13, mental acuity of 12, and the prowess of his power refinement technique at LV2. Otherwise, it would have taken him several more days to achieve such a feat. The transition from a strength of 10 to 11 was palpable. Lin Xiao clenched his fist, distinctly sensing the extraordinary power coursing through his limbs. His punching force now undoubtedly surpassed 1 ton. Rising to his feet, Lin Xiao earnestly practiced a series of punches and kicks on the spot. The nearby students were not particularly astonished. as many engaged in physical activity following their power refinement to acclimate to their enhanced bodies. After a brief moment, Lin Xiao ceased his motions, crossing his arms in contemplation. Was there a sense of obstruction? His strength had indeed intensified considerably, yet it felt as if it were not fully unleashed. A subtle sensation of not being able to exert himself completely. Previously, as Lin Xiao grew stronger, he had never experienced such feelings. He would simply adapt with a bit of movement. Could it be due to his agility being slightly lower than his strength? Perhaps he would inquire with his teacher later in the afternoon. Lin Xiao set aside his thoughts, resolving to embody the virtue of a diligent student, ask more questions. Today, Wu Yong returned to school, his face wrapped in bandages. Truly, a student of the military university possessed remarkable resilience. A mere day of rest sufficed for recovery. Upon encountering Lin Xiao, Wu Yong's eyes flickered, unable to meet his gaze, his posture slightly hunched. It seemed he had indeed been intimidated. Even Wu Zhixing's other followers had subdued their arrogant demeanor. Strength, after all, was the ultimate truth. Lin Xiao welcomed this newfound tranquility. He had no desire to trample upon those who had once mocked him. After all, accumulating experience points was far more significant. Chess, LV0, experience 23. Chess, LV0, experience 20. Chess, LV0 chess, LV1. Potential point 1. International chess, LV0, experience 15. International chess, LV0, experience 12. International chess, LV0, international chess, LV1. Potential point 1. Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0, experience 8. Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0, experience 5. The process of leveling up in chess was not as effortless as Lin Xiao had envisioned. Firstly, the game must lack randomness, otherwise, it could not be classified as a skill by the system. Secondly, Lin Xiao discovered that whenever he mastered one type of chess, the experience points for the subsequent type would diminish. When he engaged in Sakura Prefecture Shogi, the experience points had dwindled to a point where it was hardly worthwhile, yielding only a few points per game. Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0, experience 6. Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV0. Sakura Prefecture Shogi, LV1. With great difficulty, Lin Xiao completed his shogi training, level 1. Just before the lunch break, letting out a sigh. Perhaps due to the numerous commonalities among various board games, the more he mastered, the less his mind was rigorously exercised, resulting in a decline in his experience points. He surmised that advancing to level 1 in the next game would be just as challenging as reaching level 2 in others. Henceforth, he decided to focus solely on Go, as the experience points accumulated much more swiftly. For the 3 newly acquired potential points this morning, Lin Xiao allocated 1 each to his physique and spirit, saving the last for future use. He intended to experiment with increasing his agility. If that proved unfeasible, he would reconsider his allocation. As for why his academic teacher paid him no mind, this morning, Lin Xiao had memorized an entire book, enhancing his shorthand skill to level 1 with a 6 increase in experience points. In the movement class, they practiced evasive maneuvers with equipment aids. How could one swiftly adapt to their newly enhanced physique? Su Ruomei sat in her office chair, casting a casual glance at Lin Xiao and reiterating the question in a breezy tone. Her current workload was rather light. By the 3rd year, she had nearly covered all the necessary teachings, leaving only the students' cumulative practice. She still occasionally offered guidance in the practical dodging and counterattack classes. But once the machinery was set up for the equipment-assisted course, she had little else to do, coasting through her salary. Unexpectedly, today, while she was relaxing in her office, a student intruded upon her leisure time. Indeed, I have made some progress in my strength recently, yet I feel incapable of fully harnessing my body's potential. Lin Xiao sincerely conveyed his concerns. He had meticulously noted the locations of his teachers' offices, determined to put an end to the idleness of all the slacking educators. The movement instructor nodded and lightly flicked her lady's cigarette. This issue is common among all of us, especially those who enhance their bodies with powers. The rapid increase in physical strength often outpaces our neural responses and bodily control. Su Ruomei elegantly crossed her legs, resembling a languid feline. Actually, the combat, movement, and weapon courses you regularly attend are designed to help you adapt swiftly to your newfound strength. As long as the levels of these classes improve, your control over your body should enhance expeditiously. Lin Xiao understood this well. After all, combat skills and weapon courses focused on physical exertion and control, while the movement class particularly honed their neural reaction speed and dynamic vision. Through daily practice, over time, they would acclimate to their enhanced physique. Yet, Lin Xiao was different. His strength had surged too rapidly, leaving his agility lagging behind. Was he truly left with no choice but to allocate points? It felt quite wasteful. However, there are indeed alternative methods. Sensing Lin Xiao's inner turmoil, Su Ruame wore a mischievous expression, as if she had successfully played a trick. How is your control over your power? Not bad. Lin Xiao scratched his head, responding modestly. Is it really just not bad? Su Ruame narrowed her eyes, smiling like a clever fox. Originally, the curriculum was intended to be introduced after the conclusion of your cultural classes. However, it appears that the time is approaching, as the school has summoned the instructors for the martial arts class. What is the martial arts class, you may wonder? Lin Xiao currently finds himself in a state of directly inquiring whenever he encounters something he does not comprehend. It is a class that one can only enter upon meeting specific criteria, requiring a certain level of control over one's power. Su Ruame gently caressed her cheek with her slender fingers, her tone tinged with a hint of ambiguity, as she remarked, I wonder if you will be selected. So it might not be entirely appropriate for me to divulge the course details to you in advance. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao puffed out his chest, shedding his earlier modest demeanor, and gave himself an approving thumbs up. Teacher, my power control level is exceptionally formidable. This display of opportunism successfully elicited laughter from the female instructor, who covered her mouth, giggling charmingly. Well, all right then, I shall discreetly share some details with you. Su Ruame placed her finger against her alluring lips, as if suggesting that he should keep this information to himself. Whether human or beast, the energy absorbed by cells is not entirely consumed. A portion of it is secretly stored. Lin Xiao, have you ever attempted to summon the power stored within your body? Chapter 16. Are you a monster, my boy? Did you remember the key points I just mentioned? Su Ruame leisurely spun around in her chair, her mood seemingly quite pleasant. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao rested his chin on his fingers, his brow furrowed in concentration. I recall them, but since I have yet to try, I am uncertain if I can succeed. Then you shall attempt it again tonight. You ought to return to your class now. The step instructor waved her hand, as if to dismiss this uninvited guest who had interrupted her leisure. Upon hearing the teacher's words, Lin Xiao wore an innocent expression, promptly plopping down onto the ground. Hey, why have you suddenly sat on the floor? Teacher, I wish to practice right now. Please guide me if I make a mistake. What a jest. With a teacher available, why would he explore on his own? I have just realized that you possess a rather mischievous streak. A soft foot playfully nudged his shoulder, accompanied by the slightly exasperated voice of the female instructor. However, Lin Xiao, who had already shed his inhibitions, closed his eyes and began to operate the energy refinement technique. This time, the target was not the external energy, but rather his own body. The teacher had said that to control the energy within, one must first perform the technique on oneself to fully grasp the sensation of energy flowing out. Initially, Lin Xiao began to draw from his body with the slightest power. As it was indeed his own flesh, he was genuinely concerned about causing harm. To his surprise, his cells seemed rather protective, refusing to yield even a morsel of energy. How amusingly frustrating. When he offered them energy, they had behaved like ravenous spirits, yet now, well-fed, they were unwilling to share, proving themselves to be a 1A street. In response, Lin Xiao gradually increased his extraction force, engaging in a tug-of-war with his own body. Ultimately, once the refining intensity reached a certain threshold, his cells reluctantly released a sphere of energy. The sensation was truly extraordinary, an experience distinct from the physical senses. No wonder teacher Su Ruame emphasized the necessity of personal experience for understanding. Moreover, the energy he had previously accessed was akin to a public natural resource. Lin Xiao had relied on the refinement technique to forcibly seize external energy, akin to a thief robbing from nature. He was incapable of directly manipulating it. In contrast, this new sphere of energy felt as though it bore Lin Xiao's mark, transforming it into his personal possession. As Lin Xiao's mental focus tugged at it, the energy began to shift within his body, even imparting an additional sense. Energy, LV0, Experience 4, releasing his mental control. The sphere of energy smoothly integrated into his cells. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and gazed intently at his teacher. Teacher, I have extracted the energy. What should I do next? How did you achieve this so quickly? Su Ruame, who had just placed a cigarette in her mouth, was momentarily taken aback by her student's proclamation. Are you certain you have drawn out the energy? Can you control it? Indeed, I can, despite some resistance. Lin Xiao's mental strength proved to be ample, making manipulation effortless. One should not underestimate you. Su Ruame lit a cigarette, her gaze deepening. No wonder Wang Gang remarked that this lad's prowess in refining energy ranks just below the top 2. he possesses an innate high mental intensity. The energy within the cells essentially acts as an extension of our bodies. One must guide it to traverse the entirety of oneself gradually. The instructor placed a finger against Lin Xiao's chest, tracing down to his arm, then his fingers, and back to his chest, repeating the process with the other arm. Once the energy circulated throughout his body, his brain would clearly register the changes and automatically make corresponding adjustments. Following this, a normal workout would enable him to swiftly acclimatize to his enhanced physique. Essentially, inner vision? Yes, indeed. This term seems to have existed even before the cataclysm. Lin Xiao grasped this, yet he harbored another question. Would extracting more energy be detrimental to his body? Not at all. Even if one were to extract it all, it would bear no adverse effects, as these are merely reserve energies, albeit students often struggle to control excessive amounts. With this reassurance, Lin Xiao promptly commenced his actions. The second attempt was considerably simpler. He even managed to extract the energy within his body solely using mental strength, without the need for the energy extraction technique. As anticipated, once he succeeded in one endeavor, the next followed suit effortlessly. The cells within him seemed to give in, eager for him to take charge. However, when Lin Xiao, still unsatisfied after extracting a significant amount of energy, sought to demand more, the cells suddenly adopted a miserly stance, rebuffing his will. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Deeming this unacceptable, the energy within his body should be readily available for use, or it would be quite troublesome. He then activated the energy extraction technique, determined to eradicate the body's instinct to hoard. After all, it would not harm him, and Lin Xiao confidently increased the intensity. Under the terrifying suction, the cells within seemed to emit mournful cries as the hidden energy was thoroughly extracted. As Lin Xiao sensed the energy nearly overflowing his body, approaching a liquid state, he was momentarily dazed. Goodness, so much had been hoarded away. Then came a completely new perception. He felt as though he could see his internal organs, every bone, every blood vessel, every muscle. A wealth of information unfolded, allowing his brain to distinctly recognize the state of his body. Was control still necessary? Lin Xiao found himself bewildered. It was almost brimming throughout his being. He released his mental strength, attempting to command this mass of energy. But the soul sensation was heavy, incredibly heavy. Even with Lin Xiao's formidable mental attribute of 13, dragging it felt akin to a snail's pace, an arduous endeavor. Energy, LV0, Experience 2, Mental Attribute, Level Up. Lin Xiao wasted no time, immediately allocating the remaining potential points, resulting in a significant surge in his mental intensity. This time, he could barely manage the colossal energy. Though still sluggish, he could distinctly perceive its movement, merging, and intertwining within him. Power, LV0, Experience 16, Power, LV0, Experience 14, Power, LV0, Experience 15. What exactly is this skill? Is it about control over power? Lin Xiao was not entirely clear, but it mattered little. He knew that a new potential point was soon to be his. Power, LV0, Experience 14, Power, LV0 Power, LV1. Potential point 1. In that fleeting moment of skill advancement, Lin Xiao felt an immediate lightness of spirit as his ability to manipulate energy ascended to a new echelon. The power within him, previously sluggish, now flowed like a gentle stream, shifting and expanding with Lin Xiao's will, even overflowing from his very being. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and gazed at his right hand. Although no visible changes were discernible to the naked eye, he could distinctly sense a layer of translucent, gaseous energy enveloping his palm, emanating from within him. You. Are you some kind of monster? Lin Xiao turned his head, only to behold a pair of eyes, sharp and erect like needles. Chapter 17. The Power of Transformation. It was the first time Lin Xiao had witnessed such an expression on his teacher's face. This female educator, who usually exuded a carefree and buoyant aura, now wore an exceptionally grave countenance. Her finely arched brows were furrowed, and the playful glimmer in her crescent-shaped eyes had vanished, replaced by a piercing sharpness akin to a blade. Noticing her unwavering gaze fixed on his right hand, Lin Xiao curiously inquired, "Teacher, can you see it? Try concentrating your energy into your eyes." With a sudden realization, Lin Xiao focused a modicum of energy into his pupils. The world transformed before him. Reds appeared more vibrant, blues more profound, and his vision became extraordinarily clear. He could even discern the intricate patterns on a mosquito's wings several meters away on the wall. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though there were almost imperceptible particles suspended in the air, in hues of red, green, blue, and yellow, drifting aimlessly, too minuscule to be fully observed. Gazing out the window, he noticed the tall tree beside the teaching building, its lush leaves swaying gently in the breeze. However, the movement seemed somewhat sluggish. What are you looking at? Look at your own palm. Snapping back from this wondrous state, Lin Xiao directed his attention to his right hand. The elongated surface of his palm was enveloped in a wisp of light gray gas, clinging to his skin like an ethereal glove. This is the true combat form of power. Su Ruomei lightly touched the back of Lin Xiao's hand. Her expression now more composed than before. He could see that her pupils appeared to be shrouded in a veil, dark and profound. This was likely the manifestation of energy concentration in her eyes. Is this layer of energy beneficial for combat? Clenching his fist, Lin Xiao felt no change in his physical strength. It can enhance the destructive power of your attacks and provide considerable defensive capabilities. Come here. Lin Xiao followed Su Ruomei to the corner of the office, where a force measurement device stood. For your first punch, draw all the energy back into your body. Just like usual. Nodding, Lin Xiao relinquished control over the energy within him, allowing it to dissolve into his cells. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a straight punch. Bang. The force meter registered. 1058 kg. Very good. For your second punch, channel the energy from within you into your right hand as you strike. Lin Xiao guided the energy to flow into his arm and executed the second punch. Bang. The meter read 1341 kg. Wait, such a significant increase. Lin Xiao was taken aback. This punch gained nearly 300 kg, a far greater enhancement than when his strength had increased from 10 to 11. Immediately, Su Ruomei, with a slightly exasperated expression, corrected his misunderstanding. It's because the energy density within you is exceptionally high. Ordinary students would probably see an increase of around 100 kg. Recalling the near-liquid state of energy within him, Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. This was likely due to his physique rating of 14, allowing for a higher quality of cellular energy storage. In that moment, I concentrated energy at the points of exertion. Would this enhance the amplitude? Indeed. However, this would also increase consumption. Is there truly a consumption factor? Lin Xiao hastily closed his eyes, attuning to the sphere of power in his right hand. It seemed there was indeed a slight depletion. Since it was minimal, Lin Xiao had not noticed it earlier. Could it be replenished during the refinement of power? Precisely. Once the body is nourished, it instinctively stores any surplus energy. That is reassuring. Utilizing it wouldn't evoke regret, and Lin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, the third punch. Infuse the power onto the surface of the body. Once again, Lin Xiao's skin enveloped in a layer of energy, resembling a pale gray veil. Bang. This punch felt distinct. It was as if the skin did not directly contact the force gauge. Lin Xiao relaxed his palm and glanced at the screen. Force gauge, 1753 kg. As he brushed against the ethereal veil, Lin Xiao could hardly fathom its formidable destructive potential. At that moment, Teacher Su Ruomei's voice resonated softly. This is referred to as power manifestation. Lin Xiao turned to see his teacher raising her clasped left hand, fingers extending one by one. Enrichment. Entwining, release, transformation. What you are achieving now is the second stage, power entwining. Thus, power, LV0 corresponds to the first stage of enrichment, while power, LV1 equates to the second stage of entwining. Does release and transformation then signify LV2 and LV3 respectively? What effects do they entail? Are there any further levels beyond this? Just as Lin Xiao was about to voice his inquiries, his footwork instructor's hand settled on his shoulders. Lin Xiao, my dear student. What is it? Su Ruomei's sudden grave and earnest tone startled Lin Xiao. Before the official commencement of the martial transformation class, do not employ power entwining on your classmates. Understood. After all, this was a clandestine favor from the teacher, and Lin Xiao was aware of the boundaries. Though he was curious as to why she emphasized entwining. Is power entwining particularly challenging? A smile graced Su Ruomei's lips, yet her eyes held no mirth. It is indeed difficult. Even within the Hunters Association, not all hunters can accomplish it. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is, the female instructor grasped his collar, pulling Lin Xiao's head down to her face. If you solely utilize enrichment, no one will discern anything, but once you employ entwining, the instructors will surely notice the anomaly. Su Ruomei's voice was low, imbued with a faint scent of tobacco and blueberries that gently brushed against Lin Xiao's face. If the teachers observe my use of power entwining, they will realize that someone has been clandestinely imparting these lessons to me. Given the seriousness with which the footwork instructor now conducted herself, Lin Xiao tensed, lowering his tone to a whisper. Indeed. Su Ruomei nodded slightly, her expression heavy with import. They will harbor suspicions, conduct inquiries, and ultimately, they will trace it back to me. Is it truly a grave transgression for teacher Su to have inadvertently disclosed the course details to me? At this moment, Lin Xiao was engulfed by a profound sense of guilt and solemnly assured, "Rest assured, teacher, prior to the commencement of the martial arts class, I will absolutely refrain from employing entanglement. No, even with my powers fully charged, I shall not resort to its use." Even if it meant conceding defeat in his battle against Wu Zhixing, Lin Xiao was unwilling to embroil those who had aided him in trouble. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Ruome's expression softened slightly, and she murmured, "That is good. That is good." Witnessing this, Lin Xiao felt an even deeper pang of discomfort. Had he known that revealing the coarse details bore such grave consequences, he would have certainly refrained from taking advantage. "Teacher, if others were to discover this, would you be dismissed?" "Not quite," Su Ruome replied, shaking her head, her fists clenched tightly, her brow furrowed, her tone grave. "However, I would be subjected to a meal penalty." In that instant, Lin Xiao felt as though his spirit had withered. He could only regard his previous self as foolish. "I shall return to my classes now." "Hey, why do you seem somewhat disdainful of your teacher? Your expression feels rather disrespectful to me." Chapter 18, Bullet Time, Hunter Mode. With the remaining half-segment of the footwork class concluded, Lin Xiao returned to the equipment assistance corridor for training. The internal visualization technique taught by teacher Su Ruome proved remarkably effective. Although his agility on the panel had yet to increase, Lin Xiao sensed a significant reduction in the sense of blockage within his body. Furthermore, he discovered that allowing power to overflow from his pupils and filling his brain with energy produced an astonishing effect. It felt as if the surrounding environment had slowed down. This enhancement was not merely an improvement in dynamic vision, but his brain also seemed to operate at an accelerated pace, akin to the stimulation of human adrenaline. As if time itself had decelerated. This revelation filled Lin Xiao with elation, prompting him to whimsically name this technique Bullet Time. Armed with Bullet Time and the speed boost from his 11 points in strength, he challenged the third level of the mechanisms once more. Although the pressure remained considerable, and the rubber projectiles made his scalp tingle, Lin Xiao persevered this time, finding that he had more room to evade. The oppressive force of the third-level mechanism significantly enhanced his footwork proficiency, elevating it from 3.7 to 6.8. This marked the largest increase since reaching level 2. Yet the experience required to ascend to level 3 was daunting, leaving Lin Xiao uncertain if he could achieve it this semester. Rubbing the slightly painful skin from the rubber projectiles, Lin Xiao sighed, acknowledging that each point of experience was indeed hard-earned. After class, during the free sparring session, Lin Xiao braced his arms against his chest, defending against Zhao Xia's torrential barrage of attacks. While using his elbows to block her strikes, he attentively observed her movements, occasionally offering guidance. "Your posture is somewhat uncoordinated when you throw punches. You need to exert more force with your feet." "I know," Zhao Xia replied, her tone playful. Yet, it was evident from her recently upgraded level 1 footwork that she had absorbed Lin Xiao's advice. Now, Lin Xiao aimed to help her elevate her combat skills to level 1 as well, which would likely enhance her ranking in class. With a powerful sidekick, Lin Xiao sent the girl flying 2 meters away, landing on the training ground. "All right, that will be all for today. Be sure to digest and summarize what you've learned." Zhao Xia brushed off the dust from her clothes, standing with her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. "Humph. I'm improving so quickly. Don't you think I'm impressive?" Although Lin Xiao had not exerted his full strength during the sidekick, targeting her well-guarded arms, which made it appear she had flown far, she had not sustained any injury from the impact. Her progress was commendable. Lin Xiao watched her with a subtle expression, reflecting on how not long ago he had been on the receiving end of the blows. And now the roles had reversed. Was that truly something to take pride in? "Xiaya, are you ready over there?" A melodious voice chimed from a distance as a petite girl with long hair approached. Her clothes were covered in dust, her lips turned down, and her brows formed a frown, giving her a somewhat comical yet pitiful expression. I have once again been bested by Fang Wenwen. Have you concluded your training?" This girl, Chen Feifei, hovers around the 8th or 9th rank in our class. She typically trains alongside Fang Wen. Yet, it is evident that the disparity in their abilities is substantial, as one can discern from her disheveled appearance. "Would you like to team up with me? Fang Wenwen is truly formidable, you know." I know. Please let go. Why are you messier than I am?" At this moment, Chen Feifei was tightly embracing Zhao Xia's waist, nuzzling her cheek against hers. Ever since their last training session together, Chen Feifei has developed a fondness for partnering with Zhao Xia, likely due to their comparable skill levels. Fang Wen and Chen Feifei seem to have been acquainted for quite some time, similar to how Lin Xiao trains Zhao Xia now. She often drags Chen Feifei into intensive training, resulting in Chen Feifei being utterly overwhelmed every day. "Lin Xiao, Hurry over to Fong Wenwen. Xia is now mine. Chen Fei waved her hand dismissively at Lin Xiao, as if to shoo him away. Do not call me Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sighed, finding himself unaccustomed to her penchant for reduplicated words. However, today's special training with his childhood friend had also reached its conclusion. It was time for him to increase his intensity. In the adjacent training area, Fong Wen stood with her eyes closed, maintaining an aura of icy severity, akin to a blade freshly sheathed. The moment Lin Xiao stepped into the vicinity, she opened her eyes, her body transforming into a shadow, unleashing a fierce punch. Bang! Lin Xiao crossed his arms, blocking the direct strike with exaggerated force, causing his shoes to skid several meters across the ground. Fong Wen examined her fist, perplexed, and inquired, "It seems you have become somewhat stronger?" Rubbing his wrist, Lin Xiao replied half-jokingly, "In a few days, you may not need to hold back." "Is that so? How delightful." Fong Wen lowered her stance, a radiant smile gracing her exquisite features. "How wonderful." The human-like female beast charged forward, delivering a kick more terrifying than a blade's edge. Since mastering introspection, Lin Xiao would routinely scan his body with energy after refining his power. According to his teacher, this practice accelerates the brain's recognition of the physical form while simultaneously enhancing energy control. Lin Xiao wholeheartedly agreed, as this also allowed him to accumulate experience points for his power level, LV1. By the following day's combat class, his agility had successfully risen to 11 points, matching his strength. The sense of obstruction within him had vanished entirely. At this moment, Lin Xiao felt that fully mastering his own power was a truly exquisite experience. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and arched his body, delivering a powerful blow to the striking bag. Bang! Martial Arts, LV1. Experience 3, Striking Force, 1,149 kilograms. With just that slight increase in agility, his usual striking power had nearly fallen short by 100 kilograms. Indeed, no attribute should be underestimated. Balanced development is the ultimate path. Upon confirming the values, Lin Xiao discreetly extended his hand and turned off the screen of the energy gauge. He could not afford to let anyone see, as he was about to simultaneously accumulate experience points from two sources. A surging power began to fill his body, circulating through every part that exerted force. He refrained from utilizing the power wrapping technique, for the martial arts instructor nearby was certainly not oblivious. This ability had been clandestinely acquired, and being discovered would be quite unpleasant. He eagerly anticipated the commencement of the martial transformation class, as it would enable him to train his power openly. With a resounding thud, the moment his fist was unleashed, the internal energy surged forth, guided by Lin Xiao's will, flowing like a stream towards the tip of his fist. Martial Arts, LV1. Experience points 2, Power, LV1. Experience points 4. This was a subtle technique Lin Xiao had discovered, wherein he dispersed energy across the various exerting points of his body, synchronizing it with his physical movements to accumulate and transfer it to the next point of exertion. Ultimately, all strength converged upon the attacking limb, delivering a powerful strike. The advantage of this approach lay in its minimal energy expenditure while maximizing impact, simultaneously honing Lin Xiao's proficiency in wielding power. Of course, should he truly desire to unleash his full potential, Lin Xiao would have to draw upon every ounce of energy within him, saturating his entire being with power. He had secretly experimented with this, and the results were astonishing. It was indeed a display of overwhelming strength, with both speed and power achieving remarkable heights. However, the cost was a terrifying rate of energy depletion. It is worth noting that Lin Xiao had already augmented his physical attributes, bringing his constitution to an impressive 15 points, resulting in an extraordinary reserve of power. Yet, even with such reserves, the duration of full-body energy saturation could not exceed half an hour. Every cell in his body would be consuming energy at a frantic pace, trading it for supercharged combat prowess. Lin Xiao had whimsically dubbed this ability Hunter Mode. Naturally, he harbored even more outrageous ideas, such as employing energy wrapping across his entire body while in Hunter Mode. This, however, was too conspicuous, and he had yet to find an opportunity to test it. Yet, if successful, what would he name this skill? Lin Xiao felt deeply that the act of naming was, in fact, a formidable challenge. Chapter 19. The Deadly Temptation of the Class Guide. Are you considering taking on a part-time job this weekend? With the conclusion of the afternoon's power refinement class, Zhao Xia's words left Lin Xiao in a state of bewilderment. It was only then that he realized it was already Friday. Indeed, for days had elapsed since he fainted on Monday and acquired the system. In this brief span, Lin Xiao's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he found himself so immersed in the experience of becoming stronger that his sense of time had become somewhat nebulous. Previously, weekends were spent frantically catching up on classes, but now the thought of a part-time job no longer seemed burdensome. It appeared there was indeed time to engage in such work. He pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Spending a few hours on the weekend for a part-time job doesn't seem too bad. I could earn some money for gifts for my mother and sister. Having lived at school, he had been impoverished, even wearing the school's standard uniform, and had never sent his family any monetary gifts. The thought was somewhat shameful, especially considering Zhao Xia frequently ordered items online to send home. As for the duel with Wu Zhixing, frankly, even if he were to lose, it would not be a significant concern. At worst, he would spend a day in the infirmary. Moreover, with his current rate of progress, how many times could Wu Zhixing possibly defeat him? Realizing this, he began to understand that perhaps he need not exert himself so rigorously every day. Occasionally tutoring would not be a bad idea. All right, send me the tutoring platform. I must tell you, there are long-term and short-term assignments here, along with specific requirements. Zhao Xia squeezed beside Lin Xiao, and the two sat on the floor of the training classroom, whispering to one another. Lin Xiao, a calm, indifferent voice cut through their conversation, causing both to nearly jump in fright. It was their class guide, Wuqihua. What is it, teacher? Lin Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, gazing at the teacher standing before him, her expression as stern as ever. He felt a flutter of anxiety mixed with confusion. Hadn't the power refinement class already concluded? Had he committed some offense? Aside from perhaps being a bit too brazen with his phone during cultural classes lately. Come to my office. Without further explanation, Wuqihua turned and departed. Zhao Xia cast a sly glance at the teacher's retreating figure, clasping her hands in a gesture of prayer towards Lin Xiao. May you seek your own blessings. Don't make it sound like I'm the one in trouble. Would you like to drink? Anything is fine. Please, feel free. Seated opposite Wuqihua, Lin Xiao straightened his posture, attentively watching as she prepared the tea set. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he always felt a twinge of apprehension in the presence of his class guide, akin to how one might feel in front of a strict homeroom teacher in childhood. Initially, he thought it was merely his own issue, but he later discovered that everyone in the class, aside from Wu Zhixing, shared an inexplicable reverence for her. It could only be said that this formidable woman emanated an aura so powerful that students felt like mice encountering a cat. As the fragrant aroma of oolong tea filled the air, a cup of golden, clear tea was placed before him. Lin Xiao politely tapped the table lightly in gratitude. Recently, have the issues that have been troubling you subsided? Wuqihua took a delicate sip of tea, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao. Indeed, after fainting on Monday, the symptoms vanished, and I have been free of headaches these past few days. Lin Xiao had prepared for this inquiry in his mind, responding with an ease that came naturally. After all, aside from family, who would delve so deeply into one's health concerns? The class instructor nodded slightly, her fingers lightly tapping the table. Are you considering taking on a part-time job? It appeared she had overheard his conversation with Zhao Xia. Yet he wondered why she would approach him. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of confusion, as the military university had never concerned itself with such matters. Yes, I wish to earn some money in my spare time. Will your grades improve? Please rest assured. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly, providing a confident reply. I am diligently honing my skills, and I have made considerable progress in all areas, enabling me to graduate successfully. No, that is not what I meant. Wuqihua rested her elbows on the table, her hands clasped beneath her chin, the lenses of her glasses glinting with a white light. I meant, can your grades return to the rank you held upon enrollment? Lin Xiao had been third in his cohort upon entering, even surpassing his peers in martial arts and conduct. It should be possible before graduation. Though he felt confident, bolstered by the system he possessed, Lin Xiao sensed he was being overly ambitious in his statements, which might come off as arrogant. What about during your third year? I will strive to do my best. What is going on? Why was the instructor so aggressive today, and how could she expect someone at the bottom to rise to the top in mere months? Well, you could indeed do it, but the teacher was unaware of his system. After hearing Lin Xiao's ambiguous response, Wuqihua took another sip of tea and suddenly made a seemingly unrelated remark. The school actually offers scholarships. Students ranked within the top 20 of their cohort receive a monthly financial aid from the military university. Why have I never received any? Lin Xiao felt a wave of despair wash over him. The evaluations are based on end-of-semester assessments, not on entrance scores. It seemed Wuqihua could sense Lin Xiao's inner turmoil and calmly added, May I inquire about the amount of this subsidy? Lin Xiao lowered his head, his tone unusually calm. Class instructor Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Each rank corresponds to a different amount, starting from the 20th position. The scholarship is 10,000 yuan. For each rank above that, the scholarship increases by 1,000. In other words, had he maintained his original rank, he could have been receiving a monthly subsidy of 27,000 yuan over the past 2 years. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of loss. To put this into perspective, his mother's salary was merely 7,000 a month. Such a subsidy could significantly ease their family's financial burdens. The increase of 1,000 continues only up to the 4th rank, while the top 3 positions are calculated differently. Wu Qinghua took another sip of tea, pausing momentarily. The scholarship for 3rd place. 50,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's mouth slightly agape, his heart filled with despair. How much had he truly missed? Thus, I ask you, can you return to the top 3 this semester? Absolutely. Lin Xiao's response was resolute, devoid of any hesitation. Well, confidence is all that matters. Wu Qinghua appeared quite satisfied with Lin Xiao's answer, pouring herself another cup of hot tea. Moreover, in 10 days, the selection for class leader will commence at the end of the month. Indeed, Lin Xiao blinked in confusion. Each month, Military University hosts a class competition, where each class selects its leader in advance at the end of the previous month. Class C's leader has always been Wu Zhixing, and his duel with Lin Xiao is set for the leader selection, where he, the former leader, will welcome any challengers from the class. But why bring this up suddenly? It does not pertain to the year's ranking. In truth, the class leader receives an additional stipend, amounting to 10,000 yuan. Very well, Wu Zhixing. Prepare to meet your fate. Lin Xiao clenched his fist beneath the table, his gaze sharpening. This is far more lucrative than any part-time job. Oh, by the way, teacher, what is the scholarship for the 1st place in the year? Wu Qinghua hesitated for a moment, removing her glasses. Her eyes, as dark as ink, quietly regarded Lin Xiao. This is quite a challenge. Lin Xiao did not flinch, maintaining eye contact with the class instructor. Before long, a smile illuminated the woman's face. Radiant and enchanting, even somewhat alluring. The 1st place receives 150,000 yuan. Chapter 20. Ready to begin. During dinner, Lin Xiao informed Zhao Xia of his decision to forego a part-time job. He meticulously completed the remaining coursework for the day and returned to his dormitory to engage in the refinement of his abilities. After finishing his personal hygiene routine, Lin Xiao reclined on his bed and summoned his status panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points, 0, Strength, 11, Agility, 11, Constitution, 15, Mentality, 14, Skills, Ability Refinement, Incomplete, LV2, 8, 5, Step Technique, LV2, 7, 1. Two-handed sword, LV1, 73, 9, Combat Techniques, LV1, 65, 7, Ability, LV1, 4, 2, Go, LV1, 25, 3, Shorthand, LV1, 14, 8. Mental Calculation, LV1, 1, 2. With 10 days remaining until the end of the month, he needed to clarify which skills he could enhance in such a short time. First, he considered the Ability Refinement Technique, dismissing the Step Technique as it required an exorbitant amount of experience points for advancement from LV2, rendering immediate upgrade impossible. Next, while he believed he could manage to improve shorthand and mental calculation with some effort, the time investment would encroach upon his regular trainings, proving to be inefficient and ultimately counterproductive. Frankly speaking, progressing in Go was significantly easier than the others. Focusing solely on Go during his cultural classes should allow him to reach LV2 within a few days. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao mentally cataloged his targeted skills: two-handed sword, LV1, combat techniques, LV1, and Go, LV1. These were the skills he could max out within the 10-day time frame. As for his ability at LV1, it seemed rather precarious, and he was reluctant to employ his ability transformation in battle, given that it was a technique he had acquired through dubious means, which felt inherently inappropriate. Although his step technique instructor had mentioned it lightly, it still constituted a breach of regulations. Otherwise, why would she have been reprimanded with a meal penalty? Thus, upon careful consideration, he realized he could only accumulate 3 potential points at most. To be candid, that was hardly sufficient. Wu Zhixing boasted a strength of 14 points. Lin Xiao needed to elevate his own strength to a comparable level within 10 days. The further he progressed, the slower the enhancements became. How long would it take to increase his strength from 11 to 12? even for someone with Lin Xiao's extraordinary constitution and mentality. Achieving a 3-point increase in 10 days would be quite a formidable task. As for allocating points to strength, Lin Xiao was not willing to sacrifice his progress for a mere 10,000 yuan. If he aspired to catch up with others who had trained for over 2 years in such a short span, he would need to amplify his rate of improvement to an extraordinary degree. For that, he required potential points. Reflecting on the various facilities within the school, including classrooms, Lin Xiao engaged in a brainstorming session, fervently contemplating ways to acquire new skills. It is worth noting that the transition from skill LV0 to LV1 offered the highest cost-effectiveness and was the simplest in terms of experience accumulation. Perhaps a multi-weapon dojo. A military firearms shooting range. Lin Xiao's eyes gradually brightened. I apologize, Wu Zhixing, but for the sake of the class scholarship, I regrettably must take you down a notch. Closing his eyes, he was just about to rest when the words of his afternoon instructor resurfaced in his mind. To surpass the top 2 contenders, one must clearly recognize their inner desires. These were the words spoken by the class instructor, Wu Qihua, as he left the office. A sentiment he has yet to comprehend. On Saturday morning, Lin Xiao, as usual, completed his muscle training and power enhancement courses with his childhood friend. These activities were essential. One must not succumb to lethargy simply because it was the weekend. I'm off to tutor, he declared, adding, remember to play online Go in the evening, so you can witness the prowess of a level 19 master. Zhao Xia strutted away, and Lin Xiao silently observed her retreating figure. Reluctant to reveal that he had actually reached the amateur level of 2 Dan, surpassing her by approximately 20 ranks. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Xiao made his way to the shooting range alone. The venue was quite spacious, featuring a shooting gallery with an array of military weapons. Each weapon display was attended by several staff members responsible for maintenance and operational guidance. While the range was typically devoid of visitors, weekends attracted students, as enthusiasts of firearms were not in short supply. With the assistance of the staff, Lin Xiao selected a large-caliber handgun and an automatic rifle before proceeding to the range. After learning the shooting techniques and safety protocols, he began firing at the target. Bang, bang, bang. Shooting. LV0, Experience 3 Shooting. LV0, Experience 2 Shooting. LV0, Experience 3. As he changed the magazine, Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. The skill was designated as shooting, rather than handgun proficiency, indicating that he could not easily accrue potential points. Bang, bang, bang. Shooting. LV0, Experience 3 Shooting. LV0, Experience 2 Shooting. LV0 Shooting. LV1. Potential points 1. Diligently finishing the remaining bullets, Lin Xiao returned the firearms. Students were permitted to test 3 grenades free of charge each week, and for practice, they could use model grenades which functioned identically but lacked explosives. Just give me the model grenades, he requested. Don't you want a few real ones? The staff inquired. Not necessary. Very well. Under the staff's curious gaze, Lin Xiao took several model grenades and proceeded to the training area, pulling the pin and throwing. The grenade arched gracefully through the air, landing precisely in the target zone. Moments later, a sharp thud signaled the simulated explosion of the grenade. Throwing. LV0, Experience 2, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow silently. It seemed this skill could also be practiced with a javelin, or even by picking up stones along the roadside. Well, since he was already here, he might as well familiarize himself with the process. Throwing. LV0, Experience 3, Throwing. LV0, Experience 2, after several trips to collect model grenades. Lin Xiao grew somewhat weary and decided to simply throw whatever he picked up, mindful that he still needed to aim. Otherwise, he would earn no experience points. Throwing. LV0, Experience 4, Throwing. LV0 Throwing. LV1. After returning all the items, Lin Xiao departed. Although the outcome was somewhat unexpected, acquiring 2 potential points within an hour was quite gratifying. He had come here with the hope of exploiting a glitch, but his true objective lay at the weapon dojo. The weapon dojo essentially served as a venue for elective weapon courses, boasting numerous classrooms, each dedicated to a specific weapon class. Some non-elective weapons also had corresponding training rooms, albeit without formal courses. Upon entering, Lin Xiao immediately sensed an increase in foot traffic. Even on a weekend, many students were diligently practicing. The bright corridor was lined with various weapon classrooms, each adorned with a distinct sign: broadsword, great axe, war hammer, long blade, rapier, whip. If dual wielding could be recognized as an independent skill, then it stood to reason that other weapons could be as well. A bountiful smile graced Lin Xiao's face. Chapter 21. Master of Weapons Lin Xiao, a frenzied journey of experience accumulation. Didn't that person just emerge from the spear room? Why has he returned to our area? Perhaps he is merely testing the feel of the weapon. Is that not the essence of a holiday? The quality of a weapon matters more than its quantity. Mastering every weapon implies an inability to truly excel at any. Indeed, observe his axe swinging. It is quite lacking. Whoosh! The chilling giant axe cleaved through the air. Its cold, heavy steel accentuating the weapon's weight. Lin Xiao gripped the axe handle with both hands, awkwardly wielding this brutal instrument weighing over 30 kilograms. Giant axe, LV0, experience points 3, giant axe, LV0, experience points 4, giant axe, LV0, giant axe, LV1. Potential points 1. In the fleeting moment when the panel signaled an upgrade, his previously clumsy movements transformed into fluid motions, the menacing blade dancing through the air with ferocity, executing a series of techniques as if honed through relentless practice. My goodness, he suddenly became formidable. Goodness gracious. Is he a seasoned expert feigning a novice to amuse us? How embarrassing. Did he overhear my earlier remarks? A novel way to show off? Lin Xiao stowed the weapon, entirely disregarding the astonished onlookers from his school, and hurried to the next weapon room. Warhammer, LV0, experience points 4, Warhammer, LV0, experience points 3, Warhammer, LV0, Warhammer, LV1. Potential points 1, the massive blunt instrument, capable of shattering a beast's skull in an instant, transitioned from slow to swift, from motion to stillness, spinning gracefully in his hands with an effortless demeanor. What is going on with him? I feel he is incredibly strong now. Just moments ago, he seemed inferior to me. Did he appear as a complete novice initially, only to suddenly become extraordinarily powerful? How do you know? I followed him to see how he was showing off. Beast Hunter Saw Blade, LV0, experience points 4, Beast Hunter Saw Blade, LV0, Beast Hunter Saw Blade, LV1. Potential points 1, the long blade. Nearly 20 centimeters wide, features a bizarrely curved edge that is cold and sharp, with its back lined with irregular serrations, designed to better tear at the wounds of prey and extract the entrails of exotic beasts. This grotesque knife, born for the purpose of slaughter, now thrived in Lin Xiao's hands, as he swung and pulled, as if an invisible beast were being disemboweled, even the air in the room turning ominously sanguine. Nearby students swallowed hard, inexplicably feeling as if they were splattered with blood. Impressive. I told you he would succeed. How on earth did he train? Perhaps he is a senior, just back from an internship and having some fun. I'm a senior. Do not spread rumors. No senior is this extraordinary. Long-handled broadsword, LV0, experience points 5, long-handled broadsword, LV0, long-handled broadsword, LV1. Potential points 1. Goodness. Is Guan Yu among us? Nonsense. It is clearly Elbu who has descended. What exactly are you all doing here? Just watching without practicing? The small, sharp dagger spun rapidly in Lin Xiao's hand, piercing, slashing, and thrusting, until it accurately struck the bullseye 10 meters away with a flick of his wrist. How about that, brothers? Didn't I say it was impressive? Is it really that extraordinary? Come on, let us go take a look. Lost in the ecstasy of the weapon's paradise, Lin Xiao is utterly oblivious to the growing crowd behind him, enchanted by the abundance of potential points that clouded his mind. This place was nothing short of heaven. The repeated notifications of upgrades on his panel were simply sublime, akin to grinding in a game where one could vividly witness their gradual ascendancy, rendering time irrelevant and fostering an addictive thrill. Lin Xiao was completely immersed in this blissful realm of point accumulation, as he sheathed his battle knife and alloy shield. Lin Xiao was about to step outside when a nearby student called out to him. Big Shot, are you having dinner? Should I bring you something? Big Shot? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback by this designation, but quickly checked the time on his phone. 6:30 p.m. How did it get so late? He touched his stomach, recalling that he hadn't even had lunch. We were just heading to the cafeteria. What do you want, Big Shot? We can bring it back for you. No. Thank you. I'll go out to eat later. Curious about the source of their familiar address and their camaraderie, Lin Xiao observed the group of muscular students casually draping their arms over one another, wondering why they seemed to know him and why they practiced together on a day off. Why do you call me Big Shot? Because you can handle any weapon. As they spoke, the men's eyes sparkled with admiration, their muscles rippling with excited breaths. Lin Xiao suddenly felt a bit awkward, realizing he was being greatly overestimated. You misunderstand. I don't actually excel at everything. Lin Xiao felt compelled to correct their misconceptions. He raised his hand, creating a minuscule gap between his thumb and index finger, and earnestly stated, I only know a little about each weapon. Oh, As soon as he finished speaking, the group became even more animated, exchanging knowing glances as if sharing a secret code. Lin Xiao felt a wave of confusion wash over him. He struggled to connect with the current generation. Moreover, with his skills only at level 1, he truly only knew a smidgen. After finishing dinner at the cafeteria and returning to his dorm, Lin Xiao received a message from Xiao Xia. Come, let me teach you how to play Go. Sure. You have an account, right? Send it to me so I can add you. Lin Xiao 1234. Okay, I'll add you. After that, Xiao Xia's messages paused for 2 minutes. Amateur second Dan? Yes. Add me. The platform's friends list was updated, and Lin Xiao initiated a custom match, deliberately avoiding the rapid chess mode. After all, ending the game too quickly would diminish the enjoyment. A notification chimed as the voice connection was established. Lin Xiao adjusted his headset and calmly stated, "Come on, how many games do you wish to play tonight? I am at your service. Can we not play even one game? That is not an option. Help? Xiao, save me." Amidst the commotion of hurried footsteps, Xiao Xia seemed to be seeking assistance. It appeared that Xiao was her roommate. However, Lin Xiao was unbothered. If the reinforcements were strong enough, he would gladly accumulate experience points. If not, then they would simply defeat both. Casting a glance at the potential points displayed on his board, Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy and vigor. His spirit invigorated with boundless energy. Here they come. Do not be too arrogant, as you are merely an amateur rank 2. My roommate boasts an amateur rank of 5. I am Xia's roommate, Qin Xiaoan. Do you suggest that I observe? Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly and initiated the match. 10 minutes later. Xiao, is there really no hope? I lost. Weren't you a 5 Dan? As the two girls wept in a tempest of despair, Lin Xiao quietly removed his headset. Although he was ranked as an amateur 2, it did not imply that his true strength was limited to that level. Ascending through the ranks required time and dedication. Chapter 22. Above the clouds, ashen mode this evening, the moon shone exceptionally bright. With his roommate Luo Tao having returned home, Lin Xiao found himself alone in the dormitory. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he hummed a cheerful melody, swaying his body from side to side, joyfully recounting the fruits of his endeavors that night. A spear, a massive axe, a great hammer, a beast hunting saw, a long-bladed knife, throwing daggers, a long whip, a colossal sickle, a broad-bladed sword, and a shield. Coupled with the shooting and throwing practiced at the range, he had amassed a total of 12 potential points. Lin Xiao had never engaged in such a bountiful battle. He was so exhilarated that his tail seemed ready to lift in delight. In truth, not all weapons could be easily acquired. For instance, the spear and the long stiletto shared similar attack patterns and methods of use. After leveling the spear to LV1, Lin Xiao attempted to use the stiletto and immediately triggered an experience penalty, akin to a game of chess, where the difficulty of acquiring experience points surged dramatically. The same held true for the great hammer and the spiked mace, the massive axe and the double-edged axe, throwing daggers and small knives, darts, along with many long-bladed weapons. Thus, he consistently filtered through overly similar weapons in his mind, striving to accumulate points at the fastest possible pace. Eventually, Lin Xiao concluded that the more peculiar and unconventional the weapon, the easier it was to gain experience, such as with the long whip and the colossal sickle. Of course, there were also delightful surprises, like a popular elective course at school, broad-bladed sword paired with a one-handed shield. This combination astonishingly yielded 2 potential points, and Lin Xiao's face blossomed with delight upon seeing it. A bountiful harvest. A grand harvest. Tomorrow, he would comb through again. He should be able to earn even more. For now, he resolved to practice diligently. After an exhausting day of grinding, he had yet to refine his prowess. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao began allocating points. 6 points each to physique and spirit. With a crisp sound, as the panel updated, Lin Xiao experienced a sensation of lightness. Time seemed to slow, his thoughts elevated, and he felt an ethereal quality enveloping him. He found himself amidst a pitch-black cloud, gazing upon a vast, resplendent starry sky, the luminous crescent moon casting a gentle glow, while scintillating specks of light danced like free-spirited fairies, appearing and disappearing in the air. Just as Lin Xiao reached out to touch these enchanting beings, the world shattered like a fragile bubble, and everything vanished. He plummeted from the clouds. Back in the familiar dormitory, everything remained unchanged, just as it always had been. What was that? Clutching his head, Lin Xiao widened his eyes. He was certain this was not an illusion. Through the window, he could faintly see the high-hanging crescent moon and the starry sky resembling a sand table. And those shimmering specks, Lin Xiao's pupils were enveloped by a deep, dark veil, transforming his surroundings. Reds appeared more vivid, blues more profound, while the air was infused with delicate, varied specks of light, drifting unpredictably. This was it. This was all prowess. Yet, in comparison, the density of prowess above the clouds was magnitudes greater. It was omnipresent, abundant, inexhaustible. Had my consciousness truly ascended to the heavens just moments ago? Why has this situation arisen? Is it due to the enhancement of mental fortitude? Lin Xiao closed his eyes, yearning to once again experience that sensation, yet he failed. Everything that had transpired felt like a fleeting dream, his spirit having strengthened several-fold, yet still unable to glimpse the heavens above. With a gentle sigh, Lin Xiao momentarily relinquished his attempts. He believed it unnecessary to persist in his endeavors. As long as he continued to grow stronger, that feeling would undoubtedly return in due course. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Xiao commenced the practice of the essence refinement technique. A low rumble seemed to emanate from the heavens. High above, amidst the chaotic drifting of ethereal lights, it appeared as though gravity had been bestowed upon them, freezing in a singular moment. Then, they surged downwards. The magnificent force coalesced into a beam of light, penetrating all barriers, and poured into Lin Xiao's being. In comparison to before, was the enhancement of his physique from 21 points to 20 points in mental acuity significant? If the current Lin Xiao were to respond, he could only express the vast chasm that separated the two states, be it the intensity of his spirit or the rate of energy absorption. It was far beyond anything he had previously known. His cells seemed to disdain the frailty of his current form, voraciously consuming energy, growing, splitting, and replacing themselves. Determined to upgrade his very essence. Essence Refinement Technique, incomplete. LV2, Experience 11. Essence Refinement Technique, incomplete. LV2, Experience 15. Essence Refinement Technique, incomplete. LV2, Experience 14. Because of the exponential growth of his mental power, even the experience gained from the Essence Refinement Technique began to surge, a stark contrast to the previous meager increments of 2 or 3. Essence Refinement Technique, incomplete. LV2, Experience 12, Strength 11-12. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Xiao's strength had increased marginally. This came as no surprise, after all. He had lingered at a strength level of 11 for 2 days. Under the torrent of power, it would have been astonishing had he not advanced. However, his body remained far from satisfied. The cells within him continued their insatiable absorption of energy as if they had been starved for 3 days and nights. As dawn's light pierced the night, the birds outside began to chirp. Lin Xiao rose from his bed, each step measured as he made his way to the bathroom. Though he had not perspired, his body felt sticky, akin to having gone days without a bath. The sound of hot water cascading from the showerhead fell upon him. And as Lin Xiao gently rubbed his chest, a layer of grayish-white residue sloughed off, revealing the tender skin beneath. This grime was merely dead skin. Just yesterday, he had scrubbed himself clean, and yet, after a single night, the dead skin accumulated could easily amount to several pounds of elixir. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the surging power within his physique, taking a deep breath. Strength, 13. This astounding metabolic rate had yielded him a strength score of 13. Last night, Lin Xiao's essence refinement had persisted for a full 3 hours. It was not due to inefficiency in the process. Rather, the cells within him were in a frenzy, immediately replacing and renewing themselves as soon as energy was replenished, as if they would not rest until his physical prowess was elevated. This phenomenon may be attributed to the significant disparity between physique and strength. A physique rating of 21 cast a rather embarrassing light on a strength rating of 11. Nevertheless, it is indeed true that last night both his physique and spirit surged above 20, allowing Lin Xiao to distinctly perceive that monumental transformation. It was an almost tectonic enhancement. One can only wonder how terrifyingly his abilities will escalate once his strength reaches 20. Furthermore, the potency, now entirely in a liquid state, instantaneously filled his corporeal form. A sheer veil of deep gray overflowed, enveloping him entirely, akin to a battle garb, swaying gently and shimmering with flame-like ripples. Lin Xiao raised his right hand and casually delivered a punch. Boom. The air emitted a mournful wail, as if pierced by a cannonball. The turbulent currents lifting the curtain of hot water, scattering in disarray. With his entire being brimming with power and enshrouded in this formidable energy, Lin Xiao has undoubtedly attained his most powerful combat form to date. Let us christen it the Ashen Mode. Chapter 23. Because he is quite impressive. Mace, LV0 Mace, LV1. Potential point 1. Staff, LV0 Staff, LV1. Potential point 1. Trident, LV0 Trident, LV1. Potential point 1. Great Bow, LV0 Great Bow, LV1. Potential point 1. Knight Spear, LV0 Knight Spear, LV1. Potential point 1. Remarkable. He truly excels at everything, right? I told you he must be a master. How on earth did he train? I find it arduous to master even a single weapon. He is simply a monster. Those instructors do not possess such a vast array of skills. Is he not from our class? Why are you all surrounding him? Isn't he quite formidable? He wasn't much before, and now I am uncertain of just how formidable he has become. Sighing softly, Lin Xiao glanced exasperatedly at the throng of onlookers. Earlier in the morning, he had come to seize an opportunity, only to be inexplicably subjected to their overwhelming gaze. Though they maintained decorum by keeping their distance and refraining from interrupting his practice, was their chattering not a tad too conspicuous? He could hear them. He attempted to explain that he was merely an ordinary student and requested they refrain from following him. This crowd feigned understanding, assuring him to feel at ease. Yet within 10 minutes in the new classroom, another wave of spectators began to gather behind him, their scrutiny sending chills down his spine. Did they not require training? What were they doing here on their day off? Never mind. I shall just accumulate another potential point and take my leave. Today, I squandered some time on the Great Bow. Perhaps it was repetitive with my shooting skill, triggering a minor experience penalty. Nonetheless, it was manageable, and Lin Xiao deemed it acceptable. To his surprise, the knight's spear was not categorized as a spear-type weapon. Perhaps its method of use differed significantly. After stowing his weapon, Lin Xiao proceeded toward the single-handed sword classroom. This room boasted a rich variety of weapons: broadswords, long swords, rapier, sabers, tang broadswords, miao knives, and sakura samurai swords were all concentrated here. Perhaps due to the aesthetic appeal of the weapons, everyone yearned to indulge their inner swordsman, making this classroom the most populated. He casually picked up 2 swords and swung them. Whoosh, whoosh. Single-handed sword, LV0, experience 2. Single-handed sword, LV0, experience 1. As expected, the system classified them similarly, just like his two-handed sword skill. Moreover, there was a slight experience penalty, though Lin Xiao was unsure which weapon triggered it, as he possessed the most skills in swordplay. Never mind, like the Great Bow, it was still acceptable. I shall finish my practice and then depart, based on his preference. Lin Xiao selected a sword with a longer blade, uncertain whether it was a miao knife or a tang broadsword. Since they were all crafted from Waimu alloy with similar manufacturing techniques, the only distinctions were in appearance and length. He would simply choose whichever felt most comfortable to wield. Due to the high foot traffic in this classroom, with students practicing swordplay everywhere, Lin Xiao invested some effort to locate a vacant space for his practice. In this area sat a man in meditation, a longsword resting horizontally across his legs, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Excuse me, may I practice my swordplay here?" The man opened his eyes, his striking features complemented by sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with long hair tied back in a ribbon, reminiscent of a sword immortal from the mountains of Shu. "Certainly," he replied in a voice that exuded an air of aloofness, suggesting a transcendent being. "Thank you." Lin Xiao nodded internally, recognizing that this individual must have a fondness for the fantasy dramas of the pre-catastrophe era, and he was indeed quite proficient in his portrayal. He resolved to swiftly hone his skills, allowing this sword immortal a serene space for meditation. Swish, swish. Lin Xiao, proficient in various forms of blade and sword, wielded the single-handed sword with a certain finesse, unlike the clumsiness often associated with less experienced practitioners. However, this proficiency came at a cost. His experience points accumulated rather slowly. Single-handed sword, LV0, experience 1, single-handed sword, LV0, experience 2, single-handed sword, LV0, experience 1. Indeed, it seemed that the more one knows, the harder it becomes to earn potential points. Unexpectedly, the handsome sword immortal rose and approached Lin Xiao. He halted his movements, somewhat puzzled. "Is something the matter? Are your legs numb from sitting? Your sword arc is commendable, yet there are some flaws in your thrusting technique," the long-haired sword immortal remarked, arms crossed, with the long sword nestled in the crook of his elbow. "You must be new to the single-handed sword. Your previous training was likely more suited to slashing maneuvers." Lin Xiao was taken aback. It appeared this gentleman was quite the enthusiast. Indeed, his experience with great swords and single-handed sabers had primarily revolved around slashing, with limited practice in thrusting techniques. Although the spear was thrusting-oriented, its handling and technique were quite different from that of a single-handed sword. "May I seek your guidance?" Lin Xiao inquired earnestly, having already tasted the benefits of humble inquiry from his teacher. The sword immortal nodded slightly, taking up his long sword and demonstrating a series of elegant sword maneuvers. Swift as the wind, the sword danced like a rainbow. Its cold gleam sharp enough to pierce the stillness like an eagle's strike. This cosplayer possessed genuine skill. From Lin Xiao's perspective, this single-handed swordplay was at least level 1. Swish! With his left hand at his waist, the sword immortal thrust forward with unwavering precision and strength. This final move seemed especially tailored for Lin Xiao's benefit. After a brief pause, the long-haired man performed a flourish with the sword, returning it to his back, and asked, "Did you comprehend what you observed?" "Yes. I believe I have grasped it," Lin Xiao replied, contemplating the nuances of the man's wrist and torso movements before picking up his sword once more. Swish. Single-handed sword. LV0. Experience 4. Excellent. Indeed, he had learned something worthy, and the experience points were quite rewarding. Lin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction, only to be caught off guard when the man interjected, "Not quite right. Let us try that again." What was amiss? Am I not performing quite well? Lin Xiao pondered. Somewhat perplexed, yet he diligently followed the instructions and attempted the task anew. Whoosh. One-handed sword. LV0. Experience 3. No, the details are lacking. This left Lin Xiao feeling rather insecure. Could it be that he was inherently dull-witted? "Classmate, could you please specify where I fell short?" The long-haired young man turned his back, revealing his left hand clenched at his waist. When thrusting the sword, the left hand should rest at the waist. Does this pertain to the thrusting technique? Could it be some special method of exerting force? He was baffled, yet resolved to give it a try. Whoosh. One-handed sword. LV0. Experience 3. But this is hardly any different. Lin Xiao found himself in a state of confusion. "Classmate, why must the left hand be positioned behind?" The long-haired youth furrowed his brow, seemingly perplexed by Lin Xiao's inquiry. After a brief sigh, he earnestly explained, "Because it looks cooler this way." "Damn it." Lin Xiao felt an exasperated exclamation lodged in his throat, unable to voice it, yet equally unable to swallow it down. Chapter 24. So, indeed, a sword immortal. Swish. Swish. One-handed sword. LV0. Experience 3. One-handed sword. LV0. Experience 4. Disregarding the earlier remarks from the elder, Lin Xiao continued to accumulate experience at his own pace. "Why do you not heed my advice? Do you not desire to wield your sword with a touch more elegance? Furthermore, when thrusting, do not lean forward. Such a posture is rather unappealing." The long-haired sword immortal appeared somewhat vexed, muttering beside him. Lin Xiao felt that the lofty image of this individual had somewhat diminished. Swish. One-handed sword. LV0. Experience 2. One-handed sword. LV0. One-handed sword. LV1. Potential point 1. Sigh. Do you not find those notions impractical? With a resigned breath, Lin Xiao reluctantly engaged in the dialogue. Rational analysis certainly lacked practicality. The long-haired man nodded in agreement and continued, "Yet, if one seeks practicality, one must study heavy weaponry, as it facilitates the hunting of extraordinary beasts. If not for the sake of style, then why practice the one-handed sword at all?" Lin Xiao opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. For a fleeting instant, he felt the weight of the man's reasoning. And what of sparring with others? In such instances, do you still have the luxury of posing? The man furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. Setting aside the instructor, there should be no student in the school whose swordsmanship surpasses mine. Hence, even while showing off, I can prevail. Who is this person, exuding such confidence? Lin Xiao glanced at the unsealed blade in his hand. This one-handed sword was not as unwieldy as elective weaponry, and a strike would not cause grievous injury. Shall we engage in a demonstration? He had yet to spar with another wielding a weapon, and the prospect felt refreshing. Your swordsmanship is commendable. However, you cannot defeat me. Swish. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao executed a series of sword maneuvers, all mimicking the techniques of the sword immortal. The long-haired man was taken aback, clearly recognizing Lin Xiao's improvement. "It appears I misjudged you earlier. Your swordsmanship is indeed impressive." He then grasped his long sword and addressed Lin Xiao. "Very well, I shall restrain my strength to match your level." Lin Xiao felt a wave of exasperation. Was he merely posturing, or was he genuinely formidable? Calming his breath and focusing his mind, Lin Xiao unleashed the cold glint of his blade. Swish. Clang. The long sword sliced through the air, and a symphony of steel clashing resonated. Both Lin Xiao and the long-haired man cautiously probed each other's attacks, refraining from unleashing their full might. However, after attempting several sword techniques, they found that none could breach the other's blade, and their exchanges gradually intensified. Clang, clang, clang. The entire one-handed sword classroom began to reverberate with the rhythmic sound of clashing steel, and their duel gradually drew the attention of their fellow students. It seemed that both were masters of their craft. Those who could wield a one-handed sword were undeniably cool, exuding an aura of chivalry. How enviable. When would I reach such heights in my training? Wait, isn't that the chief from Class A of the 3rd year? Goodness. Who is that person sparring with him? They seem evenly matched. Is he from the 4th year? Practicing single-handed swordsmanship to such a remarkable degree. I recall he is from Class C of the 3rd year. Just now, a group of sturdy men mentioned him. Look, both are quite handsome. Hee, my inspiration is flowing, ducking away from an opponent's thrust. Lin Xiao retaliated with a lightning-fast horizontal slash. Clang. As expected, the blade was parried once more, steel colliding and sending sparks flying. Observing the opponent's unwavering wrist, Lin Xiao chuckled self-deprecatingly and sheathed his sword. I have lost. The long-haired man shook his head, refuting Lin Xiao's claim. In terms of swordsmanship, we should be evenly matched. You flatter me. There is no swordsmanship that is not linked to strength and speed. Lin Xiao was self-aware, although their skills were both at level 1. The disparity in strength was profound. Strength equates to speed. If he desired, he could easily breach Lin Xiao's defenses and even disarm him with a single stroke. Thank you sincerely for your guidance today. I shall take my leave now. Putting away his weapon, Lin Xiao prepared to depart. Wait, the long-haired man called out to Lin Xiao, extending his hand. Zhuang Jinyu, let us have the opportunity to spar again. Oh, all right, I am Lin Xiao. Politely grasping the man's right hand, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. What's wrong? My apologies. Retracting his hand, Lin Xiao asked with a somewhat complicated expression. Are you in your 3rd year? Yes. The chief? Zhuang Jinyu nodded slightly, his expression unchanged, as if accustomed to being recognized. Lin Xiao, are you also in your 3rd year? Why haven't I seen you in the 5A ranking matches? Because I have never participated in the 5A ranking matches. Zhuang Jinyu furrowed his brow, perplexed. How is that possible? Although I am not very familiar with others. With your strength, placing in the top 10 should be a certainty. Haha. I was rather frail in the past and did not perform well. Lin Xiao felt somewhat embarrassed. The so-called 5A refers to the end-of-term grades. Combat skills, footwork, elective weaponry, power refinement, and practical combat. 5 categories, all evaluated as A. Among them, practical combat holds the greatest weight. At the end of last semester, Lin Xiao's scores were combat skills C, footwork C, great sword elective C, power refinement A, practical combat D. The results were quite disappointing. Furthermore, in terms of combat skills, footwork, and great sword techniques, Lin Xiao's evaluation should have been D, as his strength was inadequate. As he mentioned earlier, how can swordsmanship be separated from strength and speed? These 3 subjects inherently require strength. However, Lin Xiao excelled slightly in technique, and after consideration, the 3 instructors compassionately awarded him a passing grade. The evaluation of C signifies the threshold of passing, while D denotes failure. In the past, Lin Xiao's performance was subpar, placing him among the lowest ranks. Only 2 individuals in Class C achieved a 5A rating, Wu Zhixing and Feng Wan. Even when considering the entire grade, there were merely a little over 20 students who reached the esteemed 5A level. The so-called 5A ranking competition is essentially a contest among the top-tier students, bearing no relevance to Lin Xiao, an underperformer. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhuang Jinyu did not probe further and sincerely remarked, I understand. And I hope to encounter you on the competition stage this year. After departing from the weapon dojo, Lin Xiao strolled along the academy path with his gaze lowered. He was not acquainted with Zhuang Jinyu at all. In his previous state, Lin Xiao was beset by anxiety and self-doubt, relentlessly pursuing progress and training vigorously. Utterly oblivious to the ranking competitions. Aside from Wu Zhixing and Feng Wan, he had no knowledge of the other top students in his grade. His assumption that Zhuang Jinyu was the top student stemmed solely from observing the latter's attributes: strength 20, agility 18, constitution 14, spirit 16, martial arts LV2, footwork LV2. Refinement method incomplete. LV2, bra blade LV2, shield block LV2, one-handed sword LV1. Such statistics were astonishing. These were the most formidable values Lin Xiao had ever witnessed among students. Had this panel not belonged to the top of the grade, Lin Xiao would have been compelled to swallow his sword on the spot. A strength of 20 with LV2 martial arts, one kick from him, and Wu Zhixing would likely be left breathless. However, what astounded Lin Xiao the most was not merely the impressive numbers, but rather an attribute he had never encountered before: ability, sword mastery. Goodness! The opponent was indeed a sword immortal. Chapter 25, the cultural class concludes. The awakening of extraordinary powers begins. How exactly does one awaken their abilities? Lin Xiao found himself filled with curiosity. Previously, he had observed a correlation between mental attributes and the strength of extraordinary powers, leading him to deduce that individuals with higher mental acuity could awaken such abilities. However, upon encountering Zhuang Jinyu, this hypothesis was swiftly dispelled. Zhuang Jinyu possessed a remarkably high mental attribute, yet it paled in comparison to Lin Xiao's current prowess. Nevertheless, he was undeniably a genuine wielder of extraordinary powers. Could it be that awakening truly hinged solely upon one's innate gifts, bearing no relation to mental strength? Sighing deeply while seated on his bed, Lin Xiao felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Extraordinary powers were rare and evoked a sense of fantasy. Like other children, he had nurtured dreams of awakening abilities since childhood. Now that flicker of hope had been extinguished, leaving him rather disheartened. No wonder the class instructor, Chi Wat, remarked that aspiring to be the top of the grade was a formidable challenge. Even without extraordinary powers, Zhuang Jianyu's foundational attributes were beyond the reach of other students. The only one who could possibly measure up was the second-ranked student. Lin Xiao vaguely recalled Zhao Xia mentioning that the top two were both wielders of extraordinary powers. Regrettably, in his previous state of social withdrawal, Lin Xiao had never witnessed a ranking battle and remained oblivious to the combat styles of extraordinary power users. Oh well, I possess a system of my own. There is no need to envy others. He opened his panel and allocated the 6 freshly acquired potential points to his physique and mental attributes. Lin Xiao steadied his breath, preparing to commence the refinement of his powers. Yet, a sliver of doubt lingered in his mind. When he had contemplated becoming the top of his grade, why had Wu Qinghua deemed it difficult rather than impossible? The disparity between him and Zhuang Jinyu had been akin to the heavens and the earth. Was she merely safeguarding his pride, or did she genuinely perceive the possibility of such an outcome? On Monday, during the free combat session, bang! Fang Wen shielded her chest with her hands, her tall frame gliding backwards several meters before landing, leaving a long mark on the ground with her shoe. Lin Xiao retracted his left leg, astonished. Fang Wen, your footwork seems to have improved. Impressive. This woman's footwork had been on the verge of reaching level 1. He had expected her to have advanced so significantly in just 2 days. I truly wish you wouldn't say that, Fang Wen replied, rubbing her still throbbing wrist, casting Lin Xiao a look akin to that of observing a monster. Just the week prior, she had been able to exert comprehensive dominance over Lin Xiao's speed and strength, forcing him to rely on his level 2 footwork to minimize losses. Yet, in such a short span, the tables had turned entirely. How have you grown so much stronger so quickly? Because my headache has subsided. Lin Xiao replied with a straight face, spinning a tail. After all, no one could guess that he possessed a system, and he intended to stick with this excuse. A headache? Is that some kind of seal? Fang Wen felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Taking a deep breath, her cultivated demeanor restrained her urge to probe further. I'm coming at you, Lin Xiao. No sooner had she spoken than Fang Wen surged forward at full speed, leaving nothing in reserve. It is no longer a matter of mercy. Her chances of victory are nearly non-existent. In recent days, Lin Xiao has been diligently maintaining his school training regimen. The rate of improvement in his physical abilities has been astonishing. By Wednesday afternoon, his strength had reached a remarkable 14 points, placing him on par with Wu Zhixing. After stretching his body, Lin Xiao wore an expression of resignation. It seemed he had perhaps overdone it. His strength had surged so rapidly that despite daily internal assessments of his physique, his agility barely reached 12 points. He was beginning to feel a sense of disconnection. However, this was a luxurious dilemma. Acquiring potential points would not be as easy in the future, and his strength growth would gradually decelerate, allowing his agility to catch up. Go, Lin Xiao. Free sparring. Go, 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 Zhao Xia exclaimed, playfully bouncing on her feet as she supported Lin Xiao's shoulders, using him as a makeshift vault. We'll continue our chess game tonight. Both Xiao and I have become stronger, and we are determined to exact our revenge. I hope you succeed. Lin Xiao paused, then playfully pulled his childhood friend closer, lifting her off the ground. What's wrong? Zhao Xia tilted her head, her large eyes filled with confusion as her feet dangled in the air. Martial Arts, LV 097. 5. After setting Zhao Xia back down, Lin Xiao placed his hands on her shoulders, a broad smile on his face. It seems I need to train you intensively these next few days. Be prepared. Meow, meow, meow. Zhao Xia's mouth fell open, sensing an impending calamity. In the subsequent free sparring session, Lin Xiao did not practice with Fang Wen but instead focused on training Zhao Xia, determined to elevate her martial arts proficiency to 99. 9. Fong 1, inspired by this, grabbed Shin Fei and initiated a grueling training regimen, leaving the bewildered girl in utter despair. Each day, Lin Xiao received her resentful glances and her unique verbal jabs. Lin Xiao is truly inhuman. Fong 1 is also inhuman. Please return Xiaoya to me. Before long, Friday arrived. In the morning, class instructor Wu Qiwa stood at the podium in place of the cultural studies teacher. Starting today, your cultural classes are officially concluded, to be replaced by a new course. Wu Qinghua tapped the keyboard a few times, and the electronic board displayed 4 large characters, Mighty Transformation. As this novel term emerged, the atmosphere in the classroom instantly grew lively. What is Mighty Transformation? It sounds so cool. I've never heard of this before. Could it be some kind of supernatural ability? Are you foolish? Do you think supernatural powers grow on trees? I heard from seniors in their 4th year that they all say this course is incredibly impressive. I've heard that too, but they say it's super difficult. Wow, don't make me lose my confidence too. Topics involving might always manage to precisely stimulate the nerves of military students. Discussions erupted, whispers circulated, and excitement mingled with apprehension painted the faces of the students. Today, Wu Qinghua exhibited an extraordinary sense of forbearance, refraining from compelling the students to silence. Instead, she wore a gentle smile, patiently awaiting the conclusion of their discussions. Perhaps in the past, she too embodied this demeanor, candidly yearning for such moments. The concept of wuhua represents the genuine combat application of one's abilities, an element of paramount significance, as it may very well influence your future career paths. The class instructor leaned against the podium, her gaze sweeping across each individual. Whether in the military or the hunter association, warriors adept in wielding their abilities are often the distinguished paragons of strength. The reason for the recent establishment of this course lies in its rigorous prerequisites for study. With a sharp tap, Wu Qinghua reiterated 2 critical terms, ability control and mental fortitude. In the past, the process of refining one's abilities not only enhances physical strength and constitution but also simultaneously cultivates one's control over these abilities and mental resilience. It appears that you might now barely meet the necessary conditions for study. What? The refinement of abilities can also enhance mental fortitude? Lin Xiao, seated below, wore a perplexed expression, astonished that he had not realized this before. He was aware that abilities could amplify one's constitution. Given that he often found himself in a state of unconsciousness, sometimes requiring intravenous fluids to stave off starvation. Yet, he managed to maintain a constitution score of 7. Likely due to his body's absorption of these abilities. Were he an ordinary person, he would have likely succumbed to suboptimal health or frailty. However, he did not perceive any significant enhancement in his mental fortitude. Well, perhaps it was due to his initial high mental attribute that the refinement process yielded minimal effects. Among the students, aside from Zhuang Jianyu, Lin Xiao had not encountered anyone with a higher mental attribute than his own. Given the challenging nature of this course, a pronounced disparity in learning outcomes is anticipated among you. Adjusting her glasses, Wuqiwa continued, to address this, the school will establish a new class, accommodating students who meet the required progress, while others will continue their studies in their original class focused on ability wuhua. This class shall be termed the wuhua class. Following next month's inter-class competition, the selection for the wuhua class will commence, and it is expected that no more than 4 of you will qualify for inclusion. As the instructor's words resonated, the classroom erupted in animated discourse. Chapter 26. Lin Xiao's fashion design. The course on the manipulation of energy took place within the confines of the training classroom. The students of Class C were seated cross-legged, their eyes closed, diligently absorbing the essence of energy, striving to experience the sensation of its flow. Observing their furrowed brows and intense focus, Lin Xiao felt an awkwardness wash over him. He was at a loss for what to do next. He had essentially skipped ahead, having already mastered the art of energy saturation. The system's unreasonable level 1 upgrade had allowed him to intuitively learn energy entanglement, which he executed with remarkable finesse. Earlier, Wuqiwa had explained that the graduation goal for students in the ordinary class was to proficiently utilize energy saturation, while the objective for the manipulation class was to successfully employ energy entanglement. Lin Xiao had inadvertently achieved the graduation goal for the manipulation class ahead of schedule. His progress was perhaps a tad swifter than that of his peers. Should he now strive to enhance his proficiency in energy saturation at level 1? Lin Xiao hesitated. The experience points garnered from practicing saturation paled in comparison to those from entanglement. He had been casually training in saturation, but dedicating an entire morning of manipulation class to it seemed a waste. As for revealing to Wu Qihua that he had already mastered energy entanglement, he wondered if it would be somewhat disloyal to teacher Su Ruomei. After all, learning entanglement so swiftly was indeed extraordinary, and it was hard to believe that the class leader would accept such a claim. Wait, I did elevate my energy to level 1 in just half a lesson. Wasn't that the truth? Upon contemplating this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of clarity, invigorating his thoughts. Lin Xiao, have you managed to extract your energy yet? Came Zhao Xia's voice from nearby. Turning his head, Lin Xiao beheld the girl with her eyes tightly shut, veins standing out on her forehead, her small face flushed with exertion. It was evident she was putting forth great effort. I've succeeded. How about your progress? Lin Xiao inquired. Zhao Xia opened her eyes. A hint of frustration in her tone as she replied, I can't seem to pull it out. Am I truly incapable of mastering energy manipulation? It shouldn't be the case. Don't rush it. Lin Xiao seated himself beside her, offering comfort to his childhood friend, who seemed on the verge of tears. In truth, her situation reflected that of a typical student-esque progression. Lin Xiao surveyed his classmates, noting their furrowed brows and strained expressions. Their progress was likely not very optimistic. Extracting the stored energy from within one's cells was indeed a formidable challenge. They lacked the heightened mental acuity that Lin Xiao possessed and could only engage in a gradual tug-of-war with their bodies, slowly coaxing the energy forth. Don't attempt to draw out too much energy at once. Try to grasp a small amount first, he advised. Oh, I'll give it a try, Zhao Xia replied, closing her eyes once more, resuming her arduous internal struggle. By the way, where had the class leader wandered off to? Lin Xiao scanned the classroom, only to find Wu Qinghua's absence conspicuous. She had briefly introduced the first 2 stages of energy manipulation, elucidating the key points regarding the flow of energy before instructing the students to commence their initial exercises. Lin Xiao had not even noticed when she had disappeared. Never mind. It mattered little. Taking a deep breath, he summoned forth a gray flame, the ethereal robe enveloping his form undulating gently, continuously shifting its shape. Lin Xiao now resembled a skilled tailor, deftly manipulating the powers that entwined his form, stitching them into the desired design. Power, LV1. Experience 8. Power, LV1. Experience 7. During the last development of the Ashen mode, Lin Xiao had discovered this technique. The powers enveloping his body could be shaped at will. Moreover, controlling them yielded experience points, even more abundant than when the powers were fully charged. Adding arm guards, altering the glove style, incorporating a turtleneck, lengthening the hem, and considering the legs. To avoid standing out in a crowd, Lin Xiao discreetly retreated to the back of the classroom, where he began modifying his energy battle attire. Although its practicality was questionable, it certainly exuded style. Why not enhance one's appearance instead of merely allowing oneself to be wrapped in a massive power? Lin Xiao felt he had fallen under the influence of Zhuang Jianyu. He was unexpectedly enjoying this fashion endeavor. Furthermore, earning experience while playing tailor was rather appealing. The fitted high-neck coat, ending at the knee, was adorned with fragmented and irregular diamond patterns, resembling a battle-worn, tattered tailcoat, with faint gray flames flickering through the intricate textures. His hands were clad in skin-tight gloves, and the sleeves extended like fiery bracers. Below, he wore trousers paired with high combat boots, presenting a look that was both sleek and elegant. After surveying his battle attire, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. My taste is rather refined. It truly looks splendid. Lin Xiao's expression froze, like a rusted marionette, as he turned his head stiffly towards the doorway. Class instructor Wu Qihua stood at the entrance, cradling a crystal ball, the white light reflecting off his gold-rimmed glasses. When did you arrive? Lin Xiao's voice carried a hint of bitterness. He felt the pressure mounting. Being caught admiring himself was utterly mortifying, almost making him wish to burrow into the floor. Wu Qihua adjusted his glasses, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just 10 seconds ago, how can she walk without making a sound? Lin Xiao lamented, gazing at the high heels adorning his teacher's feet, wondering how such shoes could allow for silent footsteps. Wu Qihua entered the classroom and approached Lin Xiao. Stay still. Maintain this position. Lin Xiao stood frozen, watching as the instructor's hand reached out, gliding over his chest, neck, arms, legs, and hem. With his head tilted back and eyes closed, Lin Xiao surrendered, a pallor washing over his face. The intensity and density are quite impressive. When did you achieve this? Wu Qihua inquired, gripping Lin Xiao's glove with a tone of casual curiosity. This morning. Really? Indeed. Lin Xiao replied firmly, resolutely standing his ground. Retracting his hand, Wu Qihua regarded him with an inscrutable expression, sending a shiver down Lin Xiao's spine. Let it be as such. Under the instructor's unexpected leniency, Lin Xiao exhaled heavily. relief washing over him. "Sir, what is the crystal ball you are holding?" As the atmosphere relaxed, he finally felt at ease enough to voice his question. "It is a tool for the martial arts class examination." Wuqiwa raised her right hand and said, "You can see for yourself." Lin Xiao leaned closer. Inside the crystal ball, azure specks of light accumulated at the bottom, motionless and seemingly devoid of vitality. These represented power, not the scattered energies found in the air, but energies meticulously filtered through the human body. She placed her hand upon it, attempting to manipulate the energies and awaken them. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Could one truly control another's power? Had it undergone special treatment? Was it akin to controlling one's own energy? Indeed. With her hand resting on the surface of the crystal ball, Lin Xiao concentrated her mental energy, her will brushing against the energies within. The specks began to stir, moving along a unique trajectory, conjuring an azure vortex inside. Observing the swirling winds, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. She had merely tugged at them. She hadn't specifically commanded them to spin. That is what we call proficiency. Wuqiwa retracted the crystal ball, offering no explanation of its principles. Then, she retrieved a pin from her pocket and handed it to Lin Xiao. Try to entwine your power around the object. The farther from your body, the better. This will be your practice henceforth. Oh, understood. Redirecting her gaze from the instructor's silhouette, Lin Xiao inspected the pin in her hand. Dark gray flames began to ooze forth, creeping up the pin's body, gradually engulfing it entirely. Power, LV1. Experience points 10. Chapter 27. The cheerful young man with a swift motion, the cold steel blade sliced through the air, producing an eerie, resonant sound. The great sword instructor, Miao Fei, stood beside Lin Xiao, his lips twitching as he observed the student before him. To the eyes of other classmates, Lin Xiao merely wielded an ordinary military-grade greatsword. However, to Miao Fei, a retired hunter, the 1.6-meter-long blade shimmered with a layer of gray gas, undulating like a veil of flames. Has the progress of martial arts training for the third-year students accelerated so quickly? Indeed, everyone was advancing at an astonishing pace. Lin Xiao, unfazed by the instructor's inquiry, responded affirmatively. "You little rascal, are you jesting with me?" Miao Fei ruffled his disheveled hair and shot him a fierce glare. If all students could master their power to this extent, the old principal would surely be delighted enough to perform a striptease in public. Lin Xiao refrained from further banter, focusing intently on each swing of his sword. Swish. Two-handed sword, LV1. Experience 5. Power, LV1. Experience 14. Woo. Long live our instructor. The practice of enveloping power around the weapon yielded remarkable results, and Lin Xiao's experience in power, LV1 sword. Swish. Two-handed sword, LV1. Experience 4. Two-handed sword, LV1. Two-handed sword, LV2. Potential point 1. Agility, 12-13. Power, LV1. Experience 12. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened as he paused his blade, reveling in a newfound comprehension of swordsmanship. After nearly 10 days, his two-handed sword had finally leveled up. Noticing the suddenly halted student, Miao Fei inquired, "What's wrong, kid? That last swing was rather impressive, wasn't it?" Lin Xiao flashed a grin at his attentive instructor and began to perform a series of sword techniques. Initially, Miao Fei paid little mind, but as he watched, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The movements were effortless, fluid yet poised. The blade and the angle of force formed a straight line, slicing through the air with a speed akin to thunder, yet producing only the faintest whisper. By the heavens, this little brat! Miao Fei stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at Lin Xiao's display. How was that? Not too shabby, right? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth to his caring instructor. Miao Fei rubbed his chin, as though contemplating how to reclaim his composure. You really are something else. That sword can be taken home for practice. I will inform the school on your behalf. He clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder and grinned. Once this semester concludes, I shall teach you some real techniques. Leaving Lin Xiao in a state of bewilderment, Miao Fei hurried off to assist other students. Lin Xiao had acquired a great sword that he could carry with him. This thrilled him immensely, while students could use weapons from the armory for free. They were not permitted to take them out of the classroom and were required to return them promptly after use. With this great sword, Lin Xiao could practice his two-handed sword techniques and power transformation whenever and wherever he pleased. During the past weekend, Lin Xiao dedicated himself entirely to the martial arts dojo, determined to attain a breakthrough to level 2 in his combat skills. Bang! Combat skill, LV1. Experience 2, power gauge, 1838 kilograms. Bang! Combat skill, LV1. Experience 1. Power gauge, 1845 kilograms. Indeed, without guidance from an instructor, his progress was significantly hindered. Lin Xiao rubbed his muscles, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. If only teacher Wang Gang could reside here year-round, 24 hours a day. He made his way to the vacant area at the back, grasping the large sword he had left there, feeling an effervescent energy surge throughout his being, ascending along the blade's edge. This was his routine. Whenever he grew weary of practicing combat, he would shift to swordsmanship, simultaneously enhancing his martial prowess, thus optimizing his time to the fullest. Fortunately, the dojo was relatively empty these past few days. Otherwise, he would have to explain why he was permitted to bring a large sword. Hey, why are you allowed to bring that sword? Lin Xiao stumbled slightly, nearly straining his back. Turning around, he noticed a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle standing at the entrance of Class C's dojo, gazing at him with astonishment. Are you from another class? The sword instructor has informed me that I can consider this sword my personal possession during school hours. Then you must be quite impressive. It's rare for a student to enjoy such privileges. The hedgehog-haired youth nodded affirmatively, giving him a thumbs up. You flatter me. Lin Xiao felt a touch of embarrassment from the boy's straightforward compliment and asked, Are you from the neighboring class? Here to practice combat on the weekend? Given that students in the military arts program typically attended combat and footwork classes daily, it was uncommon for them to visit on weekends. They preferred exploring new experiences or engaging in part-time jobs outside the school. Of course, there were those who struggled academically and came to catch up, much like Lin Xiao had in the past. I'm Baishan from Class D, and I have a keen interest in combat skills. The hedgehog-haired boy introduced himself, beaming a radiant smile, exuding the aura of a vivacious socialite. Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao nodded politely, feeling no animosity towards this spirited individual. All right then, Lin Xiao. I'm so bored in Class D by myself. I didn't expect to find a fellow enthusiast here. Upon reaching Lin Xiao, Baishan paused, a puzzled frown creasing his forehead. Why do I sense something unusual around you? Lin Xiao's expression stiffened as he dismissed the aura of his martial attire, and it seemed to vanish. Could it be an illusion? It must be just a trick of the mind. This Baishan was perceptive enough to sense the energy surrounding him, suggesting he was no ordinary student. Lin Xiao knew well that most individuals in Class C had yet to harness their internal energy, let alone possess an abundance of martial prowess. To detect the swirling energy enveloping him indicated that Baishan had at least begun to engage with martial energy and possessed commendable mental acuity. Oh well, if it's merely an illusion, so be it. With a bright smile, Hedgehog Baishan raised his fist and said, Lin Xiao, how about a spar? This is far more effective than hitting a sandbag. Wow, is this how the world of sunny youths works? Lin Xiao thought, recalling that Baishan had also invited Zhuang Jianyu to spar the previous week. It seemed quite comparable. Sheathing his sword, Lin Xiao shook his arm, feeling a bit bored. All right, let's do this. Great. A punch as swift as the wind came hurtling towards him. Lin Xiao did not flinch. Instead, he raised his fist to meet it. Bang. The tremendous force compelled Lin Xiao to stagger back several steps, while Baishan remained steadfast as a mountain, flicking his wrist. Wow, Lin Xiao, what are your fists made of? They're incredibly tough. With a physique score of 24, Lin Xiao's skeletal strength far exceeded that of an average person. He glanced at his own fist. It didn't hurt much, yet he felt utterly overpowered in terms of strength. With strength at 17, agility at 18, combat skill at level 2, and footwork at level 2. Could you share your ranking in our grade? Baishan paused for a moment, then beamed with his sunny disposition. I'm ranked 3rd in our grade. Chapter 28. The Tool Man Baishan indeed. Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. I cannot defeat you. May I utilize the power of martial transformation? Huh? Wasn't that just recently taught? Baishan exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. I seem to have progressed a bit faster. Lin Xiao scratched his cheek, feeling a slight flush of embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Baishan broke into an exaggerated grin, his excitement palpable. That's splendid. I am eager to witness how the power of martial transformation manifests in battle. Let us begin. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao felt the energy surging throughout his body, activating his hunter mode. Here I come, Baishan. In less than a second, Lin Xiao's figure materialized before Baishan, a powerful punch slicing through the air with a force exceeding 2 tons. Baishan did not evade. Seemingly curious to test Lin Xiao's strength, he raised his arms defensively to absorb the blow. Bang! Baishan's body leaned back slightly, muscles bulging ominously. Yet he did not retreat. Impressive. Your strength has significantly increased. Rubbing his sore arm, the spiky-haired Baishan examined Lin Xiao with awe. Your power is now approximately 16 points. Lin Xiao assessed his own punching power, realizing he still fell short compared to Bai Shan. But he no longer felt utterly overpowered. The fourth rank should not be able to defeat you, yet I will surpass you. Bai Shan flashed a bright smile, giving himself a thumbs up. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xiao chuckled in return. No worries, let us commence the battle. Oh, then you attack first. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao, as the underdog, launched an offensive, his long legs transforming into a hammer aimed directly at Bai Shan's head. This time, Bai Shan did not brace himself. Instead, he employed his own agile footwork, engaging Lin Xiao in earnest practice. While Lin Xiao's strength paled in comparison, his agility was lacking, and his combat skills were inferior. He had little chance of victory, yet he endeavored to endure amidst Bai Shan's relentless assault, absorbing the techniques of his opponent while pushing himself to the limits under pressure. Combat skills: LV1, Experience 5, Footwork, LV2, Experience 3, Power, LV1, Experience 4. Indeed, it was pressure. The reason he refrained from enveloping himself in full power and activating the strongest Ashen mode was to truly experience this overwhelming pressure. Bai Shan was truly formidable, not only in strength but also in agility, far surpassing Lin Xiao. With an agility of 18 points, LV2 footwork, and extraordinary body control, coupled with unparalleled dynamic vision, Bai Shan rendered Lin Xiao's attacks almost trivial. Lin Xiao's pupils were now shrouded in a veil of flames, and with energy coursing through him, he effectively activated bullet time along with hunter mode. His dynamic vision was greatly enhanced, and his mind raced, causing Bai Shan's attacks to appear significantly slower to Lin Xiao. Yet, even under these conditions, Lin Xiao occasionally found himself cornered, helplessly enduring a few punches. This was the gap in strength, a disparity not easily bridged. However, Lin Xiao was no fool. He would not subject himself to the pain of bruises and injuries merely for the sake of pressure, for he was indeed wary of pain. Thus, employing a few subtle tactics. Bang! A punch landed squarely on Lin Xiao's face, causing him to stagger back a few steps, shaking his head in bewilderment. Why does it feel somewhat off? Bai Shan, perplexed, lifted his fist, reminiscing about the sensation just experienced. Lin Xiao, did you perhaps hold back? Lin Xiao brushed his cheek, dispelling the remnants of the gray aura, and chuckled lightly. Why do you say that? I've hit you several times. It seems you felt nothing at all. Are you concealing some secret technique? Quite astute. Bai Shan, though boisterous, was far from foolish, possessing an exceptionally sharp combat instinct. I do have certain ways to protect myself, but I wouldn't say I held back. In this form, I am exerting my utmost effort. This form? You mean to say you can become even stronger? Bai Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement and combativeness. Might I witness it? Certainly. Lin Xiao nodded with a light laugh, then shifted the topic. However, for the next 2 days, you'll accompany me in training. Tomorrow, I will engage you with all my strength and impart some techniques related to the power of martial transformation. Haha, no problem. With a hearty laugh, Bai Shan dashed towards Lin Xiao, eagerly assuming the role of an experience-gathering companion. Bang! Lin Xiao was sent flying, shaking out his arm as he focused intently on evasion and counterattacks. Although he had mitigated the impact with his abilities, it still stung a bit. Throughout the weekend, Lin Xiao spent every moment with Bai Shan. Whenever hunger struck, they would venture to the dining hall together, returning to refine their powers and continue sparring. Even the nights were no exception. Zayasiya, returning from her part-time job, curiously peeked in, only to be frightened away by the two ferocious figures. On Sunday evening, Lin Xiao clumsily rose from the ground, only to hear that ever-joyful and bright laughter from across the way. Ah, Lin Xiao, you truly are a formidable opponent. It's been ages since I've enjoyed a match like this. Bai Shan proclaimed, hands on his hips, head tilted back in laughter. Have you not fought against those ranked ahead of you before? Lin Xiao inquired, intrigued. With so many skilled third-year students, it seemed odd that he could not find worthy adversaries. You wouldn't believe it. The 4th and 5th places are significantly weaker than I am. Bai Shan waved dismissively, his expression a mix of exasperation and amusement. They simply cannot spar with me. My best opponent previously was a senior from the 4th year who returned to school. That was true. The 5th-ranked Wu Zhixing indeed could not match Bai Shan, as the disparity was far too great. By the way, why aren't you the top of Class C? You are clearly superior to that sour-faced fellow. Sour-faced fellow. Lin Xiao suddenly thought Bai Shan possessed a knack for naming. I had health issues in the past, but I have since recovered. He glossed over that topic and curiously asked, what about the top 2? They must be stronger than you, right? Bai Shan awkwardly scratched his head. They are certainly stronger than I am, and by a considerable margin, I would stand no chance against them. Is the second place also formidable? Zhuang Jianyu, a numerical anomaly, is well understood by Lin Xiao, but is the second place equally terrifying? Bai Shan confirmed Lin Xiao's speculation, inhaling sharply as if experiencing a toothache. I am utterly incapable of contending with the second place, with no chance of victory. He lamented. Is it due to their abilities? No. Bai Shan shook his head, his tone somber. It is sheer power, an overwhelming superiority in speed. Aside from the decisive battle between the top two, they had never employed their abilities against other students, for even in a mere exchange of blows, we were no match. Observing Bai Shan's grave demeanor, Lin Xiao comprehended that this was yet another numerical anomaly akin to Zhuang Jianyu. It appeared that his scholarship would not be easily obtained. Glancing at his nearly complete fighting skill, LV1, Lin Xiao threw a punch into the air. Fighting skill, LV1. Experience 2. Fighting skill, LV1. Fighting skill, LV2. Potential point 1. Agility, 13-14. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath. Do you wish to witness my full strength? Oh, is it ready? Yes, it is. Flames ignited as the deep gray battle robe enveloped Lin Xiao's form. Even intricate flame-like patterns crawled across his face, resembling demonic tattoos. Ah, that sensation is returning. Indeed, there is something extraordinary about you. Bai Shan clapped his hands, bearing an expression of realization. Lin Xiao smiled, neither confirming nor denying it. You wish to attack? No problem. Bai Shan launched a punch, and Lin Xiao, just as before, countered with his right fist, meeting to strike head-on. Bang! This time, it was Bai Shan who was forced to retreat. Chapter 29. Chief Selection. Have you extracted the energy yet? Not yet. Haha. I've succeeded. What does it feel like? Do you feel stronger? I can't control it after extracting it. By Tuesday, the martial transformation course for third-year students had been underway for several days, and students in Class C were gradually completing the first step of energy extraction. Lin Xiao, I've managed to harness my power. Quickly tell me what to do next. Zhao Xiao exclaimed, eyes closed, tugging at Lin Xiao's shirt with excitement and urgency. Lin Xiao, me too, help. Recently, Chen Feifei had taken a liking to Zhao Xiao, and upon discovering Lin Xiao's rapid progress in martial transformation, she had dragged Fang Wen over, treating Lin Xiao as a knowledge repository. Lin Xiao shed the ashes of his battle attire and shifted closer. Don't rush to seize more energy. First, practice controlling it with your mind, allowing it to gradually circulate throughout your body. All right, Zhao Xia replied, her heart brimming with enthusiasm as she continued her practice. Chen Feifei followed suit for a while, her complexion slightly flushed. Lin Xiao, why do I feel so strange? That's your brain recognizing your physical form. It's quite beneficial for you. Why am I blushing? Is the introspective sensation really that peculiar? Lin Xiao regarded the repetitive word girl with a bemused expression. Was there something amiss with her? Lin Xiao, I now have a firm grasp on controlling my power. Fang Wen, the cool girl who appeared stoic in combat but spoke softly in everyday life, was advancing swiftly. She had already completed her energy extraction by last Friday. Fang Wen, try concentrating the energy in your eyes. All right. Moments later, Fang Wen opened her eyes, her expression gradually transforming into one of astonishment. Like a child who had discovered a new toy, her eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if the classroom was filled with novelty. Lin Xiao could fully relate. He had experienced the same sensation. Disperse your power to the points of exertion. This method of saturation yields significant enhancement. Continue practicing. Fang Wen nodded, and then she noticed the gray flames igniting around Lin Xiao. Seeing her lips slightly parted and her eyes wide with wonder, Lin Xiao couldn't help but wear a mischievous smile. Tap, tap, tap. Accompanied by the sound of high heels, the class instructor, Wuqi Hua, entered the classroom. She held a blue clipboard, upon which a form was clipped. It's the end of the month, and in 3 days, we will have the class competition. Today marks the commencement of the chief selection. The students had been preoccupied with martial transformation, and only upon hearing the instructor's words did they realize what day it was. Today is the monthly chief arena. Oh no, I completely forgot about this significant day. Anyway, it's just Wu Zhixing. What is there to choose from? I hear Chun is going to participate this time. Is the third one getting restless again? Fang Wen was uncertain about her chances, but she felt that she was still somewhat inferior to Wu Zhi. In an instant, the atmosphere in Class C began to stir. Lin Xiao. Fang Wen hesitated for a moment before asking, will you challenge for the position of chief today? Yes, Lin Xiao replied with a slight nod. Do you think you can win? Indeed, Lin Xiao's words were imbued with unwavering certainty, as if he were merely stating an undeniable fact. Is that so? Fang Wen revealed a faint smile, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Then I must participate today as well. Otherwise, I will miss the opportunity to challenge Wu Zhixing for the chief position in the future. Do you hold such confidence in me? Lin Xiao inquired, somewhat intrigued by the girl's apparent lack of skepticism regarding his claims. I have personally witnessed your rapid progress, Fang Wen replied with a wry smile. Recently, during our practice sessions, did you exert your full strength? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, yet Fang Wen clearly understood his implication. She pursed her lips and shot him a disapproving glance. Xiaya, did you hear that? Lin Xiao is going to challenge Wu Zhixing. Aren't you worried? Chen Feifei tugged at Zhao Xia, who remained with her eyes closed, her expression perplexed. What is there to worry about? Don't disturb me while I ascend. Zhao Xia waved her hand dismissively, immersing herself once more in her practice of martial prowess. Since witnessing the battle between Lin Xiao and Bai Shan over the weekend, she had gained some insight into her childhood friend's capabilities. Simply put, he was formidable. With a loud clap, the students in the front row shifted back, clearing a space. Class instructor Wu Qihua clapped his hands to direct the students to gather, leaving room for the arena. The training room was quite spacious, with the first 2 rows vacated. A broad area had emerged. Now, let the reigning chief from last month step forward. Wu Zhixing, the challenger, rose to his feet, hands casually tucked into his pockets, and strode confidently to the stage. Wu Qinghua's calm and steady voice resounded. Is there anyone else who wishes to contest for the chief position? If not, Wu Zhixing shall continue his reign. Today, Wu Zhixing wore a stern expression, standing at one side of the arena like a king, surveying with a ferocious gaze those foolish enough to challenge his authority. His eyes were as fierce as a beast's. Students caught in his stare either lowered their heads or averted their gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Wu Zhixing's gaze drifted towards the third-ranked student, Chen, then to Fang Wen, and finally landed on Lin Xiao. Noticing the other's attention, Lin Xiao smiled and politely nodded. Humph. Wu Zhixing disdainfully turned his face away, seemingly mocking Lin Xiao's timidity. He likely believed that Lin Xiao was afraid to take the stage. This misunderstanding vexed Lin Xiao, particularly because Fang Wen was also preparing to challenge Wu Zhixing. What would happen if he were to step up before her? Just as Fang Wen was about to rise, a loud, croaky voice resonated through the classroom. I'll do it. A round-faced boy with a buzz cut rushed forward. His complexion was somewhat dark, a prominent mole gracing his chin, and a goofy grin revealed 2 large buck teeth. Chen Ming, the third-ranked student, affectionately known as Chan by everyone, was ready to take his place. Wu Zhixing, I have returned to challenge you once more. This Chen is a spirited young man, unyielding and audacious, daring to confront you in every selection round, utterly unafraid of the repercussions. Wu Zhixing scrutinized his opponent with a cold gaze and remarked, to be frank, you are still not worthy. In response to this persistent challenger of his authority, Wu Zhixing surprisingly offered no biting ridicule, merely stating the truth with an air of calmness. Upon hearing this, the third contender, Chen, remained undeterred, grinning as he retorted, do not underestimate me. I have mastered the art of martial prowess with great agility. Chen transformed into a sleek black panther, charging at Wu Zhixing with unrelenting speed. Take this punch, he declared. Bang! To Chen's disbelief, Wu Zhixing's left hand effortlessly intercepted his punch, unwavering and firm. So it is, he thought, my strength and speed have indeed increased significantly. Yet, Wu Zhixing leaned closer to Chen Ming, his gaze as frigid as ever. You are still not worthy. Bang! With a powerful hook, Chen was sent hurtling through the air, landing on the ground, utterly motionless. Chapter 30. The reason behind Wu Zhixing Chen. Why are you shouting so loudly? Isn't this just a routine occurrence? Every month, it's akin to a baby's slumber. How dare he participate? With a healthy physique, he would surely return to normalcy by tomorrow. After several classmates escorted Chen to the infirmary, Wu Zhixing redirected his gaze back to the remaining students below. Next, his expression remained unchanged, as if he had merely swatted away a fly. I'll take my turn. Fang Wen rose, her tall figure captivating everyone's attention. Well, Fang Wen is stepping up this time. Impressive, at least she'll last a while. It was futile to expect victory. They could only hope for a brief engagement. Wu Zhixing was too formidable. No one in their class could contend with him. Go, Fang Wen. Observing the woman standing opposite him, Wu Zhixing scoffed. You caught me off guard. I thought you would once again hide in the back. What makes you believe you can match me? That's not the case. Fang Wen arched her back, her demeanor growing increasingly resolute. I fear a change in leadership soon, and thought to seize the opportunity to challenge you. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? Wu Zhixing clenched his fists, a hint of confusion crossing his face. Fang Wen offered no explanation. Instead, she lunged forward, her long legs transforming into a fearsome axe aimed at Wu Zhixing's neck. Bang! Wu Zhixing blocked with his right hand while supporting it with his left, forcefully deflecting her strike. You're akin to the third. You've acquired some semblance of martial prowess, haven't you? But that's about it. Like a flash of lightning, his fist struck towards Fang Wen's abdomen, yet she skillfully evaded the blow. Wu Zhixing had no intention of relenting. His attacks fell upon her like a relentless storm, unceasing and overwhelming. Though Fang Wen's footwork had reached level 2, and she was likely infused with energy, her speed had markedly increased, yet under Wu Zhixing's onslaught, she could only manage a feeble defense. Yes, it was indeed a struggle. Lin Xiao could discern that Wu Zhixing was still holding back. Furthermore, as one of the top 5 students, his mental fortitude was undoubtedly on par with Fang Wen's. Both Fang Wen and Chen had mastered the art of energy infusion. There was no reason to believe Wu Zhixing could not do the same. He simply deemed it unnecessary. As the battle progressed for 5 minutes, the classroom began to stir with excitement. Incredible! Fang Wen has managed to endure for this long? Her movements seem more agile than before. Has she also mastered energy infusion? I haven't even harnessed my energy yet. And she has already learned infusion. How infuriating it is to see others excel. The top 3 could likely enter the martial class. We shouldn't even compare ourselves to them. Lin Xiao, do you think Fang Wen can win? Chen Feifei tugged at Lin Xiao's sleeve, her expression laden with concern. She cannot win. There remains a significant gap between the 5th and the 11th ranks. Fang Wen's footwork has improved, but it will only allow her to last a little longer. Moreover, this is under the condition that Wu Zhixing is not taking it seriously, just like Lin Xiao faced Fang Wen back in the day. The duration of endurance under an absolute disparity of strength and speed ultimately hinges upon the opponent's mood. Fang Wen's attacks were bearable for Wu Zhixing. However, the reverse was not true. The adversary could afford numerous mistakes, while a single error on your part could spell disaster. Indeed. After Wu Zhixing deliberately absorbed a kick from Fang Wen, a flaw in her movements became apparent. A fierce direct kick aimed at her abdomen caught Fang Wen off guard, forcing her to brace herself with her hands. Yet, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and she was sent flying in an arc, crashing violently to the ground. Fang Wen. Chen Feifei gasped in horror, disregarding the rules as she rushed to Fang Wen's side. What happened, Lin Xiao? Is Fang Wen okay? Zhao Xia was equally startled, grasping Lin Xiao's arm. She's fine, perhaps just a bit numb in her hand and stomach. Lin Xiao observed keenly that Fang Wen had indeed blocked the blow. Although she had still taken the kick, most of the force had been mitigated by her arms and the momentum of her flight, making the fall a mere, trifling matter for her physique. With Chen Feifei's assistance, Fang Wen rose to her feet, her hands trembling slightly. Yet her expression bore no trace of pain. I lost, Fang Wen stated calmly, as though she had anticipated this outcome all along. Wu Zhixing, having absorbed the kick from Fang Wen, nonchalantly remarked, "You've become more agile. You should rank within the top 10, but your strength still leaves much to be desired." After Fang Wen exited the arena, a few of Wu Zhixing's lackeys were the first to cheer. After all, Fang Wen, who had placed second, losing meant Wu Zhixing's continued reign as the champion, a sentiment echoed by their classmates. Indeed, Wu Zhixing remains formidable. What a pity for Fang Wen. She seemed to have improved significantly this time. Could our class possibly have 2 in the top 10 this year? Oh, with that said, I suddenly feel quite esteemed. It's not you. Why are you so smug? Is anyone else brave enough to step up? Though Wu Zhixing addressed the entire class, his gaze was fixated squarely on Lin Xiao. After confirming Fang Wen's condition, Lin Xiao turned and met his opponent's stare. It appeared that it was now his turn. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Lin Xiao rose and walked steadily towards the stage. Upon seeing him, gasps erupted throughout the classroom. Is Lin Xiao going up too? Yes. I feel he has become quite formidable lately. Even so, he can't possibly surpass Wu Zhixing. Wasn't he just dominated by Fang Wen last time? Recently, it seems more evenly matched. I believe he and Fang Wen are on par. I recall Wu Zhixing despises Lin Xiao. He is likely to get thoroughly beaten this time. With a twist of his neck, Wu Zhixing scoffed contemptuously. I thought you were too scared to face me, trembling in fear. Lin Xiao disregarded the taunt, instead posing an unrelated query. I've often wondered, why do you take such a particular interest in targeting me? This question had lingered in Lin Xiao's heart for quite some time. Wu Zhixing was not particularly well-liked in class, often wearing a scowl that reflected his haughty demeanor, regarding others with an air of disdain. However, he was not the archetypal villain found in novels, seeking to trouble his classmates for no reason. At least in Lin Xiao's recollection, Wu Zhixing treated the bottom-tier students as if they were invisible, scarcely acknowledging their existence. Yet for Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing seemed to take pleasure in mocking him, as if he genuinely found him displeasing. One might understand Wu Yong's animosity towards Lin Xiao born from jealousy. Yet Wu Zhixing had no such connection with him. Why then, this relentless disdain? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, Wu Zhixing paused momentarily. And then a cruel smile crept across his face. He opened his arms wide, locked eyes with Lin Xiao, and pronounced each word with deliberate clarity. Because you once ranked ahead of me. Chapter 31. The martial aspirations of Wu Zhixing, an unusual pride. Lin Xiao tilted his head, momentarily perplexed by his words. If you have indeed been surpassed by me, then there is nothing more to say. Yet, as someone who once stood above me, how have you fallen to become the dregs of the class? Wu Zhixing's fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, his tone growing increasingly irate. Does this not imply that I, too, have been trampled by someone I deem inferior? His voice approached a roar, laced with a humiliation that was almost unbearable. It felt as though his pride had been discarded upon the ground, subject to the scorn of the masses. The classroom fell into an oppressive silence, students exchanging glances, too intimidated to utter a word. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his expression betraying no change. Alas, Lin Xiao sighed heavily, beginning to grasp the intent behind Wu Zhixing's words. Wu Zhixing's arrogance was genuine, perhaps even more profound than it appeared. He held a lofty opinion of himself. Yet he did not dismiss those beneath him. He could accept the presence of weaker individuals and acknowledge the strength of those above him, more inclined to strive to surpass them. The stronger adversaries he had bested were meant to serve as trophies, accomplishments worthy of reverence. However, what he could not abide was the sight of someone who once surpassed him reduced to a mere waste, trampled upon even by those he deemed weak. This situation filled him with indignation, for that waste was once his superior. With a subtle movement of his wrist, Lin Xiao's gaze hardened. While he understood Wu Zhixing's sentiments, it did not imply forgiveness for his actions. Lin Xiao had no intention of feigning magnanimity, dismissing the insult with a mere smile. Over the past 2 years, he had endured scorn, mockery, and derision, and he too harbored a simmering fury. Today, he intended to unleash that pent-up wrath. Do you require a respite? I shall grant you time to recover your strength. Given that Wu Zhixing had been relatively subdued over the past 2 weeks, Lin Xiao resolved to employ a strategy of courtesy before conflict. Moreover, he wished to thoroughly subdue Wu Zhixing. You think you know who I am? A sardonic smile crept across Wu Zhixing's lips as he disdainfully replied. Those 2 individuals were hardly worthy of warming me up. Or do you believe you can triumph over me? Wu Zhixing's voice deepened, his gaze as frigid as the depths of winter. Very well. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, slowly approaching him. I advise you to employ your martial prowess without holding back your energy. Let us see if you possess the qualifications. Before he could finish his sentence, Wu Zhixing's pupils constricted. A shadowy whip-like kick materialized before him and caught off guard. He raised his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. Yet, akin to Fongwen before him, the unimaginable force shattered his defenses in an instant. Wu Zhixing's body transformed into a projectile, sliding across the ground before crashing violently into the wall. Bang! A resounding thud echoed through the dojo. The tremendous impact stirring up a cloud of dust, even causing the white plaster on the wall to flake away. The classroom stood in stunned silence. The students of Class C gaped, utterly bewildered, as if unable to believe their own eyes. Oh, Lin Xiao is astonishingly powerful. Accompanied by the jubilant cheers of the young girls, the once stagnant air in the classroom began to circulate. What a spectacle! Was that Wu Zhixing sent flying by a single kick? Is Lin Xiao truly a monster? When did he become so formidable? I feel as though that kick could fell an elephant. Wu Zhixing has become a mere cannonball. Zhao Xia, utterly bewildered by the excited Chen Feifei, found herself dizzy. While Fongwen gazed at the imposing figure on the stage, her smile genuine. In a corner, Wu Zhixing's entourage fell silent. Wu Yong swallowed hard, his face pallid with fear, cold sweat streaming down his brow. Having brushed off his shoes, Lin Xiao found the outcome of his strike unsurprising. By Sunday evening, his strength had already reached 15 points, and he was now tantalizingly close to 16. His attributes, strength 15, agility 14, martial arts LV2, indicated that even without invoking his power, he surpassed Wu Zhixing, who was already underestimating him. Do you need a moment to rest? A shadow surged forth, charging at Lin Xiao with the ferocity of a wild beast. Lin Xiao sidestepped the opponent's straight punch, blocked the elbow strike, and assessed Wu Zhixing's condition. Wu Zhixing appeared disheveled, his hair and clothes smeared with dust. His eyes were bloodshot, brimming with a feral ferocity, resembling an enraged beast. Sensing the raw power emanating from his adversary, Lin Xiao smiled. Wasn't this precisely what he desired? Power manifestation. You shall regret allowing me to unleash this strength. A ferocious hook, akin to a metallic hammer, hurtled towards him with a chilling wind. Lin Xiao retreated. Wu Zhixing's assault was like a torrential storm, fueled by his wrath and might, striking with the force of thunder and the fervor of rain. As the fifth-ranked student of the year, Wu Zhixing wielded his power with far greater proficiency than Feng Wen and Chun, coupled with commendable energy density and a reckless expenditure of strength. His power momentarily matched Lin Xiao's. Yet, it was solely power. Evading his opponent's fist, Lin Xiao retaliated with a palm strike. Wu Zhixing staggered back, blood surging within him. Yet he pressed on despite the pain in his chest. A series of brutal attacks, kicks, elbow strikes, powerful punches, and headbutts transformed his body into an instrument of destruction, each strike capable of easily tearing apart an ordinary person. However, the effectiveness was minimal. In terms of agility, footwork, and martial arts, Lin Xiao surpassed Wu Zhixing in every aspect. Merely matching him in strength offered no advantage. With a resounding impact, after Lin Xiao's powerful kick was blocked, Wu Zhixing retreated several steps, halting his advance. What's wrong? Lin Xiao queried, perplexed. He hardly believed this raging beast would concede. Why aren't you using your power manifestation? Wu Zhixing's face darkened, his muscles trembling with fury. Huh. Lin Xiao paused momentarily, then lowered his gaze with a light chuckle. Slowly lifting his eyes, his voice colder than Wu Zhixing's had ever been. Then it shall depend on your qualifications. This statement ignited Wu Zhixing's pride completely. He remained silent and charged forward with unwavering determination, akin to a frenzied beast unleashed from the confines of reason, unleashing his fury. Lin Xiao did not flinch from the oncoming blow. Instead, he braced himself and retaliated with a straight punch, disregarding the pain. It was a reckless exchange of harm, an eye for an eye, determined to inflict injury upon his adversary, even at the cost of his own well-being. Amidst the manic onslaught of his opponent, Lin Xiao felt a surge of tenacity, fully releasing his inhibitions and engaging in a chaotic brawl. His fists became stained with blood, and his body endured relentless strikes. Violence often awakens the primal instincts within a person, igniting fervor and extinguishing rational thought, while adrenaline surged, propelling the conflict into a fevered intensity. Chapter 32. A leg in the ashen state. The crowd of spectators fell into a profound silence, not daring to even blink, lest they miss a single moment of the unfolding battle. Bang! Wu Zhixing, trembling, propped himself against the wall and struggled to rise. His face was bruised and battered, with blood trickling from his forehead, coursing past his eye and down to his chin, dripping onto the floor. Still unwilling to concede? Lin Xiao brushed his thumb across the corner of his mouth, noticing a hint of blood. Moments ago, he had been struck by Wu Zhixing's hook, and the pain still lingered. Naturally, as the cost of inflicting injury upon Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing was undoubtedly in a far worse condition. Logically, he should have collapsed by now. Yet, he remained conscious, sustained solely by sheer willpower. Do not underestimate me. Give it your all. Even as his body leaned against the wall, unsteady on his feet, this exceptionally proud man refused to be subdued. He resembled a cornered beast, desperately posturing and roaring in defiance. Observing his opponent's futile rage, Lin Xiao refrained from mockery, his expression turning entirely serious. Very well, I shall unleash my full strength. He aimed to thoroughly subdue this wild beast, ensuring that Wu Zhixing comprehended the vast chasm between them. A deep gray flame surged forth, igniting his body in a fervent blaze. As the fiery veil gradually dissipated, Lin Xiao emerged, clad in ash-colored battle attire. Wu Zhixing's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. It was evident he could perceive Lin Xiao's imposing presence. Even the other students in the class felt an unusual pressure after days of training. Their sensitivity to energy had heightened, and they were no longer oblivious to the power of martial transformation. What is happening? The air feels so oppressive. A senior taught me to channel my energy into my eyes. Let me give it a try. Wow, Lin Xiao looks incredible. What is going on? Are all you top students capable of this? I've only just managed to draw forth my energy. How are you all so impressive? Is this energy intertwining? Wow, that trench coat. Wow, that flame. Wow, what a sight. Damn it. Stop talking. You're making me anxious. As he watched Wu Zhixing, who was struggling to rise from the wall, clearly at his last breath, Lin Xiao inquired calmly, Are you ready? Haha. Just like that. Come on. Give it your all. Wu Zhixing spread his arms wide, his body trembling, yet a fervent smile graced his face. Perhaps, in his perception, being shown mercy was entirely different from being defeated with full force. Indeed, then watch closely. The floor beneath them shattered instantaneously, before Wu Zhixing could even react. Lin Xiao appeared before him. A direct kick, engulfed in gray flames, surged forward. Class instructor Wu Qihua's eyes narrowed. She intended to intervene and halt the impending attack. But then, as if realizing something, she abruptly halted her steps. Boom. A terrifying explosion reverberated through the C-Class training room. The floor trembled, sand flew, and thick clouds of gray dust billowed into the air, smoke swirling around. The commotion was so immense that gasps echoed even from outside the classroom. What? What was that noise? Did they just fire a cannon? It appears that the commotion is emanating from the training classroom nearby. The adjacent room is filled with a cacophony of voices, while the corridor reverberates with the hurried footsteps of teachers and students rushing to ascertain the situation. In stark contrast, Class C is enveloped in an eerie silence, a profound stillness reigning over the atmosphere. The spectators' eyes widen, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as they disregard the swirling dust and fixate intently on the figure atop the stage. The sound within their ears is deafening, and fragments of stone scatter behind them. Yet Wu Zhixing remains utterly indifferent to these distractions. Gradually, he lowers his head, and a long leg, clad in black trousers, brushes past him. Although only a few centimeters separate them, nearby clothing disintegrates into tatters. Wu Zhixing slowly turns, directing his gaze toward the wall behind him, or rather, what remains of it. In its place is a vast, irregular void, with exposed rebar twisted and bent, and bricks and concrete shattered into debris. Beyond the gaping hole, verdant trees stand tall, their branches swaying gently as a soft breeze wafts into the classroom, caressing his cheeks. Wu Zhixing's expression is more tranquil than ever, even graced with a smile. I have lost upon uttering these words. He collapses to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Wu Qinghua hastens to his side, assessing his injuries. After a brief moment, she rises with a sense of relief, proceeding to lock the classroom door. Facing the crowd, the female teacher inquires softly, "Is there anyone else who wishes to contend for the position of class leader?" The entire class remains silent. Observing this, Wu Qihua continues, "In that case, Lin Xiao shall assume the role of class leader for the coming month." Adjusting her glasses, her tone turns serious, until the conclusion of the inter-class competition. Do not divulge any information regarding the class leader to anyone from other classes. I implore you all to adhere strictly to this directive. Several students escort Wu Zhixing to the infirmary, while the others remain seated, gazing vacantly at the wall that appears as if it has been struck by a truck. Beside that terrifying scar, a figure continues to stand resolute. His posture is erect, his handsome visage devoid of expression, yet his calm gaze remains fixed on the void, leaving others to ponder his thoughts. In witnessing him, the students below come to a profound realization. Class C has indeed undergone a transformation. The new class leader is Lin Xiao. Wow, this is utterly astounding. Zhao Xia approaches Lin Xiao, her eyes wide with astonishment as she stares at the wall, occasionally exclaiming in disbelief. Lin Xiao is truly terrifying. Fang Wenwen, how do you even spar with him? He must be holding back. Chen Fei and Fang Wen also gather around, their faces alight with wonder as they examine the gaping hole in the wall. The atmosphere within the class gradually shifts, and the crowd erupts into a chorus of uncontainable exclamations. "Ah, incredible! Just amazing! Oh my goodness! What was that kick even like? How is that any different from a cannonball? It's utterly terrifying. If that had hit Wu Zhixing, he would have been done for. If I learned to harness my powers, could I be that impressive too? What are you even thinking? Lin Xiao is the class leader now. Where does he rank among the year? Certainly higher than Wu Zhixing." A throng of classmates gathered around, gazing outdoors, feeling the steel bars, and tapping on the walls, their faces alight with exhilaration and astonishment. Occasionally, they cast furtive glances at the perpetrator, their expressions a tapestry of curiosity, reverence, and admiration. Zhao Xia, jostled by the crowd, sought refuge beside Lin Xiao, for this spot seemed to have been tacitly left unoccupied. "What is wrong, Lin Xiao?" She noticed that her childhood companion had fallen into a prolonged silence. Lin Xiao remained silent, merely gazing wistfully at the scars on the wall, fixated on the shattered void. Surely, this wall would not require him to make restitution, would it? Chapter 33. The Draw in the Spacious Conference Room. The instructors of the third-year classes took their seats one after another. At the head of the table sat an elderly gentleman with hair as white as snow. Dressed in a pristine white coat and trousers, his long beard flowed gracefully without appearing disheveled. His ruddy complexion bore a few wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with clarity. untouched by the murkiness of time. Ling Xiao, the director of instruction for the third-year students, had devoted over 50 years of his life to teaching at Luzhou Military University. After unscrewing his thermos, he took a sip of hot tea and surveyed the gathered faculty, 10 in total, precisely as required. Is everyone present? Before we commence our monthly meeting. The elderly man set down his cup and shifted his gaze to a female teacher, her long hair elegantly styled and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Ms. Wu Qinghua, could you elucidate what transpired in Class C yesterday? All eyes turned to Wu Qinghua, who rose with an expression devoid of any discomposure, her demeanor as serious as ever. Student Wu Zhixing showed me a lack of respect during the chief selection, and I deemed it necessary to impart a lesson. And thus, you created a gaping hole in the wall? Director Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes, a bittersweet smile creeping across his weathered face. Indeed. Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses and replied calmly. At times, a measure of intimidation is essential. It proves beneficial in educating students. This reckless and brutish approach seemed utterly at odds with the composed nature of the female educator. Yet, the assembled class mentors surprisingly did not voice any skepticism. Instead, they nodded in tacit agreement, their expressions revealing no hint of surprise. This wild woman had indeed remained true to her nature. Her usual demeanor was merely a fade. I had thought she would soften after becoming a teacher. She was, after all, the infamous red ghost known for silencing unruly children, a master in the art of instilling fear. Ah, can she truly silence a child? Perhaps I should try it when my son misbehaves next time. Wu Qinghua turned her gaze, her expression inscrutable, towards a few male teachers who were whispering among themselves, the lenses of her glasses reflecting an eerie light. At that moment, the men straightened up. Like mice caught in the gaze of a cat, their posture rigid and their eyes fixed ahead. Knock, knock, the elderly man rapped the table, his tone tinged with resignation. Such behavior is not in accordance with our standards and should not be encouraged. As a consequence, you will need to cover the costs of the repairs. That is acceptable. This penalty was little more than a formality. For a seasoned hunter nearing retirement, producing a few $100,000 without so much as a blink was trivial. Very well. Let us consider this matter resolved. Please take your seat. Director Ling Xiao waved his hand, signaling a transition to the main agenda. The class competition is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. Today we shall determine the competitors from each class. Here are the events that will be held in this round. The director handed out a stack of A4 papers for the teachers to pass around. Wu Qinghua glanced at the table of contents on the first page. 1. Arena Point Competition 2. Stronghold Defense 3. Alpha Wolf Hunt 4. Summit Climb 5. Spiral Maze. These 5 events comprise the upcoming third-year class competition, with 10 classes randomly paired into opposing teams. The rules are outlined in the following pages, but I believe everyone is already well acquainted with them, so I shall not reiterate. The teachers nodded in acknowledgement, having participated for 2 or 3 years and experienced various projects. Given this, let us proceed directly to the drawing. The elder stroked his white beard, his tone becoming solemn. I will create a small group and distribute red envelopes, with amounts ranging from 1 to 5 yuan. Should you draw amounts that are equal, you will form a team. No sooner had he spoken than the expressions of the teachers present turned peculiar. Elder, could we not be more serious? ISNT, there a small program for the drawing, and only a maximum of 5 yuan. You are exceedingly stingy. Bang. Silence. At the mere mention of this, the director's brow furrowed in fury, pulling out several strands of his beard in irritation. Every time I distribute red envelopes to the large group, I end up with mere cents. And yet you dare to complain? The teachers below fell silent at once. Humph. The elder, fuming, took a sip of tea, curled his lip, and muttered under his breath. Moreover, that small program is far too complicated for an old man like me to use. But you handle the red envelopes quite skillfully, even setting different amounts. The teachers exchanged glances, refraining from voicing their thoughts. Opening his phone, under the guidance of Director Ling Xiao, the seated teachers were added to a separate small group. Unity and Friendship, third-class drawing group, Ding Dong, red envelope. The drawn amount corresponds to the items on the list. Wu Qinghua opened the red envelope, and a bold 3-0 appeared. The corresponding project, The Hunt of the Alpha Wolf. Reviewing the drawing records, she found the user, who also drew 3 yuan. Class F, Li Jingru. Oh dear, Xiaoqing, it seems we are opponents this time. A gentle and melodic voice from the adjacent desk reached Wu Qinghua's ears. She calmly turned her head to regard the female teacher seated to her left. Dressed in a beige casual dress, with softly curled chestnut hair, her features were delicate and her makeup was exquisite. her almond-shaped eyes adorned with a tear mole, and her lips, painted with a glossy pink hue, exuded a beauty that intertwined purity with allure. Though she appeared youthful and charming, resembling a gentle and soft maiden, she was indeed the class instructor of F class, Li Jingru. A contemporary of Wu Qinghua, she was now in her 40s. It seemed she hadn't faced Xiao Qing as a rival in quite some time. How nostalgic this feeling is. Li Jingru propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Wu Qinghua with twinkling eyes. This competition is between the students, and it does not concern us. Wu Qinghua calmly corrected her. However, aren't the students a reflection of their teachers? This is akin to a duel between us two educators. Or perhaps. Li Jingru lowered her gaze slightly, her words laced with implication as she inquired, Xiao Qing, are you afraid of losing? Why do you say that? Wu Qinghua's expression remained unperturbed, as if she had not perceived the underlying tone of her counterpart. Because the hunt of the alpha wolf places great emphasis on the strength of the leader. Li Jingru maintained her gaze upon Wu Qinghua, her voice tinged with amusement. It appears that Wu Zhixing from Class C may not surpass my little Qian. This time, you are likely to face defeat. In the class competition, each event has its own criteria for victory, and in the wolf hunt, defeating the opposing class's top student is one of the conditions for triumph. In response to the taunting words of the other side, Wu Qinghua remained unshaken, merely retorting calmly. Although the strength of the top student is crucial, it is not the sole determinant of victory. Strategy and luck are equally indispensable. This statement, however, seemed to resonate with Li Jingru as nothing more than a futile show of bravado. She narrowed her eyes, the corners of her lips curling up into a smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Shall we wager on this? Perhaps add some stakes. What stakes? Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his demeanor shifting to one of caution. Just as before, the loser must promise the winner one thing. Class C's instructor, Wu Qinghua, fell silent, offering no response. Observing this, Li Jingru escalated her provocation. Little Qing, are you afraid? All right, I accept. Hooray. Li Jingru clapped her hands, as if she had already secured the fruits of victory. Ahem. The elderly Ling's son cleared his throat, interrupting the conversation among the teachers below. All right, please submit the information of your class's top student, and once done, the meeting is adjourned. This is a necessary procedure. Although the top students from each class generally remain unchanged, it is still a formality. The 10 teachers lined up in sequence, while Ling Xiao sat at his desk, casually receiving the forms handed to him, glancing at them briefly before placing them into a file. According to the rules, the class instructor is not permitted to know the information of their class's top student, yet everyone was well aware of one another, rendering this stage somewhat redundant and superfluous. Upon receiving Wu Qinghua's form, the elder was just about to set it aside when his body suddenly paused. He lifted his gaze discreetly, observing the instructor of Class C before him. The female teacher's lips curved into a subtle smile, though those behind her remained completely unaware. Chapter 34. The Alpha Wolf Hunt on Thursday afternoon. The refinement of power concluded. Strength, 1516. Lin Xiao opened his eyes and absent-mindedly glanced at the panel. 2 days had elapsed since the chief selection, during which his agility had risen to 15. And his Go skills successfully upgraded to level 2. He allocated the potential point to his spirit, resulting in his attributes being Strength 16, Agility 15, Constitution 25, and Spirit 25. His progress could be deemed significant. Yet, Lin Xiao found little joy in his achievements. A sense of unease consumed him. Would he be liable for the damage to that wall? For the past 2 days, Lin Xiao had been anxiously awaiting the school's verdict, his mind clouded with uncertainty. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had activated the Ashen mode, intending to thoroughly subdue Wu Zhixing, but fearing that a single kick could send him to the afterlife. Lin Xiao opted to kick the wall instead. Who could have anticipated that the wall would crumble so easily? Such shoddy construction. His kick could hardly have exerted more than 10 tons of force. How could it not withstand that? Lin Xiao felt a simmering frustration. But if he were indeed required to pay for the damages, how much would it cost? Surely, he wouldn't have to sacrifice his scholarship, would he? The thought dimmed the light in his eyes. Clap, clap. The announcement regarding the class competition is now being made. With a resounding applause, the voice of the class instructor, Wu Qinghua, echoed through the room. The classroom quickly fell silent. They had remained in class today, foregoing free combat, solely to await the teacher's announcement. He operated the computer and activated the projection screen. This time, our opposing class is the junior year F class, and the competition event is clap, clap, clap. The screen displayed 4 prominent characters. Alpha Wolf Hunt. The Alpha Wolf Hunt. It had been quite some time since this event was last held, the last instance being in the sophomore year. I recall it being exhilarating, far more entertaining than the arena battles. It seemed that if the Alpha were defeated, it was tantamount to losing the match. Yes, should the Alpha lose, the chances of a comeback were virtually non-existent. The discussions in the classroom grew increasingly animated. In the eyes of the students, the arena battles were likely deemed the most tedious of competitions. They relied solely on strength, devoid of any element of luck. If one could not win, then one simply could not win. Silence. I will now reiterate the rules, so please pay close attention. The Alpha Wolf Hunt is a point-based hunting event, wherein the entire class is divided into lone wolves and wolf packs. There are 5 lone wolves, while the remaining students belong to the wolf packs. The wolf packs consist of teams of 5 to 6 individuals, for Class C, with 41 members, after excluding the 5 lone wolves. The remaining students will be divided into 7 wolf packs. In terms of rules, the allocation of lone wolves and wolf packs is flexible. Yet there is one stringent requirement. The Class Alpha must be a lone wolf. For each enemy class student defeated, points are awarded to the class, with the first class to reach 90 points declared the victor. Defeating a wolf pack member grants 2 points, while hunting a lone wolf earns 5 points. However, successfully defeating the opposing class's Alpha yields 50 points. The chief stands at 50 points, while the 4 lone wolves accumulate 20, and the wolf pack hovers around 70. Should the chief falter, the opposing team is virtually assured victory, leaving little room for a comeback. The location for this project remains the same as last time, at the back mountain of the school. After taking a sip of water, Wu Qinghua continued, stating that the wolf pack would enter from the southern foothills, while the lone wolves would approach from the north. The slope of the school's back mountain is gentle, having been shaped over the years, making it an ideal venue for outdoor confrontations among students. Due to the differing starting points, the chances of the wolf pack encountering the lone wolves before reaching the summit are minimal. Regardless, both the 5 lone wolves and the 7 wolf pack teams start from varied locations. However, since they are on the same side of the mountain's base, there exists a possibility of meeting halfway up. Of course, there is also the chance of encountering adversaries from the rival class. In such a scenario, should they engage, victories yield points, and defeats may allow for retreat. This is not a gladiatorial contest. Fleeing is permitted, yet akin to certain encirclement games. Each area along the mountainside has a stipulated time limit for lingering. If a student hesitates to ascend the peak out of fear of confrontation, they risk disqualification, granting the opposing class additional points. Thus, it is advisable to run towards the summit, where one may fortuitously meet classmates and deliver a justifiable strike. Apart from the chief, for students must assume the role of lone wolves. Do you have any suggestions? Wu Qinghua inquired, casting a glance at the students. The students exchanged looks before finally focusing their attention on Lin Xiao. Please proceed with your arrangements. Lin Xiao rested his head on his hand, his tone somewhat apathetic. Very well, since there are no objections, I shall take charge of the arrangements. Wu Qinghua nodded and picked up the list in his hand. First, Wu Zhixing will serve as one of the lone wolves. Sitting in the back row, Wu Zhixing scoffed and turned his head but did not decline. Having been discharged from the hospital yesterday, he, alongside Lin Xiao, possesses the best physique and recovery capacity in Class C. The remaining 3 lone wolves are Guoshuahai, Ren Dong, and Dong Li. As Wu Qinghua's words resonated, the classroom erupted into a clamor, with even the 3 named students displaying astonishment. Wait, why not Fong Wen or a Chun? Indeed, and aren't these 3? Logically, lone wolves, being of higher rank, are typically selected from the top students. Moreover, they bear the crucial responsibility of diminishing the opposing chief's combat capability, even if it merely entails exhausting some stamina. This would enhance our chief's odds when facing their chief. Yet, the chosen 3 rank among the lowest, their standings akin to the former Lin Xiao, and their practical skills are severely lacking. Placing them in the lone wolf positions is tantamount to offering points. They are unlikely to prevail against anyone. No matter. In response to the student's skepticism, Wu Qinghua remarked nonchalantly, the combat strength on the lone wolf side is already sufficient. The students paused, then turned their gazes toward Lin Xiao and Wu Zhixing. It seems so. Wu Zhixing ranks 5th in the cohort, and Lin Xiao surpasses him in prowess, effectively granting their Class 2 chief-level combatants. Even if the opponent's lone wolves rank between 2nd and 4th in Class F, in a war of attrition, they would only exhaust Wu Zhixing's stamina or inflict minor injuries. Ultimately, the victor remains Wu Zhixing. Should the chief of the enemy class refrain from intervening, Wu Zhixing alone could easily withstand the onslaught of their 4 lone wolves. Upon reflection, it seems that the combat capabilities of Class C's lone wolves are even more formidable. Placing Fong Wan, a Chun, and their companions in the squad is akin to a tiger infiltrating a flock of sheep. After all, the top contenders from the opposing side have been dispatched as lone wolves, leaving no one here capable of mounting a direct challenge, an opportunity to score points with ease. To the 3 students who have been assigned the role of lone wolves, Wu Qiwa advised, try to avoid direct confrontations with the enemy if you encounter them. Flee when possible. If escape is not feasible, surrender will suffice. The 3 students nodded earnestly. They were not foolish enough to engage with the elites of the opposing team. Following this, Wu Qinghua redistributed the members of the wolf pack, ensuring that the top students from the class were adequately mixed into each team, maintaining sufficient combat power across the board. This time, as there was no need to allocate high-ranking combatants, the teams were formed with ample flexibility. Today, there would be no free combat. Instead, they would head directly to the office on the back mountain, where the staff would assign them their departure location for tomorrow. Upon closing the textbook, class supervisor Wu Qiwa announced the end of the meeting. The students rose and departed the classroom. Lin Xiao, come to my office. Has the moment finally arrived? Lin Xiao closed his eyes in despair, bracing himself to confront his ultimate judgment. Chapter 35, the class competition begins. In the school cafeteria, Lin Xiao sat at a table with Zhao Xia, Fong Wan, and Chen Feifei, enjoying their meal together. The bond among the 3 girls had strengthened, and they often gathered. Wu Qiwa had noticed this and assigned them to a small team, along with 2 other girls of average ranking. Are you interested in gathering information about Class F's top student? Fong Wan inquired with a slight surprise, blinking her eyes. Indeed, Lin Xiao replied, nodding with a serious expression. Zhao Xia, sitting beside him, leaned closer, her face filled with curiosity. Weren't you indifferent about the class competition today? Why the sudden seriousness? Yes, Lin Xiao. You seemed completely disinterested when the teacher was assigning teams. I thought you didn't care at all. During class, Lin Xiao had appeared somewhat distracted. A fact even the repetitive-phrased girl, Chen Feifei, had noticed. In response, Lin Xiao earnestly declared, I have had an epiphany. As the top student, I have the responsibility and obligation to lead our class to victory. He placed his hand over his heart, his expression genuinely sincere. To achieve this, I need to gather information about Class F's top student. We must win this time. The 3 girls were momentarily taken aback by his grand declaration. Their eyes filled with skepticism, as if they found it hard to believe his words. How could he, Lin Xiao, possibly be so irresponsible? Fong Wan tucked her bangs behind her ear and smiled subtly. I only know some basic information. It may not fully meet your needs. That's all right. You surely know more than I do. Lin Xiao felt confident about his ability to gather information. Haha. The top student of Class F is a girl named Lu Yuqian, and her ranking in the grade is. Fong Wan raised her slender finger. 4th place. Even stronger than Wu Zhixing. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. 4th place was manageable, as long as she wasn't stronger than Baishan. He believed he could handle it. Don't underestimate her. Fong Wan cautioned softly, sensing Lin Xiao's relaxation. The 4th place in combat skills and footwork is superior to Wu Zhixing. She won't be easy to defeat. This indicated that the young woman might possess skills in both areas at the LV2 level, making her a formidable opponent. Without the aid of his powerful abilities, Lin Xiao suspected it would be quite challenging to triumph over her. If she was determined to evade, he might not even be able to catch up. Understood, I will approach this carefully. Yes, let me describe her physical characteristics to you. As the class competition was scheduled for the following day, and there were no evening classes, Lin Xiao returned to his dormitory to freshen up. Lying on his bed, he delightedly defeated 2 girls on his phone with his LV2 Go skills. Feeling relaxed, Lin Xiao put away his phone, reflecting on his conversation with the class instructor earlier. I communicated with the school regarding the wall issue, but regrettably, such damages are not covered by the school's reimbursement policy. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt utterly disheartened, as if his heart were bleeding. However, in light of your recent remarkable progress, I had a discussion with the director of education. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with interest. What did he say? He expressed understanding regarding the student's inability to control their strength, and since this is your first offense, he intends to observe your subsequent attitude and performance to determine whether to handle this leniently. Attitude and performance? Indeed. For instance, winning the class competition or improving the grade S ranking. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, leaning closer, and gently inquired, Lin Xiao, You would want to bear the repair costs, would you? Naturally, Lin Xiao wished to avoid any financial compensation. Thus, it was imperative for Class C to secure victory in this competition. On Friday morning, Lin Xiao arrived alone at the starting point on the northern slope of the back mountain, where a female staff member was already waiting for him. This is the scorecard for Class C's captain. Please wear it properly. The staff member handed Lin Xiao a metallic device, eyeing him with a hint of curiosity. Likely due to his unfamiliarity, after all, she had probably met the captains of previous classes. The mountain is equipped with several service stations offering food, water, medical supplies, rest areas, and public restrooms. These service stations are neutral zones. Attacking the opposing side is prohibited, but please be mindful of your time spent there. Exceeding 10 minutes will result in disqualification. Lin Xiao nodded, understanding that such a competition, akin to a wolf hunt, could be prolonged, sometimes lasting until evening before a victor emerged. After all, those who can run and evade, if fortunate, might find themselves among the weaker students reaching the mountain's summit, entering the final round. The competition is set to commence at precisely 9 o'clock a.m., so please depart at that time. After explaining the necessary precautions, the staff member took her leave. Lin Xiao glanced at his watch. It was entirely silver, crafted from alloy, the face displaying the time, 8:23. On the left side of the watch was a button, the switch for acquiring points. By defeating an opponent and removing their watch, one could adhere the bottom to their own face, pressing the switch to gain class points, causing the opponent to lose their eligibility in the competition. Beep! Lin Xiao pressed the button, and the time vanished from the face, replaced by a large 0. This represented Class C's score, with all points earned automatically accumulating and updating in real time. Aside from the substantial points, the captain's watch appeared no different from the team watches. Once properly secured, Lin Xiao idly gazed at the scenery. Unfortunately, aside from this watch, the event prohibited any electronic devices, leaving him to wait idly for half an hour. Standing at the mountain path's entrance, he marveled at the extent of the school's modifications to this mountain. The base alone had dozens of entrances, and as one ascended, the trails became increasingly scarce, heightening the likelihood of encounters. The entire mountain resembled a cake, sliced into layers, narrowing upwards, with multiple service areas at various elevations. The summit was remarkably flat, as if cleaved by a giant, atop which stood medical facilities and student dormitories for overnight stays. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would likely spend the night atop the mountain after the competition concludes. How should they proceed upon ascending? Lin Xiao pondered this question incessantly. The lower half of the mountain slope was vast, making the search exceedingly time-consuming and likely futile. Only upon reaching the middle or upper tiers would the probability of encountering adversaries increase, as the number of lone wolves was exceedingly scant, merely 10 individuals combined from both teams. The opposing side would likely share this sentiment. In an effort to conserve their energy, they too would hasten their ascent to the higher levels. As for the strategy to hunt down the lone wolves and the team leader upon reaching the upper tier, wait, in the eyes of their opponents, Class C's leader remained Wu Zhixing. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and the other three were presumably regarded as expendable pawns, cast aside for sacrifice. Should they encounter Lin Xiao, fleeing would be the furthest thought from their minds. Instead, they would likely launch an offensive. With this realization, Lin Xiao concluded that upon reaching the upper tier, merely wandering about would invite the enemies to seek him out. After all, in their perception, he was nothing more than a lamb for slaughter. A mere mobile point extraction machine. Lin Xiao suddenly grasped the essence of the strategy. Could this be the art of feigning weakness to vanquish the strong? Beep, beep, beep. The alarm on his watch rang, signaling that it was 9 o'clock. Lin Xiao transformed into a shadow, traversing dozens of meters of mountainous terrain in but a second. Chapter 36. The fragile wolf pack atop the mountain. In the faculty office, hot water cascaded down, releasing a fragrant bouquet of floral and fruity aromas. The amber-hued tea filled a transparent teapot. A woman with slightly curled chestnut hair, elegantly attired in a flowing gown, retrieved the teapot, humming a cheerful tune as she made her way to the workspace adorned with numerous screens. There, another educator was stationed before a monitor. Clad in a serious and respectable teaching uniform, her long hair elegantly coiled, while her golden-rimmed glasses reflected the glow of the display. Xiaoqing, black tea, thank you. Li Jingru filled their ceramic cups, casting a glance at the wall-mounted screen. The immense display showcased dozens of orderly windows, each revealing the lines of students from 2 classes. Although neither of them was manipulating the footage, the surveillance video seamlessly transitioned angles to follow the students' movements. The school's back mountain had undergone decades of transformation, and nearly every path was equipped with wide-area high-definition surveillance devices. Drones hovered above, tracking the students' journeys. All video feeds were processed by AI, autonomously following the two class lines and presenting the most suitable angles for observation. After all, such competitive activities came with inherent dangers, and should a student sustain severe injuries, the school would be able to provide timely medical assistance. Suddenly, a particular video window enlarged, floating to the center of the screen. It appears a wolf pack team has started to engage. Li Jingru straightened her posture, a look of intrigue gracing her features. When a video displays such a scenario, it signifies that members of both classes have converged in the same area, and a confrontation is imminent. Given the prevalence of wolf pack teams, the likelihood of encounter at the mid-slope of the mountain was considerable. Moreover, neither side would typically yield. In their youthful exuberance, neither party anticipated defeat before a skirmish commenced. Indeed, the two teams in the video swiftly spotted one another and, after a brief hesitation, charged towards each other in unison. In a narrow encounter, only the strong can be the hunters. Xiaoqing, why does your team consist entirely of girls? Li Jingru inquired, curiosity etched upon her visage. Wu Qinghua took a sip of her black tea and replied nonchalantly, the strength of a warrior is not determined by gender. While males may possess inherent physical advantages, this is rendered moot after years of energy absorption. The bodies of military academy students are nearly superhuman. The innate differences between the sexes can therefore be disregarded. You know very well that that's not what I meant. We adore all girls' teams. Li Jingru pouted playfully, casting her a teasing glance. However, the grouping of teams must adhere to principles of rationality. Overall strength must be considered. One cannot simply indulge whims. Under normal circumstances, a wolf pack team typically appointed a top-ranking student as the captain, supported by 2 students of moderate strength and 2 of lesser capability, ensuring each team possessed combat readiness and would not be reduced to mere fodder. With 5 high-level combatants removed, the task of team division became quite challenging, as any arrangement felt lacking. I believe the arrangement is quite reasonable, Wu Qinghua remarked with a smirk. Humph. Let us observe the unfolding events. A confrontation is imminent. From beneath the cabinet, the instructor of Class F retrieved a tin of cookies, resembling a child eagerly awaiting a film premiere, as he excitedly indulged in the snack. Towering and robust, the brawny Li Jufeng maintained his pace, advising his teammates behind him, ensure you all have identified your opponents. If you find yourselves outmatched, focus on defense until I can assist you. As the 7th member of Class F, he was undoubtedly a formidable force within the pack and served as the captain of this small team. Responses echoed affirmatively, filled with tension and exhilaration. As his teammates seemed to anticipate the impending battle, Li Jufeng understood their sentiments. The warrior spirit within him was also stirred, eager to engage. The opposing Class C team was now within 300 meters, a mere heartbeat away from direct confrontation. Although the adversaries were all female, Li Jufeng harbored no thoughts of underestimation. He had already identified his opponent in advance. Chen Feifei, the 8th-ranked student of Class C, undoubtedly the captain of their squad. Last night, they had consolidated intelligence about the higher-ranking students from the opposing class, and Chen Feifei was among them. Li Jufeng felt confident, believing his strength surpassed that of his adversary. Yet, a lingering feeling of unease gnawed at him. Who was that tall woman? Why was she wearing a mask? The moment for reflection was fleeting as the enemy approached swiftly. To his surprise, the woman named Chen Feifei did not set her sights on him. Instead, she aimed to attack another student. Li Jufeng could not allow her to succeed. Just as he intended to intervene, a powerful kick, akin to a battle axe, came hurtling toward him. Alarmed, his pupils dilated as he attempted to evade. But it was too late. He could only raise his hands in a bid to mitigate the force of the impact. In an instant, his defenses crumbled, and a terrifying strength slammed his hands against his chest. Bang! The brawny man was propelled into the air, soaring momentarily before crashing down to the ground. What? The members of Class F, witnessing this spectacle, were momentarily stunned, allowing their adversaries to seize the opportunity and land several punishing blows. Hola! Hola! Take that! Lady Xia! Xiaya! Haven't you resolved your opponent yet? The battle concluded swiftly, as the prowess of Class C was astonishing. With the 2nd-ranked Fang Wen, the 8th-ranked Chen Feifei, and the recently ascended Zhao Xia, who had dramatically improved her combat capabilities to rank among the top 10. The remaining students of Class F were rendered defenseless, unable even to flee. In less than 20 seconds, they lay vanquished on the ground, utterly powerless. Fong Wen confiscated an opponent's wristwatch and affixed it to her own wrist. Beep. On the watch's screen, the Class C score transformed from 0 to 10. You are Fong Wen. Li Jufeng gasped, clutching his chest, struggling to keep his eyes open as he stammered his question. Fong Wen blinked playfully, removed her mask, and smiled lightly, her expression one of amusement. In the midst of agony and confusion, the formidable Li Jufeng closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Soon, medical personnel would arrive to provide assistance. The group of girls from Class C discarded their watches and continued their relentless ascent. Apart from Fong Wen and her companions, the other wolf pack teams from Class C gradually made contact with the opposing side. How could Achin be here? Wasn't he a lone wolf? How infuriating. Has Class C lost their sanity? Why are the 9th and 10th ranks grouped together? Flee. Escape as far as possible. The students' watches possessed a recording function, and the anguished cries of Class F echoed within the faculty office. Li Jingru held a half-eaten biscuit in her hand, remaining silent and expressionless as she observed the unfolding farce on the screen. The corner of the display revealed a stark contrast in scores between the two classes, 28-8. Wuqiwa extended her delicate fingers, picking up a cookie and taking a small bite. So sweet. Chapter 37 The Most Cunning Lone Wolf. In the surveillance footage, the battles between the two teams predominantly concluded with Class C emerging victorious. The students of Class F either fell or fled, with the few points they did secure being won at the cost of 2 team members incapacitated. Once a student loses their combat capability or succumbs to unconsciousness, even if their points remain unseized, they must forfeit the competition. The method involves teammates directly plundering their points, after which medical personnel will swiftly arrive from a nearby service area. This act of seizing a teammate's points does not increase the team's score, but rather elevates one's own value. For instance, if a squad member appropriates a teammate's points, the enemy's subsequent defeat of that individual transforms their points from 2 to 4. This is hardly advantageous, as one's strength does not augment with an inflated value. Instead, one becomes a mere target for point accumulation. For Class F, the current situation is undeniably dire. Qinghua, what exactly are you contemplating? Li Jingru tossed a fragment of biscuit into her mouth, chewing quietly. The elegance and gentleness of this woman had faded. Her face was devoid of smiles, her gaze dark and profound, as if the very light around her had dimmed. In stark contrast, Wu Qinghua appeared oblivious to the tension, sipping her red tea and nibbling on cookies with a relaxed demeanor. I am merely arranging the team logically. A logical arrangement? Li Jingru scoffed, saying, Is placing the 2nd to 5th ranks into the wolf pack squad your idea of arrangement? Wu Qinghua remained unfazed, responding coolly, It is permissible by the rules. Indeed, it is allowed, yet it signifies your complete abandonment of the achievements on the lone wolf side. Li Jingru cradled her delicate face in her hand, affirming her interpretation of the situation. You believe that Wu Zhixing is no match for our chief, hence you've dispatched the elite forces to the wolf's side, hoping to triumph solely through squad strength. Wuqiwa took a sip of her tea, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. You must realize that this strategy can only yield initial benefits. You cannot secure victory. Li Jingru playfully twirled a lock of hair with her fingers, remarking, Class C cannot entirely annihilate our pack, and how many points can you garner from the lone wolf side? Such a straightforward tactic is understood by all. Why not employ it? Surely, it would be a case of incurring more losses than gains. This is the mountains, not a rigid arena. The initial skirmishes can indeed catch the opponent off guard, but if they cannot contend, they will retreat. Once a fleeing student encounters another squad, the wolves of Class F will surely deduce the opponent's strategy. Students are not fools. Being acutely aware of the enemy's formidable strength, they will inevitably choose to evade confrontation. With countless mountain paths and dense forests, escaping is hardly a challenge, as long as they do not linger too long in the lower levels. They can gradually ascend while evading capture, seizing opportunities to launch guerrilla attacks and eliminate a few from the opposing side. Over the years, it has been rare for a wolf pack squad to be entirely annihilated, as competitions often conclude before such an outcome is realized. You have positioned several ordinary students to the north, yet they would likely be incapable of escaping when confronted by the elite of my class. Just as Li Jingru finished speaking, a video appeared on the screen, a student from Class C, cautiously peeking around a corner, unexpectedly encountered the lone wolf from the opposing team. Despite his rapid retreat, his speed was no match for that of his adversary, and he was subdued in an instant. The score for Class F immediately escalated from 8 to 13. Hooray! Points acquired. Li Jingru raised her fingers in a peace sign. her face adorned with an innocent and cheerful smile. My students are remarkably clever. Upon recognizing the challenge, they will undoubtedly devise a strategy, and soon your advantage will vanish. Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his expression inscrutable. To the north, in the upper region, the lone wolves of Class F had successfully convened. Sister Qian, do we truly not need to confront Wu Zhixing? Indeed. What if they surround you? On the staircase, two tall young men appeared somewhat hesitant. No need. The lone wolves on the opposing side are quite weak. I can handle them alone. Standing before them was a poised and spirited woman, with her high ponytail. She stood nearly 6 feet tall, her features both dignified and striking, exuding an aura of confidence. Lu Yuqian, the top student of Class F, ranked 4th in her cohort. Little Fish has already arrived. You must keep pace and attempt to alleviate the situation with the wolves. Upon hearing this, the two young men nodded and ascended the mountain at full speed. Beep. Lu Yuqian pressed her watch, revealing the current score, 34-20. One student from Class F had yet to engage, likely remaining midway up the mountain to hunt down members of the opposing team. Lu Yuqian neither supported nor opposed this notion. Aside from Wu Zhixing, 2 other lone wolves from Class C remained unapprehended, representing a formidable 10 points. She glanced toward the summit and leaped upward. Rather than assist the wolf pack, she intended to secure the entrance to the peak. The northern path to the upper level was singular. As long as she held her ground, Wu Zhixing would inevitably confront her. Defeating him would essentially conclude this contest. As Lin Xiao jogged along the mountain path, he found himself questioning his existence. Why was there not a single soul around? Had misfortune befallen him so severely that he could not encounter even one lone wolf? Initially, Lin Xiao believed he was simply ascending too rapidly, so he paused momentarily to admire the flora and fauna, relishing the beauty of nature. Yet, the only companions he found were the insects and birds of the mountains. He had yet to encounter either foes or teammates. Surely, he could not be the only one on the northern side of the mountain. Glancing at the score, Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. It mattered little, after all. Class C held the advantage against the wolf pack. Why should he be in a hurry? The ones in a rush must be the opposition. With this thought, Lin Xiao felt an immediate sense of relief, even contemplating a brief respite at the service area. Chief, just as he entered the service area to grab a drink, Lin Xiao was taken aback by a mournful cry that echoed through the space. A girl with a bob haircut and an exquisite appearance hurried over, her expression brimming with excitement as though she had encountered a long-lost relative. Dongli, have you been hiding in the service area? This girl was one of the more fortunate souls from Class C's lone wolves, unexpectedly managing to survive. Standing before Lin Xiao, Dong Li's eyes glistened with tears as she recounted her arduous journey. I dared not take the main road, so I wound my way through the small woods. Whenever I came across a service area, I would slip in and hide for 10 minutes, even in the ladies' restroom. The corners of her mouth pouted, and her eyes were reddened, as if she had endured a great injustice. Impressive, Lin Xiao regarded her with newfound respect. You have truly endured much. Just stay with me on the journey ahead. All right. Though somewhat disheveled, the girl's strategy had proven remarkably effective, apart from Lin Xiao and Wu Zhixing. She was likely the only remaining lone wolf from Class C. Lin Xiao set off again, this time accompanied by a fellow student. Her chatter was incessant, akin to a sparrow, allowing Lin Xiao to deeply appreciate the trials and tribulations of her solitary journey, thanks to her storytelling talent. This leg of the journey was no longer dull. Chapter 38. Indeed sweet score. 40-26. What should we do, Xiaoqing? It seems the match has reached a stalemate. Li Jingru raised her fair chin, a playful smile illuminating her face as she gazed at her friend beside her. The wolf pack of Class C appears unable to expand their victory, which might be somewhat unexpected for you, wouldn't it? The video surveillance revealed that many teams from Class F have become quite astute. Upon spotting the enemy, they promptly retreat, showing no inclination for direct confrontation. Meanwhile, 3 elite lone wolves have arrived at the wolf pack's flank, joining forces with 2 of their teams. In terms of elite combat capability, Class C no longer holds such a significant advantage and occasionally finds themselves outmaneuvered. Li Jingru spun in her chair, her chestnut locks swirling gracefully, reminiscent of an elegant princess dancing in the air. Wu Qinghua leaned back slightly, avoiding the fluttering strands of hair. The advantage still lies with Class C. I see nothing amiss. Humph, still putting on a brave front. Li Jingru cast a sidelong glance at her, a mischievous grin gracing her features. The advantages of Class C are merely illusory. As long as Wu Zhixing cannot best Xiaoqian, all your advantages will vanish. At that moment, The northern surveillance feed switched to the center, indicating another encounter between the lone wolves of the two classes. Upon viewing the video, Li Jingru's eyes widened in astonishment. And she said teasingly, "Xiaoqing, it appears your class has two little fools." On the screen, a male and a female student from Class C strolled casually along the mountain path, engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the distant enemy. The lone wolf from Class F had clearly set his sights on them, hiding behind a large tree, plotting to ambush these 2 points-rich lambs. Li Jingru shook her head, feigning a sigh of disappointment. Alas, why must they congregate like this? Are they not delivering points to us on a silver platter? It was akin to 2 neatly packaged morsels, saving the opposing lone wolf the effort of pursuit. I cannot interfere with the students' thoughts. Perhaps this is their strategy. Wu Qinghua sipped her red tea, her expression inscrutable, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. At that moment, I saw a student from Class F in the distance. He was pursuing me, and as I turned a corner, I vanished from his sight, leaping directly off the cliff's edge. Dongli recounted the tale vividly, her small hands gesturing animatedly. Lin Xiao assessed the height of the mountain layers, estimating around 20 meters. Does it hurt? The girl nodded honestly, her tone heavy as she replied, "It's numbed. I hid in a thicket to catch my breath." She tugged at her clothing and extracted a few black thorns. These must be from the ghost needle grass, quite common and often snagged on fabric. No wonder I've been feeling itchy all over. You must have gotten those all over you while hiding in the grass. Just endure it. A wash later will suffice. Lin Xiao quickly interjected, lest the girl, in her fervor, attempt to turn her clothes inside out. Moreover, there were individuals crouched ahead. Lin Xiao halted his steps as Dongli stood beside him, blinking in confusion. "I apologize for interrupting your conversation." From behind a grand tree, a tall gentleman emerged. His hairstyle meticulously arranged, his features strikingly handsome, imbued with a melancholic aura. "Might I request your surrender? This would at least spare you from injury." Well, Dongli finally noticed the adversary. She sprang up, akin to a startled bird, her head darting left and right as if seeking an escape route. With a swift motion, Lin Xiao, exasperated, delivered a light chop to her head. The girl covered her head, blinking rapidly as clarity returned. "Right. The captain is right beside me. What is there to fear?" With this thought, Dongli puffed out her chest and concealed herself behind Lin Xiao. "He is Bai Chen, ranked 4th in Class F." The girl whispered softly, rising onto her toes. Lin Xiao nodded and glanced across. "Have you come to a decision? You must be aware of the disparity in strength. Conceding would be the wisest choice." The melancholic gentleman stood politely at a distance, refraining from launching a surprise attack. In response to such courtesy, Lin Xiao reciprocated with respect. "Indeed, we have reached a consensus. Would you be so kind as to relinquish your points to us?" Bai Chen was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. "I had expected you to be more astute. Prepare to fall." As the words left his mouth, Bai Chen's figure vanished from sight, his fist hurtling forward with ferocious speed. Bang! The impact resonated with a dull thud. There were no cries of pain, nor did anyone collapse. The situation unfolded entirely contrary to his expectations. The melancholic beauty's eyes widened as he stared at his own fist, which was halted mere inches from the opponent's face by a steady hand, unwavering and resolute. Impossible. Bai Chen felt as though he were ensnared in a steel vice, the sound of his bones creaking under pressure. "Who exactly are you?" Bang! Before he could comprehend the opponent's movement, a swift uppercut struck his abdomen, instantly draining him of all strength, causing him to crumple to the ground. "Please, take his points." Lin Xiao gestured toward the lifeless figure sprawled on the ground. "Hooray! I never imagined I would have a day of scoring points," Dongli exclaimed, jumping with excitement, her face aglow with curiosity as she began to inspect the fallen opponent's watch. "Why does your complexion seem off?" Wu Qinghua adjusted his glasses, his tone calm as he inquired. At this moment, the class instructor for Class F, Li Jingru, bore a countenance as dark as the depths of water, her gaze fixed intently on the boy displayed on the screen. "What is the name of this student? What is his rank in your class?" "Lin Xiao? I recall he was ranked 38th last semester." Li Jingru lowered her eyelids, coldly stating, "Are you jesting? A student ranked at the bottom has bested the 4th seed in my class? I'm not lying." He produced a student dossier from beside him, opened it, and presented it to Li Jingru. "I have heard that he has recently made significant progress, yet I did not anticipate such an impressive improvement." Supporting his forehead with his hand, Wu Qinghua's expression bore a hint of regret. Had he known, he would have transferred him to the wolf pack as a mentor. He felt he had indeed neglected his duties. After scanning the information on the paper, Li Jingru coldly closed the file. It matters not, Xiaoqing. The outcome will remain unchanged. On the screen, the surveillance from the northern top floor materialized, a stout man with a buzz cut, hands tucked into his pockets, steadily ascending the mountain. At the pinnacle of his path stood a poised woman with a high ponytail, resembling a sharp sword, cutting through Class C's hopes of victory. Li Jingru stood up, lightly leaping behind the female instructor. Xiaoqing. She wrapped her arms around the other's neck, her delicate pink lips brushing against Wu Qinghua's fair earlobe as she whispered softly, "You have become a general." Wu Qinghua remained silent, merely grasping a piece of biscuit and taking a bite. Indeed, it was quite sweet. Chapter 39, the fifth versus the fourth atop the mountain. The wind howled fiercely. The girl's high ponytail, cascading to her waist, danced in the air like a serpentine wisp, standing majestically on the peak. Lu Yuqian's gaze was sharp as a sword, quietly surveying the man below, who ascended the summit step by step. "I thought you would hide until the end. I did not expect you to arrive so soon," Lu Yuqian commented, observing the imposing figure of the tall man, whose wild demeanor was palpable. "Hiding? What nonsense are you spouting?" Wu Zhixing twisted his neck, his voice deep and hoarse, reminiscent of a beast brimming with rage. "Because you lost, Class C has lost." Faced with the increasingly agitated man, Lu Yuqian did not waver. Instead, a bright and spirited smile graced her face. "You cannot defeat me. From the moment you faced me, this contest was already concluded. I shall tear your foul mouth apart, woman." With a thunderous boom, the stone slab beneath them shattered as Wu Zhixing launched himself like a cannonball towards her. Lu Yuqian's eyes narrowed, narrowly evading his onslaught. Her long legs sprang forth like a steel blade, sweeping towards his torso. "Ha!" Wu Zhixing crossed his arms, his muscles taut like coiled springs, absorbing the blow head-on. With a screech, his shoes skidded over a meter of ground, yet he remained unbroken by her attack. "Your mastery of martial strength is commendable," Lu Yuqian remarked, her expression growing increasingly cold. "Critique me? Do you believe you are worthy?" No longer holding back, Wu Zhixing became an embodiment of ferocity, reappearing before Lu Yuqian with renewed vigor. This time, his strength surged, and his attacks were more chaotic and frenzied. After dodging a flurry of wild punches and kicks, Lu Yuqian finally took a direct hit from a powerful kick, stepping back 2 paces to assess the force behind it. "I underestimated you. Your method of exerting force has indeed improved, making you less predictable than before." "Who do you think I am?" Wu Zhixing sneered, not denying her assertion. Since the last selection, his combat skills had indeed advanced. If Lin Xiao were to witness Wu Zhixing's prowess, he would find that his combat skill had upgraded from level 1 to level 2. "I can no longer afford to underestimate you." Lu Yuqian inhaled deeply, her body coiling like a spring, brimming with robust energy. "However, you are still not my match." Wu Zhixing's pupils constricted as he barely evaded several bullet-like punches. Yet Lu Yuqian's assault was relentless. A downward strike came at him with precision, reminiscent of a beast's guillotine. Wu Zhixing attempted to sidestep, but it was too late. The attack landed squarely on his shoulder. Ugh! He bent forward, his left shoulder and arm instantaneously rendered powerless, losing sensation in a fleeting moment. "It seems your footwork requires further refinement." Wu Zhixing gritted his teeth, a low growl tearing from his throat as his gaze began to lose its rationality. "Do not become overly complacent, you wretched woman." Absolute fury engulfed the mind, and the true beast of madness awakened. 10 minutes later, Wu Zhixing fell. "Yea, Xiaoqing. I have triumphed," Li Jingru exclaimed, raising her hands aloft, embodying the essence of a young girl as she danced around Wu Qinghua. With her youthful and radiant visage, along with her innocent and carefree demeanor, one would hardly suspect she was a woman in her 40s. "What shall I have you do? Come to my home as a maid for a month? Dress in Lolita fashion for a photo shoot? Or perhaps don cat ears and indulge my whims?" Wu Qinghua disregarded her prattling and gently tapped the table. "I advise you to remember, the competition is not yet concluded. It has indeed come to an end," Li Jingru declared, wrapping her arms around Wu Qinghua's shoulders and lifting her chin with a teasing finger. "Now call me elder sister, and I may consider being a tad lenient." Wu Qinghua, expressionless, seized a cookie and stuffed it into her mouth. At that moment, another video popped up. It was still the peak, but from a different perspective. Injured and battered, Wu Zhixing was suspended in midair, his limbs hanging limply. Supporting him were the strong, pale arms of a woman. Grasping his collar, Lu Yuqian raised her hands high, coldly surveying her opponent before her. It was evident that he had lost the will to fight. Realizing this, Lu Yuqian released her grip, allowing him to fall to the ground like a lifeless fish. "Ugh!" She touched her still aching left cheek, frowning slightly. She perceived this man as a lunatic. Where on earth had he learned such a reckless, injury-for-injury style of combat? She had never seen him employ such tactics before. Did Wu Zhixing truly possess that much sense of class responsibility? Did he genuinely desire victory? Although she had not sustained any severe injuries, Lu Yuqian had endured several strikes, and lingering pain was inevitable. Forget it. Let us bring this to a close. With a soft sigh, Lu Yuqian crouched down and removed his wristwatch. Well, I have walked to the peak with full awareness for the first time. Previously, I was always carried up upon this reflection. She realized she too had experienced something similar. Voices of conversation reached her ears as Lu Yuqian lifted her head, astonished to see two students ascending the peak. The young man was handsome and tall, while the young woman was delicate and charming, yet both were unfamiliar to Lu Yuqian. Could they be the last two lone wolves from Class C? She found it surprising that Bai Qin had not noticed them, allowing them to blend in at the summit. Lu Yuqian couldn't help but marvel at their fortuitous luck. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Dong Li had also recognized one another. With a swift motion, Dong Li retreated and adeptly hid behind Lin Xiao, peeking out cautiously like a vigilant creature. Ah, the girl gasped, covering her mouth with both hands. Isn't that Wu Zhixing? He has been defeated. Lin Xiao glanced at the fallen Wu Zhixing, his eyelids lifting slightly as he regarded the victorious woman with mild surprise. You need not be anxious, nor do you need to flee. Lu Yuqian displayed the watch in her hand and remarked softly, your chief has lost. The forthcoming matches hold little significance now. Pressing the button, the score for Class F appeared, 34. With the chief's 50 points. Along with the two lone wolves contributing another 10, their total exceeded 90, which was more than sufficient. Upon confirming that the competition had indeed concluded, Lu Yuqian's expression softened. She turned to Lin Xiao and his companion, her tone warm as she inquired, please remove your watches. Let us hasten to the service area for a respite. There was no response. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but Lu Yuqian sensed a subtle shift in their gazes. Is it not better to endure a little less hardship? She sighed helplessly. Although she wished to commend their unwavering spirit, they seemed somewhat oblivious to the situation at hand. First, they should seize the chief's points before pursuing them. Placing Wu Zhixing's watch on the reflective surface, Lu Yuqian pressed the button. Beep, 3439. What? Lu Yuqian's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 40. I am the chief, what is going on? Lu Yuqian stared blankly at the watch screen. It was evident that the points for the chief had been seized. Yet the class score reflected an addition of merely 5 points, rather than 50. Was the system malfunctioning? A flicker of astonishment appeared in Lu Yuqian's eyes. The school system had been developed for such a long time. She never anticipated encountering an issue like this. A derisive snicker arose from below. Lu Yuqian cast her gaze downward, coldly observing the man sprawled on the ground. What are you laughing at? The feeble Wu Zhixing forced his eyes wide open, a scornful smirk twisting his lips. Foolish woman, your quick tongue cannot alter the fact that you are the loser. Lu Yuqian remained unfazed by the taunts of her defeated opponent. Therefore, I call you foolish. Wu Zhixing's eyes glinted with contempt as he grinned with amusement. Who told you the system was malfunctioning? What? Lu Yuqian's pupils constricted, her expression freezing. Slowly, she lifted her head to gaze at the couple in front of her. Excuse me. Lin Xiao raised his wrist, tapping the surface of his watch with a bemused smile. I am the chief. Bang. Li Jingru rose from her seat, her hand striking the table. Her face a mask of disbelief. She leaned forward, fixated on the screen. After a moment, she turned to glare fiercely at the bespectacled female teacher beside her. Why is Wu Zhixing not the chief? Li Jingru's tone was filled with venom, completely devoid of the earlier demeanor of a victor. It seems that the chief indeed is not him. Wu Qinghua rubbed her eyes, a hint of distress in her voice. Alas, time spares no one. Growing older, my memory falters. I had forgotten that the chief of Class C had changed. Wu Qinghua gazed directly into her friend's eyes. A tinge of apology in her tone. I'm sorry for allowing you to be overly delighted. Li Jingru fixed her with an impassive stare for a moment before a composed smile crept upon her lips. Her fingers drummed rhythmically on the table, as if she had unraveled the other's scheme. Who would have thought? To win this competition, you even went so far as to switch the chief. Quite unbecoming, I assent it. Xiaoqing? Wu Qinghua adjusted her glasses, offering no rebuttal. So Wu Zhixing obeys you to this extent, willing to cooperate even in such trivial matters. It truly reflects the respect students have for you as a teacher. Li Jingru clapped her hands, and the others joined in applause, yet their smiles were devoid of warmth. Regrettably, such a ploy is futile. Even if you substituted the chief, Even if you stealthily introduced a competent lone wolf, the disparity in strength remains undeniable. The gaze of the F-class instructor was as frigid as ice, an aura of darkness emanating around him. Even if my little Qian has been drained of her strength by Wu Zhixing and is not at her full capacity, she is not someone who can be easily defeated. Moreover, the screen showcasing the pack of wolves displayed a team of more than 10 rushing to the summit. The 3 individuals leading the charge were precisely the lone wolves dispatched from Class F. Apologies. It seems our students are rather swift in their support. Li Jingru playfully stuck out her tongue and formed a peace sign near her eye, winking mischievously. Wu Qinghua finished his cup of tea, a faint smile gracing his lips. Lu Yuqian gazed at Lin Xiao for a moment before glancing at the ground where Wu Zhixing lay, letting out a soft huff. So that's how it is. Resorting to such trivial antics. As her words fell, she had already appeared before Lin Xiao, her fair hand gripping his forearm. Wow. Dong Li jumped in surprise, seemingly caught off guard. Hand over your watch, unless you wish to find yourself on the ground. Lu Yuqian's tone was laced with a warning. Her delicate-looking hand possessed a strength akin to steel, firmly restraining Lin Xiao's wrist. Feeling the intensity of her grip, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. With a strength of 15, agility of 15, and proficiency in martial arts and footwork at level 2, he realized that while he could not compare to Bai Shan, he certainly had a complete upper hand over Wu Zhixing. No wonder that Wild Beast couldn't defeat her. Noticing the bruises on her skin, Lin Xiao curiously inquired, "It seems you are injured? If you think this minor injury will affect my condition, you are quite foolish." Lu Yuqian's gaze lowered, her voice tinged with anger, and Lin Xiao could feel her grip tightening. "My patience is limited, if you are wise." Just as Lu Yuqian attempted to force Lin Xiao's wrist, she found that no matter how much strength she exerted, he remained unmoved. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she recalled an unsettling possibility. Bang! Lu Yuqian's power surged through her legs, propelling her away from the spot at incredible speed. Lin Xiao, regrettably retracting his right leg, realized he had missed his kick. 40 meters away, Lu Yuqian bent forward, staring uncertainly at the man across from her. Her heart raced, a profound sense of danger flooding her mind. The instincts of battle were truly remarkable. Lin Xiao admired her reaction, just before he struck. She had already prepared to retreat. Lu Yuqian remained silent, her expression dark as she scrutinized Lin Xiao. The clues regarding his strength and speed were evident. This man is certainly no weaker than Wu Zhixing. In her prime, she would not fear him. However, she bore slight injuries now, her stamina diminished, and her reserves depleted by half. Continuing to fight him, even if victorious, would likely leave her exhausted. In that case, she might even fall prey to the students at the top, waiting to capitalize on her weakness. To fight, or not to fight. Just as Lu Yuqian wavered in indecision, familiar shouts from behind her eased her mind completely. "Chief, have you resolved the situation on your end?" Wei caught up. A total of 13 students from Class F, 3 lone wolves, and 2 wolf pack teams had arrived. Lu Yuqian glanced back, but did not yet see the wolf pack from Class C. "How did you manage to get here?" Zhao Shanjun, the burly second-place contestant from Class F, declared, after our 3-member team amalgamated with the 2 smaller squads. "We disregarded the other teams and surged towards the summit with utmost speed." The petite girl with a mushroom haircut, Lin Xiao, who secured the 3rd position, anxiously interjected. "Along the way, we managed to drive off 2 groups from Class C. Their pack must have noticed us by now, and will likely pursue us shortly." Lu Yuqian nodded, grasping the urgency of the situation. "Assist me, and together we shall bring down their chief." "Understood." "Wait, isn't that Wu Zhixing lying on the ground?" Zhao Shanjun was taken aback, and the other students from Class F also noticed the fallen Wu Zhixing, their faces etched with confusion. "Haven't we already triumphed?" "No. That's not him. The true chief is that man over there." Time was of the essence, and Lu Yuqian had no opportunity to elaborate. They needed to execute their righteous ambush before the reinforcements from Class C arrived. "I will engage him head-on. You all flank him for an opportunity." Lu Yuqian shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Observing this, the students from Class F asked no further questions and followed suit, charging towards Lin Xiao. Chapter 41. The monstrous Lin Xiao. Alas, the chief has fled. Dong Li, ever astute, quickly distanced herself from the battlefield as the situation escalated. Lin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. He certainly could not expect a lackluster student to assist him against a multitude of foes. As long as she kept her distance and did not hinder him, that was sufficient. However, the sheer number of adversaries was overwhelming. With a physique rated at 25, he possessed remarkable stamina, exceptional recovery, and an extraordinary reserve of power. Even in a war of attrition, Lin Xiao was confident he could vanquish them all without resorting to his formidable abilities. Yet, in a besieging scenario, Lu Yuqian could indeed hold him at bay for a brief period, making the chaotic strikes from the others rather bothersome, particularly with skilled fighters like Fong Wen and A Chen among them. Sigh. As Lu Yuqian swiftly approached, Lin Xiao closed his eyes and exhaled softly. Upon reopening them, a terrifying power surged through him, igniting his pupils with a gray flame. Hunter mode activated, along with bullet time. Everything slowed down. The stone slab beneath cracked and shattered as Lin Xiao charged forward, instantly reaching Lu Yuqian's side. What? Lu Yuqian barely had time to turn her gaze when a black whip-like leg, akin to a hammer of immense weight, crashed into her side. Bang! The girl's body transformed into a shadow, tracing a parabolic arc through the air. Behind her, the students of Class F gaped, their minds blank, utterly unable to believe their eyes. This is bad. In that fleeting moment, suspended in the air, Lu Yuqian comprehended the extent of Lin Xiao's strength. Gritting her teeth against the searing pain in her left arm, she glanced downward. The worst had come to pass. Lin Xiao showed no signs of halting. Like a tempest, he surged toward the students of Class F. At the forefront was Zhao Shanjun, the second strongest in Class F, a man as robust as a bear. With a mighty roar, he swung his fist, the size of a large pot, with all his might. Yet, his arm was swiftly subdued. In a fluid motion, Lin Xiao executed a shoulder throw, sending the giant soaring. His perspective twisted as he flipped, ultimately crashing violently to the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath him. Zhao Shanjuan's eyes bulged, and he expelled bile, collapsing in a heap. In the blink of an eye, Class F had lost a significant player. A petite figure darted behind Lin Xiao, delivering a rapid kick aimed at his lower back. Unfazed, Lin Xiao clenched his right fist and struck downward. Lin Xiao clutched her calf, collapsing to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Damn it! Lu Yuqian, having landed, witnessed the scene unfold and seethed with rage. She charged toward Lin Xiao at breakneck speed, desperate to thwart this monster. Yet, Lin Xiao paid her no heed, continuing his relentless advance toward the pack of adversaries behind him. Do not fear him. Let us confront him together. There are over 10 of us. The remaining students of Class F surged forward, their throats raw with furious shouts. However, the disparity was simply too vast. Lin Xiao had long since grown stronger. Now, even when utilizing only the hunter mode, he possessed a power equivalent to that of Baishan. This strength was overwhelming, manifesting a scene of sheer domination against ordinary students. The moment they confronted Lin Xiao head-on, their formation crumbled instantaneously. What Lin shouted was remarkably straightforward. He targeted the individual nearest to him. With punches, kicks, sweeping strikes, and direct assaults, no one could evade his blows, nor withstand his onslaught. Each punch sent a student sprawling to the ground, and every kick propelled another figure into the air. Lin Xiao moved as if he were in a field of unchallenged prowess, slicing through his opponents with relentless force. Stop! By the time Lu Yuqian finally reached Lin Xiao, fewer than half of the students still stood. The rest lay sprawled on the ground, some unconscious, others moaning in pain. The girl gritted her silver teeth and unleashed her full might, attacking with fervor. Her knife-hand strikes were as sharp as blades, her punches as heavy as cannonballs. And her long legs swept through the air, leaving shadows like black edges, vowing to sever the enemy's form. Her strength surged forth, with no breaks between her assaults. Yet, the results were far from promising. Faced with her tempestuous onslaught, Lin Xiao remained unfazed, dodging and blocking with ease, absorbing each blow. Lu Yuqian sensed her stamina waning, but she dared not relent. Her acute instincts warned her that any hint of vulnerability would invite a counterattack she could not endure. Seeing their leader entangled with Lin Xiao, the remaining F-class students, not lacking in courage, surrounded him, launching sneak attacks from his blind spots. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. He bent at the waist and executed a swift 180-degree spinning kick. With a thud, 2 students near him were sent soaring through the air, crashing to the ground behind him. A flicker of urgency crossed Lu Yuqian's face as she raised her fist to strike Lin Xiao's head. But this time, her effort fell short. Lin Xiao seized her right wrist and yanked her back. Lu Yuqian immediately lost her balance, pressing against Lin Xiao's chest, their profiles mere inches apart. It was over. Accompanied by the calm male voice whispering in her ear, a fist imbued with tremendous force struck her abdomen. With a loud thud, Lu Yuqian's body jolted, her waist bending, mouth agape but unable to produce a sound. Subsequently, her eyes fluttered shut, limbs going limp as she collapsed to the ground. The remaining students stood frozen in shock, their expressions vacant and bewildered, uncertain of what to do next. At that moment, on the southern side of the mountain, figures darted forth. Dozens of silhouettes ascended to the peak, accompanied by a chorus of furious shouts. Those F-class underdogs actually snuck up here. Damn it. I knew they were up to no good. Lin Xiao, we're here to help you. Chief, you haven't bitten the dust, have you? Lin Xiao, your sister is here. As the C-class team approached and beheld the multitude of fallen foes, they too were momentarily stunned. Oh, is it over? All have been taken down. Zhao Shanjun, Li Xiaoyu Chuanwu. Oh my, is that Liu Yuqian? Lin Xiao single-handedly brought them down. Incredible. You are truly remarkable, Chief. You have elevated my standing immensely. Are there not a few remaining? Fish that slipped through the net. Under the watchful gaze of a group of nefarious C-class students, the few remaining F-class students trembled in fear. Lin Xiao observed his playful classmates with amusement. They were aware that the confrontation had concluded. No genuine blows were exchanged, merely a show to intimidate the opposition. He crouched down and removed Liu Yuqian's watch. Beep! The score for Class C instantaneously surpassed 90, signaling the official end of the class competition. Lying on the ground, Liu Yuqian struggled to keep her eyes open. Her gaze unfocused as she weakly inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "I am Lin Xiao, the chief of Class C." Lin Xiao blinked and offered a courteous smile. "I look forward to your guidance in the future." Chapter 42. Just kill me. As the sun set, the dim yellow light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow across the small room. The faculty office was enveloped in a muted ambience, silent and still. Li Jingru sat quietly in her chair, her features obscured, while the screen on the wall emitted a faint luminescence that flickered in her eyes. With a click, Wu Qinghua pressed the switch, illuminating the stark fluorescent lights. The darkness dissipated, revealing the appearance of the class instructor from Class F. She had her feet propped on the chair, arms wrapped around her knees. Her exquisite face devoid of expression, her gaze vacant. The once charming and vibrant Li Jingru, reminiscent of a blossoming maiden, had vanished. Now, she resembled a wilted eggplant. Lackluster and drooping, her beautiful long curls losing their luster. Wuqiwa settled into a nearby seat, pouring herself a cup of red tea. Crossing her legs, she remained silent, quietly observing her friend as though admiring a work of art. Li Jingru's eyes fell as her nylon-clad feet curled up, tracing patterns on the soft cushion of the chair. Who exactly is that Lin Xiao? Her voice was muffled, entirely devoid of the gentle sweetness from earlier in the day. Wu Qinghua took a sip of her tea, offering a subdued explanation. Just an ordinary student from a humble background. He triumphed over Wu Zhixing, earning his position as the legitimate top of the class. Li Jingru pursed her lips and remarked pensively, "Can a student from a humble family progress so rapidly? From the bottom of the class to its pinnacle?" He wasn't at the bottom to begin with. Wu Qinghua removed her glasses, gently polishing the lenses with a silk cloth. He ranked third upon enrollment, with a mental acuity far surpassing that of his peers, second only to the top two. Second only to the top two? Li Jingru furrowed her brow, discontent spilling from her words. The gap between them and an average student is too vast. You must clarify just how significant the difference is. Let me put it this way. Wuqiwa smiled softly, raising two fingers, her voice gentle as she continued, before their abilities awakened. Their mental acuity was on par with Lin Xiao's at enrollment, and, in fact, Lin Xiao might have even been slightly stronger. At that moment, without her glasses, Wu Qinghua's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. Her unadorned, beautiful visage was graced with a smile, dangerous and alluring, akin to a red spider lily blooming on the other shore. Li Jingru's eyes widened slightly, unable to suppress an exclamation. Doesn't that mean he's a potential superhuman? Wuqiwa nodded slightly, affirming her friend's speculation. He is a natural ability user. Once he clarifies his intentions, awakening is merely a matter of time. Wow, that's impressive. Li Jingru swayed back and forth, her eyes spinning in excitement, before her lips curved into a slight smile as if a thought had crossed her mind. She set her feet down, slipped into her high heels, and sprang up energetically. Straightening her attire and tidying her somewhat disheveled hair, she even produced a small mirror, skillfully touching up her makeup. Observing her friend, who seemed ready for a date, Wu Qinghua put her glasses back on. What are you planning to do? Of course. I'm going to say hello. Li Jingru slung her exquisite and fashionable handbag over her shoulder, waved her hand, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Goodbye, Xiaoqing. You wouldn't mind me mingling with your students, would you?" "I have no objections, but..." Wuqiwa tapped the table and said, "First, let us confirm the victor's stakes." Li Jingru froze momentarily, resembling a wind-up toy lacking lubrication, before slowly turning around. Ah, ha. What stakes for the victor? She blinked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. The loser must fulfill one request from the winner, and there is no escaping that. Wuqiwa rested his chin on his palm. His gaze as clear as a mirror, capturing all of her hidden thoughts. What do you wish for me to do? Li Jingru, surrendering her struggle, pouted and inquired. As you just mentioned, being a maid, taking photos, or donning cat ears. Choose one. Wu Qinghua shook his head, rose from his seat, and approached his friend. He gently ruffled her hair and stated, I desire them all. Atop the mountain, the evening breeze was cool and pleasant. In the outdoor courtyard of the cafeteria, 2 classes were hosting a post-competition banquet. Such gatherings followed every monthly contest, primarily aimed at easing class relations while allowing students to familiarize themselves with one another. The chef skewered a mix of meats and vegetables over charcoal, the sizzling sound of fat igniting appetites. Students, some freshly bathed, others bandaged and nursing wounds, clustered around small tables in the courtyard. They savored grilled skewers and sipped cold beverages, animatedly discussing the day as competition and boasting about their feats. We specifically had Fongwen wear a mask to catch the opponent off guard. That student from Class F was no match for me. I knocked him down with 7 or 8 punches. Exactly, Lin Xiao. The first point for Class C was scored by our team. Noticing the triumphant expressions of the girls, Lin Xiao wisely set down her drink and began to applaud. Impressive. Zhao Xia and Qin Feifei immediately raised their chins, their noses almost reaching the heavens. Beside them, Fongwen appeared quite embarrassed. Such boasting was clearly not her style, and her ears flushed a deep red. At their table, apart from the 4 of them, 2 additional girls were present, seemingly their teammates from earlier in the day. They were all food enthusiasts. As Zhao Xia and Qin Feifei bragged, the 2 girls nodded in agreement while stuffing skewers into their mouths, their cheeks puffing up. In truth, Lin Xiao also wished to invite her companion from earlier, the reclusive lone wolf Donglei. However, at that moment, the captain was like a thunderclap. Clearly surrounded by foes, he fought valiantly, taking down opponents with each punch and kick, resembling a tiger amidst a flock of sheep. His demeanor was that of a warrior descended from the heavens. Though she was a bit distant, Lin Xiao could almost hear the captain's furious roar. Surrounded by a throng of students from Class C, Donglei grew increasingly animated. Standing atop a chair, she raised her juice high, proclaiming like a storyteller, "You are all surrounded by me." Oh. The students of Class C clenched their fists and shouted passionately, their faces flushed with excitement, as if they were immersed in the moment. Go ahead, kill me. Lin Zhao's expression turned ashen, his toes nearly curling into the floor in discomfort. The searing gazes of his classmates made him feel as if he were sitting on needles. A fishbone lodged in his throat, and a thorn in his back, leaving him restless and uneasy. He wished fervently to stitch the mouth of that storyteller shut. Of course, while the students of Class C regarded him with admiration and respect, the students of Class F regarded him with hostility and resentment, even casting glances laden with unspoken grievances. Seated directly opposite Lin Xiao was Lu Yuqian along with several students from Class F, their bandaged arms fixed intently upon him. After a moment of mutual gaze, Lin Xiao tilted his head and raised his beverage. Humph. Lu Yuqian slammed her hand on the table, rising to lead her group into the classroom. Before long, they reappeared, each shouldering barrels of nearly 100 liters of liquor, advancing towards Lin Xiao. With a resounding crash, the half-height barrel struck the table, leaving Lin Xiao utterly bewildered. Huh? Chapter 43. Ascending to the celestial heights, the Council of the Blue Star in the courtyard, barrels lay strewn across the ground, and bodies were sprawled in disarray. Assisting the staff and escorting the last batch of students back to their dormitories, Lin Xiao let out a resigned sigh. How bold they were to challenge his capacity for alcohol. The military university typically forbids drinking, yet during the gatherings of the 2 classes, students were permitted to indulge. After all, they were all in their 20s, adults in their own right. Last night, a group of students from Class F, brimming with competitive spirit, sought to best Lin Xiao not through martial prowess but in a contest of drinking. Observing the revelry, the students from Class C exclaimed, "We cannot fall behind," and quickly joined in, surrounding Lin Xiao with drinks. Their intentions were commendable, but they were utterly unaware of the formidable nature of Lin Xiao's constitution. Beers, reds, whites, he consumed them all with ease. The alcohol barely took effect before his body metabolized it, simpler than drinking water. At least water could fill him up. Eventually, those who had challenged him collapsed, lying on the ground in a stupor, more lifeless than they had been during the day. Ultimately, it was Lin Xiao, along with the staff and his sober classmates, including Fong Wen, who took it upon themselves to return them in batches. There was also a female teacher, presumably the homeroom teacher of Class F, who had come to join the fray. Lin Xiao nearly found himself drinking alongside her, but fortunately, homeroom teacher Wu Qinghua intervened and forcibly led the woman away. Otherwise, Lin Xiao might have been engaged in drinking until dawn. After a refreshing shower, he ascended to the rooftop alone. The cool breeze was invigorating. The sky resembled an expansive, glittering canvas adorned with countless stars and a suspended moon. The interplay of light and shadow creating an aura of enigma. This was the location at the school closest to the starry heavens. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and commenced his extraction of power. Above, the vast river of stars cascaded downward. Ethereal points of light coalesced into a vibrant rainbow stream, descending from the heavens and condensing into beams of light that surged into Lin Xiao's being, seemingly boundless. His thoughts soared, gradually reaching a state of ethereal clarity. When Lin Xiao finally opened his eyes, he found himself no longer on the balcony of a building, but amidst the boundless expanse of the starry sky once more. Once again, he had ascended to the celestial heights. Flecks of light, akin to grains of sand, drifted about, each a different hue, scattered chaotically, filling every shadowy corner. Lin Xiao observed these luminous entities with a hint of astonishment. He could ascertain that these shimmering points were indeed the so-called powers. They were omnipresent, infinitely abundant. Typically, when Lin Xiao practiced his extraction techniques, he drew the powers from the celestial dome, for the energy density above far exceeded that at ground level. He understood this well. However, what intrigued him was that the powers now congregating around him appeared somewhat specialized. There were notably more white points, while those of other colors seemed to be squeezed outwards, gradually spilling into the outer layers. Ah, wait. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened as he realized he had overlooked something. Amidst the white points of light, there were many pure black grains, their color blending seamlessly with the starry backdrop, causing him to miss them initially. Why was this the case? Lin Xiao was uncertain. Yet, the interplay of these intermingled white and black, pulsating points of light evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He extended his hand, poised to touch those adorable little creatures. Yet, as thoughts plummeted, the sea of stars vanished. Coming to his senses, Lin Xiao found himself back on the rooftop, once again descending from the clouds. Rubbing his eyes, he felt a twinge of reluctance and resumed his refining technique. However, this time, the starry sky did not open its doors to him. As ever, everything remained unchanged. The next morning, before his inebriated classmates stirred, Lin Xiao and Zhao Xia set off down the mountain. Upon returning to school after completing their daily training, Zhao Xia chirped, "I'm off to work now," and swiftly departed. Chen Feifei also slipped away, claiming she had plans with friends and was headed to the library. Lin Xiao had not expected that she harbored the soul of a literary maiden. "Lin Xiao, do you have any plans for the weekend?" Fong Wen's question caught him off guard. Aside from training, his life seemed utterly devoid of activity. Fong Wen, with her bangs tossed aside, chuckled lightly. "How about visiting the crazy fighting arena in the city? It's quite interesting." "The crazy fighting arena?" Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, feeling like a novice. Having remained cooped up on campus since entering university, he was woefully uninformed about the outside world. Sensing his predicament, Fong Wen explained, "The crazy fighting arena has training halls, combat rings, and a diverse membership, including aspiring soldiers preparing for recruitment, military seniors, and occasionally even active duty soldiers and hunters. On weekends, many military students can be found there." Pointing to herself, Fong Wen wore a subtle smile. "For instance, I go almost every week." Curiosity piqued, Lin Xiao inquired, "Is it because it's easier to find opponents there?" Fong Wen nodded slightly. "Moreover, you can witness real hunters in battle, which I believe is quite beneficial." Lin Xiao felt a stir of excitement. He had been cooped up at school for too long and found the outside world intriguing. "Can anyone go to that crazy fighting arena?" "Anyone can go as long as they pay the membership fee." "Membership fee?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened, his mind suddenly alert. Cautiously, he asked, "How much is the membership fee?" Fong Wen blinked, raising a finger. 1,000 yuan per month. "Wow." Lin Xiao gasped, feeling as if the ground had shifted beneath him. The outside world was perilous, and everything came at a cost. Unlike school, where all necessities were free, training within the school wasn't without its merits. It had all the facilities, and if he lacked opponents, he could always practice with Bai Shan. School was home. He intended to remain until graduation. This was a matter of principle. Even Fong Wen's invitation would be met with a firm refusal. "I'm sorry, but I think There are combat matches there, and you can earn money if you win. Lin Xiao fell silent. A match could net 1,000 yuan. Fang Wen clasped her hands together, her smile unexpectedly sly. I earned over 10,000 last month. Instantly, Lin Xiao felt a surge of respect, speaking earnestly. Please do take me to broaden my horizons. I've grown weary of this dreary school. He yearns to behold the exquisite beauty of the world beyond. However, before that, Fang Wenjie. Huh? Fang Wenjie. Fang Wen's face flushed crimson, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Lin Xiao placed his hands gently upon Fang Wen's shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. Could you lend me 1,000 yuan? The scholarship for the top student is not dispersed until the 5th, and currently Lin Xiao's pocket holds a mere 600 yuan, leaving him rather financially constrained. The two exited the school and boarded the subway on line 3. During the journey, Fang Wen introduced Lin Xiao to the origins of the dojo. The Frenzied Combat Dojo was established by an S-rank hunter, a venture supported by the state, categorizing it as a semi-public project. Much like military ranks, hunters are also classified by levels, ranging from D to A, each with stringent standards of strength. Above a rank lies S rank, the highest tier known to Lin Xiao. As of today, the entire Five Nations Federation has only seen the emergence of 105 S-rank hunters. Each S-rank is officially documented, referred to as members of the Blue Star Council. They represent the pinnacle of human martial prowess, each possessing immense strategic value. When those beasts, capable of disregarding firearms and nuclear weapons, descend upon human territory like natural disasters, these hunters are the brave souls who confront such calamities. Their victories or defeats determine the fate of entire cities and the lives of millions. Contemplating this, Lin Xiao cannot help but feel a surge of emotions. His aspiration to become a hunter was ignited by a video he watched in his childhood, featuring a formidable warrior who cleaved a monstrous beast from 100 meters away. That strike, which transcended the heavens and the earth, not only vanquished the disaster, but also left an indelible mark upon Lin Xiao's heart. He too longs to wield such a decisive blow. Chapter 44. The Arena of Frenzied Combat. Sequence 5. After a 30-minute journey, the two arrived at the Arena of Frenzied Combat. The entire structure took on an irregular elliptical shape, sprawling across a vast expanse, with numerous side entrances. The flow of people was abundant. Although only a fraction bore the signs of rigorous training, the majority were ordinary citizens. The spectator stands for the arena matches were open to the public, allowing everyday individuals to purchase tickets and enter, making it a rather popular attraction. Perceiving Lin Xiao's bewilderment, Fang Wen offered a gentle laugh as she elucidated the situation. Lin Xiao suddenly comprehended. For the common populace, witnessing the battles of those wielding formidable powers was akin to enjoying an exhilarating action blockbuster, devoid of special effects. Much like attending a performance or watching a film, it represented a facet of public entertainment. Under Fang Wen's guidance, Lin Xiao approached the membership registration counter. Here, the crowd was noticeably thinner, as those eligible for membership were not ordinary individuals, but rather bona fide warriors. Hello, I would like to apply for membership, Lin Xiao stated. The young lady at the counter, clad in a white uniform, nodded politely and responded with a warm smile. Certainly. May I ask your identity? Are you a hunter, a soldier, a trainee warrior, or a civilian? Lin Xiao opened his phone and displayed his student profile. Luzhou Military University, 3rd year, Lin Xiao. After the young lady verified the information, she inquired, "Do you require access to the arena?" "Yes," he affirmed, for that was indeed the purpose of his visit. "Very well. As a 3rd-year student, you will need to undergo a brief assessment to gain arena access. I appreciate your understanding," the young lady said, bowing slightly with an apologetic demeanor. Fang Wen had previously informed Lin Xiao of this requirement. Apart from 4th-year trainee warriors, students from other years were obliged to take an assessment, similar to civilians. The evaluation was straightforward, consisting of a strength test. A punching force of 850 kilograms would suffice for passing. This standard was not overly demanding among 3rd-year students, particularly after studying the art of power martialization. Lin Xiao casually threw a punch, easily surpassing the requirement. The counter attendant, adept in her duties, swiftly processed his membership application and collected a fee of 1,000 yuan. As Lin Xiao perused his membership details on his phone, he noted, Sequence 5? Indeed. Fang Wen thoughtfully explained. This denotes the level of a trainee warrior. Upon passing the assessment, we are classified under the 5th sequence. Does a higher sequence confer any benefits? Lin Xiao inquired. Fang Wen pondered for a moment before replying. There are some privileges, but there are also greater restrictions. Restrictions? Lin Xiao blinked in curiosity. A-level hunters belong to the first sequence, and they are prohibited from participating in matches of lower tiers, she clarified, leaning closer to swipe through Lin Xiao's phone. As for us in Sequence 5, aside from competing in our own tier, we can also challenge those in Sequence 4. The screen displayed the access information: Arena Access, 5, 4. Spectator Access, 5, 4. Sequence 4 represented genuine D-level hunters, not mere trainee warriors. Thus, this classification system also served a purpose of preventing mismatches in combat. Lin Xiao understood. But he had a question. Were the prize amounts the same across different tiers? Fangwen arched her eyebrows with a light chuckle. For Tier 4 arenas, winning a match earns you 5,000 yuan. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fangwen seemed well aware of Lin Xiao's thoughts. After a brief tour, she led him to the Tier 5 arena section, explaining the competition rules along the way. I'll be at Arena 3. You can pick one for yourself later. The girl waved before disappearing into a corridor. Tier 5 had the most rooms, over 20, each accommodating up to 50 participants. Since it was his first time, Lin Xiao decided against jumping straight into Tier 4 and opted to test the waters here instead. After reviewing the room details, he settled on Arena 8, which had over 40 participants, one of the more crowded venues. Registering via his phone, he obtained his competitor credentials, contestant number 43. Swiping his access pass, Lin Xiao entered a dimly lit hallway that culminated in a heavy door. The moment he pushed it open, a wave of raucous cheers erupted. Go! Stone Ghost! Knock him down! Damn! That kick was insane. Zhang Kuei is unbeatable. Hit him. Right. Another hook. You just made me piss my pants. The arena was vast, with 4 massive high-definition screens suspended from the ceiling. Surrounding the central stage were spectator stands, where thousands of fans roared themselves hoarse, faces flushed with fervor as they cheered for their favorites. Some, less invested in the current bout, sat quietly munching snacks and sipping drinks. Lin Xiao entered through the competitor passage, emerging directly into the contestant seating area, mere steps from the ring. Dozens of fighters already occupied the rows of sofas, their gazes shifting toward him as he stepped inside, curious, friendly, scrutinizing, indifferent, disdainful, each with a different demeanor. Mr. Lin Xiao, here are your competitor supplies. Let me know if you need anything else. A black uniformed attendant stood waiting at the entrance, respectfully handing him a package. Inside were essentials like a towel, snacks, and sports drinks. Nearby, a medical team stood at the ready, poised for action. Lin Xiao moved to a corner seat, settling beside a burly, scruffy bearded man in a tank top. The man immediately leaned in with enthusiasm. Hey kid, you're still in school, right? Lin Xiao nodded, puzzled. How had he guessed? As if reading his expression, the bearded man pointed at his attire. Only students wear uniforms every day. Realization dawned. Lin Xiao had grown so accustomed to his school-issued white shirt and black trousers that he'd forgotten they were, in fact, a uniform. But this man seemed familiar with military academy students. Big bro, did you graduate from a military academy too? I never graduated. Brother who scratched his head and cheerfully remarked. My grades were poor and did not meet the graduation standards. Later, I practiced for 2 years and was recruited into the army. This gentleman exhibited a candid and bold disposition, unabashedly sharing his experiences of failure, which earned Lin Xiao's respect. The two exchanged a few words to become acquainted before redirecting their attention to the arena. The arena, situated at the center, stood half a meter high and measured 30 by 30 meters, a size deemed adequate within Sequence 5. On the stage, 2 tall adult males, seemingly nearing 30, were engaged in combat. Both bore bruises and were panting heavily, indicating that the match was approaching its conclusion. With a resounding thud, a well-executed punch from the crew-cut fighter sent his opponent crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. 5 seconds later, the announcer proclaimed, "Congratulations to contestant Zhang Kuei for securing victory in this match. Let us cheer for him." The elegantly made-up female host, microphone in hand, announced the winner with great enthusiasm. Zhang Kuei! Zhang Kuei! Zhang Kuei! The audience erupted into fervent cheers, suggesting that many were his ardent fans. The female host approached the victorious contestant and kindly inquired, "Will you choose to continue defending your title or forfeit the challenge?" Defending the title entails consecutive matches, with the possibility of earning additional rewards for success, while failure results in a deduction of half the total prize money. This was a rule Lin Xiao had learned from Fangwen. Pass. Pass. Contestant Zhang Kuei waved his hand, showing no hesitation. The primary purpose of competing in the arena was to find opponents for practice. Those within Sequence 5 could easily secure recruitment into the army, and such meager rewards were of little interest to them, except for Lin Xiao. Very well. Let us commence the next round of random draws. Contestants with the selected numbers, please come to the stage. The screen began to roll through numbers. And with the host's enthusiastic shout, two numbers emerged, 06 versus 43. As the spotlight fell upon him, Lin Xiao suddenly felt quite fortunate. Chapter 45. The type of person Lin Xiao dislikes. Two beams of spotlight illuminated the contestant's area. Lin Xiao rose from his seat and glanced at his opponent. It was a robust young man, nearly 2 meters tall, with disheveled long hair and a strikingly resolute visage. His adversary returned the gaze, a grin spreading across his face. Meanwhile, the female host's exuberant voice resonated once again. Let us welcome contestant number 6, Zhang Ming, and contestant number 43, Lin Xiao. A fervent uproar erupted, accompanied by shrill whistles and cheers directed towards particular competitors. Zhang Ming. Incredible! I came here just to see my brother Ming. He looks absolutely stunning today. Amid the cacophony, murmurs of curiosity regarding Lin Xiao could be discerned. Is that person a student? So young. A senior? I come here daily, yet I've never seen him before. He is quite handsome. But here, it's about skill. What does a pretty face matter? As Lin Xiao and his opponent ascended the stage, the large screen appropriately displayed their details. Name, Zhang Ming. Profession, soldier. Wins, 74 total matches, 105. Name, Lin Xiao. Profession, student. Junior. Wins, 0 total matches, 0. Upon viewing Lin Xiao's profile, a wave of discussion swept through the venue. A junior? A complete newcomer? Well, my brother Ming has certainly met his match. For a junior to qualify, he must possess commendable skills, a promising future, but he is still too green. The long-haired giant, Zhang Ming, raised an eyebrow, somewhat astonished as he queried Lin Xiao. You're actually a junior? Yes. Is it rare to see a junior? Lin Xiao puzzled over their astonishment, as the conditions for entry to the arena were not overly stringent. There are some, but not many. Zhang Ming shook his head, chuckling softly as he elucidated. The benchmark of 850 kilograms is merely the minimum requirement. The win rate for juniors is generally low. To meet the standard, one must at least rank among the top in their year. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. For instance, someone like Fang Wan, who ranked 11th in his year, could maintain a respectable win rate here. The female host, exhibiting commendable professionalism, merely cast a fleeting glance of surprise at Lin Xiao after his stats were revealed. Before igniting the atmosphere, one is a formidable contender with a win rate exceeding 70, while the other is an emerging warrior. Whose victory shall it be? Let us turn the stage over to the competitors. All extraneous individuals, please exit. The arena is now left solely to Lin Xiao and his opponent. I must warn you, I will not hold back, Zhang Ming declared, tying back his hair, his face alight with a bold smile. All right. Lin Xiao tilted his head, tentatively inquiring. Shall we begin? Sure. You attack first. Let me see your prowess. Given his opponent's invitation, Lin Xiao accepted without hesitation. In less than a second, he closed the distance between them, suddenly standing before his adversary. With a powerful whip kick, Zhang Ming's eyes widened, his pupils trembling in shock. He was unable to evade the strike and could only forcefully raise his arms. Bang! He staggered back several steps before finally stabilizing himself. The arena fell silent for 2 seconds before erupting into enthusiastic cheers. Wow, that kick. I totally underestimated him. This young man is impressive. What is his ranking in the 3rd year? Can we have that listed next time? Incredible. This competition is truly captivating. Zhang Ming, rubbing his arms and inhaling sharply, looked at Lin Xiao with a mix of astonishment and suspicion. You little rascal. So you were hiding your true strength, were you? Lin Xiao smiled faintly, having exerted little effort in his earlier move, merely testing the waters. Strength 14, Agility 12, Martial Arts, LV1, Footwork, LV1, Power, LV0, 98. This was his opponent's data, impressive indeed, which explained his high winning rate. Fang Wen should not be a match for him. However, what intrigued Lin Xiao the most was a particular skill power refinement, LV1. It was not a student's incomplete technique, but a genuine and complete refining method. If only this were not a competition arena, Lin Xiao genuinely wished to inquire about its effects. Upon realizing Lin Xiao's true strength, Zhang Ming shed his previous reluctance and launched an aggressive attack. His punches and kicks were commendable, and his combat experience was excellent. Yet he still fell short compared to Lin Xiao. Currently, Lin Xiao boasted a strength of 16 points, soon to rise to 17, placing him on par with Bai Shan. Even with Zhang Ming expending his power without reservation, a disparity in strength remained, due to Zhang Ming's amiable nature. Lin Xiao allowed him some face and refrained from ending the battle immediately. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows, each strike echoing with intensity, creating the illusion of a balanced contest. The audience erupted in gasps of astonishment from time to time. Ultimately, with a precise straight punch from Lin Xiao, Zhang Ming fell to the ground. The arena fell silent, all eyes fixated on the fallen competitor. After 5 seconds, the announcer proclaimed, "Let us congratulate the victor of this match, Lin Xiao." Instantaneously, the venue erupted into a cacophony of cheers and roars. Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao. Amazing. A new star has emerged. Goodness, how is he so strong in his 3rd year? Mengge. The opponent was formidable. You lost with honor. Zhang Ming. I've found a new love. That handsome young man is my new husband. The audience was refreshingly candid, rallying behind the performer who showcased exceptional skill. As this was a spectacle of strength where the victor reigned supreme, Zhang Ming was escorted away by medical staff. Standing beside Lin Xiao, the female host, beaming with warmth, asked politely, "Lin Xiao, will you choose to continue defending your title or forego the challenge?" "I will defend my title." Lin Xiao, without a hint of hesitation, understood that defending his title would yield additional rewards. For each successful defense, the prize for the next match would increase by 1,000 yuan. In other words, the longer he held the title, the higher the stakes became. Very well. Let us inquire among the other competitors. Is there anyone daring enough to challenge the victor? The female host's words had scarcely faded when the camera shifted to the contestants' area. Dozens of competitors gazed intently at Lin Xiao, some with furrowed brows, others wearing expressions of awe, seemingly re-evaluating him. Of course, there were also those who harbored ill intentions. TCH, getting knocked down by a mere child. Zhang Ming is truly a useless fool. A towering giant, exceeding 2 meters in height, rose to his feet. His muscles bulged grotesquely, and a deep scar ran across his face, rendering him both fearsome and repulsive. The giant ascended the stage, raising his pinky finger at Lin Xiao, and bellowed, "Little brat, I will tear apart your pretty face, and I hope you don't weep on the spot." Ha. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears, his eyelids drooping slightly. He held no fondness for such individuals. Therefore, he decided to show no mercy. Chapter 46. The Sky Giant. The large screen displayed the contestants' information. Name, Chai Shenhao. Occupation, civilian. Wins, 109. Total matches, 131. Surprisingly, the audience's cheers were not enthusiastic. Many wore frowns. Is that lunatic back? We're doomed. Can brother Lin Xiao just surrender? That Chai Shenhao was once a soldier, but I recall he was expelled for serious misconduct, and the Hunter Association blacklisted him. He is nothing but scum. If he were an ordinary person, he would have been sentenced to death by now. He fights ruthlessly. Last time he disfigured someone and enjoys resorting to underhanded tactics. The dojo should expel him. He is utterly beastly. What is wrong? His strength is evident. Indeed, if he is on the stage, why complain about his brutality? If you're afraid to fight, just surrender. It seemed that this individual was quite controversial, with the audience divided in their opinions. Negative comments predominated, yet some spectators, enamored by strength, disregarded his character entirely. Now, let us welcome the challenger, Mr. Chai Shenhao. He is a perennial victor, a member of the first batch from Sequence 5. The female host forced a smile, her tone betraying a hint of subtle disapproval. Even Lin Xiao could perceive her apparent aversion toward this man. The warriors in the contestant seats displayed their disdain openly, with some female competitors casting him scornful glances. "You welcome me. Let us have a private chat. I possess far more strength than you presume." Chai Shenhao raised an eyebrow at the female host, offering a meaning-laden grin that appeared rather lewd. Her expression instantly chilled, and without a word, she retreated from the stage, leaving the arena to the contestants. Being expelled from the military surely has its reasons. Lin Xiao mused silently. Typically, every hunter and soldier is a treasure of the nation, enjoying generous salaries and numerous social privileges. Minor transgressions rarely draw scrutiny. Unless one commits a grave crime or is a habitual offender, they typically do not face disciplinary actions. Human society has extended the highest level of tolerance to its warriors. This man may be even more repugnant than I imagined. Lin Xiao rubbed his wrist, his gaze turning entirely frigid. "Shall we begin? You little brat, eager to be pummeled, are you?" A sinister sneer crept across Chai Shenhao's face as he bent slightly, charging forward with a wild gait, resembling a rampaging beast. In the blink of an eye, the towering figure loomed before Lin Xiao. "I will crush your skull." His fist, nearly the size of an average human head, tore through the air like a steel hammer, descending violently toward Lin Xiao's head. Ah! A gasp erupted from the audience, some even covering their mouths. Seemingly unable to bear the sight of impending devastation, the iron fist was already descending, the brutal and grotesque visage of his opponent looming large. Lin Xiao's gaze remained apathetic, standing his ground without any intention to evade. In Chai Xinghao's eyes, this demeanor signified an acceptance of fate. His smile grew increasingly frenzied and bloodthirsty, as if he envisioned the scene of his opponent's bones caving in and eyes bursting. Bang! Huh? The grotesque giant was momentarily stunned. Events did not unfold as he had anticipated. A slender, pale hand intercepted his fist. In stark contrast to his iron-like punch, this hand appeared delicate and fragile, seemingly capable of shattering with the slightest exertion. Yet, his fist could not descend any further. It met an unyielding barrier ahead, immovable and unwavering. Now, that barrier constricted, crushing his bones mercilessly. Snap! A surge of power coursed within him. In hunter mode, Lin Xiao exerted his fingers, and the terrifying grip instantaneously shattered his opponent's hand bones, emitting a chilling symphony of cracking sounds. Ah! Chai Xinghao's eyes bulged, his expression contorted in agony, turning a shade akin to liver. The sound of his agonizing wail was unbearable, prompting Lin Xiao to deliver a punch to his head. Bang! The scream abruptly ceased, a cascade of shattered teeth erupted. Facial bones collapsed and fractured, blood spraying from his mouth and nose. Chai Xinghao's eyes rolled back, his body slackened, collapsing forward. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of allowing him to simply fall to the ground. As he crumpled, a knee strike, transformed into a fleeting shadow, surged with immense force from below, crashing violently into his abdomen. Boom! It was as if gunpowder had ignited, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. 1,000 spectators, warriors in the contestant area, the female host, and all present staff stared wide-eyed, transfixed by the spectacle unfolding before them. The giant soared into the air. The over 2-meter-tall behemoth now appeared liberated from the shackles of gravity, ascending straight into the sky. Chai Xinghao, suspended above, gasped, his stomach acid and blood gushing forth like a gushing hot spring. The giant's body climbed nearly 10 meters high. Just as he approached the apex of the screen, he halted, then plummeted sharply, crashing brutally to the ground. Lin Xiao did not glance upward. He merely took a few steps forward, evading the debris that rained down. Bang! A heavy thud resonated behind him, causing the floor to tremble. Even without confirmation, Lin Xiao knew his opponent could not rise again. This was his first time employing such brutality. At Military Weapons University, even with the most irksome of classmates, he had never truly gone all out. He would only leave them incapacitated for a day at most. Yet, in the face of true filth, Lin Xiao felt no need for leniency. He would not die, but he would undoubtedly be rendered incapacitated. 5 seconds passed. Lin Xiao turned his head, somewhat astonished, to glance at the host. Why had she not yet declared his victory? This impeccably professional and perpetually smiling female host now stood quietly to the side, staring blankly at the giant sprawled on the ground. Her lips, adorned with lipstick, parted slightly, and her beautiful eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with wonder, fear, and delight. Ahem! Ah! As Lin Xiao let out a soft cough, the female host seemed to awaken from a dream. Flustered, she hurriedly grasped the microphone, nearly letting it slip from her fingers. The victor of this competition is Lin Xiao. Let us congratulate him on his successful defense. Though somewhat flustered, the host's poise shone through, and her melodious voice resonated throughout the venue. Thanks to her, the audience, previously frozen in astonishment, gradually emerged from their stupor. A cacophony of cheers erupted, nearly shaking the very ceiling. Oh, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, Lin Xiao, my dear, come out and meet the divine. Incredible, Lin Xiao, absolutely remarkable. Astonishing. This has stunned my entire family for a month. So impressive, so cool, so fierce. Woohoo. That leg has made my trousers damp with admiration. Lin Xiao, dear brother, sister adores you. Amidst the clamor of cheers and whistles, the female host approached Lin Xiao, her smile even more radiant and sincere than before. Will you choose to continue defending your title, or will you forfeit the challenge? I shall defend, he replied. This mere interlude with Chai Xinghao could not sway his grand ambitions. Very well. Let us warmly invite the next challenger to the stage. As the host's sweet voice echoed, Lin Xiao awaited the next competitor in quiet anticipation. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao blinked innocently. Why is no one coming up? Chapter 47. Not allowing me to compete, yet taking advantage. The competitors' area was enveloped in an eerie silence. Dozens of warriors sat on the sofas, gazing at Lin Xiao with expressions of awe and admiration. Their faces were alight with admiration. Some gave him a thumbs up, while others genuinely applauded. A few rather attractive young ladies even winked at Lin Xiao, sending him playful kisses. Yet, no one stood up. Lin Xiao exchanged glances with them, his heart brimming with anxiety. How could I earn a living if you do not compete? I wouldn't be harsh on you. It seemed there were no challengers at all. The female host, resting her chin on her hand, smiled as she inquired, shall we declare Lin Xiao the champion of the arena, thereby concluding this challenge? At that moment, the warriors in the competitors' area displayed an extraordinary sense of unity. In perfect unison, they nodded with grins plastered across their faces. Very well. Let us congratulate Lin Xiao on his successful title defense. The total prize money has doubled. A resounding applause echoed through the air as the female host grasped Lin Xiao's right hand, raising it high, as if inviting him to share the joy of victory with everyone. However, Lin Xiao felt no joy within. He was filled with frustration. How could a mere doubling of the total prize money suffice? He should have earned so much more. But rules are rules. Alas. Lin Xiao was invited down from the arena. A new round of selections began on the screen, and it appeared his number had been excluded. Ha! Lin Xiao, you are truly remarkable. Are you really a third-year college student? You seem even more formidable than a D-rank hunter. From across the room, a boisterous man with a beard clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, unabashedly expressing his admiration. Why can't I compete anymore? Lin Xiao pouted, his tone tinged with grievance. Well, there's nothing to be done. Your successful title defense signifies that none of us can challenge you, so of course we cannot compete again. Aha! Amidst the boisterous laughter of the bearded man, Lin Xiao felt increasingly dejected. Was his plan for earning money doomed to failure? Ding dong, a message chimed. And upon opening it, Lin Xiao discovered the prize money had arrived. The first round yielded 1,000, the second round 2,000, and with the successful title defense, the total prize money amounted to 6,000 yuan. Gazing at the substantial balance, Lin Xiao felt somewhat reassured. Yet, did receiving the prize money in advance imply he could not continue competing? Was this tantamount to an eviction notice? As Lin Xiao wallowed in his melancholy, two individuals approached him. Clad in sunglasses and a slick black suit, a man stood before Lin Xiao, offering a slight bow. Mr. Lin Xiao, we have disbursed the prize money in full. Please verify your receipt. Beside the man stood the female host of the competition, who waved at Lin Xiao, her demeanor poised and enchanting. At that moment, the battles in the arena entered a state of deadlock, granting her a brief respite from the action. Thank you. I have received the funds. Lin Xiao nodded, somewhat curious about the intentions of the two visitors. However, it is likely that you will not be able to continue competing on arena number 8 today. The staff member, donning sunglasses, wore a wry smile and, with a tone of deep apology, remarked, we have released your number. You are now in an unregistered status and may leave at any time. Of course, should you wish to stay and observe, we are more than happy to accommodate you. We will absolutely respect your wishes. How infuriating. It was indeed an eviction notice. This was utterly intolerable. Had the 8th arena truly become a place devoid of refuge for him? Wait a moment. The 8th arena? Lin Xiao's heart trembled as he earnestly inquired. Once I step outside, can I still participate in other arena rooms? Certainly. Your victory was achieved in the 8th arena, and it bears no relation to other rooms. The bespectacled gentleman smiled, nodding slightly. Hooray. Lin Xiao rose, a wave of relief washing over him. Well then, I shall take my leave. Please hold on. The charming female host suddenly called out to Lin Xiao. She gazed directly into his eyes and sincerely expressed, Mr. Lin Xiao, please accept my gratitude. I am truly thankful to you. The host bent gracefully, deeply bowing to Lin Xiao. Monsieur Han often faced harassment from that individual. Seemingly sensing Lin Xiao's confusion, the sunglasses-clad gentleman whispered, were we not employees of the Mad Duel Arena, that person might have resorted to illicit means. Lin Xiao understood. A formidable and inhuman warrior, should he choose to target an ordinary person, would undoubtedly create a nightmarish scene. It was likely that Monsieur Han was also filled with trepidation, perhaps even struggling to find solace in sleep. I have indeed received your gratitude. I shall take my leave now. A fragrant breeze swept over him, as soft, rosy lips pressed against his cheek, leaving a cool, tingling sensation accompanied by a hint of warm breath. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted, and he became momentarily frozen. Moments later, the female host cheerfully stepped back 2 paces, her hands clasped behind her. You look exceptionally handsome today. She playfully winked, her smile radiant, though her fair cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. A chorus of playful murmurs erupted from the contestant seats. their faces adorned with mischievous smiles, their eyes gleaming with jest. The bespectacled gentleman adjusted his glasses, maintaining a facade of indifference. After exiting the arena room, Lin Xiao covered his cheek, his eyes glaring with indignation. Not only was he denied the opportunity to compete in the 8th room, but he had also been taken advantage of. This was utterly lawless and exceedingly vexatious. Sigh, enough of this. Lin Xiao was not one to hold grudges. He could not afford to be petty now. It was imperative to seize the moment to earn money. The longer he defended the arena, the higher the payout. However, if he displayed excessive strength, he might extinguish his opponent's desire to challenge him. Lin Xiao rested his chin on his hand, brow furrowed in concentration. He must ensure that, while successfully defending the arena, other contenders felt they had a chance of victory. After deliberating for a moment, Lin Xiao resolved to register for the 5th arena room. It was time to put his acting skills to the test. Excitement reverberated throughout the venue. The audience, fist clenched and breath held, watched the fierce battle below with rapt attention, seemingly afraid to miss a single moment. In the arena, Lin Xiao and his opponent were engaged in an intense clash. Both fighters moved with agility, as nimble as felines, their strikes sharp and formidable, like thunderbolts. The whips of their legs sliced through the air with the relentless force of flowing rivers, a continuous cascade of blows. It was evident to the keen observer that these two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. The contest was taut and urgent, with each misstep capable of altering the outcome. Suddenly, with an overreaching punch from his opponent, Lin Xiao seized the opponent's arm. With a swift twist, he grasped the nape of the adversary's neck, executing a grappling technique that pinned his foe to the ground, rendering him immobile. 5 seconds later, the announcer proclaimed, "Congratulations to Lin Xiao for winning this match. Let us give him a resounding cheer." The venue erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. The opponent rose from the ground, his face beaming with satisfaction. "You fought well. I concede defeat with grace." Lin Xiao, panting and visibly exhausted, responded weakly, "It was merely luck. Next time, I may not prevail." "Ha. Then let us have a proper match next time." They shook hands, embodying the spirit of worthy adversaries. "Lin Xiao, do you intend to continue defending your title, or will you relinquish the challenge?" Lin Xiao's expression wavered in contemplation, but after a moment's reflection, he revealed a determined demeanor. "Though it may be ambitious, I wish to challenge my limits. I will continue to defend my title." Chapter 48. The dedicated actor Lin Xiao's second opponent made her entrance. A woman with short hair grazing her ears. She appeared to be around 30, her physique lean and muscular, resembling a graceful and agile leopard. "Young man, your perseverance is commendable," the short-haired lady remarked with a light laugh as she appraised Lin Xiao from head to toe. Gasping for breath, Lin Xiao seemed to have lost much of his vigor. Yet, he resolutely clenched his fists, assumed a stance, and shouted, "Senior, I look forward to your guidance." Like a spirited youth eager to take on a challenge. "Very well, I shall not hold back," the short-haired woman declared as she charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, her long legs striking with the precision of steel blades, not utilizing her full strength. She assumed that her opponent was no longer fit to continue the fight. To her surprise, Lin Xiao evaded her strike. Although his movements were clumsy, he successfully dodged the attack. It appeared that this young man possessed more tenacity than she had anticipated. A smile of approval graced the short-haired woman's face. She ceased to hold back, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, gradually increasing her attack speed. Lin Xiao swayed left and right when he could no longer evade. He crossed his arms to block the blows. It was a feeble defense, as the decline in his strength rendered him incapable of fully protecting himself, leaving him off balance and vulnerable. Under the relentless assault of his opponent, Lin Xiao resembled a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Observing his stubborn perseverance, the other competitors nodded in admiration. The audience was equally generous with their applause, cheering him on. "Go, Lin Xiao. You're doing great. You can do it," they exclaimed. "What a remarkable young man. He will surely become a hunter after graduation. Such youthful fervor reminds me of my own youth. Even in defeat, he retains his honor." 10 minutes had passed in the fight. To the spectators, the match seemed overwhelmingly one-sided. Lin Xiao's defeat appeared inevitable. Yet, the short-haired woman sensed something amiss. Why was she unable to overpower him? Her urgency escalated, employing her full strength, yet she could not bring the battle to a close. Her opponent's power was inferior, his footwork disordered and chaotic, and surely his internal energy was nearly depleted. How was he able to endure for so long? He even managed to exploit openings to land a couple of solid punches. Despite his fatigue, those blows struck with undeniable impact, causing pain. The continuous onslaught had persisted for an extended period, and yet Lin Xiao remained resolute, while her own condition began to deteriorate. The energy she had relied upon was being consumed at an alarming rate. If she did not conclude the fight soon, she would be unprepared for her next opponent. In her growing anxiety, the short-haired woman became increasingly aggressive, neglecting her own defenses against Lin Xiao's attacks. This proved to be her downfall. After absorbing several direct punches, Lin Xiao executed a sweeping kick, sending the short-haired woman tumbling to the side. She reached out to steady herself, but Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, locking her legs and pressing down upon her, applying a classic jiu-jitsu hold. The short-haired lady was suddenly rendered motionless, unable to summon any strength. 5 seconds later. Congratulations to contestant Lin Xiao for his victory. Oh, the audience erupted in fervent cheers, some flushed with excitement, while others wiped away tears, as if they had shared in Lin Xiao's triumph. My goodness, he truly accomplished it. Remarkable. Perseverance is victory. Oh, I think I have fallen for him. I simply cannot resist such a heroic narrative. It fills me with fervor. The youthful exuberance and indomitable spirit of the young is simply magnificent. Lin Xiao graciously helped his opponent to her feet. The short-haired lady appeared somewhat dazed, murmuring, "Did I really lose? It must be that my senior went easy on me." Lin Xiao firmly grasped her shoulder, his gaze earnest as he replied, "If you had exerted your full strength from the beginning, without allowing me time to adapt, I would surely have faltered. Is that so?" The short-haired lady was taken aback, pondering for a moment, her heart beginning to align with Lin Xiao's perspective. After all, it is human nature to seek excuses for one's failures. Well, a loss is a loss. She shook her head, looking at Lin Xiao, genuinely exclaiming, "Incredible. You have successfully defended the arena." Lin Xiao scratched his head, a smile breaking across his face, a mixture of shyness and pride evident. What a youthful and unrefined young man he is. Such is the impression Lin Xiao leaves on everyone. Lin Xiao, may I ask whether you intend to continue defending your title or prepare to conclude your challenge? The lovely female host, microphone in hand, beamed with affection. Her tone was warm and inviting, clearly impressed by Lin Xiao's performance. Lin Xiao closed his eyes for a moment, pausing, before raising his gaze. Filled with determination, I wish to continue the challenge, until I face defeat. Oh, the crowd's cheers echoed to the heavens, their eyes brimming with tears, moved by his indomitable spirit, showering him with unwavering support and applause. He truly is remarkable. I am utterly moved. My heavens, what is this boy made of? Running towards the setting sun, that is the youth I have lost. Lin Xiao, I am in love with you. The audience was touched by Lin Xiao's perseverance, and the competitors were captivated by his tenacity. Even the host subtly dabbed at the corners of her eyes, smudging her makeup. For a brief moment, Lin Xiao became the darling of the fifth arena. Alas, this moment of glory was fleeting. One after another, he faced his challengers. After a grueling battle, securing his third victory, Lin Xiao trembled as he raised the microphone, shouting, "I still feel the strength within me. I will not give up. I choose to continue fighting. My legs remain standing. I have not fallen. The arena, onward. Battling until the final moment is my dream. Losing in the arena is my honor. I shall challenge to the very end. The 6th round. Bring it on. I am still standing. With a little more effort, I shall prevail." At first, the audience erupted in waves of cheers, their faces alight with disbelief and euphoria as they witnessed Lin Xiao achieve miraculous victories. But as his winning streak grew longer, their expressions gradually darkened with unease. Ahem. Contestant Lin Xiao, do you wish to continue the challenge, or withdraw? The hostess's eye twitched slightly as she spoke, her tone laced with subtle tension. Ha. Lin Xiao panted heavily, his body trembling as if on the verge of collapse, yet he shakily took the microphone. I still want to fight, though my body may be failing. My spirit burns brighter than ever. His impassioned declaration rang out. No cheers followed. No applause. The arena was plunged into an eerie silence. The spectators stared blankly, their eyes cold and indifferent, a stark contrast to their earlier moved expressions. Lin Xiao scoffed softly, paying no heed to these fickle onlookers. His gaze then shifted to the contestants' seats, glaring at the assembled warriors. "Why won't you come up?" In response to his furious glare, the fighters merely chuckled dryly before meeting his stare with equal intensity. "Do you think we're idiots?" Chapter 49. The reluctant ascension of the sequence. There was no way to remain in this fifth arena any longer. Lin Xiao, with a taut expression, stormed out in a fit of anger. It was a pity he had devoted an entire morning to performing, ensuring that each battle was evenly matched and fiercely contested. with strict timing maintained within 15 to 20 minutes. Even professional actors could not match such dedication. Ah, well, there are plenty of arenas left. Lin Xiao felt no need to panic. He opened his phone to check his balance. 62, 603. A broad smile instantly illuminated his face, filling his heart with joy. It was the first time he had seen such a substantial sum since he was a child. This was certainly a much quicker way to earn money than working laboriously. He promptly transferred 1,000 yuan to repay Fong Wen. To his surprise, she was also checking her phone and replied almost immediately. Have you finished over there too? Shall we go out for a meal? Lin Xiao paused, realizing it was already past 1 p.m. Time flies when one is engrossed in making money. Sure, all right. Let us meet at the passage. The fierce combat arena boasted an in-house canteen, replete with a variety of dishes resembling a bustling food market. The two of them grabbed some food and casually settled at an empty table. You repaid me so quickly. How did the battles go this morning? Fong Wen inquired, curiously nibbling at some vegetables. Not bad. I fought a few rounds and made a small profit. How much? Lin Xiao gestured with his hands. Fong Wen covered her mouth with delicate fingers, her eyes widening in surprise. 6,000. Did you compete that many times? Lin Xiao shook his head, a humble smile gracing his features. Over 60,000. Fong Wen's eyes widened, looking at Lin Xiao as if he were a thief. Subsequently, Lin Xiao recounted the events of the morning, his indignation swelling as he recalled being ousted from the arena room. How outrageous. They all stood there like wooden dolls, just staring. My 7-game winning streak came to an abrupt end. 7 victories. He gulped down the ice water on the table in one go. To an uninformed observer, it might appear he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Haha. I doubt any sane person would want to return after that, Fong Wen said, her gaze drifting with a subtly awkward laugh. However, Lin Xiao, have you considered challenging the arena of Sequence 4? Your strength seems to surpass that of Sequence 5. Lin Xiao pondered Fong Wen's suggestion. Although Sequence 4 boasted higher stakes, it also housed many formidable opponents. His endurance was impressive, with a constitution rating of 25 points, alongside remarkable stamina and recovery abilities that far exceeded the average person. The main concern was that in the Sequence 4 arena, Lin Xiao might not be able to maintain a winning streak, which would hinder his ability to raise the stakes. If he sustained too many injuries, he might have to retreat, interrupting his lucrative endeavors. Perhaps I shall challenge Sequence 4 tomorrow. Today, I wish to familiarize myself further with the arena. Aren't you already familiar enough? Fong Wen squinted her eyes, choosing not to expose the subtle intentions of her counterpart, merely donning a teasing smile. Lin Xiao's aspirations were lofty, yet his journey to financial success was fraught with obstacles. On his 3rd attempt, he ventured to arena number 11, achieving 4 consecutive victories. On his 4th endeavor at arena number 15, he triumphed in 2 matches. The 5th. Let us extend our heartfelt congratulations to contestant Lin Xiao for his victory. The cheers from the audience remained fervent, yet this time Lin Xiao refrained from feigning exhaustion, for such an act had lost its efficacy. Do you wish to defend your title or conclude the competition? Defend, Lin Xiao replied in a nonchalant tone. Very well. Is there anyone willing to challenge contestant Lin Xiao? Silence enveloped the contestant area as those warriors clenched their fists, seemingly poised to rise. However, upon glancing at the large screen above, they abandoned the thought and sat back down, their faces reflecting a profound self-awareness. Name, Lin Xiao. Occupation, student, junior, victories, 16 total matches, 16 fighting, 16 battles, achieving a perfect win rate of 100%. Nonsense. If Lin Xiao were not a junior student, they would have thought him a mere fishmonger. Though, in a sense, he was not far from that. With a prize of 2,000 yuan in hand, Lin Xiao silently exited the arena room. Outside, a group of individuals clad in black awaited him. What? You intend to elevate my ranking? Lin Xiao slammed his hands on the table, seething with indignation, his face a portrait of injustice. Indeed, I sincerely apologize. The back end indicates that your win rate is exceedingly high, not aligning with the standards of rank 5. A staff member, sporting slicked back hair and dressed in black, wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression tinged with embarrassment. I am but a junior student. This information can be verified. Lin Xiao retorted vehemently. He could challenge rank 4 at any moment, but once elevated, he could never return to rank 5. Moreover, the sensation of being coerced into an adjustment was profoundly unsettling. He felt discriminated against. The staff member appeared troubled but did not relent. Observing this, Lin Xiao continued to argue. My high win rate is merely a result of good fortune. The opponents I've faced are not formidable, and my total matches are too few to serve as a valid reference. However, you have defeated several warriors from the first team. The slick-back staff member interjected with a wry smile, unflinchingly dismantling Lin Xiao's defense. Moreover, you achieved the remarkable feat of 16 consecutive victories in a single day. Those opponents did not deplete your stamina. Lin Xiao's expression stiffened as he hastily waved his hands in denial, asserting, "You must not speak so carelessly. I may appear fine on the surface, yet I am utterly drained. My energy is spent, and my body feels hollow. It seems I shall not be able to fight today. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Wait. The slick-back staff member raised his hand, his tone earnest. "We acknowledge that this does not comply with regulations and infringes upon your rightful entitlements. Yet for the sake of the other contestants, the system must enforce this adjustment." In response, the Arena of Fierce Battles expressed profound regret and was willing to offer you some financial compensation. Lin Xiao immediately perked up, his eyes glistening with curiosity. "How much?" The man with the slick-back hair raised a finger. 100,000 yuan. Despite the discomfort, as a principled young man, Lin Xiao acquiesced to this compensation. Engaging in unscrupulous acts was unacceptable. He resolutely opposed it. After receiving the funds, Lin Xiao glanced at the time. It was already nearing dusk. Deciding to conclude his day, he had no intention of lingering until the late hours. He contacted Fang Wen, and, after a brief wait, the slightly injured young woman emerged. And together they returned to the school. After a refreshing shower, he lay down on his bed. Lin Xiao took out his phone and sent a money transfer red envelope to both his mother and sister. Amount, 170,000. Transfer note, found a great part-time job. Son has earned money. Amount, 10,000. Transfer note, found a great part-time job. Your brother has earned money. Within seconds, he received 2 replies. Shan, that's too much. And, what kind of part-time job? Mother, I raised you to be so handsome. You mustn't engage in any strange activities. Lin Xiao suddenly felt as though his character had been severely questioned. Chapter 50. Observe how I am tormented. On Sunday, Lin Xiao rose early. After completing his muscle training, he arranged to meet Fang Wen, only to find that she had no intention of visiting the fierce combat arena that day. Fang Wen, rubbing her shoulders, spoke apologetically, "I sustained a minor injury yesterday, and I need to recuperate for a while." Lin Xiao understood. Not everyone possessed his robust constitution. "So, will you be going alone today?" He cast a glance at his childhood friends, Zhao Xia and the repetitive Chen Feifei, who regarded him with wide, curious eyes. "I could take you both along, but during your junior year, I would not recommend stepping onto the arena, although you have access. To be frank, your skills are still insufficient. To compete, one must at least match the level of Chen or even Fang Wen. Otherwise, you would likely find yourselves unable to defend against your opponents, suffering defeats that might only dampen your spirits." Fang Wen proceeded to elaborate on the fierce combat arena and the varying levels of strength among the different tiers. The 2 girls were instantly taken aback. Their aspirations for challenge extinguished. They were not foolish novices. If they truly desired to test their limits, seeking Lin Xiao or Fang Wen would be a far better choice, as they would not be overly brutal. "Lin Xiao, you go ahead. I'll be training with Xia at school. Once I grow stronger, I will return to conquer the arena." With the prospect of not competing, the 2 girls lost interest in the fierce combat arena, as their school also provided free exercise equipment. As Lin Xiao approached the school gates, he suddenly paused, recalling someone. He lifted his phone and found his friend, Bai Shan. "Do you want to find someone to spar with?" In no time, a reply came. Confused, scratching head. "JPG. Bro, take me along." "Haha, Lin Xiao, you truly are my dearest friend. Discovering such a splendid place and knowing to bring me." After completing the membership formalities, the spiky-haired Bai Shan laughed heartily, clapping Lin Xiao's shoulder with vigor. Lin Xiao winced, not due to the force, but rather the embarrassment of drawing attention from the staff. "All right, let us head to the arena quickly," Lin Xiao urged, attempting to whisk away this brazen social butterfly. "By the way, which level are you planning to join?" Bai Shan scratched his head, filled with anticipation, and asked, "How strong is the 5th tier?" Lin Xiao pondered briefly, responding with uncertainty. "The first batch of the 5th tier is probably on par with the 4th-ranked Liu Yuqian. Perhaps slightly weaker? Then, it's definitely the 4th tier. Who would seek to fight someone weaker than themselves?" "Haha." As Bai Shan laughed heartily, Lin Xiao averted his gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. In stark contrast to the 5th tier, the 4th tier had half the number of arenas available. The 2 friends parted ways. each selecting a separate arena to participate in. Standing before the entrance of Arena 2, Lin Xiao was deep in thought, struggling to devise a fitting nickname for himself. As the fourth tier required participants to adopt a moniker, this reminded Lin Xiao of the Hunter Association, where it is said that hunters refer to each other by their nicknames. After contemplating for a moment, Lin Xiao entered the words newbie and clicked confirm. This name has already been taken. Please enter a new one. How could such a name be claimed by someone else? Lin Xiao was bewildered, yet profoundly astonished. After a brief hesitation, he typed in 2 new characters, ashes. He hesitated to click confirm, although the name was striking and resonated with his ashen mode. It was also too flamboyant. If he were to lose with such a cool nickname, wouldn't it be doubly embarrassing? Well, never mind. If humiliation is to be faced, let it be. After enduring the disdainful gazes of 1,000 spectators yesterday, what did he have to fear from this minor inconvenience? His dignity was already at stake. He clicked confirm, naming successful. Wishing you a pleasant competition. Was there truly no one else vying for this name? It seemed that everyone was somewhat timid, unwilling to appear too ostentatious. Lin Xiao pocketed his phone and opened the passage to the arena. Oh. And the deafening cheers resounded through the air. The room of Sequence 4 felt to Lin Xiao vast. It was at least twice the size of the Sequence 5 rooms. The estimated number of spectators was between 2,000 and 300, all adorned with peculiar glasses that Lin Xiao could not decipher, resembling props for watching 3D films. The arena itself was an impressive 70 by 70 meters, the scale quite extravagant. The 2 competitors on the stage exhibited a noticeable elevation in strength, their power and speed far surpassing those of Sequence 5 warriors. What struck Lin Xiao most was the palpable sense of oppression emanating from their demeanor. A murderous aura steeped in the bloodshed of countless battles. Both individuals were hunters, dedicated to the pursuit of exotic beasts, living on the edge of a knife. Their mastery over their abilities was astonishing, meticulously calculating every ounce of energy expended. Lin Xiao even discerned a grayish veil surrounding the stronger competitor. That was the manifestation of their power. This individual had reached the entwining stage of their abilities. What he was employing appeared to be akin to Lin Xiao's bullet time. As such techniques were straightforward and practical, easily grasped by many. The hunter had not enveloped his body with power, likely to conserve energy for the impending defense of the arena. ISNT that Lin. Right? Lin Xiao, my friend. A resonant voice broke Lin Xiao's train of thought, pulling him back to reality. A towering man, nearly 2 meters tall and brimming with muscle, stood up, joyfully waving his arms. His head was round and shiny, gleaming under the lights. Highlighter Bear? What was he doing here? Thanks to Highlighter Bear's booming voice, the other hunters in the contestant area turned their attention towards him, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Lin Xiao offered an awkward smile and quickly walked over to sit beside Highlighter Bear amidst the collective gaze. Lin Xiao, my friend, what brings you to the arena room? And in Sequence 4 no less. The towering figure of the high-spirited bear gently stroked his head, curiosity etched across his broad face. Of course. It's about the arena. The boisterous voice of his opponent resonated like a sonic assault, deafening in its intensity. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears, a look of helplessness crossing his features. If you wish to compete, you should head to Sequence 5. With a clap of his hands, the high-spirited bear wrapped his arms around Lin Xiao's neck and whispered, but this place is filled with hunters, and they are formidable. Though his tone was lowered, it remained audible to the average ear, and the surrounding hunters were certainly able to catch his words. Lin Xiao was equally intrigued as to why this character had arrived in Sequence 4. Currently, his attributes stood at Strength 15 and Agility 13. His agility had seen a slight improvement, thus enhancing his overall prowess. However, within the confines of Sequence 4, such strength seemed insufficient. Can you hold your own against them? Lin Xiao inquired. Of course not. The high-spirited bear grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth. He thumped his robust chest, raised his eyebrows, and gave himself a thumbs up. But I relish the challenge of facing the strong. Even in defeat, I find joy. Just as Lin Xiao was about to voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by the host's booming announcement. Congratulations to contestant Ghost Tiger for securing victory in this round. Let us applaud him. In the midst of the thunderous cheers, the victorious contestant chose to defend his title. The high-spirited bear immediately sprang to his feet, hands clasped together as he bowed slightly to the contenders in the room. Esteemed competitors, allow me to take my turn. I beseech you not to steal my opportunity. I shall be defeated swiftly. His face beamed with sincerity as he earnestly sought the others' consent. The hunters present appeared quite familiar with the high-spirited bear, waving their hands to signal him forward. All right. The high-spirited bear patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and declared with grand enthusiasm, "Lin Xiao, my friend, watch closely as I am bested. Then consider whether you wish to step onto the stage." With that, he strode confidently toward the arena, leaving Lin Xiao behind, bewildered. Chapter 51 Senior. I have yet to harness my formidable powers. After Gao Liangxiong departed, several hunters in the vicinity turned their gazes towards Lin Xiao. "Do you know that robust bear? Are you also a junior?" A woman with shoulder-length curls and an indifferent demeanor inquired softly to Lin Xiao. Indeed, Lin Xiao nodded, realizing that robust bear must be a nickname for Gao Liangxiong. Seated nearby, a male hunter with a buzz cut scrutinized Lin Xiao with a hint of curiosity and asked, "In terms of rankings, who is higher between you and the robust bear?" "His ranking is considerably higher," Lin Xiao responded with a dry smile. His ranking was quite abysmal, barely scraping the bottom within the entire cohort, a fact he found rather embarrassing to disclose. "That is unacceptable." The curly-haired female hunter shook her head, her tone serious. "It's not that I look down upon juniors, but you ought to hone your skills in sequence 5 rather than aiming too high." The male hunter gestured towards Gao Liangxiong on the stage and continued her sentiment. "A robust bear like him is quite decent in sequence 5, but here, he can barely serve as a practice dummy." "Are there no formidable students in sequence 4? Lin Xiao inquired with curiosity, wondering if all of sequence 4 consisted solely of hunters. "Certainly. There are skilled individuals in the senior year, but in the junior year." The female hunter rapped her knuckles on the armrest, her tone becoming resolute. "There should only be the Ice Princess." "Ice Princess? We refer to her as that ourselves," the male hunter clarified, tapping the armrest to correct the detail. "Her nickname is Bai Shui, and she is exceptionally strong. Even in sequence 4, she is among the elite of the first team. Furthermore," the male hunter pointed towards the ceiling, his tone solemn, "if she were to take it seriously, she would stand a reasonable chance even in sequence 3. "Sequence 3? Isn't that the C-grade hunters?" Lin Xiao was taken aback, as he seemed to realize who this Ice Princess was. The second highest-ranking individual in the cohort. A numerical prodigy second only to Zhuang Jianyu, a bona fide ability user. She should arrive shortly. She has a penchant for the second arena. The curly-haired female hunter glanced at Lin Xiao, offering a note of caution. "Pay close attention to the robust bear's performance, and then consider whether you wish to take the stage." Lin Xiao nodded humbly, lifting his gaze to the large screen displaying the statistics of the contenders. Name, Gue Hu. Occupation, Hunter, D grade. Victories, 73 total matches, 105. Name, Zhuangxiang. Occupation, Student, Junior. Victories, 1 total matches, 22. The battle unfolding was decidedly one-sided. Gao Liangxiong had unleashed his full powers, expressing his strength to the utmost. Yet even so, his prowess in sequence 4 could only be deemed adequate. In terms of agility and technique, he might not even reach the average line, truly embodying the definition of clumsiness. His opponent, the seasoned hunter, Gue Hu, effortlessly dodged and countered amidst Gao Liangxiong's relentless assault, his demeanor remarkably composed and unperturbed. Lin Xiao speculated that he had not even utilized his full potential. The prolonged engagement likely stemmed from the fact that his opponent was merely a junior, allowing him some leeway to offer guidance and prevent a futile endeavor. Soon, 5 minutes had elapsed, and Gue Hu initiated his assault. Bang, bang, bang. His fists were akin to a barrage of bullets, striking ceaselessly against the massive form of Gao Liangxiong without a moment's pause. Gao Liangxiong was unable to evade and could only shield himself with his arms, struggling to endure the relentless onslaught. As the female hunter had remarked to Lin Xiao, he had become a substantial punching bag, finding it challenging to retaliate. Bang! Ultimately, with a knee strike from his opponent, Gao Liangxiong emitted a muffled grunt, and his legs buckled, causing him to collapse. 5 seconds later, congratulations poured forth as Gue Hu successfully defended the arena. "Oh!" Cheers and applause erupted, mingled with light-hearted jests directed at Gao Liangxiong. "Ha! The brawny bear lasted a bit longer this time. This lad is far too reckless, utterly unafraid of taking a beating. For a junior, this is quite remarkable. Next year, he might catch up with this group of hunters. Keep it up. The future is promising. The future is promising." A team of medical personnel carried Gao Liangxiong off the stage, and the female host approached the hunter, respectfully inquiring, "Gue Hu, will you continue to defend your title, or will you conclude your challenge?" "I will defend," Gue Hu replied, his breathing steady and calm, as if the previous battle had barely been a warm-up. "Very well. Let us welcome the next contender to the stage." From the contestant area, Lin Xiao rose, Facing the scrutinizing gazes of the hunters, Lin Xiao shyly scratched his cheek and said, "Seniors, may I have a turn? It should be over quickly." Humph. The curly-haired female hunter let out a soft huff, muttering, "Why are there so many headstrong students these days? Go on, go on. Experience some hardship. Next time you'll remember." The crew-cut male hunter shook his hand, gazing earnestly into the student's eyes, imparting sage advice. The other competitors averted their gazes, tacitly permitting his participation. "Thank you. Seniors, I shall take my leave now." Lin Xiao politely nodded, turned, and strode confidently towards the arena. "Let us welcome the new challenger, Ash." As the female host's voice faded, the large screen displayed Lin Xiao's contestant information. Name, Ash. Profession, student, junior. Wins, 0 total matches, 0. Upon witnessing the emergence of another junior, the audience outside began to murmur among themselves. "Hey, another headstrong student has arrived. Sigh. It's only worth watching when they reach senior year. Juniors are still too early. Perhaps he possesses strength akin to the Ice Princess?" Bai Shui is at the pinnacle among students. Comparisons should not be made lightly. The nickname is rather cool, though. I hope he has some skill. At least don't be weaker than the brawny bear. Another student, is it? The hunter, Ghost Tiger, shook his head helplessly and said calmly, "Let me clarify. Just now, the robust bear has exhausted my patience, and I am not inclined to show mercy from this point onward." "Understood," Lin Xiao responded with a proper demeanor. Sighing, Ghost Tiger waved his hand. "Very well. You may attack. I shall indulge you for another 2 minutes." It appeared that this hunter, though stern in countenance, possessed a warm heart. Expressing his intent to offer the young man a semblance of dignity despite his earlier threats, Lin Xiao, harboring a deep respect for such a benevolent elder, prepared himself and remarked, "Senior, I am about to commence." As Ghost Tiger nodded in acknowledgement, Lin Xiao's figure vanished from sight. The hunter's eyes narrowed, astonished as he beheld the student now so near. Bang! A forearm as solid as granite intercepted Lin Xiao's straight punch. Ghost Tiger assessed the force behind it and exclaimed, "Your mastery of the martial transformation is quite proficient. Your strength, speed, and technique surpass that of the robust bear. You are impressive, Senior." Lin Xiao blinked and chuckled lightly. "I have yet to employ my full potential." Ghost Tiger was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Now, I shall activate my martial transformation." With that, a torrent of liquid energy surged forth, an overwhelming force instantly saturating his entire being. Chapter 52 at present. The conditions are equal. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, feeling the surging energy within him, a cunning smile appearing on his face. "Be careful, Senior." The dark whip-like legs swept up, trailing shadows behind. Like a grim reaper's scythe, it sliced through the air with terrifying speed, accompanied by formidable power directed at his opponent. The hunter, Ghost Tiger, narrowed his pupils. Without a shred of hesitation, he activated his formidable transformation. "Ha!" he bellowed, muscles bulging grotesquely, power surging through his arms as he aimed to intercept this attack head-on. Bang! The figure of Ghost Tiger was instantly propelled backward. Squeak, squeak, hiss, squeak, squeak. The resilient soles of his shoes scraped against the arena floor, leaving a dark gray trail in their wake. The venue reverberated with a sharp, piercing noise, so abrupt and jarring. Finally, at a distance of 10 meters, the force gradually dissipated, and his body ceased its backward momentum. Ghost Tiger lowered his guard. The top muscles began to relax, gradually easing. The large screen focused on his hands. Those robust arms that had withstood the whip-like leg were now uncontrollably trembling slightly. The venue fell into a hushed silence. The audience exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. The hunters in the contestant area reacted even more fervently. They widened their eyes, clenched their fists, some even slapped the armrest and jumped up. Their demeanor had completely transformed from aloofness to astonishment. "He tricked us again. Another little monster." The curly-haired female hunter pouted, staring at the strands of hair she had pulled out, muttering with disdain. The male hunter who had conversed with Lin Xiao earlier covered his face with his hands and sighed mournfully. "How is the ranking of strong bear higher than that kid's? Damn. Ha. Lin Xiao. No, wait. Little Ash's is actually this strong." The much-discussed strong bear lay on the ground, allowing the medical staff nearby to apply medicine and bind his injuries. He raised his head high, his eyes wide as saucers, filled with excitement as he stared at the arena. His booming voice resonated throughout the room, entirely unlike that of a recently defeated contender. Thanks to his exuberant cries, the silence in the venue was shattered, and the audience began to stir with liveliness. "Is this the third-year student? Oh my, That leg was so fast. I couldn't even react. Goodness, could it be the new Ice Princess? That might be an exaggeration, but indeed, he is far stronger than Strong Bear. Ghost Tiger rubbed his arms, gazing intently at his opponent, his expression grave, completely contrasting with his earlier nonchalance. I misspoke. You are not just a bit stronger than Strong Bear. Lin Xiao smiled gently, not hypocritically denying it. I will take you seriously from now on and regard you as a true adversary. The hunter lowered his stance. An invisible aura began to rise. A gray veil creeping over his pupils. Bang! Like a ferocious tiger spotting its prey, it charged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of bloodlust and dominance. Lin Xiao, unyielding, met it head-on, vowing to confront the beast's might directly. His fists were fearsome, as powerful as artillery, and his strikes were relentless, his legs struck with ferocity. Swift as lightning and forceful as thunder, the two engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to retreat from the clash. They were determined to meet in the narrow passage, resolutely aiming to shatter their opponent. With a resounding crash, their iron fists collided, causing the ghostly tiger to stagger back 2 steps. A twitch at the corner of its mouth as it regarded Lin Xiao. What is the density of your power? Why is your strength amplified so dramatically? Previously, Lin Xiao's physical strength had been slightly inferior to his, yet now, as they both harnessed their powers, the situation had reversed. His own strength was now suppressed. Lin Xiao, with a modest smile, extended his finger and gestured. Fortunately, it's just a tad higher than others. The hunter cast a doubtful glance at him, then sighed heavily. Well, your prowess among D-rank hunters is indeed relatively strong. However, to defeat me, it may not suffice. Gray energy surged forth, enveloping his limbs like a delicate veil. Thin as a cicada's wing, it seemed fragile, yet no one would underestimate this gossamer layer, for it represented the entanglement of energy, a testament to the mastery of power. The moment it manifested, the atmosphere in the arena ignited with fervor. Quickly don your observation glasses. The ghostly tiger has activated its power entanglement. Goodness, he is taking this seriously. Is this student truly that formidable? Ordinary hunters cannot compel the ghostly tiger to unleash its full strength. Among D-rank hunters, how many can wield entanglement? Perhaps only 2 or 3 out of 10. I shall exert my utmost strength to vanquish you. With a thunderous boom, the ground erupted in shockwaves. The ghostly tiger transformed into an ephemeral silhouette, instantaneously appearing at Lin Xiao's side. Its gray-shrouded whip-like leg descended, akin to a colossal axe, aimed directly at Lin Xiao's torso. Lin Xiao's gaze sharpened. He could not afford to underestimate this assault. He sidestepped, evading the full force of the kick, then utilized his shoulder and elbow to absorb the residual impact. Thud, thud. The tremendous force propelled Lin Xiao back 2 steps, straining to regain his balance. The ghostly tiger retracted its right leg, opting not to pursue further, and inquired coolly, "How does it feel? Do you wish to continue fighting? Being struck by an attack imbued with power is no small matter, is it? Haha, it certainly is quite painful." Gripping his sore and numb shoulder, Lin Xiao finally grasped the exquisite sensation of being struck by an entangled force. It was not like mere physical contact, rather. It felt as though he had been struck by a steel column, unyielding in its hardness, accompanied by an explosive impact. It was as if a grenade had detonated against his shoulder, the overwhelming force numbing him. Reflecting on how Bai Shan had once braved his ash mode with physical might, Lin Xiao felt a surge of respect for him, now that his truly remarkable endurance. Seeing Lin Xiao's honesty, the ghostly tiger nodded and gestured towards the edge of the arena. Since you understand now, it would be wise to concede. This level of force is difficult to control. Lin Xiao comprehended his concerns. The potency of this skill was immense, and a careless mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. Unless, of course, the opponent also employed a formidable power. The expression of the ghostly tiger froze, its mouth slowly agape, eyes wide open in disbelief. Suddenly, a male hunter with a buzz cut, who had just taken a sip of iced water, caught a glimpse of the match and was so startled that he sprayed it out. Although it was quite an embarrassing moment, no one paid him any mind. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. The hunters stood like statues, their faces etched with shock as they fixated on the arena. Even the previously boisterous crowd gradually quieted down. They held their breaths, their eyes widened, devoid of any desire to speak. It was as if the earlier scene was being reenacted. A deep gray energy began to flow forth, gradually ascending and entwining around limbs, forming a delicate veil of flame. Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The dark flames surged, blazing fiercely within his pupils. Time seemed to decelerate. Now, with the conditions equalized, Could the next round commence? No sooner had he spoken than the room erupted into chaos. Chapter 53. The Overclocked Phantom Tiger, the Ice Princess emerges, power entwined. That student can also wield the power entwinement. How is that possible? Isn't he merely a junior? Isn't he just beginning to grasp the art of power manifestation? Does that Ice Princess not possess the same abilities? Why are your reactions so intense? It's different. I have heard that Bai Shui's origins are quite extraordinary. Could it be that this young man is a prodigious talent? Outside the arena, fervent discussions echoed, yet they failed to penetrate the ears of the Phantom Tiger. He fixated on the energy in Lin Xiao's hands, his expression somewhat dazed, seemingly unable to comprehend the reality before him. How long have you been studying power manifestation? About 10 days. Is that so? A bitter smile appeared on the hunter's face, soon replaced by a look of acceptance. You may very well become an extraordinary powerhouse in the future. Thank you. Lin Xiao did not feign modesty. Instead, he candidly accepted the compliment. Then let us engage in a thrilling battle. The Phantom Tiger understood that this was likely the moment when their disparity was at its smallest. In the future, as the other grew stronger, he would scarcely qualify as a contender. Even now, he estimated that he was hardly a match. Lin Xiao's energy density far surpassed his own, and when fully charged, his strength had already become a force capable of suppressing him. Now, with the power entwinement activated, the gap between them would only widen. Therefore, he must enhance his own strength. The Phantom Tiger arched his body, energy surging forth from within, enveloping his form, compressing the density of the power entwinement to its utmost limits. He ceased to be frugal with his energy, drawing upon it fully, striving to amplify his power to its maximum potential. Lin Xiao remained calm, silently awaiting the elevation of his opponent's state. As the flow of energy gradually stabilized, the Phantom Tiger lifted his gaze. Without a word exchanged, the two synchronously vanished from their positions, launching themselves at one another with all their might. Boom! Their arms collided, producing a metallic clash. Compressed air erupted, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the air. The Phantom Tiger's state could not be sustained for long. Time was of the essence. And without uttering a single word, they unleashed their full offensive. Lin Xiao only wrapped a modicum of power around his limbs, refraining from entering the ashen mode. Yet, even so, the compressed Phantom Tiger was merely on par with him in terms of strength. With a constitution of 25 points, Lin Xiao was extraordinarily formidable. His energy density incomparable. The Phantom Tiger, possessing a constitution of 13 points, was indeed far superior to the average student, nearing the level of the attribute anomaly, Zhuang Jinyu. However, in comparison to Lin Xiao, the gap remained vast. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged fiercely, their fists and feet never pausing for a moment, terrifying shockwaves continuously erupting, shaking the air, resonating throughout the entire venue. Whether among the hunters at the competitors' seats or the audience within the arena, all held their breath, eyes fixed on the spectacle of combat unfolding before them. This was an exceptionally brilliant confrontation. The overclocked Phantom Tiger, in a brief span, had reached a level of strength approaching that of the first tier of Sequence 4. Though merely pausing for a moment would cause the hunter's strength to plummet, Lin Xiao harbored no intention of retreating from the confrontation. He boldly advanced, engaging in a fierce contest that was evenly matched. There was no entanglement, no retreat, only a continuous face-to-face struggle. This was an ultimate clash of power and skill, an inevitable path to determining a victor. The tumultuous exchanges endured for several minutes. As the energy enveloping the ghostly tiger gradually diminished, the intensity of its formidable power waned, rendering it incapable of sustaining a direct confrontation with Lin Xiao. With a resounding thud, Lin Xiao unleashed a straight punch, shattering the energy shield surrounding the ghostly tiger, who was subsequently overwhelmed by an immense force and crashed to the ground. Breathing heavily and staring vacantly at the sky, the hunter lay on the ground, a look of exhilaration adorning his face. Lin Xiao stood by, offering no urgings, merely watching him with a gentle smile. I have lost, came the candid admission, followed by the announcer's voice declaring, the winner of the match is the ashen contestant. Amidst the deafening cheers, the ghostly tiger grasped Lin Xiao's extended hand and staggered to his feet. Did you use your full strength just now? With a mischievous grin, Lin Xiao refrained from directly answering, yet the ghostly tiger instantly grasped his implication. Damn, are you even human? The hunter laughed heartily, waved his hand dismissively, and stepped down from the stage. Ashen contestant, will you choose to defend your title or conclude the challenge? I shall defend. In addition to the high stakes, Lin Xiao discovered another advantage of the Sequence 4 arena, the exponential increase in experience points. The ghostly tiger's physical strength was slightly inferior to that of White Flash, yet its overall combat prowess surpassed his. After all, the opponent possessed rich combat experience and masterful control over power manifestation, even having mastered power entanglement. How long had the junior students been studying martial transformation? To be adept at filling energy was already commendable, and mastery of entanglement was still far beyond their reach. Lin Xiao was an exception. He was truly extraordinary. The competition continued. Lin Xiao found himself facing his third opponent in the arena, yet his stamina remained abundant, and his combat effectiveness showed no signs of waning. This did not go unnoticed by the hunters in the audience. Are the young people today truly so formidable? Inquired a curly-haired female hunter, taking a bite of chocolate with a perplexed expression. Do not consider him a standard, retorted a buzz-cut male hunter, rolling his eyes and sighing in exasperation. That brat is nothing short of a monster. Who knows, we might end up being bested by him. His comment elicited a chorus of agreement from the other hunters. Indeed, Ashen is truly outrageous. Are there even a handful of seniors as formidable as him? Oh dear. Those who go up first will embarrass themselves. Who intends to step up next? Isn't it more humiliating to be defeated by a student? Room 2 today lacks the first batch of teams. How unfortunate. No, the first batch has arrived. The curly-haired female hunter shook her head, her tone somber. However, she is also a junior. Upon hearing these words, the hunters were momentarily taken aback, turning their gazes towards the entrance. A young girl with waist-length black hair stepped inside. Her skin was as pale as snow, her face delicate and petite, with dark bangs that grazed her brows. Her exquisite features were finely chiseled, akin to a masterfully sculpted doll, intricate yet perfectly balanced. Known by the codename Snow, she was also referred to as the Ice Princess by the hunters. A true contender among the elite of Sequence 4. With soft footsteps, she entered the room, her gaze unwavering. An air of cool elegance enveloped her. Her expression devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a solitary bloom atop a distant peak, or the biting chill of winter's frost. The hunters fell silent, their emotions restrained. Strangely, it felt as though the temperature in the room had dropped a few degrees with her arrival. Without engaging with anyone, Snow seated herself in a corner. She lifted her gaze, quietly observing the arena. Her eyes, akin to black gemstones, were clear and serene, silently reflecting the silhouettes of two combatants locked in fierce battle. At that moment, on the stage, the arm of a peer ignited in flames. Snow blinked, and for a rare instant, a hint of surprise flickered across her otherwise impassive face. Chapter 54. The appearance of White Snow. Effortlessly deflecting the attack from the seasoned hunter, Lin Xiao cast a glance at his opponent's attributes: Strength 16, Agility 15, Constitution 12, Spirit 11. With his eyes slightly lowered, he remained silent. The warrior's dual attributes of Constitution and Spirit generally surpassed those of students. This was a phenomenon he had observed over the past 2 days in the arena. Although the prolonged absorption of energy and mastery over power could indeed enhance these two attributes, the improvement was modest, far inferior to the rapid increase in strength. Among students, a Constitution score of 8 was considered average, while those below 8 were typically regarded as underachievers, like Lin Xiao in the past. Conversely, students with a Constitution of 9 were deemed exceptional, such as a Chen and Fong Wen. As for those with a Constitution of 10, Lin Xiao had only seen a few top-tier students in his year, including Lu Yuqian, Wu Zhixing, and Gao Liangxiu. Of course, there were also some extraordinary individuals, like Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan, whose Constitution scores were 14 and 12 respectively. Were these warriors, around 30 years old and still at Sequence 4, once top students? Lin Xiao doubted it. They were likely average students during their school years, who later joined the military, enhanced their abilities, and subsequently applied to the Hunter Association. Yet, these seemingly ordinary warriors boasted Constitution and Spirit attributes exceeding 11. This was perplexing. As one progressed, the difficulty of attribute enhancement increased. Could mere daily refinement of power truly yield such significant gains? Especially concerning the Spirit attribute, which was notoriously challenging to augment. Even Bai Shan had a Spirit score of only 9, comparable to Lu Yuqian. Lin Xiao surmised that he must devote considerable time each day to energy absorption. In contrast, Lin Xiao's previous Spirit score of 10 had already been considered exceptional. Over 2 years in university, he had not perceived any significant enhancement in his spiritual strength, at least not to the extent of a score increase. As for Zhuang Jianyu's astonishing Spirit score of 16, it represented an incomprehensible level, a disparity that left Lin Xiao bewildered. Why was he so exceptional among students? He lacked a system. Swish. A whip-like kick imbued with power struck, and Lin Xiao raised his arm, enveloped in flames, to meet it head-on. Boom! The shockwave reverberated, ruffling Lin Xiao's hair and momentarily dispelling his musings. Let us end this swiftly. Though this hunter was slightly weaker than the ghost tiger, he was still adept at wielding power. Even in a depleted state, he could contend with Lin Xiao for a couple of minutes. Naturally, he had now reached his limit. Bang! With a forceful kick, Lin Xiao shattered the hunter's power shield. The immense strength and explosive shockwave sent the hunter hurtling out of the arena. Congratulations to the Ashen contestant for his victory. Let us applaud him. Oh, Ashen, Ashen, Ashen. Amidst the overwhelming cheers and whistles, Lin Xiao, as always, opted to defend his title. He stood there, silently calculating the prize amount, patiently awaiting his next opponent. After a short while, Lin Xiao sensed something amiss. The audience's fervor in the venue began to wane, gradually descending into silence. Their gazes were fixated upon the contestant stage, mouths agape, faces alight with astonishment, radiating palpable excitement. Lin Xiao turned to look across the arena. A girl with flowing black hair ascended the platform, clad in a military-style uniform of white and black. Her exquisitely crafted doll-like face bore no expression, merely fixated on Lin Xiao, remaining silent. The combination of a girl in military attire and the audience's intense emotional fluctuations made it evident, even before the host's introduction, who this formidable opponent was. Let us welcome the next challenger, contestant Bai Shui. The silence in the venue erupted, cheers so fervent they seemed capable of lifting the roof, revealing the terrifying popularity she commanded among the audience. Lin Xiao even caught the sound of heart-wrenching cries. Bai Shui, Ice Princess, my goddess, still the most beautiful today. The strongest contestant from Team 4 is here. I wish to be Bai Shui's dog. Ice Princess, come let sister give you a kiss. Mommy, why is Bai Shui a goddess? Before pondering this question, I must first address where other hunters fall short in comparison to Bai Shui. Goodness, what a bunch of lunatics. Lin Xiao rubbed his ears, his lips twitching, feeling as though he were on the brink of mental pollution. For a moment, he could not discern whether this audience was enamored by strength or merely driven by lust, perhaps a blend of both. The host had stepped down, and facing the enigmatic girl, Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Should he offer a greeting? Yet she seemed not to be the chatty type. Perhaps it would be best to commence the battle. Am I up? Lin Xiao tentatively inquired. Bai Shui gave a slight nod, her expression unchanging. Very well. Let the battle begin. Lin Xiao coiled his body, energy surging within him as he activated hunter mode. He was uncertain of his opponent's second rank value, but was certain she surpassed Bai Shan by a considerable margin. In terms of strength, even the ghost tiger paled in comparison. After all, she was the first from Team 4. This was not an adversary to be underestimated. With this thought, Lin Xiao's eyelids fluttered closed, and when they opened again, dark flames burned within his pupils. Whoosh! Lin Xiao transformed into a fleeting shadow, hurtling forward without a shred of hesitation, his powerful fist aimed squarely at her delicate visage. Bang! Naturally, the attack bore no fruit. A petite, fair hand effortlessly intercepted Lin Xiao's strike, his strength dissipating into the void, creating not even a ripple. Her slender, cool fingers grasped his fist as if it were ensnared in iron shackles, rendering him incapable of escape. Strength 19, Agility 19, Constitution 14, Spirit 16, Martial Arts Level 2, Footwork Level 2, Power Level 1. This woman is undoubtedly on par with Zhuang Jinyu. Without the slightest hesitation, a deep gray flame-like veil surged forth, ensnaring Lin Xiao's limbs. Boom! The opponent's palm made direct contact with Lin Xiao's protective aura, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Her fingers slightly splayed, allowing Lin Xiao to break free and escape. Retreating several meters, Lin Xiao fixed a determined gaze upon her adversary, his expression tense and grave. Ability: Ice and Snow. Lin Xiao had long been aware that the opponent wielded an extraordinary power. Yet her ascension to one of the top few in Sequence 4 was certainly not solely due to her abilities. It stemmed from her inherent strength. Bai Shui observed Lin Xiao's arm with curiosity, noting the layer of the protective flame-like veil. Her lips parted slightly, and a clear, ethereal voice emerged. Are you really a third-year student? Chapter 55, The Sun Has Fallen. Could it be that this icy beauty has found her voice? Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her inquiry. Indeed, did the screen not display my information? Why, have you already mastered the art of entanglement? Bai Shui tilted her head slightly, a hint of confusion gracing her features. So, it was mere curiosity. Lin Xiao raised his arm, responding with a touch of exasperation. You should be capable as well, shouldn't you? Is it not normal to learn at a faster pace? He had witnessed her power at level 1 with his own eyes, and he would not be easily deceived. Not quite. Bai Shui gently shook her head. Offering no further explanation, she closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, as an invisible aura began to rise steadily. Lin Xiao understood that she was summoning her power. When her eyes opened once more, her figure had vanished. Turning abruptly, Lin Xiao utilized his bullet-time perception to barely catch a glimpse of her attack. A hand strike transformed into a stream of light, aimed directly at his chest. Clang! Her delicate hand struck Lin Xiao's raised forearm, akin to steel colliding with immense force, producing a heavy thud upon the arena. The shockwave erupted. Yet Bai Shui did not waver in the slightest. Her long legs lashed out like a whip, skillfully striking at her opponent's shoulder. It appeared light. Yet the underlying strength was nothing short of terrifying. Clang! Lin Xiao felt as if he had been hit by a truck. The ferocious force, though diminished by the entanglement's veil, still caused him to lose his balance, lifting him off the ground momentarily. However, before he could land, a graceful figure stood before him, delivering another straightforward punch. Lin Xiao dared not underestimate her. He swiftly raised his arms, utilizing the entangled power to absorb the blow. Boom! The shockwave surged again, propelling Lin Xiao into the air once more. Yet, unlike before, Bai Shui was already positioned at his landing spot, denying him any opportunity for adjustment. Clang! At that moment, Lin Xiao resembled a feather unable to touch the ground, floating in the air, filled with frustration and discomfort. Thanks to bullet time, he could barely shield himself from her attacks with the veil of power, preventing her from landing a direct hit on his flesh. Yet, without the ability to contact the ground, retaliating became an arduous task. After numerous exchanges in midair, Bai Shui's assault suddenly ceased. Finally, standing on the arena, Lin Xiao's heart swelled with emotion. Oh, Mother Earth, it is only now that I comprehend your benevolence. Long live gravity. But why had she stopped? Lin Xiao gazed at Bai Shui across from him, puzzled. However, upon noticing her slightly trembling hands, he couldn't help but smile. Classmate, your hands must be numb. To dare strike against the entangled power with one's body, pain aside, the resulting shockwave would surely leave one in a state of disorientation. Though she could endure, it was evident that it was not a pleasant experience. Lin Xiao mused that she might benefit from learning a thing or two from Bai Shan, as her endurance still left much to be desired. Sensing the mirth in Lin Xiao's gaze, the corners of Bai Shui's mouth turned downward. For the first time, Lin Xiao sensed negative emotions emanating from this lofty beauty. She extended her hands, gray energy flowing forth, enveloping her arms like a delicate silk glove. Bai Shui clenched her fists, casting a cold gaze toward Lin Xiao, her dark eyes shimmering with a faint light. It seemed she was angry. A bitter smile curled at the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth. He had no desire to experience the force of a woman's wrath, especially one capable of effortlessly tearing apart an elephant. Yet, the situation was irreversible, and the young girl's figure vanished from his sight. When Lin Xiao managed to catch a glimpse of her again, they were mere inches apart, the fragrance of winter plum blossoms lingering in the air. Lin Xiao's pupils constricted as he fixated on his opponent's poised stance. A right fist, entwined in sheer silk, surged upward with ferocity, aimed directly at Lin Xiao's abdomen. It was a force of nature. Lin Xiao attempted to shield himself with his hands, but to no avail. The terrifying power bore down on his arms, detonating against his midsection. Bam! It was as if he were propelled by a rocket engine, soaring into the air like a reverse meteor, hurtling towards the ceiling of the arena. Boom! With a resounding crash, the ceiling seemed to suffer an onslaught, trembling under the immense shockwave. Crumbled bricks and concrete cascaded down like a torrential downpour, enveloping the area. Whether among the spectators or the hunters in the contestant seats, they all stood in stunned silence, their eyes glued to the ceiling above. And the area struck. Thick clouds of dust billowed, obscuring even Lin Xiao's silhouette, let alone the gaping hole in the roof. This was utterly preposterous. Back in the contestant seats, the bandaged Gao Liangxiong gazed up at the ceiling, scratching his smooth forehead in bewilderment. The curly-haired huntress waved her hand, brushing aside the dust that had settled nearby, uncertainly stating, "That kid can't possibly be embedded in the wall, can he?" The ashen boy was resilient and had mastered the art of energy manipulation, though he likely wouldn't be severely injured. The crooked hunter, resting his hand on his brow, remarked coolly, "But he has likely lost his combat capability. The Ice Princess's punch is too overwhelming." Meanwhile, the audience, initially in shock, gradually regained their composure, an uproar of exclamations filling the venue. Holy cow! Was that really not a missile? Did the ceiling just shake? The Ashen Boy isn't down for the count, is he? Bai Shue's little fists are terrifying. Is he stuck in the wall? The Ice Princess seemed to have lost her temper. How enviable. I'd rather be the one taking that punch. You'd have been reduced to pulp. Bai Shue moved several meters away, deftly avoiding the falling debris. Without bothering to verify the status of her opponent above, she felt certain he had no remaining fighting spirit. Apart from her supernatural abilities, that punch had been her full strength. The opponent must have devoted all their strength to protect their body, even though their consciousness remains alert. There is no residual energy left within. All that remains is to await the rescue team to retrieve them, as the host announces. Wait. Bai Shue abruptly lifted her head, her delicate brows furrowed, fixating intently on the celestial vault, at the swirling wound of dust and fog. An inexplicable aura began to surge. Intense energy fluctuations compressing, converging, coalescing, and then it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom. A colossal shockwave erupted, instantly dispersing and shattering the dust and smoke above, which vanished into the ether. In its place surged a deep gray flame of formidable power, burning fiercely in the sky, emanating an indescribable sense of oppression. What is that? The hearts of everyone in the venue echoed this question, their mouths agape in shock as they gazed up at the sun above. Bai Shue's gaze momentarily faltered, only to sharpen suddenly. Her exceptional combat instinct was fervently sounding alarms. She had been locked onto by a formidable adversary. Boom. A terrifying explosion resonated once more, the shockwave palpable, surging forth and projecting gaseous rings hundreds of meters wide. The fireball transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the arena. The deep gray sun was descending. Chapter 56, Ashen Mode. Lin Xiao's unyielding effort. Ashen flames cascaded from the heavens, transforming into a meteor that shot towards the girl on the arena. Bai Shue's eyes narrowed as she swiftly retreated, narrowly evading this fierce onslaught. As a result of her evasive maneuver, the arena floor became the target of the impact. The gray meteor descended. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending colossal shockwaves radiating outward from the arena's center, accompanied by an overwhelming gust of wind that surged toward the audience. It felt as though a sudden tempest had swept through the venue, howling directly at the spectators. Hats were whisked away, and strands of hair were tousled in the chaotic breeze. The onlookers, clearly unprepared for such an occurrence, erupted in spontaneous gasps. My hat has been blown away. Was that a bomb explosion? Haha. Your hairstyle looks like a bird's nest. Is this for real? Am I actually witnessing a special effects movie? On the arena, the scene was catastrophic, a veritable wasteland. The floor, struck directly, had been blown apart, leaving a gaping hole at its center, with cracks radiating outward for over 10 meters. Yet, no one paid heed to the damage inflicted upon the arena. All eyes were fixated on the epicenter of destruction, transfixed by the entity responsible for this chaos. A massive, deep gray fireball loomed above the arena, blazing fiercely and exuding an indescribable aura of oppression that instilled fear and trepidation. Merely gazing upon it caused many spectators to shiver and swallow nervously. However, compared to the average onlooker, the hunters seated nearby possessed a deeper understanding of what this flame signified. Their mouths gaped open, as if they could fit an egg within. This was pure power. What a joke. The curly-haired female hunter grasped her hair, her expression rife with disbelief. With such a reserve of power now, how formidable would he become once he mastered true power refinement techniques? The buzz-cut male hunter slapped his face, his eyes glazed as he murmured, "What the?" Upon hearing his words, the other hunters present suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. This boy was still a student, yet to undergo the enhancement of the refinement techniques. In an instant, their expressions contorted as if collectively struck by a toothache, gasping in shock. The stronger the foundation, the more exaggerated the amplification of the complete refinement method. This was precisely why the military academy only provided incomplete techniques. They might truly be witnessing the birth of a monster. Bai Shue stared blankly at the formidable energy orb across from her, her eyes wide and her lips slightly parted. She struggled to comprehend how such a level of power could manifest in someone of her age. However, her thoughts were swiftly interrupted as the situation began to shift. The gray flames began to swell and contract, pulsating like a beating heart, emanating a terrifying surge of energy. As the frequency of contraction reached its zenith, the fireball suddenly detonated. Boom. A tremendous shockwave erupted, scattering the drifting dust. The dark gray fireball vanished, replaced by the silhouette of a tall figure, clad in a fitted, high-collared coat of deep gray, the hem reaching his knees, the fabric bore a shattered diamond pattern, ignited by a fierce, dark flame. His elongated hands were encased in gloves, the sleeves extending like bracers adorned with fiery motifs. With sparks flying, his long combat boots lifted, stepping upon the shattered stone slope. The sound of his footsteps echoed tap, tap. The figure advanced step by step, emerging from the deep pit. As the debris met the soles of his shoes, it was instantly pulverized by an unseen force, leaving smoldering embers in his wake. Upon stepping onto the arena, the large screen above illuminated his face in a close-up. It was a visage of youthful elegance. Flames danced in his eyes, while faint, dark gray patterns adorned his fair cheeks, resembling tattoos akin to flickering flames or descending tear stains. He appeared as a mysterious warrior emerging from the calamity of war, exuding an aura of chilling majesty intertwined with an unsettling allure. It was Ashes, the young newcomer. The atmosphere within the venue erupted upon recognizing Lin Xiao's figure. Wow, he's so handsome, so cool. What is this? A transformation? Why haven't we seen other hunters do this? All right, I've got my material for tonight. Goodness. He breaking the rules. I'm so dazzled. My heart races just looking at his face. Transformation. Ash's form, activated. Clenching his fists, Lin Xiao's expression turned grave as he cautiously advanced toward his opponent. The Ash's form bore similarities to the Phantom Tiger's super-frequency mode, maximizing power and compressing combat effectiveness to its utmost limit. However, Lin Xiao's Ash's form was executed with even greater thoroughness. The vast reservoir of potent energy endowed him with an exaggerated enhancement, rendering his combat prowess extraordinary. Unlike the fleeting bursts of others that lasted mere minutes, Lin Xiao could maintain the Ashes mode throughout the entire battle until its conclusion. Presently, Lin Xiao felt no trepidation regarding the strength of his opponent, Bai Shui. He refrained from a reckless assault, primarily wary of the unknown abilities yet to be revealed by her. As she drew closer, the young woman's figure became more defined. She seemed dazed, her gaze fixated on Lin Xiao's battle attire, her demeanor devoid of any defensive intent. Observing her laxity, Lin Xiao began to appraise her striking face, not out of admiration for beauty, but rather to discern where he might strike effectively. Though he bore no grudges. As an advocate for gender equality, he resolved to repay her for the punches she had dealt him. He intended to show this icy beauty what it felt like to be a shuttlecock, soaring toward the ceiling, transformed into a true lofty flower. As the distance closed to within 5 meters, Lin Xiao felt an insatiable urge to strike, bending his body in preparation to deliver a severe blow to her exquisite visage. And then, he caught sight of Bai Shui's slightly parted rosy lips. Wow, incredible. Lin Xiao squinted, his expression unchanging as he rubbed his ears. Could it be that the Ashen mode induces auditory hallucinations? At that moment, Bai Shui emerged from her stupor. Clenching her fists, the aura of power enveloped her limbs. And she gazed intently at her opponent, embodying a sense of impending confrontation yet displaying no fear. Their eyes locked momentarily, both resolutely narrowing their gaze. Bang! The floor shattered beneath them as the two youthful figures vanished in an instant, charging towards their adversaries. Boom! It was as if a bomb had detonated. The fists, wrapped in an aura of might, collided in midair, producing a deep, resounding thud, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave that surged and roiled. Yet neither Lin Xiao nor Bai Shui harbored any intention of retreat. Their minds were solely focused on overcoming their opponent with all their strength. Only one could emerge victorious. And they were determined not to be the vanquished. Boom, boom, boom. The fists and legs transformed into a tempest, colliding relentlessly, as the entire arena reverberated with an unending series of shockwaves. The spectators outside appeared ashen, their edges worn smooth by the relentless gusts of wind. Chapter 57. The Rise of Icy Blue, a false victory. The fist, ablaze with gray flames, shattered the air as it surged towards the opponent. Bai Shui deftly deflected the trajectory of the punch with a sideways block, then raised her long leg high, striking down towards her opponent's shoulder like a guillotine. Lin Xiao abruptly pivoted, his strike imbued with formidable energy, crashing down towards the ground. Boom! The surface of the arena erupted under the tremendous force, debris scattering and cracks forming in layers. This was no extraordinary occurrence. Throughout the intense battle lasting over 20 minutes, the arena of Venue 2 had become a pockmarked wasteland, marred by countless scars. The entire stage was on the brink of destruction, with little flat ground remaining, owing to the clash of these two monstrous competitors. Yet, no one cared about the condition of the arena, whether it was the spectators outside or the hunters in the contestant seats. Their eyes were fixed on the two figures on the stage. They transformed into streaks of light, darting across every corner of the arena, and upon contact, waves of terrifying shock rippled through the air. The ground seemed to endure relentless bombardments as the two humanoid beasts engaged in a fierce struggle, inadvertently wreaking havoc on innocent surroundings. Lin Xiao took a punch to the chest, a muffled sound escaping his throat. However, he did not retreat, seizing the opportunity. He launched a powerful uppercut aimed at his opponent's face. Bai Shui's profile shimmered with a fiery veil, promptly blocking the attack. Yet, even with the force mitigated, the impact still caused her pain, and her fair complexion bore the marks of swelling. The second competitor utilized her abilities with remarkable finesse. Lin Xiao could feel it firsthand. She always managed to employ her energy manipulation at the most opportune moments, absorbing unavoidable attacks head-on before swiftly retracting her energy to minimize consumption. An astute strategy indeed. Not everyone possessed the terrifying reserve of energy that Lin Xiao had. Bai Shui's endurance in this fierce combat was a testament to her exceptional skill in energy utilization. Otherwise, given her current energy expenditure, she would have long since been exhausted, left at the mercy of Lin Xiao's iron fists. However, it seemed she was nearing her limit. Boom. Lin Xiao blocked a kick aimed at him with both hands, his body propelled back by the exaggerated force, his shoes scraping along the ground for several meters, leaving a long scar on the arena's surface. Rubbing his forearm, Lin Xiao assessed the energy still within him, approximately half remained. Since his physique had risen to 25 points, he had become acutely aware of the energy consumption. There was no way around it. The Ashen mode was inherently overclocked. This time, he had pushed his energy expenditure to the utmost limit. To bridge the vast chasm of power, Lin Xiao had to burn through his energy recklessly to gain that extraordinary combat capability. His strength attribute should now be around 21 points, not far off from Bai Shui, who was utilizing her energy manipulation. Why isn't she using her powers? Lin Xiao pondered, observing the increasingly thin veil of energy around Bai Shui's arm. This question echoed in his mind. If things continued this way, she would surely lose. It was evident that she was aware of this as well. Yet, Lin Xiao had yet to witness any intention from her to employ her abilities, even as a trump card. She should have used them by now. As the energy dwindled, would there truly be no means left to utilize, resulting in a sense of defeat and frustration? However, as an adversary, Lin Xiao certainly would not remind his opponent of such matters. His sole desire was to send this icy beauty flying, to embed her into the ceiling. Lin Xiao accelerated his offensive once more, and the two engaged in a relentless exchange of formidable strikes. Boom, boom, boom. The arena reverberated with a cacophony of violent shockwaves, continuous and unyielding. Meanwhile, Bai Shui's expression grew increasingly strained, the power enveloping her gradually becoming translucent. Bang! Ultimately, with a whip kick from Lin Xiao, the protective energy surrounding his opponent dissipated entirely. He let out a sinister chuckle, his right fist poised and eager for action. Prepare to meet Mr. Lin Xiao's rising dragon fist with your charming chin. Darting in front of his opponent, Lin Xiao crouched slightly, his torso arched, and his right fist drawn back, ready to unleash a powerful strike. Then, he beheld Bai Shui's eyes. They were nearly transparent, resembling gemstones, radiating a cerulean glow. The instincts of battle screamed warnings, causing the hairs on Lin Xiao's body to stand on end, enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. Advancing further would only lead to his own defeat. Bang! Lin Xiao suddenly propelled himself away, retreating several dozen meters from his foe. Gasping for breath atop the shattered stones, his heart raced, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The world seemed transformed. In this state of ashes, Lin Xiao's gaze could distinctly perceive the swirling particles of energy in the air. They were multicolored, drifting chaotically, free and scattered. Without a master, they were neutral forces. Unless absorbed and transformed by a body, no one could wield this energy. Yet now, everything had changed. The particles of light ceased their movement, suspended in midair. Centered around the girl, these energy particles lost their original hues, taking on a blue-white tint, resembling the tiniest snowflakes, crystalline and luminous. They followed a certain trajectory, orbiting around Bai Shui like the most devoted of servants, at her beck and call. Moreover, they exuded hostility toward Lin Xiao. From above, a beam of blue-white energy descended from the clouds. It did not enter any body but rather dispersed into the air, filling the arena with snowflake-like energy particles. Although the detection goggles provided by the venue could see the swirling energy, they seemed unable to perceive these luminous particles. The audience observed Lin Xiao, who had retreated to the distance, as if facing a formidable threat, their faces reflecting confusion. A shiver ran through them as they glanced at the air conditioning, cursing whoever had lowered the temperature. On the contestants' bench, several stronger hunters fixated on the arena, their expressions fraught with alarm. The Ice Princess seemed to have acted impulsively. This was no room of Sequence 3. The buzz-cut male hunter crushed the cup in his hand, his tone heavy with foreboding. The curly-haired female hunter rubbed her eyes, exhaling in resignation. It appears the ashen lad has truly cornered her. What is happening? What is going on? Observing the grave expressions of the distinguished individuals surrounding him, Gao Liangsheng gently caressed his smooth forehead, utterly bewildered. It felt as though he was ensnared. The omnipresent blue and white energy particles filled the air, and Lin Xiao discreetly swallowed, engulfed by an ominous premonition of danger. These shimmering energy particles resembled soldiers poised for action, awaiting the command of the Ice Princess to strike Lin Xiao down upon the arena. How would they initiate their assault? With ice spears? A tempest of snow? Or perhaps a direct freezing onslaught? Lin Xiao was utterly oblivious, having never witnessed a battle involving those with supernatural abilities. All he could do was envelop himself in the power coursing within him, leaving no inch of his skin unprotected. At that moment, Bai Shui slowly raised her right hand. The frost-kissed maiden biting her pink lips in irritation as she glared at Lin Xiao. The particles of power in the air trembled slightly. As if on the verge of a transformation, Lin Xiao remained on high alert, waiting for a shift in the situation, but nothing changed. What was happening? He glanced at Bai Shui, only to find her expression one of profound struggle, as though she were a player in a game, contemplating whether to cheat in retaliation for being bested. She might not realize that her opponent had already made the first move. After a moment of indecision, Bai Shui pursed her lips, lowered her arms, and stomped her foot in frustration. Bang! The stones of the arena erupted in a shower of debris, adding a further flourish to the already ravaged battleground. I have lost. Let us extend our congratulations to the Ash contestant for their victory. Oh, Ash, Ash, Ash. The audience remained perplexed, unaware of the events that had transpired. All they knew was that they had witnessed a dazzling and exhilarating contest. Moreover, the fourth sequence now boasted an additional contender from the first batch, whose title was Ash, possessing genuine strength. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Lin Xiao stood in a daze, having achieved victory, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Chapter 58, The Enchanting Snow Maiden and the Blessing of Stars once again. We find ourselves in the familiar office of the frenzied combat arena, greeted by the ever-familiar figure of the slick-haired man in black. To my surprise, just a day later, our paths cross once more. The slick-haired attendant places the brewed tea before Lin Xiao, a smile gracing his features as he addresses them, Mr. Lin Xiao, and Miss Ling Shui. Lin Xiao, taken aback by this unexpected invitation for tea, notices the serene demeanor of the young lady beside him and cannot help but feel a pang of frustration. Clearly, this is a trap, a well-laid scheme. How can she appear so unfazed while sipping her tea? No, Lin Xiao resolves to take matters into his own hands. He reaches for the teacup, taking a cautious sip. His fingers tap lightly on the table, his expression a mixture of hesitation, as if pondering whether or not to speak. Alas, I didn't expect the quality of the arena's platform to be rather subpar. Brother, could it be that the construction was shoddy? Perhaps misappropriated funds were involved? The platforms of the frenzied combat arena are meticulously constructed according to the standards of each respective tier. The slick-haired man wipes the sweat from his brow, a hint of exasperation in his voice as he responds. The second platform has been rendered incapable of hosting matches, likely due to the exceptional strength exhibited by both of you. Do refrain from making baseless assertions. Lin Xiao quickly raises both hands in a defensive gesture, fervently contending, I am merely of standard Tier 4 strength. You cannot elevate my status any further. If Tier 4 is this challenging, transitioning to Tier 3 would be akin to child's play. How then can one pursue lucrative endeavors? Truth be told, your capabilities at Tier 3 are not to be underestimated. However, rest assured, today is not about promoting you to a higher tier. If it is not a promotion, then what could it possibly be? Surely, you aren't seeking compensation for the damages to Platform 2? Lin Xiao's pupils dilate in shock, and a wave of unease washes over him. Such matters must be avoided at all costs. Noticing the ashen expression on Lin Xiao's face, the slick-haired man seems to discern his thoughts. We are not here to discuss compensation. He pours more tea for Lin Xiao, chuckling lightly. Please, do not worry. The frenzied combat arena is well established, and we shall bear the reasonable losses incurred during the competition. The primary focus of this discussion, in fact, is you, Miss Ling Shui. The man in black gazes at Ling Shui, a look of mild discontent crossing his features. What a revelation. It appears I have merely been collateral damage. Lin Xiao's tension eases, and he takes a contented sip of his tea, turning slightly to admire the frosty maiden beside him, eager to witness her performance. Ling Shui cradles her teacup, her expression unwavering, her composure intact. Miss Ling Shui, the Tier 4 rooms prohibit the use of powers, and there are no protective measures for the audience. The slick-haired attendant speaks cautiously, weighing his words carefully. We kindly ask that you exercise restraint, as this is not only a matter of arena regulations but also for everyone's safety. Ling Shui gently shakes her head, her lips parting slightly as her clear, ethereal voice resonates. I am not utilizing any powers. However, it appears you have come prepared. I have not utilized any abilities. Our detection machine indicates I have not used any. It is of no consequence. Very well, you have not employed any powers. The gentleman with the slicked back hair is already drenched in sweat, wiping his brow with a handkerchief, looking rather disheveled. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao gazes at this classmate with a look of astonishment. Truly, she deserves the title of the second best in the class. Not only is her strength formidable, but her audacity also surpasses that of ordinary individuals. Lin Xiao would refer to her as a snow-capped beauty, embodying strength, beauty, and an audacious spirit, worthy of emulation by all students. Let this be a sincere request from us as the organizers, Miss Ling Shui. Please refrain from using your abilities on the stage of Sequence 4 in the future. The man in black glanced at Ling Shui, then turned to Lin Xiao, offering a wry smile. I also kindly ask both of you to temper your strength. Please do not demolish the venue next time. The first batch of teams in Sequence 4 is essentially equivalent to the typical competitors in Sequence 3. Should you both be interested, you may find worthy opponents over there. The words of the slicked-back gentleman were laden with various hints. Sadly, the two present, whether intentionally or not, chose to disregard his earnest advice. Bai Shui was unaware, but in Lin Xiao's view, venturing into Sequence 3 would merely invite unnecessary suffering. It might be slightly better than facing Gao Liangsheng in Sequence 4. Yet it would not alter the fact of being a weakling. He could go if he wished, but only after earning enough money each day, making it to the last match before returning to school. Otherwise, he would likely find himself on the brink of defeat after just one match, forced to retreat whence he came. As the two were about to leave, Ling Shui suddenly shot Lin Xiao a knowing glance, seemingly wishing to discuss something. This piqued Lin Xiao's curiosity. Can you change that form again? Ling Shui fixed her gaze on Lin Xiao and inquired calmly. What do you intend to do? Lin Xiao was intrigued by her motives. To learn. Learn? This is essentially the entanglement of powers, not much different from what you employ. Learn how to make it look so impressive. Lin Xiao's eyes turned into a lifeless stare, standing still in ash mode. Lin Xiao extended his arms horizontally, forming a cross, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead, his expression devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, a pair of delicate, fair hands were exploring Lin Xiao, tugging at his sleeves and pulling at his hem. Occasionally, those large eyes would draw closer, scrutinizing the flame-like tattoos on his face. At times, one could hear the girl's soft murmurs. Wow, so beautiful. I need to remember this pattern. How can I modify it into a snowflake design? It seems like a splendid idea to make it into a lady's gown. Lin Xiao felt that this girl's personality starkly contrasted with her graceful appearance. Whatever happened to the aloof, ice-cold beauty that was supposed to be the high mountain flower? Those hunters and spectators have been deceived. No. Lin Xiao resolved to seek justice for them. You appear quite lively. Why do you seem so reticent on the competition stage? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's inquiry, Ling Shui blinked and earnestly explained, My mother says that when I speak less, I exude elegance and charm, embodying the essence of an ice and snow maiden. I adore snow. The ice and snow maiden truly possesses an aura of coolness. Lin Xiao pressed his lips together, his expression hesitant. Your mother is indeed correct. By the way, Ling Shui, may I pose a somewhat impertinent question? Lin Xiao, having surrendered to the humiliation here with a purpose, continued. How did you awaken your special ability? This question had lingered in Lin Xiao's mind for quite some time. Had he not mingled in the fierce fighting arena these past few days, he might have ventured to the weapons hall in hopes of encountering a certain sword immortal. A special ability? Ling Shui rested her finger on her chin, her delicate brows slightly furrowed as she seemed to ponder deeply. At that moment, I wished to see snow, and then my ability awakened. Oh? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Unfortunately, southern natives have never witnessed snow. How enviable. Indeed, it is quite enviable. Lin Xiao admitted, for he too had never seen it. Moreover, the awakening of special abilities brings forth the blessings of the stars. Ling Shui raised her two fingers to her head and, in a somewhat mysterious tone, added, the intensity of one's spirit will surge tremendously. Chapter 59. The official commencement of the martial transformation class with a prize of 50,000 yuan in hand. Lin Xiao returned to school ahead of schedule today. By Sean. That fellow was unresponsive to messages and calls. Lin Xiao surmised he was likely reveling in the euphoria of victory in the arena's chamber. On his way back, Lin Xiao found himself pondering the words spoken by Ling Shui. Merely desiring to witness snow had awakened her extraordinary powers. The simplicity of this reason rendered it perplexing to analyze. If he were to awaken his own abilities, what would he wish for? Wealth? Slap. Lin Xiao chastised himself fiercely, admonishing his lack of ambition. However, class instructor Wu Qihua seemed to communicate with him if he aspired to surpass the top two competitors. He must clarify the true desires of his heart. What did he genuinely yearn for? It was not ignorance, but an overwhelming multitude of aspirations. Human desires are boundless. Presently, he craved fried chicken from the cafeteria. Surely, he could not simply wish for it and awaken his powers, transforming into the renowned fried chicken hero, could he? Damn, it seemed Bai Shui had achieved such a feat with a mere wish. Was it truly Lin Xiao's fate to become the fried chicken brother? Working weekends at MFC, entertaining children with magic tricks to conjure fried chicken from thin air? The thought of such a future plunged Lin Xiao into unprecedented confusion. Ding dong. Fortunately, at that moment, the notification sound from his messaging app roused him from his bewildering reverie. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from instructor Wu Qihua. By the way, you performed admirably in the last class competition. I shall share a portion of the spoils with you. Image, Li Jingru in a cat-eared-maid outfit, sitting at a 45-degree angle, tongue out, gazing upward. Although this picture could fetch $1 million for your safety, I advise against sharing it. Lin Xiao stared blankly at the photo on his phone, utterly disheveled by the situation. On Monday morning, Wu Qihua gathered everyone ahead of schedule. Today marked the beginning of the personnel selection for the martial transformation class. Beside her stood a small table, atop which rested a crystal ball, the very same one Lin Xiao had encountered previously. This crystal orb contained a trace of formidable power, sourced from an A-grade hunter. Wu Qihua gently caressed the crystal ball, her tone gravely serious, and she is the instructor for the martial transformation class. As soon as Wu Qinghua's words fell, the classroom erupted in excitement. An A-grade hunter? Goodness, was this not a colossal figure? Such an esteemed individual would be teaching us. It was for the martial transformation class, not specifically for you. Rumor had it that the principal and our third-year head instructor were also former A-grade hunters. What? That bald-headed old man was that impressive. It was no wonder the students of Class C were agitated. An A-grade hunter was indeed a significant personage. Many critical tasks, such as hunting monstrous-grade beasts and exploring hidden realms, were often accomplished by individuals of their caliber. Above them stood only the esteemed council members of Blue Star, existing in a league of their own. The school's ability to recruit an A-grade hunter for instruction indicated a profound commitment to the progress of the martial transformation class. Enough. Silence. Wu Qihua clapped his hands and continued. Let us commence the assessment. The content of the evaluation will be demonstrated by the chief. Under the scrutiny of dozens of curious gazes, Lin Xiao reluctantly rose and proceeded to the stage. Pay close attention. The method involves using mental power to draw up the accumulated force. After Wu Qihua finished speaking, he stepped aside. Lin Xiao lightly touched the crystal ball with his right hand, as if he were controlling his own power, pulling it upwards. The points of energy began to stir, emanating a bluish light, floating and rotating, forming a miniature tornado within the crystal ball along a specific trajectory. This was the standard for a successful assessment. Adjusting his glasses, Wu Qinghua addressed the students of Class C. Next, according to class rankings, please take turns coming to the stage. Upon returning to his seat, Lin Xiao quietly observed his classmates' diligent efforts. Although the method indeed resembled controlling one's own power, the level of difficulty was significantly heightened. The energy was not merely basic elemental particles, it had been artificially transformed, akin to the colored snowflakes produced by Bai Shui's abilities. Lin Xiao could not help but wonder if the teachers of the martial transformation class were also ability users. However, there was a distinction. He could drag the azure power with his formidable mental strength, while he could not control the energy particles generated by Bai Shui's abilities. Just as he could not directly manipulate the power dispersed in the air. Ugh, Lin Xiao, I failed, Zhao Xia exclaimed. Her face contorted in despair as she shook his shoulders vigorously, causing Lin Xiao's head to blur. He quickly grasped her hands, letting out a resigned sigh. I understand. Don't panic, there aren't many successful ones in our class. Aside from Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Feng Wen, and Chen. No other students in Class C had met the passing criteria. This indeed confirmed the instructor's previous speculation that no more than 4 students from the entire class would be selected. The martial transformation class was merely progressing a bit faster. The content they learned was essentially the same. As the instructor had previously mentioned, the fact that the teacher was an A-level hunter would not lead to significant changes. The students would at most learn to entwine their powers. This was already quite remarkable, considering that some D-level hunters were unable to achieve even this. Exactly, Xiaoya. We're spared the trouble of competing with those freaks. Chen Feifei whispered conspiratorially to Zhao Xia, covering her mouth. And once Lin Xiao and the others leave, we will be the strongest group. What? Zhao Xia's eyes widened, her mouth forming an exaggerated pout, seemingly taken aback by this revelation. After a few seconds of contemplation, she patted Lin Xiao's shoulder earnestly, saying, Lin Xiao, you can rest assured. Class C will have me looking out for them. Lin Xiao felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He had only missed the morning's martial transformation class, and they were already plotting to usurp his position? Did they truly think they were that formidable? There were still several who surpassed them. In less than half an hour, all the students of Class C had completed their assessments. Indeed, no unexpected surprises emerged. The remaining students faced dismal outcomes. Among them, only Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Fang Wen, and Chen managed to meet the standards. Wu Qiwa turned to Lin Xiao and the others, instructing, you may proceed to the Wu Hua classroom. Located at the end of this corridor. Feel free to go ahead. The teacher will arrive shortly. As Lin Xiao and his companions departed from the classroom, students from other classes gradually appeared in the hallway, comprising small clusters of 3 to 5 individuals, undoubtedly the C-Army de la C-Army of each class. Many were familiar faces. Lin Xiao, my dear friend, let us join together, exclaimed a spiky-haired student from Class D. His body adorned with bandages, yet wearing a sunlit grin. It was evident that yesterday's competition had been fiercely contested. Not far away in Class B, a stunning young lady with flowing black hair, resembling an ethereal flower upon a lofty peak, emerged. Her expression was inscrutable, exuding an air of aloof elegance. It seemed she was adhering to her mother's advice, diligently maintaining the persona of the frosty maiden. Among the memories of the last class competition, Lin Xiao recalled Lu Yuqian's formidable opponent, the robust and bald giant, Gao Yangxiang. He even spotted a sword-wielding figure soaring through the air. Wait, soaring through the air? Zhuang Jinyu, with long hair tied back, stood with his hands clasped behind him, hovering just above the ground upon a long sword. His countenance serene as if caressed by a gentle breeze, resembling a carefree, sword immortal. He paused at the entrance of Class C, locking eyes with Lin Xiao. I must report this. Someone is ostentatiously flaunting their abilities. Chapter 60, The Stirring of the Heart. The arrival of the storm leopard. The classroom of the martial arts class resembles a conventional training dojo, albeit with a larger area by approximately 1.5 times. Among the 10 classes in the 3rd year, only around 40 individuals have met the evaluative criteria, representing the absolute elite of each class. Upon arriving at the classroom, the members of Class C dispersed to take their seats, refraining from clustering together. Chen seemed to possess a commendable rapport, mingling comfortably with many students from other classes. Wu Zhixing nestled in a corner, as per usual, wearing a sullen expression that conveyed an air of superiority. Aside from Gao Yangxiang, who engaged him in conversation for a brief while, it appeared that no one else sought his company. Evidently, his glum demeanor had become widely recognized. Fang Wen sat not far from Lin Xiao, socializing with Lu Yuqian. Lin Xiao, in a state of vague awareness, overheard discussions that seemed rather incongruous with the military atmosphere of the university. Topics such as the challenges of finding clothing due to height, the small sizes of skirts available online, and the issue of trousers revealing ankles due to long legs were prevalent. It appeared that even tall women bore their own set of troubles. Yet, Lin Xiao found himself perplexed. Why were they discussing clothing when they were perpetually clad in school uniforms? He had never observed them in casual attire. Naturally, he kept these thoughts to himself, sensing that voicing them might elicit disdain. At this moment, he was seated near Zhuang Jinyu, with Baishan sitting behind them. Ling Shui was also nearby, though she did not engage with anyone, maintaining an elegant posture with her eyes gently closed, seemingly in a meditative state. Lin Xiao speculated that she might be eavesdropping, as the conversation had shifted to more provocative subjects. What? You dare ask me how my abilities awakened? Zhuang Jinyu furrowed his brow, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Xiao, exclaiming, Lin Xiao, how could you pose such an indiscreet question? Is this question really that private? Lin Xiao was taken aback by Zhuang Jinyu's vehement reaction. Was the awakening of abilities truly a matter of solemn secrecy? However, Ling Xue's response did not suggest so very private. Zhuang Jinyu gathered his long hair behind him, concealing his lower face and revealing only his cold, piercing eyes. It's akin to exposing your youthful vulnerabilities or reciting your love letters in front of the entire school. Lin Xiao blinked, admitting to himself that he had neither engaged in youthful indiscretions nor penned love notes. Would that be embarrassing? Extremely embarrassing. Zhuang Jinyu grasped Lin Xiao's shoulders. His emotions heightened as if seeking empathy. It's as awkward as having your childhood photographs displayed when friends visit or being caught by your mother while trying on women's clothing on a whim. You understand my plight, don't you? Lin Xiao. I do not comprehend. Lin Xiao's response was marked by an unsettling indifference, which caused a flicker of despair to cross Zhuang Jinyu's face. Hey. The white flash behind lightly tapped Lin Xiao's shoulder, gave a thumbs up, and grinned broadly, exclaiming. You could interpret it as defecating in public. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Zhuang Jinyu, utterly unable to fathom how this individual had the audacity to endure such an existence. Why are you looking at me like that? I merely used a metaphor. A metaphor. I did not mean to imply that I have actually experienced these events. Zhuang Jinyu frantically waved his hands, seemingly desperate to amend their perceptions. Unfortunately, neither of the two present responded. They merely regarded him with sympathetic expressions. Even the Ice Queen, Ling Xue, succumbed to her emotions. Her eyes fixed on Zhuang Jinyu in a state of shock, as though she were observing a societal aberration. After several futile attempts at clarification, Zhuang Jinyu's countenance fell, and he shut his eyes, tears trickling down his cheeks. Ultimately, Zhuang Jinyu added Lin Xiao as a friend, privately messaging him to reveal the reason behind his awakening. Since childhood, I have adored watching pre-catastrophe fantasy dramas, especially those featuring the sword immortal of Mount Shu, Hugu wielding a sword. JPG, so dashing. At that time, all I could think was, I too want to become a sword immortal, soaring through the skies on a sword. And then you awakened your powers? Indeed. Panda scratching head. JPG, such a simple reason. Was the awakening of your abilities so pure? As Lin Xiao pondered in bewilderment, Zhuang Jinyu sent another message. I understand this notion may seem frivolous, but when I witnessed the scene in the drama where the protagonists soared on their swords, I truly felt a sense of longing and excitement within my heart. Longing and excitement? Lin Xiao paused momentarily, and speaking of excitement, he recalled the hunter wielding a dark red battle knife. That strike, which shattered calamities and pierced through the heavens, seemed capable of slaying deities. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open with a whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. A tall woman with a high ponytail and a strong, athletic build entered. She wore a jacket that hung open at the front, revealing a fitted dark vest beneath, paired with sturdy cargo pants and tactical boots. A striking scar ran from her eye to her chin, lending her a rugged beauty rather than detracting from her allure. Approaching the front of the classroom, the woman surveyed the students, a smile blossoming on her lips. It seems everyone is here, you little rascals. Her voice was slightly husky, imbued with magnetism and a frank, hearty tone. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Lan, and I am a hunter. Of course, you may also refer to me by my code name. Lan Bao. Wang Lan pounded her chest with a confident grin, exclaiming, Haha, I love that name. You shall call me that from now on. The students nodded in agreement. The nickname Lan Bao suited the wild aura of the woman before them perfectly. From now on, I will be the one to teach you about the manifestation of powers. Lan Bao placed her hands on her hips, sizing up the students before her. You are all the elite of your respective classes, and the school expects you to master the art of power manifestation before graduation. However, my expectations are slightly elevated. The teacher extended her right hand, clenching it into a fist, her gaze sharp as that of a fierce predator. I want you to master the art of power entanglement before the conclusion of your third year. This signifies that you will possess at least the strength of a D-class hunter by your fourth year, greatly aiding your situation during the internship. The tone of Lan Bao grew increasingly somber, an overwhelming aura of intimidation enveloping her, reminiscent of a superior predator. In the territory of otherworldly beasts, strength is paramount. Your prowess not only dictates your safety, but also influences how hunter teams perceive you. During the fourth year, more formidable students will join hunter teams for internships, with each team taking no more than one in turn. Whether you become a burden or a comrade hinges entirely upon your own efforts. Trust me, the sensation of being cared for is far from pleasant, especially when your weakness hampers the entire team, leading to bloodshed and sacrifice. Lin Xiao fixed her solemn gaze upon the students, her tone grave and earnest. Such shadows may accompany you throughout your life, perhaps even leading to self-destruction and madness. The classroom fell into a profound silence, the students sitting upright, silently internalizing their teacher's counsel. As an A-class hunter, Lin Xiao has likely experienced 3 to 4 decades of a hunting career. These tragic misfortunes are not figments of her imagination, but rather vivid encounters she has witnessed. Haha, enough of this serious discourse. With a hearty laugh, Lin Xiao shattered the tense atmosphere in the classroom. Now let us commence the first lesson of the martial transformation class. Lin Xiao raised a finger, her lips curving into a smile, her eyes glinting as if she were fixated on prey. Do you know what the ultimate goal of martial transformation is? Chapter 61, The Star's Favor, The Throne of the Void. What is the ultimate goal of the martial arts transformation of power? This question is exceedingly advanced, and no one seems to possess the answer. Observing the students exchanging perplexed glances, Lin Xiao wore a somewhat mischievous smile. As if this reaction did not surprise her in the least. Let me pose a different question. What is the origin of the martial arts transformation of power? Or the purpose of its founders? Is it to become powerful and combat the monstrous beasts? A Qin, mingling among the crowd, raised his right hand tentatively to inquire. Lin Xiao shook her head in denial. Whether it be growing stronger or hunting beasts, these are merely byproducts. Prior to the Great Catastrophe, similar secret arts existed across the hidden realms worldwide. The Hunter Association collected, corrected, integrated, and subsequently refined, experimented, modified, and added to these teachings until they culminated in the current system of martial arts transformation of power. The sole intention of those ancestors who created these texts was simple. Lin Xiao lowered her finger to her lips, speaking in a hushed tone, to enable mortals to wield miracles. Miracles? What might that be? This concept is far too abstract. With varying interpretations across different eras, to the ancients, was modern society not replete with miracles? Including Lin Xiao, the entire martial arts class wore bewildered expressions, witnessing their reactions. Lin Xiao burst into laughter, then proceeded to elaborate. The so-called miracle can be understood as the authority to manipulate the world, or perhaps a key. Of course, it now bears an official term. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over a couple of students, and she casually uttered a word, superpower. Thus, the martial arts transformation of power has, from its inception, been a clumsy imitation of superpowers. Such a powerful assertion instantly stirred a tempest within the class. Students began to murmur anxiously, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. The secret arts they relied upon to grow stronger were merely mimicking those who wield superpowers. As ordinary individuals, does this mean that no matter how hard they strive, they are merely chasing the gap with superpowered beings? Such a notion is utterly absurd, and it severely undermines the student's confidence. No one wishes to accept the notion of forever remaining beneath others. They all believe in their boundless futures. Even Zhuang Jinyu gazed on, bewildered, unable to comprehend the basis of this judgment. Do not be too hasty. Lin Xiao waved her hand, attempting to alleviate the student's unease. Although superpowered individuals indeed tend to be generally stronger, this does not imply that ordinary warriors cannot surpass them. Moreover, superpowered individuals are also required to learn martial arts transformation. It is just that, symbolically, they do indeed stand at the pinnacle. Lin Xiao's eyes flicked towards a certain young lady, and with a playful smile, she said, "You must be the granddaughter of the old man Ling's son, right? Ling Xiao, isn't it?" "Yes." Ling Xiao nodded slightly, a hint of confusion playing on her youthful face. "Could you please come up and demonstrate? Just the preliminary steps will suffice. It would greatly assist me in my subsequent teaching." Teacher Lin Xiao beckoned, grinning. "All right." After a moment of hesitation, Ling Xiao rose to her feet and approached. Observing this, the atmosphere in the classroom gradually grew animated. Hey, is she going to showcase her abilities? I've seen it during the finals and always thought it was incredibly cool. Each time I watched, I felt so envious. How did the top 2 awaken their powers? Must they undergo rigorous training from a young age? Why hasn't the teacher called you up? Being the top student really doesn't carry any weight. Lin Xiao cast a sidelong glance at the chief ability wielder beside him, his tone laced with envy. You weren't aware? Zhuang Jinyu paused for a moment, looking at Lin Xiao with some curiosity. Ling Shui's grandfather, Ling Xin, is the dean of the third-year students and was once an A-grade hunter. The teacher must surely be acquainted with him. So the dean of the third-year students is named Ling Senior. Lin Xiao, somewhat out of the loop, lowered his head in embarrassment. All right, since you have all been selected for the martial arts class, You must have already mastered the technique of energy infusion. Bai Shui is ready. Lan Bao clapped his hands and addressed the students. Quickly channel your energy into your eyes. Gather as much as you can. If the energy density is insufficient, you won't be able to see clearly. This technique is called True Eye. The complete version requires entanglement, but for now, infusing will suffice. Upon hearing the teacher's words, the students of the martial arts class obediently complied, and soon the hall was filled with gasps of astonishment. Wow, a world I've never seen before. This is so cool. Are these all powers? Haven't you all tried this before? You've been learning infusion for so many days. How infuriating. Those who learned it early must have cheated. Secretly activating his true eye, Lin Xiao observed the world transformed before his eyes. The blues were more vibrant, the reds more striking, and the air was filled with shimmering particles of light, dazzling in a spectrum of colors. True eye. What a ridiculous name. It doesn't compare to my bullet time. Lin Xiao was quite dissatisfied with the official nomenclature. With a snap of his fingers, Lan Bao saw that everyone was ready and turned to Ling Shui, saying, "All right, let us begin." The classroom fell silent, with all eyes fixated on the front. Ling Shui nodded, gently closing her eyes. When she opened them again, her irises were enveloped in a deep azure. The air was still. The shimmering particles of light froze in place, and an invisible ripple emanated from Ling Shui. Those multicolored particles of power were tinged with blue and white, resembling minuscule, crystalline snowflakes. The room's temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Wow! Watching the energy particles swirling around the girl like guardians, the students gaped in awe. Lin Xiao felt the same. It was incredibly impressive. He desired it too. Teacher, what are the conditions for awakening powers? Is it mental strength? Observing the brave hand raised high, Chun, who boldly asked again, immediately garnered admiring glances from the other students in the martial arts class. Indeed, it is not solely Lin Xiao. Everyone is eager to uncover this answer, for who would not desire to awaken extraordinary abilities? The mental fortitude of those with such powers undeniably surpasses that of ordinary individuals, yet simply enhancing one's mental strength does not grant the awakening of these abilities. Lan Bao shook his head, his tone heavy as he proclaimed, "First and foremost, you have misconstrued the causal relationship. It is not that a higher mental strength leads to the awakening of powers. Rather, you are inherently endowed with these abilities, which in turn elevates your mental fortitude. From the moment of birth, the identity of an extraordinary individual is already established." What? This revelation astounded everyone. More difficult to accept than the outrageous notion that the manifestation of power was merely an imitation of extraordinary abilities. Is it truly possible that some are extraordinary from birth? Observing the despondent and mumbling students, Lan Bao scratched his head and sighed heavily. "All right, Ling Shui, please reveal the throne for everyone to see." The throne? Ling Shui looked at her teacher with a perplexed expression. Lan Bao pointed upwards, grinning widely as he said, "It is the power you have placed in the heavens." Understanding dawned upon the girl. She took a deep breath as an inexplicable aura began to rise, filling the air with an eerie sense of oppression, as if her body were being scrutinized by a terrifying presence. Lin Xiao immediately perked up, for this sensation was all too familiar to him. He had just experienced it the previous day. The classroom fell into a profound silence, with classmates gazing at the ceiling. As the elite of their respective classes, their instincts were remarkably sharp. The nerves in their minds were frantically alerting them. An immense power was about to descend. Boom! From the dome above, a blue-white beam of power cascaded down from the heavens, penetrating all obstacles and instantly enveloping Ling Shui. Rather than being absorbed into her body, the energies radiated outward, swiftly filling the entire classroom. The density of energy in the air was more potent than ever before, uniformly manifesting in white and blue hues, possessing a clear allegiance that could not be influenced by outsiders. Lin Xiao discreetly attempted to employ the power-refining method, but to no avail. He could not absorb it. This power, it turned out, was what Ling Shui had stored in the heavens. The extraordinary individuals are the favored of the stars from the moment of birth. They possess the seed of the throne within the cosmos. Lan Bao gazed up at the apex, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. The throne of the void symbolizes miracles and embodies the authority to change the world. It represents the ultimate goal of power manifestation. Teacher Wang Lan turned to the students, a slight smile gracing his lips, his words laced with mystery. "Do you know? Many S-rank hunters have never attained a throne. Thus, in a certain symbolic sense, those endowed with extraordinary abilities are already at the pinnacle." Chapter 62. The Release of Powers, Sword Chi. Fist Pressure. The Throne of the Void. To be frank, this term sounds exceedingly impressive, exuding an inexplicable air of sophistication. The students of the martial arts class, in unison, directed their gazes towards the only two individuals in the class endowed with extraordinary abilities, their eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, they had regarded these top two students with great admiration, yet they had not anticipated their capabilities to be so extraordinary. After all, they were favored by the stars, genuine paragons of the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of their peers, Zhuang Jinyu maintained a demeanor as calm as a gentle breeze, his gaze unwavering, a relaxed and contented smile gracing his face. Lin Xiao, with an elegant nonchalance, tucked her bangs behind her ear, her expression devoid of any sign of excitement, seemingly indifferent to such accolades. Observing their tranquil and unperturbed demeanor, the other students couldn't help but feel that this truly epitomized the essence of mastery. However, Lin Xiao was privy to the truth these two were merely putting on an act. Deep down, they were overjoyed. Stealing a glance at the messages on his phone, Lin Xiao's eyes subtly flicked toward the nearby prodigy. Am I really that impressive? Panda scratching head. JPG, isn't the term Throne of the Void a tad pretentious? Wouldn't it make me seem lesser if I were to say it myself? I feel like the abbreviation Throne sounds cooler. In the future, when I draw down the energy from the warehouse, I shall declare, "Welcome to my throne." Wow, that sounds incredibly cool. Lin Xiao had fully grasped the joy radiating from the other party, yet he had no desire to engage with this pretentious show-off. Humph. It's not me who is handsome, so why should I assist you in crafting your lines? To his surprise, it seemed that those with extraordinary abilities possessed an external repository of power. Lin Xiao had assumed it was akin to a refining method, directly drawing down the powers from the heavens. Evidently, this energy was stored upon the so-called Throne of the Void. Yet, Lin Xiao found it peculiar that the light beam consistently fell directly above Ling Shui. Did the throne rotate in synchrony with the Earth like a satellite? Or perhaps it adjusted its position in accordance with the ability's user. That would be incredibly considerate. Lin Xiao yearned for it. However, what exactly did the Throne of the Void look like? What lay above the clouds he had reached on those two occasions? Now, let us commence the discussion on the manifestation of powers. Teacher Lan Bao's hearty laughter shattered Lin Xiao's drifting thoughts. She instructed Ling Shui to step down and proceeded to open the large storage cabinet at the front, retrieving two dummies from within. Thud, thud, they were heavy, appearing to be made of plastic on the outside, yet likely encased in metal, supported by a hefty iron base. Your teacher must have only introduced you to entanglement, correct? Have you not yet delved into the subsequent stages of power manifestation? Lan Bao dusted off her hands, a smile on her face as she addressed the class. The students nodded in agreement, for they had only learned to fill their abilities. Apart from Lin Xiao and Ling Shui, even Zhuang Jinyu had yet to grasp entanglement. Lin Xiao was exceptional. As for Ling Shui, perhaps her grandfather had secretly imparted knowledge to her. Alas, the third generation of hunters. All right, allow me to present the subsequent phases, granting you a preliminary understanding. Firstly, we commence with the concept of energy entanglement. Lan Bao extended her right hand, releasing a stream of deep gray energy that enveloped her arm like a delicate veil of cicada wings. This entanglement serves as a manifestation of one's inherent power, akin to an extension of the body. When you initiate an attack or endure harm, it liberates energy outward, thereby enhancing both offensive and defensive capabilities. The instructor's hand approached the dummy's chest, her middle finger gently flicking it. A resounding bang echoed through the air, reminiscent of a silenced firearm. As that seemingly innocuous gesture concealed immense force, generating visible shockwaves through the atmosphere. The dummy swayed lightly as the rubber at its chest shattered and caved in, debris scattering around, revealing a glimpse of the cold metal within. The essence of entangled defense lies in the dissipation of energy, utilizing one's internal power to counter external harm. This is not limited to mere physical damage. It proves effective against extremes of temperature, corrosive substances, sound waves, and even certain psychological assaults. Lan Bao gazed intently into the eyes of her students, her tone grave. Do not overly rely on the defense provided by entanglement. The greater the damage, the more power is expended. The optimal strategy when facing an attack is to evade it. Otherwise, depleting your power equates to a slow demise. The students nodded earnestly, as none wished to gamble with their lives. Once you have mastered the technique of entanglement, you may attempt to extend your power beyond the surface of your body. Lan Bao retrieved a folded A4 sheet from her coat pocket, unfurling it and rolling it into a slender rod. It appeared crumpled and uneven, lacking even the ability to stand straight. At that moment, the deep gray energy surged from her hand, ascending to envelop the entire paper rod. With a swift motion, the gray paper straightened instantly, transforming into a firm and smooth object, akin to a dark iron bar. This facilitates your learning of the third phase of weaponization, the release of power. The instructor lightly tapped the dummy with the paper rod, seemingly exerting no force. Yet a wave of energy erupted from the dummy, causing its base to tremble violently as though it had been struck by a formidable hammer. The students observed the A4 paper roll with curiosity, astonished that such an object could transmute into a fearsome weapon. When your proficiency reaches a certain level, you may endeavor to project your power away from your body, enabling you to execute some rather extraordinary techniques. Lin Xiao moved to the opposite side of the stage, her expression illuminated by a gentle smile as she remarked, for instance, sword energy. With a graceful sweep of the paper rod, a crescent-shaped, deep gray slash surged forth, its velocity surpassing that of a bullet, striking the dummy's chest in an instant. The rubber exterior of the dummy was torn apart, exposing its metallic core beneath. The sword energy, sharp and potent, carved a profound scar diagonally from the right shoulder to the lower abdomen, leaving a lasting mark on its metallic form. Or consider the force of a punch. Before the students could fully absorb this, Lin Xiao was already in motion again. She clenched her left fist and thrust it forward, unleashing a spherical surge of power that expanded gradually before imprinting itself upon the dummy's chest. The impact was thunderous, as if subjected to a frontal assault from a cannon. The heavy dummy collapsed instantaneously, the immense force creating a shallow crater in the ground, while the nearby flooring fractured and splintered, displaying varying degrees of damage. The students gazed intently, noticing that the dummy's chest had caved in, its iron body contorted by external forces. At this sight, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, sword energy. Is it truly sword energy? Can one unleash such a powerful technique upon reaching the release stage in martial cultivation? How magnificent! Exclaimed one student. This means we won't even need special effects for filming. No one could resist such a dazzling display of skill. Even the sword immortal beside Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. As if his thoughts had wandered into another realm. He was likely envisioning himself effortlessly unleashing hundreds of sword energies, with sword rays shaking the heavens. A scene filled with grandeur. In response, Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. The one who would master the power of release is none other than me, Lin Xiao. Not you, Zhuang Jinyu. Once you all grasp the release, it signifies that even among C-rank hunters, you shall be considered formidable. Lin Xiao casually tossed the rolled paper into the trash bin, raising an eyebrow at the students, a wild smile gracing his face. And henceforth, the martial power would truly embark on the path of the extraordinary, as you will come to master supernatural abilities. As his words fell, the teacher's eyes shimmered with a cerulean hue. Chapter 63. The true catastrophe has arrived. The azure blue waves surged, and at that moment, the eyes of Lin Xiao resembled crystalline emeralds, shimmering with a soft, ethereal glow. Minute particles of light swirled within, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression, as if harboring a terrifying tempest. The fourth stage of martial transformation, known as aberration, emerged. Lin Xiao extended her right hand, enveloped in a shroud of power. And with a brief glance at her students, she spoke softly, observe closely. From her fingertips, a deep gray energy began to suffuse with a vibrant azure blue, gradually ascending until it enveloped her forearm. In less than 2 seconds, the deep gray energy vanished, replaced by a layer of verdant film that clung to her arm like a jeweled glove. The wind began to stir. A near-transparent wall of wind commenced its whirlwind around Lin Xiao's arm, gaining momentum akin to a miniature tornado. As the rotation accelerated, the sound of turbulent air intensified, and the tornado grew increasingly substantial. The curtains on the walls fluttered violently, and dust from the floor began to swirl and rise. The martial arts classroom felt as though it were caught in the ominous prelude to a typhoon, with a terrifying drop in atmospheric pressure rendering breaths labored. A chorus of dry gulps echoed throughout the room as all eyes remained transfixed on the storm swirling around their teacher's arm, perhaps tainted by dust. The color of the vortex shifted to a murky gray-black, its velocity reaching a spine-chilling crescendo. Lin Xiao even glimpsed flashes of light within the dark tornado, resembling sparks of lightning, dancing across Lin Xiao's hand. Approaching the training dummy, Lin Xiao flicked her foot upward, sending shards of broken floorboard soaring toward her storm-wrapped right arm. With a sound akin to a crushing machine, the floor disintegrated into splinters, which were expelled like shrapnel, striking the dummy with ferocious force. Bang! 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 The terrifying speed unleashed immense kinetic energy, instantly dislodging the rubber facade from the dummy's face, leaving behind a series of indentations on its metallic core. Should these splinters embed themselves in an ordinary person or a weaker warrior, the repercussions would be dire. With her palm facing upward, the wind spiraled along her forearm as if possessing a consciousness of its own, gradually extending outward, climbing to her palm and hovering above, cradling the gray-black tornado. Lin Xiao turned to her students, a wide grin breaking across her face as she declared, "Aberration is the transformation of the power within into a form of energy particle, utilizing them to achieve effects akin to superhuman abilities. Should you master aberration, congratulations, you will have attained the rank of at least a B-class hunter." A bastion of strength within human society. As Lin Xiao concluded her statement, the classroom fell into an odd silence, the only sound being the howling wind. All eyes were glued to the mysterious, flickering tornado in the teacher's palm. Excitement sparkled in their gazes, and the previously dazed expressions transformed into fervent enthusiasm. Cheeks flushing with exhilaration. This was indeed the essence of supernatural power. This meant, as long as we continue to progress, we too could wield such abilities in the future. Could one not also master other attributes, such as flames? I yearn to become Iron Man. For such extraordinary abilities, Lin Xiao felt an exhilarating thrill, yet a hint of doubt surfaced within him. This transformation appeared to alter his own prowess, unlike Lin Xiao, who could directly imbue the unclaimed light particles in the air with color. Furthermore, it seemed that Lin Xiao did not require the expenditure of her own energy when wielding her powers. Is it possible to convert one's own abilities into the energy particles utilized during the employment of extraordinary powers? Lin Xiao gently tapped Zhuang Jinyu, voicing his query. "That is not feasible," Zhuang Jinyu replied, shaking his head, his gaze filled with astonishment as he turned to the teacher at the front. "I can only transform external energy. My internal abilities are akin to those of an ordinary student." No wonder teacher Lin Xiao remarked that even those with supernatural abilities must learn the martial transformation of their powers. The transformation involves one's own energy. While the practitioners of extraordinary powers convert the external forces, the directions differ significantly. Observing the emotionally charged students, Lin Xiao flashed a confident smile and snapped his fingers with a flick of his right hand. With a whoosh, the hovering whirlwind dissipated as if punctured by a needle, and the dust coalesced in midair, flowing neatly into the nearby trash bin. This is not an extraordinary ability, it merely represents a stage of martial transformation. Lin Xiao's gaze shifted from Lin Xiao to Zhuang Jinyu. Moreover, even those wielding extraordinary powers must master this skill, as it will refine your essence. Compared to ordinary warriors, your progress in transformation will be exponentially swifter, given your ample experience. As for the others, Lin Xiao surveyed the remaining students, gesturing towards his own eyes. Ordinary individuals must engage in true sight to meticulously observe the energy light particles in the air. Their varieties may surpass your wildest imaginations. The duration of this learning process could be extensive, perhaps 2 years, 5 years, or even 10. Once you thoroughly comprehend and understand a particular type of energy, you may attempt to convert it into your own abilities and formally embark upon the journey of transformation. The students nodded silently, etching their teacher's admonitions into their minds. This was the valuable wisdom of an A-class hunter, capable of saving them years of misdirection. At that moment, the almost divine Aichin raised his right hand once more. "Teacher, you mentioned that this is not yet an extraordinary ability. Does transformation entail other stages?" "Goodness, this young man." The others gazed at Aichin with reverence, inexplicably finding him strikingly charismatic, even the prominent mole on his chin seeming to exude an air of authority. "Haha." In response to Aichin's inquiry, Lin Xiao let out a hearty laugh, his expression wild, carefree, and even somewhat arrogant. "You ask if there are further stages? Indeed, there are. However, the subsequent stages belong to the realm of A-class hunters." The teacher extended 5 fingers, bending them down one by one as he spoke. Fulfillment, entanglement, release. Transformation. If you have already mastered these, you will be truly formidable. As the moment arrives, the curtains of the storm are drawn back, revealing the emerald brilliance in Lin Xiao's eyes. A peculiar smile creeping upon his face. Erode the world. With the teacher as the focal point, the verdant hue begins to radiate outward, spilling through the window. Outside the training classroom lies a vast expanse, the playground for the early morning exercises of students, now desolate and unoccupied. At this juncture, with the spread of that verdant light, the very ground and sky above the playground become imbued with color, resembling an azure sea. A fierce wind begins to howl, darkening the skies. Within the pitch-black clouds, flashes of lightning dance incessantly, and thunder rumbles with ferocious intensity. The terrifying storm echoes through the heavens, as if to assert the majesty of nature's wrath. A tornado, hundreds of meters wide, spirals skyward, connecting with the firmament and carrying unfathomable energy, standing imposingly upon the earth. The true tempest has arrived. Chapter 64. A slight continuation for nearly 10 minutes, the cataclysmic storm subsided. The earth lay in turmoil, the lawn vanished, and the playground of the third campus was left in utter disarray. Fortunately, the terrifying tornado had been artificially contained, preventing its expansion or movement, and the nearby buildings and trees remained largely unscathed. On the highest floor of the faculty office building, a stooped old man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window. He leaned on a pure wooden cane, clad in a loose gray robe, his weathered face adorned with countless wrinkles. His hair, now white, framed his smooth, hairless visage, while a small tuft of neatly combed hair rested atop his bald head, a testament to his lingering defiance. Sighing softly as he gazed upon the ravaged scene of nature's wrath, the old man lamented, "Lin Bao is no longer a youth, being in his 50s or 60s. How could he act so impulsively? For an A-class hunter, isn't this age considered prime?" Behind the old man stood a tea table, upon which lay a black and white chessboard. The pieces locked in a tense struggle, the game halfway through. To the left of the tea table sat another elderly man, his hair white and cascading to his chest, clad in white attire. His eyes sparkled with clarity, and his ruddy complexion bore a few wrinkles. He was Lin Xiao, the director of the third campus. "In my day, I too married and had children in my 60s. We ought to understand Lin Bao's youthful exuberance," Lin Xiao remarked. "Humph." The Mediterranean elder grunted in displeasure. Turning to Lin Xiao and rebuking, "Do you know how troublesome it is to apply for funding? I must write a report of over 1,000 words on the playground renovation. The reckless actions of the youth force me, an old man, to clean up after them. I shall dock her salary, withhold her wages for the past few months." The old man waved his cane fervently, gesticulating at the air. "Dock her? Do you truly believe an A-class hunter would lack such trivial funds?" Lin Xiao took a sip of tea, casting a sidelong glance at his counterpart, continuing, "Isn't writing reports precisely your responsibility as the principal?" This Mediterranean elder was none other than Zhang Wenrong, the principal of Luzhou Military University. "Having served for nearly a century, I want to retire. I've long lost the desire to continue this wretched position. I wish to return and enjoy my twilight years." The principal struck the floor with his cane, his face ablaze with ire. "Old man, you still have at least 100 years ahead of you. Do not entertain thoughts of retirement just yet," Lin Xiao hastily advised, knowing that should this cantankerous elder truly depart, he would be the one to suffer the consequences. "Humph. That arrogant brat Lin Bao, I shall berate her for an entire hour at tomorrow's meeting. I will demand a 10,000-word reflection from her." Principal Zhang strode back to the tea table, grasping his cup and downing the tea in a fit of anger. Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, refilling the other's cup while teasing, "With such offense against her now, do you not fear that one day Lin Bao may ascend to power and return to confront you?" "Not at all." Principal Zhang shook his head, a scornful smile gracing his lips. "As long as I meet my end swiftly, she shall never trouble me. Besides, no matter how formidable she becomes, she is still a product of my teachings." At that moment, the old man proclaimed himself to be the tutor of the monarch, insisting that even a tombstone should bear his name. "Ah, ha ha." Observing the bald elder's raucous laughter, Lin Xiao shook his head in resignation and remarked, "All right. Let us continue the game." Principal Zhang fell silent, bowing his head in contemplation of the chessboard, lost in thought. Smack. "You little rascal. Have you dared to switch the pieces again?" The old principal slammed the table, his frail fingers trembling as he pointed accusingly at Lin Xiao, seemingly intent on pricking his conscience. "When have I ever swapped pieces? Are you old coot, trying to cheat?" Lin Xiao, enraged by such slander, puffed out his cheeks and glared fiercely at him. The principal remained expressionless, tapping a piece with his cane. "This is clearly a white piece. You must have switched it." Lin Xiao scoffed, "I think you're suffering from senility. Your memory seems quite unreliable. Count the few strands of hair on your forehead before discussing the game." 79. "I have 79 hairs on my head, and I count them every morning." In the elegantly decorated principal's office, the spirited verbal sparring between the two elders reverberated, showing no signs of abating. Gazing at the ravaged landscape outside, the students of the martial arts class wore blank expressions, their minds tumultuous. It was evident that students from other classes shared their sentiments, the earlier scene etched deeply in their memories. So this is the true power of an A-class hunter. A being on the brink of humanity's pinnacle, akin to a humanoid nuclear weapon. All right. Now that we have demonstrated the various stages of martial power transformation, we must move on to the main topic, Lan Bao clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. Ling Shui, did your grandfather teach you the martial power transformation in advance? Ling Shui nodded earnestly. Stage? Entanglement. Lan Bao smiled knowingly. Then you are progressing much faster than your peers. A tailored training plan will be necessary. He scanned the class. Are there any other students who have not yet reached the stage of entanglement? Although he inquired of the entire class, his gaze subtly drifted towards Zhuang Jianyu, perhaps predicting that only he possessed the potential for such advanced progress. Zhuang Jianyu shook his head slightly. While not from an ordinary family, his parents had demanding jobs and were not involved in school affairs, thus he had learned the martial power transformation at a standard pace. Noticing this, Lan Bao withdrew his gaze, intending to leave it at that, but then observed the peculiar expressions of several students in the class. Seated at his desk, Lin Xiao was under the intense scrutiny of a few classmates. Among them were Ling Shui, Bai Shan, Gao Yangxiang, and 3 from Class C. They silently regarded Lin Xiao, their expressions suggesting they were waiting for him to reveal something further. Lin Xiao pursed his lips, raised his right hand, and wore a shy, bashful smile. Beside him, Zhuang Jinyu looked on in sheer horror. Lan Bao appraised this student from head to toe, somewhat astonished, and inquired, have you also mastered the martial power entanglement? Lin Xiao scratched his head, responding shyly, I know a little. As soon as the words escaped his lips, several eyes in the classroom rolled in disbelief, especially from Ling Xuan nearby, whose lips curled downward into a frown resembling an arched bridge. Sigh. Not bad, not bad. Lan Bao crossed his arms, his eyes brimming with delight as he nodded enthusiastically. What is your name? Lin Xiao. What is your rank in your grade? 382. Upon hearing this rank, Lan Bao's brow furrowed in confusion as he gazed at Lin Xiao. Your proficiency in the cultivation of power is so high, it indicates superior mental strength. Why? Then, is your ranking so low? There's no helping it. With a pale smile, Lin Xiao explained. Using arms that just reached 17 points in strength to pat the chest boasting 25 points in constitution. Having been physically weak since childhood and lacking in strength, he admitted. I only have a slight advantage in mental strength. This revelation not only stunned Lin Xiao's acquaintances, but also left his previous rivals from Class F momentarily speechless. Lu Yuchuan's eyes twitched, her lips quivering as if she were on the verge of uttering some crude remark. Enduring the scornful gazes of a dozen peers, Lin Xiao remained composed, meeting his teacher's gaze with unwavering calm. Understanding the situation of this student, Lan Bao rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment. Could you demonstrate your progress in the entwining technique? I need to tailor a curriculum for you. Full power? Of course. Lin Xiao nodded. Having a teacher design a curriculum was undoubtedly beneficial, as it would expedite his experience gain. However, speaking of entwining, the Ashen mode was hardly an advanced ability. It merely relied on a vast reserve of energy, utilizing supercharged compression and combustion of power, a high consumption for a significant enhancement, akin to the technique of forcefully hurling bricks. If one were to discuss difficulty, it would be the exercise assigned by class director Wu Qihua, which involved attaching power to external objects and extending it outward as much as possible. Lin Xiao placed his hand on the floor. Dark gray energy gradually emanating from his palm. Centered on his hand, a layer of energy enveloped the surface of the floor, slowly spreading outward, and then gray flames erupted. Boom. The martial arts classroom ignited into a circular inferno, its radius exceeding 5 meters, with the deep gray energy flames roaring fiercely. Accompanied by a terrifying wave of energy, the classroom erupted in gasps of astonishment, aside from a few acquaintances beside Lin Xiao. The other students within the range of the gray flames hastily leaped away, eager to distance themselves from this perilous zone. Sigh. Ignoring the sword master beside him, who appeared utterly flabbergasted, Lin Xiao felt the energy that could no longer extend, letting out a heavy sigh. He shook his head, raised his chin, and with a hint of resignation, addressed Lan Bao. Teacher, it seems I can only reach this point. Lan Bao gazed silently at the hellish ground, slowly voicing a question from his throat. Only? Chapter 65. The acrobat. The fist of an A-class hunter ached painfully, and the floor, imbued with power, felt exceptionally hard. With 2 prominent bumps on his head, Lin Xiao came to a profound realization today. Most students in the martial transformation class were either meditating or throwing punches into the air. Judging by the aura emanating from them, it was evident that their internal power surged vigorously. Lan Bao had devised several training regimens according to the varying progress of the students. For instance, Ling Shui was presently holding a short stick, gradually allowing her power to extend upward. The flush of her face indicated that she was exerting all her strength. Lin Xiao navigated among the students, leveraging his seasoned experience to guide each one. The entire martial transformation class thrived in a vibrant atmosphere of learning, except for Lin Xiao, who felt starkly out of place. Sighing deeply, Lin Xiao pondered why he felt so lonely despite being in the same class. He sat alone at the rear side of the training hall, on a small cushion laid on the floor, next to a trash bin brimming with crumpled paper. Keeping a distance of several meters from his classmates, he secluded himself, tossing paper balls for amusement. Gray flames emanated from within him, enveloping the paper in power, transforming the plain A4 sheet into a dark, ashen sphere reminiscent of a coal ember flickering with flames. With his palm raised high, Lin Xiao mimicked a basketball shot, gently tossing the paper towards the window. As it departed from his hand, the gray flames dissipated over a distance of more than a meter, causing the paper ball to follow a graceful parabolic arc before slowly descending to the floor. Power, LV1. Experience 16. This was the training regimen Lin Xiao had formulated for him, proving to be quite effective. The initial step involved wrapping power around a medium, allowing it to distance itself from his body and gradually expand the range. This method had the advantage of consistently applying pressure on Lin Xiao. Currently, attaching power to a large sword felt effortless for him, resulting in diminished experience points, only 2 or 3 points. However, letting the medium drift away from his body allowed him to manage the distance. Initially, Lin Xiao could only extend his power a few dozen centimeters from his body, but he had now achieved an approximate distance of 1 meter. Progress was significant. Yet the experience points awarded by the system remained unchanged, as he had yet to reach his limit. The farther the paper could fly, the further he could improve. Power, LV1. Experience 17. Power, LV1. Experience 15. Observing the now empty trash bin, Lin Xiao resignedly stood up to gather the discarded papers strewn across the floor. The nonchalance with which he had tossed them moments ago contrasted sharply with the clumsiness of his current task. Wait. Lin Xiao's expression suddenly shifted. As long as he could detach the medium from his body, he need not rely solely on tossing, cradling a paper ball in his hands. Lin Xiao wrapped his power around it, gauged its weight, and tossed it upward. The paper ball floated 2 meters high, paused momentarily, and then fell directly into Lin Xiao's hands. Power, LV1. Experience 15. No problem. Lin Xiao's spirits soared as he held a paper ball in each hand, beginning to toss them up and down, skillfully alternating his throws. Power, LV1. Experience 12. Power, LV1. Experience 14. Hee. This meager amount of experience cannot possibly satisfy Mr. Lin Xiao. I can certainly throw more. Subsequently, a wondrous spectacle unfolded in the martial arts classroom. 7 or 8 crumpled papers floated gracefully in midair, moving in a harmonious cycle from left to right, tracing exquisite parabolic arcs as they danced between 2 outstretched hands. Teacher Lin Xiao's eyes twitched as he observed the students at the back of the classroom, who, unaware of the situation, might have assumed that the school had invited acrobats from a circus to perform. Power, LV1. Experience 11. Power, LV1. Experience 13. Immersed in the delightful pursuit of accumulating experience, Lin Xiao remained blissfully unaware that his power level 1 experience was rapidly approaching 40. He gradually elevated the paper balls higher, until, Power, LV1. Experience 6. Bang. A paper ball ignited with gray flames smashed into the ceiling, instantly erupting in a thunderous explosion. Dust swirled, grains scattered, and the once smooth and pristine ceiling now bore a ghastly scar. Lin Xiao froze in place. Turning around, he found the entire class silently gazing at him, speechless, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin Xiao stood with arms crossed, his face splitting into a wild grin. He resembled a ravenous predator, eyeing a plump rabbit. Lin Xiao was that plump rabbit. In the afternoon, during combat class, with both hands wrapped in tightly compressed flame threads, Lin Xiao focused intently, unleashing punches against the sandbag. Boom. Martial arts, LV2. Experience 3. Power, LV1. Experience 4. Boom. Martial arts, LV2. Experience 2. Power, LV1. Experience 8. The strikes did not directly connect. Lin Xiao's fists halted a mere 10 centimeters from the sandbag. The flame threads dancing upon his fist seemed eager to break free from the constraints of his body. Yet every time they lifted a few centimeters, they would inevitably descend again, unable to touch their target. This was a technique taught by Lin Xiao, allowing him to cultivate martial arts while simultaneously honing his power during class. Unfortunately, without a medium, the difficulty of separating his power increased significantly. and Lin Xiao could only manage to extend it 2 or 3 centimeters away. Boom, boom. A tremendous force collided with the air, producing a chilling roar. The air exploded, causing the heavy sandbag to sway slightly. The martial arts instructor, Wang Gang, watched this scene in trepidation. As a former hunter, he understood all too well the formidable power of that deep gray flame thread. Should it break free from the body by just a few centimeters, its overwhelming impact would be akin to a bomb detonating, capable of obliterating the sandbag in an instant. The thought of sand particles flying everywhere caused Wang Gang a splitting headache, yet with students engaged in the cultivation of martial arts, he found himself lacking a legitimate reason to intervene. Boom, boom. It draws nearer, ever closer. Wang Gang felt his heart convulse, as though he were helplessly witnessing the countdown of a ticking bomb, an unbearable torment he could no longer endure. Lin Xiao, come here. Observing the bewildered expression on the student's face, Wang Gang took a deep breath, pondering why this lad seemed increasingly troublesome. You shall practice here from now on. I have already recorded your fingerprint, and I shall no longer call your name during combat classes. Bang. The instructor of the combat class stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Within Wang Gang's private office, Lin Xiao glanced at the steel sandbag before him, scratching his head in confusion. This seems like a safe target to strike. Boom. Combat skill, LV2. Experience 2. Might, LV1. Experience 9 clang. A resounding roar echoed, transforming Wang Gang's office into a veritable foundry, reverberating with a continuous symphony of metallic percussion. Alas, the pleasant interlude was short-lived. Awakened from her midday slumber, the low-pressure teacher Su Romei seized Lin Xiao, ruthlessly pinning him to the ground. Chapter 66. Let's play tennis together. Additional update. A few days later in the martial arts class, Lin Xiao found himself homeless, with his power level progressing to 70 at level 1. The energy emanating from him had reached distances that exceeded the confines of a typical classroom. If he continued in this manner, the training facility would likely be left in ruins. Teacher Lan Bao expelled him from the class and pointed him toward a new path. With his uniquely large sword slung across his back, Lin Xiao made his way to the multi-weapon dojo, specifically the giant bao range. The staff greeted him with puzzled expressions, likely wondering if the student was skipping class. Lin Xiao offered no explanation, silently retrieving the giant bao and loading up on numerous quivers of arrows. Opting for the furthest target range at 300 meters, he began to nock an arrow. A deep gray energy flowed forth, igniting the arrow in flickering flames. With a slight adjustment to his aim, he released the arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared into the sky, and at a distance of a few meters, the gray flames dissipated, revealing the arrow in its original form. Thud! The arrow struck the target, landing squarely. Power level, level 1. Experience 12. Giant bao, level 1. Experience 2. Continuing to draw his bao, Lin Xiao knocked 3 arrows at once this time. Whoosh! Power level, level 1. Experience 18. Giant bao, level 1. Experience 4. Utilizing 3 times the power yielded only a meager increase in experience. This system truly was pushing its limits. Sighing softly, Lin Xiao persisted, grouping his shots in threes. After all, he possessed the most energy. Occasionally, feeling dizzy and somewhat fatigued from the repetitive shooting, Lin Xiao grasped his large sword and began to practice on the spot. As he infused the sword with energy, its size increased considerably, the blade extending from 1.6 meters to 1.8 meters, resembling a deep gray lightsaber. This additional 20 centimeters represented his current limit. Without a medium, the energy could only extend to a similar distance. Boom. Power level, level 1. Experience 10. Great sword, level 2. Experience 2. The path of cultivation is indeed as lonely as snow. Boredom enveloped him, as not a single voice could be heard nearby. In class, he could at least hear his classmates boasting. Thus, Lin Xiao resolved to seek some amusement for himself. Setting down his great sword, he returned to the giant bao, summoning the gray flames once more. This time, not only the arrows were engulfed in fire, but the entire bao, including the string, blazed with gray flames. Lin Xiao exerted his fingers, attempting to pull back the string. It was heavy, immensely heavy. It felt as if he were not drawing a bowstring, but rather some form of high-strength alloy. In frustration, Lin Xiao activated hunter mode, his hands enveloped in gray flames, and his strength surged dramatically. Clang, clang, clang. Under this immense power, the bowstring began to warp, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Intrigued by the potential power of this weapon, Lin Xiao aimed at the target, reducing the arc of his shot, and released his fingers. Boom! A terrifying tremor echoed through the air, as if a cannon had fired. and the arrow vanished in an instant. Though the gray flames above had faded after several meters, the kinetic energy of the great bow remained potent, propelling the arrow towards its target with an unprecedented velocity. Bang! The tremendous impact shattered half of the target instantly, but at a cost. The arrow itself disintegrated, vanishing in a burst of brilliance. Fortunately, there was no one nearby. Lin Xiao let out a heavy sigh of relief, deciding to swiftly relocate the shooting range to avoid any further complications. It was then that he noticed his instructor, the swift and formidable Lin Bao, behind him. "What is the matter? Why do I sense a hint of guilt in you?" Lin Bao grinned, his expression revealing a hint of amusement as he observed the stiff demeanor of his student. "Ah ha ha. It's nothing. What brings you here, teacher?" Lin Xiao felt a slight headache at the sight of his teacher's smile, a reminder of the pain that lingered from their last encounter. Truly, the mark of an A-rank hunter. "I just wanted to check on your progress now that the training is on track," Lin Bao said, stroking his chin while casting a playful glance at Lin Xiao. "You seem rather bored." Lin Xiao subtly nodded in agreement. "Let's go. We'll change locations." "Where did teacher?" With a quick glance back, Lin Bao flashed a confident smile. "Let us play tennis." Lin Xiao blinked in confusion. There were no tennis courts at the military university, and so Lin Bao drove him away from the campus. He had heard of an exclusive tennis club owned by a hunter. "You're actually ranked 382. I thought you were exaggerating last time," Lin Bao remarked casually as he drove. "Teacher, I never lie," Lin Xiao replied earnestly, thumping his chest to restore his credibility. Upon hearing this, Lin Bao shot him a sidelong glance, a subtle smile playing on his lips. "Whether you lie or not, I shall find out soon enough." The car came to a stop in front of a large establishment named Bing Tennis Club. Lin Xiao noted that this place was relatively close to the military university, merely around 10 kilometers away. Next door was a large store, Finfin Musical Instruments, resembling a small shopping mall, showcasing a diverse array of instruments, keyboards, guitars, drums, and traditional Chinese instruments like gushings and dizzy. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up." Lin Xiao quickly followed his teacher into the tennis club. The venue was spacious and luxuriously decorated, yet it felt eerily empty. At the front desk sat a middle-aged man in a tank top and shorts, whose presence clashed with the opulence surrounding him. As they approached, Lin Xiao noticed the man engrossed in a short video, his heart fluttering as he watched a captivating dance performance by a stunning influencer. After a few knocks on the table, the middle-aged man finally acknowledged his visitors. "Hey, Lin Bao, long time no see. What brings you here?" "Haha, I'm here to make sure your business doesn't go under." Teacher Lin Bao burst into a hearty laugh and pointed towards the sparsely populated venue. "Isn't this a loss? Who conducts business like this?" The man waved his hand nonchalantly, replying, "It's not too bad. I've purchased the premises, and I only lose a few tens of thousands each month." Then, noticing Lin Xiao behind him, his expression turned grave. "Lin Bao, as a former teammate, I find it necessary to remind you." The middle-aged man stared intently into Lin Bao's eyes, his tone somber. "It's inappropriate for an old bull to pursue tender grass." Bang! The club owner, Bing, was literally shoved into the wall. Lin Xiao averted his gaze, completely disregarding this grim scene. He retrieved a tennis racket and followed his teacher into an underground court. Unlike the tennis courts above, the surface here was metallic and exceedingly hard. "Teacher, why play here? The floor feels quite terrible." "Because the floor is made of Waimu alloy." Lin Bao grinned, his tennis racket igniting with gray flames. "You can afford to let loose a little." The soft tennis ball transformed into a deep gray streak of light, trailing long flames as it struck the ground beside Lin Xiao. Boom! The floor seemed to have been hit by a meteor, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that whipped Lin Xiao's hair in a frenzy. Last night, I visited Ling Xue's home and heard that she lost to you in the fierce combat arena." Lin Bao extended 2 fingers, a smile dancing on his lips as he regarded Lin Xiao. Delicate physique, frail body. "Haha, today, I wish to see just how feeble you truly are." Another tennis ball was tossed into the air, and once more, a meteor descended, this time targeting Lin Xiao. Goodness! The deep gray ignited, and without hesitation, Lin Xiao activated Ash mode, striking fiercely at the meteor with his flame-wreathed racket. Boom! The power of the tennis ball was truly formidable. Lin Xiao longed to return home. Chapter 67. The Supernatural Incident in the Back Mountain. It was once again Sunday. Lin Xiao, Zhao Xia, and the other two gathered together for breakfast as usual. This incident was personally experienced by my roommate, Xiao. Zhao Xia's expression turned grave. Her voice lowered and laced with an air of mystery as she spoke to Lin Xiao and the others. Xiao has a habit of taking solitary walks in the back mountain after her shower. It is essential to note that apart from the competition at the beginning of the month, there are virtually no staff present in the back mountain. Xiao cherishes that tranquil atmosphere. She enjoys gazing at the stars alone, which allows her tightly wound spirit to unwind. However, over the past 2 nights, she has heard some strange noises. Zhao Xia's voice grew ever softer, seemingly striving to conjure a terrifying ambience, immersing everyone in her tale. In a sense, she succeeded. Qin Feifei and Fong Wen across from her had already furrowed their brows, their expressions rigid. Lin Xiao remained detached from the drama, fixated on the profile of Meili, who appeared to have ants crawling on her. Should he remind her? Yet, interrupting her as she passionately narrated a ghost story seemed rather inconsiderate. As Lin Xiao wrestled with his thoughts, Zhao Xia continued her narrative unabated. The sound resembled some form of instrument, yet it was chaotic and devoid of melody. Merely listening to it induced dizziness, breathlessness, and a sense of nausea, akin to a mental suffocation. Qin Feifei timidly covered her mouth and speculated, could it be a form of sonic attack? Fong Wen narrowed her eyes and whispered, I have heard that in areas of extremely high energy concentration, a sort of spectral creature may emerge. Its form composed of energy and mental force, capable of harming one's soul. Lin Xiao interjected. I don't know. Zhao Xia slightly shook her head, her expression grave as she replied, but one thing is certain, that sound is not something a human can produce. Xiao was genuinely terrified. The eerie melody sent chills down her spine, prompting her to flee, desperate to distance herself from the source of the sound. Yet unexpectedly, no matter where she ran, that sound followed her like a shadow, deeply embedding itself in her mind. Hiss! Qin Feifei and Fong Wen gasped, adding a bit of workload to the central air conditioning. Observing their empathetic expressions, Lin Xiao pursed his lips. Was there a possibility that it was merely an echo in the mountains? TSK. Zhao Xia shot him a fierce glare, as if regarding a foolish simpleton, a narrow-minded individual oblivious to the world. Lin Xiao truly did not grasp the atmosphere. Lin Xiao, please be quiet. Lin Xiao, inexplicably feeling the disdain of everyone. He forlornly nibbled on his bun. Zhao Xia raised a finger and continued. After futile attempts to escape, Xiao gave up. She yearned to leave the back mountain and completely distance herself from this terrifying place. But then, the most horrifying event occurred. What happened? Is she all right? The 2 young ladies across the way huddled together, their necks drawn in, as if their hearts had lodged in their throats. After listening to the insufferable cacophony for such an extended period, it appeared that something within Xiao's mind had undergone a transformation. She discerned a peculiar rhythm within that nauseating melody. Zhao Xia pinched her ears, her petite face etched with anxiety, her tone becoming noticeably stiff. Astonishingly, she comprehended the piece, and even found it rather pleasant to the ear. This revelation provoked a vehement response from the 2 devoted listeners. Could it be that their perceptions had shifted? It felt akin to being manipulated mentally. I recall tales from before the calamity, wherein the whispers of a malevolent deity tainted the mind, gradually turning one into a monster. Observing the 3 young ladies, their emotions running high and their faces flushed with fervor, Lin Xiao cautiously weighed his words and ventured an opinion. Is it possible that the musician's skill has simply improved? TSK. This time, Lin Xiao was met with 3 incredulous glares before being summarily dismissed. At Finfin Musical Instruments, Lin Xiao stood at the front desk, holding a guitar. A forced smile plastered across his face. Yet again, he was here to return an item. Are you mocking me? Seated in the office chair was a woman appearing to be in her 30s. Clad in a loose cotton nightgown, her hair styled in waves, cucumber slices adorning her face. She exhaled rings of smoke while casting a frosty glare at Lin Xiao. How can this be again? Sister, I only returned that Swona last time. Lin Xiao waved his hand, striving to defend himself. I did not return the 4 instruments I initially purchased. This woman was the owner of the shop, named Lu Fun. Like the proprietor next door, she was also a retired hunter, indulging in this venture for amusement. Why do you buy so many instruments? Are military students truly this idle? The owner, Lu Fun, flicked ash from her cigarette, her right hand deftly manipulating the computer, her tone nonchalant. Well, it's a personal hobby, I suppose. Lin Xiao checked his phone for the refund notification, his expression relaxing immediately. Glancing at the time, it read 13:40. With 20 minutes left to spare. Sister, my time hasn't yet elapsed. Could I possibly borrow the drums for a bit? With unabashed boldness, Lin Xiao flashed a sunny smile at the shopkeeper. Lu Fen crossed her legs, eyeing him with palpable disdain. You play atrociously. You've scared away all my customers. In truth, there were hardly any customers to begin with. Naturally, Lin Xiao refrained from voicing this out loud. I've made progress. Didn't I improve with each strike last time? Instruments are exceedingly expensive. I shall argue my case to avoid purchasing another. Moreover, I am a valued customer. How can there be no preferential treatment at all? Those 4 instruments were no trifling expense, and the thought of the money he spent made his heart ache. Aren't you just waiting for Lan Bao to arrive? You wish to practice the drums in this little time? Lu Fan curled her lips. Her expression tinged with skepticism as she inquired, could it be that the manly woman harbors a romantic disposition? Does she have a penchant for nurturing delicate musical boys? Lin Xiao paused momentarily, then revealed a rather sinister grin. Heh, if you deny me the chance to play the drums, I shall inform teacher Lan Bao of your previous remarks. Why, you rascal? Seizing the drumsticks, Lin Xiao began to strike the drums with a casual ease. Bang, clang, bang, clang, bang, 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 clang. The rhythm was somewhat unrefined, yet it possessed a certain cadence, at least not discordant to the ear. Drumming, LV0, Experience 3. Drumming, LV0, Experience 4. In recent days, he had invested a substantial amount in acquiring numerous instruments, all in pursuit of gaining potential points. To avoid disturbing others, he stealthily ventured to the back mountain each night, under the cover of darkness, to practice in solitude. Unexpectedly, he still managed to disrupt some innocent students. Much like chess, musical instruments also incur experience penalties. So far, he had amassed 4 potential points, derived from electric piano, violin, long flute, and guzheng. Guitar and swana had triggered experience penalties, yielding meager returns. Lin Xiao had also experimented with various other instruments, most of which proved to be of little value. Currently, only the drums seemed promising. Ding-dong, the time had come, and a message from the teacher had arrived. Bang, clang, drumming. LV0, Experience 3, drumming. LV0 drumming. LV1. Potential point 1. Opening his personal panel. Name, Lin Xiao. Potential points. 2. Strength, 17. Agility, 16. Constitution, 27. Spirit, 26. Skills, Might, LV1, 97. 3. After several days of engaging in deadly tennis with the teacher, it was time for another upgrade. Chapter 68. The Manifestation of Power. The pure black and moon white tennis ball tennis is an art of exquisite skill. When an opponent launches the ball like a meteor, creating a tremendous explosion upon impact with the ground, one must remain composed and steadfast, undisturbed by the shockwaves that threaten to disrupt one's footing. It is essential to channel all of one's power, merging it with level 2 techniques, to strike the ball with a racket enveloped in gray flames, directing it forcefully toward the intended target. At the moment the racket's strings connect with the ball, one must promptly diffuse their energy into the tennis sphere, ensuring that it retains the aura of power even after separation. Otherwise, that soft ball will disintegrate into dust in an instant. In recent days, Lin Xiao has gained profound insights. He reflects deeply upon the intricacies of this sport. Yet, he is perplexed as to why he has not been granted any potential points. Boom. Power, LV1. Experience 11. Power, LV1. Power, LV2. Potential point 1. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, surrendering to Master Lan Bao as he sent the ball hurtling toward their side of the court, a tremendous shockwave erupting and wildly tousling his hair. Hey, why did you suddenly stop? Lan Bao exclaimed, shaking his racket in confusion as he observed his student across the net. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao felt the gray flames erupt from within him, transforming into a blazing torch of intensity. In the blink of an eye, the ethereal flames enveloping him vanished, leaving only the military-style white attire and black trousers, paired with a deep gray tennis racket. Noticing this, Lan Bao furrowed his brow. You've canceled the gray charcoal mode. Do you wish to be punished? It's the ash mode. Lin Xiao corrected him with a hint of exasperation. Moreover, continuing to play tennis may not yield much in terms of training benefits. You cheeky brat, you seem a bit too confident. With a vertical swing of his racket, a crescent-shaped wave of energy sliced through the air, resembling a deep gray blade of destruction, swiftly severing the net at mid-court and hurtling toward the female teacher's chest. Lan Bao's pupils widened in shock as he stared at the impending energy strike. Pooh! The terrifying energy blade halted, arrested by a woman's right hand held firmly in front of her. The sharp and dense wave of power writhed violently, yearning to obliterate everything in its path, yet it could not escape the grip of that hand. Curious, Lan Bao blinked and tightened his grip. Bang! The pure energy strike shattered like glass, its fragments dispersing into the air and gradually vanishing from sight. How was that? Lin Xiao whirled his racket, raising an eyebrow at his teacher with a cheeky grin. He was certainly unconcerned about causing harm for an A-grade hunter. Such an attack was akin to that of a child. Lin Xiao flexed his fingers, pondering for a moment, seemingly savoring the sensation from earlier. The impact, speed, sharpness, and hardness were all commendable. In terms of sword energy strength, it surpassed that of the majority of C-grade hunters. You truly are astonishing. The female teacher looked up, gazing at Lin Xiao, slightly pained as she spoke. For a third-year student to possess such prowess and power manifestation is likely to be considered genius level even on a global scale. Isn't it thanks to your excellent teaching, teacher? Lin Xiao scratched his head, his face a canvas of humility and bashfulness. Humph. Lin Xiao smirked, a hint of jest in his tone. I could never cultivate a student like you. Perhaps in a decade, you might find yourself surpassing me. A decade? Teacher, you jest. How could that possibly be? Lin Xiao frowned and hastily dismissed the notion. Haha, let us consider it so. Lin Xiao shook his head, a wild grin reappearing on his face. Unleash more of your strength. Today, I shall thoroughly assess your abilities. Naturally, Lin Xiao complied. In the basement, terrifying slashes erupted in rapid succession, intermingled with several formidable punches. Lin Xiao received the full brunt of his students' efforts without a hint of evasion. Returning to school, they were in the teacher's car. Lin Xiao slumped in the passenger seat, exuding an air of laziness. He felt utterly drained, devoid of any energy. This was his first encounter with complete depletion of power. The sensation was peculiar, though not uncomfortable. It left him somewhat drowsy. The destructive force unleashed by his power was immense, and its consumption equally so. Each strike was a highly concentrated essence of energy, capable of tearing apart foes from a distance and over a wide area. Yet each release drained a significant amount of his internal power. While this might not seem substantial given Lin Xiao's reserves, the rapidity of his attacks was relentless, one strike per second, uninterrupted, as if he were showering energy slashes. Even he could reach a point of exhaustion. The individual who had absorbed all of his assaults, however, remained unscathed, invigorated as he drove. He hummed a light tune, appearing to be in high spirits. Opening the panel, Lin Xiao noted he had 3 potential points remaining, a figure he had meticulously calculated. Teacher, what distinguishes the complete power refinement method from the student version? Indeed, there are notable differences. Lin Xiao glanced at his student, unperturbed by the inquiry. Power refinement is the foundation of strength. It is the essence of everything. After countless revisions and refinements, the complete power refinement method is humanity's true treasure, enabling warriors to undergo a profound transformation. I was once a student myself and fully understand your curiosity regarding this subject. However, that knowledge is not necessarily beneficial to encounter early on. Lin Xiao gazed ahead, speaking calmly. What you need to focus on now is to lay a solid foundation, allowing your body to grow to its fullest potential. After formal graduation, assistance will be provided for your refinement. The complete power refinement method is not necessarily better learned earlier. Lin Xiao had long harbored suspicions about this, primarily due to Ling Shui, the third-generation hunter, who also employed an incomplete refinement method. If early learning were truly advantageous, her esteemed A-rank hunter grandfather would have ensured she had access to it long ago, similar to power transformation. After a shower, he lay in bed. Gazing at the 3 remaining potential points on the panel, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before allocating 1 point to his physique, raising it to 28. The remaining 2 points he intended to invest in his mental faculties, but he did not plan to allocate them all at once. Last night, when Lin Xiao elevated his mental capacity to 26, he once again ascended to the ethereal realm. The barrier between him and the starry sky appeared to grow increasingly tenuous. So much so that each increment of mental enhancement rendered his thoughts almost transcendent. Perhaps, in the not-so-distant future, even without the aid of potential points, his consciousness would freely reach out to the celestial expanse. As he incremented his mental capacity, Lin Xiao's thoughts gradually dissipated into a void. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once more amidst the cosmos. This time, he was devoid of the myriad colorful points of light. Instead, he beheld a profound abyss of pure black, symbolizing power, substance, and destruction, contrasted by an ethereal moonlight hue, representing spirit, concepts, and rules. Beyond these 2 colors, all other manifestations of power had vanished, leaving one to ponder whether they had been banished or assimilated. The black and white points of light no longer intertwined as they once did. Now, they were starkly opposed, each brimming with animosity towards the other. They even appeared to attempt to consume and assimilate one another. Lin Xiao was no longer an innocent novice. He had begun to grasp a certain truth. These two forces were the most suitable particles for constituting his extraordinary abilities. They shared this sentiment as well. Thus, neither would yield to the other, each intent on vanquishing the opposing force to become the sole hue of his dominion. This was a war, one fought with all one's might. A conflict wherein neither could coexist with the other. It could unfold over a week, a month, or even several months, unless external intervention occurred. Perhaps through the direct choice of the master of these powers, the resolution would remain pending. When the dust settled, his extraordinary abilities would awaken. Lin Xiao was aware of this, yet he hesitated to make a choice. Both options were enticing. He desired them both. Chapter 69. The diligent bird takes flight. Yet lags behind the majestic eagle time flies, and after a fortnight, Lin Xiao finally returned to the martial arts class. It feels like ages since we've seen you, Zhuang Jinyu remarked, gazing at his long-missed classmate with a hint of curiosity. What exactly has the teacher arranged for you? Indeed, Lin Xiao, I am equally eager to learn about your training. The ever-cheerful Baishan raised his hand high, his trademark sunny smile illuminating the room. Even the nearby Ling Shui tilted her head slightly, seemingly eavesdropping with keen interest. Let me think, Lin Xiao mused, stroking his chin and furrowing his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he revealed an expression of indescribable complexity. Paper ball tossing, juggling at the circus, archery. What else? Zhuang Jinyu and Baishan nodded in acknowledgement. The first two activities were familiar to them, and archery was also comprehensible. Playing tennis, going to the back mountain to prune trees, dealing with abrupt rock formations, polishing cliff faces, and even. Lin Xiao raised his head, a look of exasperation on his face. I also went to the lumber mill to help cut wood for free. For free. Zhuang Jinyu and Baishan exchanged bewildered glances. What peculiar experiences had this lad undergone recently? Enough about me. How is your progress coming along? Baishan scratched his head and chuckled. I feel it's close. In about a week, I should be able to channel my power. Lin Xiao was not surprised. Although Baishan appeared to be a hot-blooded fool, he was, after all, the third best in their year, gifted with remarkable talent. Moreover, having previously taught him some techniques of power manifestation as a reward for their sparring, Baishan's progress was entirely expected. And what about you? Zhuang Jinyu said with a slight smile, extending his hand, from which gray energy overflowed, creeping up his palm. Lin Xiao blinked in astonishment. Impressive. Your progress is quite rapid. It has only been a short time since the martial arts class commenced, yet you have swiftly mastered the art of power entanglement. This Chinibyu, sword immortal, truly lives up to the title of genius. I thought you might fall behind Ling Shui this semester and lose your esteemed position. Hee. Zhuang Jinyu shook his head, chuckling lightly. The diligent bird taking flight may yield a temporary advantage, but when the eagle spreads its wings, that distance becomes utterly inconsequential. Lin Xiao thought to himself, this person is truly pretentious, and he dares to compare Ling Shui to a foolish bird. In Lin Xiao's eyes, both individuals were exceptional talents of comparable caliber. Equating someone to a foolish bird seemed utterly unfair. Moreover, that icy beauty had been eavesdropping all along. Surely she had heard everything. Turning his head, Lin Xiao noticed that Ling Shui's expression remained unchanged, as impassive as ever, seemingly untouched by the worldly concerns of fame and fortune. Of course, this was merely her facade. Lin Xiao sensed a slight drop in temperature in the room. Then, he observed Ling Shui pull out her phone, her delicate fingers deftly tapping the screen. Buzzing, Lin Xiao silently checked his messages. That swordsman insulted me as foolish. What gives him the right to say such a thing? Aside from relying on his supernatural abilities, he might not even be able to defeat me. Every day, he pretends to be an otherworldly sage, posing as if he is a sword immortal. Yet at his core, he is nothing but a pretentious show-off. And that long hair of his, so effeminate. He must be dressing in women's clothing in secret, taking selfies with filters and posting them online. Flaunting before those otaku. Disgusting. He might even fancy men. Be cautious. Ling Shui's friend request came just yesterday. On Sunday, he ventured to the frenzied duel arena to earn a little extra, where he encountered this lofty flower once more. They engaged in another match, but this time, it was far from evenly matched. His rising dragon fist struck forcefully against his opponent's abdomen, allowing her to experience the sensation of being slammed against the ceiling. Subsequently, he was added as a friend by Ling Shui. She unleashed a torrent of messages throughout the night. The incessant barrage, akin to a waterfall, was overwhelmingly oppressive. Insults, shouts, derogatory nicknames, meme attacks, abstract emoji assaults. voice messages, live-stream tirades, video rants. She even covertly captured Lin Xiao's pictures, edited them into memes, and sent them over. The source of her fury, Lin Xiao suspected, was the public humiliation he had inflicted upon her. She could accept defeat, but not such a disgraceful one. In summary, this woman harbored a fierce vendetta. She must not be underestimated. Ah, this is infuriating. Lin Xiao? Hurry and give him a punch to the head. Let him fall flat on his face. I will record it and post it anonymously online to ruin this fool's reputation. Lin Xiao curled his lip. What nonsense was this deranged woman spouting? How could he possibly harm his own brother? Amount: 10,000. Transfer note: give him a punch to the head. Lin Xiao pursed his lips. What do you take me for? Amount: 20,000. Transfer note: deliver a punch. Wait, I think you're being excessively impulsive. Amount: 30,000. Transfer note: make him lose face. He might not even be talking about you, sis. Please calm down. Amount: 40,000. Transfer note: slam his head into the floor. There might be some misunderstanding here. We are classmates. Let me mediate. Amount: 100,000. Transfer note: fight. This Zhuang Jinyu is utterly outrageous. Even someone as generous, pure, gentle, kind-hearted, and ethereal as Sister Ling Shui could be driven to such a state by him. It is an affront to justice, a grievous sin that deserves punishment from all. Lin Xiao resolved to act as a champion of righteousness today. He had long harbored disdain for this delusional swordsman. Brother Zhuang. Lin Xiao clasped his fists, a look of trepidation crossing his face, and sighed. I have a request. Zhuang Jinyu, taken aback, immediately reverted to a theatrical tone. Brother Lin, why such grand courtesy? What is your request? Speak swiftly. Today, I witnessed Brother Zhuang's remarkable mastery, having ascended to the realm of entanglement. I am truly eager to engage in a friendly spar with you. Zhuang Jinyu nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. So it is. Such a matter is trivial. I shall gladly accept. In the evening, a free exchange of skills? Excellent. In the bewildered gaze of Bai Shan, the two exchanged knowing smiles, understanding each other without words. Ling Shui also smiled, adjusting her camera to continuous shooting mode. Come forth. Lin Xiao, today I shall unveil the true prowess of the top student of our year. With his left hand behind his back and his right palm extended forward, it was enveloped in a veil of formidable energy. At this moment, Zhuang Jinyu resembled a master from a martial arts film, exuding grace and elegance. With a deep gray swirl and flames igniting, amidst the gasps of the students, the arena for their free combat blossomed like the sun. Having attained a strength of 18 points 2 days prior, Lin Xiao emerged from the flames clad in his ash-colored battle robe, clenched his fists, and chuckled. Today, let us truly measure our skills. Zhuang Jinyu. That evening, the image of the third year's top student, bruised and battered, was posted on the school's anonymous website, igniting a sensation among all faculty and students of the year. Lin Xiao endured a full week of resentful glances from his neighboring classmates. Chapter 70. Approaching the end of term, class competition at the pinnacle of the tower. The arena for the competition is a pyramid-like structure, rumored to have once served as a sanctuary before being repurposed by the school for the martial arts students to engage in contests. The entire tower consists of 10 levels, and the rules of victory are straightforward. The first class to ascend to the top wins. Each level is equipped with numerous ascension passages, which can only be unlocked with a complete key. Each student's permission watch acts as half of a key, while the other half must be seized from students of rival classes. A complete key allows only one student to advance to the upper levels, and once used, the appropriated permission vanishes. This implies that to reach the tower's summit, one must vanquish 9 opposing students. As Lin Xiao meandered through the 8th level, he yawned in boredom. Unlike the Wolf Hunt, top-tier strength was not of paramount importance in this event, as long as one possessed abilities akin to Fongwen or Achin. Coupled with a stroke of luck, they could encounter rival students on each level, thereby acquiring the necessary permissions to ascend swiftly. Unfortunately, Lin Xiao's luck was rather poor. He had wandered around the 8th level for quite some time, casting doubt on whether he had missed the rival students entirely. Lin Xiao, it's really you. A sudden voice from behind startled Lin Xiao back to awareness. Turning around, he spotted a man with a square face, prominent features, and a commanding presence standing several dozen meters away at a corner. He crossed his arms and, with a robust physique and a height comparable to Lin Xiao's, regarded him with an air of authority. Do I know you? Lin Xiao felt a flicker of familiarity but could not recall the name. I am Kong Chuanming. The top student of Class 1, ranked ninth in the year. Kong Chuanming smirked, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Since we are both in the martial arts class, you should at least remember the top student of the rival class. My apologies, my memory isn't the best. Lin Xiao replied, an apologetic note in his voice. In truth, remembering the top students didn't hold much significance in this competition, and he was disinclined to delve into such matters. Humph. Since we crossed paths, let us have a match. Kong Chuanming clenched his fists, his gaze steady upon Lin Xiao. I am aware that your martial prowess has developed swiftly, but others have caught up. A gray energy emanated from his hands, enveloping his skin like a delicate glove. Lin Xiao regarded the energy shield with admiration, nodding in approval. Impressive, indeed. Yet I believe your progress lags slightly behind mine. Martial prowess is not the sole determinant of combat capability, Kong Chuanming replied, his tone level and measured. In actual combat, what matters are strength, speed, and overall prowess. With a sudden burst, the man transformed into a shadow, instantly appearing before Lin Xiao with an unstoppable iron fist. Fall before me. Kong Chuanming's punch swung wide, and with his pupils constricting, a large hand grasped his face. You are correct. Combat does rely on comprehensive strength. As his body descended, his perspective shifted, and an unimaginable force bore down upon his head, driving it mercilessly into the ground. Boom. Lin Xiao released his grip, and the top student of Class 1 below had already succumbed to a baby-like slumber. Youth is indeed a splendid thing. Just as he contemplated seizing the other's privileges, his watch vibrated with a notification. Ding. The top tier has been unlocked. Permission identification, C. Congratulations to Class C for their victory. This competition has officially concluded. Amidst Lin Xiao's bewilderment, Class C emerged victorious. At the class gathering, Chen Feifei, holding a glass of orange juice, solemnly addressed the students of Class C with an important speech. Let us extend a warm round of applause to the goddess of victory from Class C, Fong Wenwen. The crowd erupted in applause. Everyone, applaud. Oh. The thunderous clapping resonated as Fong Wen trembled, her ears flushed crimson, nearly sizzling with embarrassment. Lin Xiao believed that if there were a hole beneath her, she would undoubtedly dive into it without hesitation. Seeing her shy demeanor only fueled the classmates' enthusiasm, and the air was filled with an array of exuberant cheers, predominantly from the girls. Sister Fong Mwah. Hee Fong Wen has such long legs and a delightful fragrance. I think about Sister Fong every night while sleeping. Fong Wen, let me lick those long legs. PR. Observing Fong Wen's gaze losing focus, Lin Xiao felt a pang of sympathy. This group of exuberant girls was far more audacious than the boys, as the latter dared not tease Fong Wen openly. Zhao Xia, munching on a lamb chop, casually snapped a candid photo of the flustered Fong Wen and turned to Lin Xiao. By the way, it seems the final assessments are starting next week? Already so soon. Lin Xiao was taken aback, realizing how quickly time had flown. Once the final assessments concluded, the segment ranking competition would commence, and shortly after, the junior year would officially come to an end. Following a brief summer vacation, they would transition into their senior year, embarking on internships either in the military or with hunter teams, becoming warriors, commencing their battles against the beasts. It seemed they would soon part ways. Zhao Xia, Chen Feifei, are you planning to intern with the military or with a hunter team? Lin Xiao regarded them with concern. Their current strengths placed them in a precarious position, stronger for the military, yet somewhat lacking for the hunter association. With a knowing glance exchanged, Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei crossed their arms, both wearing triumphant smiles. Our class advisor has spoken to us about this, and she provided the perfect solution. Indeed. Lin Xiao? I'm in the same boat. Through their explanation, Lin Xiao learned that the military academy had a 5-year graduation system. Students like them, possessing commendable abilities yet not quite at the pinnacle, could opt for a 2-year internship plan. The first year would be spent interning with the military, and should their strength suffice, they would then intern with the hunter teams in the second year. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt reassured. He had feared that the two might recklessly choose to intern with the hunter association, which would indeed be rather perilous. I am able to meet with Zayaya in the military, but it seems that it is quite difficult for you to see Fang Wenwen. Lin Xiao noticed the glimmer of melancholy in their eyes, perhaps contemplating the imminent separation that awaited them all. With a gentle smile, he reassured them. The hunters enjoy lengthy breaks. It will not be a problem to gather once more. Parting from friends is indeed a sorrowful experience, one he too felt acutely. Yet, this current farewell is a necessary sacrifice for individual growth and a brighter reunion in the future. The stark contrast between pure black and moonlit white was unmistakable, each existing in its own realm without interference. Upon reaching the clouds once more, he exhaled deeply, relieved by the sight. In recent times, he had managed to ascend to the starry expanse through sheer will. His sole purpose for being here was to mediate the discord. You are all my wings. Please, cease this conflict. After days of resolute intervention, the two luminous particles had finally reached a temporary truce, refraining from consuming one another. However, they had not compromised nor intended to collaborate. They were merely resting their banners for the time being. Lin Xiao remained untroubled by this. Where there is one, there shall be two, and where there are two, there shall be three. Moreover, after ascending to the celestial realm through his own efforts, he felt a profound premonition. The days of the throne's illustration were swiftly approaching. Chapter 71. Luzhou Military, Exotic Beasts Observation Base Monday morning. The class instructor, Waimulis, announced the assessment details for the third-year students. This evaluation added a new component, power transformation, to the existing criteria of combat techniques, footwork, elective weaponry, power refinement, and practical combat. Waimulis adjusted his glasses, his tone grave as he continued. Furthermore, the practical assessment will no longer consist of mere sparring, but will entail actual hunts for exotic beasts. His words instantly ignited a fervent response among the class. Wait, we're really going to hunt exotic beasts? Are we heading to the wilderness? Isn't that a bit premature? Will there be hunter teams to guide us? Oh my, this is my first time facing an exotic beast. The students were a mixture of excitement and trepidation, and Lin Xiao empathized with them. After all, true involvement in hunting exotic beasts was typically reserved for fourth-year students under the guidance of military forces or hunter teams. It appeared absurd to thrust inexperienced third-year students into such perilous encounters alone. It's not that you will be sent to the wilderness. The assessment location is Waimulis typed on the keyboard, revealing bold characters on the screen behind him. Luzhou Military, Exotic Beasts Observation Base. The types and levels of exotic beasts selected for this evaluation had been meticulously curated by the military, specifically raised for the purpose of assessing students and recruits. He scanned the classroom, his expression unreadable as he stated, groups of 5 are to successfully hunt one exotic beast to achieve a C rating. A solo hunt of a single beast will yield a B rating. Lastly, Wu Qinghua's gaze settled on Lin Xiao, Wu Zhixing, Feng Wen, and Ah Chun. A solo hunter who brings down more than 5 exotic beasts will earn an A rating. Group members will be randomly assigned by the military, organized by the entire year. Once you enlist, you will receive further arrangements. The entire third year was engulfed in a fervent atmosphere of examination. During this period, the subject teachers were indeed overwhelmed with work. In the combat class, the strength assessment was in full swing. After a lengthy wait, Lin Xiao finally stepped up to take his turn, ready to deliver a powerful blow to the strength tester. Lin Xiao pass. Before he could even unleash a punch, Teacher Wang Gang, with an expressionless face, noted Lin Xiao's score on the form. Confused, Lin Xiao blinked in bewilderment. What are you still doing here? Don't waste my time. You needn't bother with the other assessments. I'll grant you an A rating directly. Teacher Wang Gang ushered Lin Xiao out, continuing to attend to the other students awaiting evaluation. Standing at the classroom door, having secured an A rating without any effort, Lin Xiao scratched his head in perplexity. Oh well, I might as well find another teacher for my evaluation. Hey, you little rascal. Can't you see the teacher is busy? Why are you here causing trouble? Get out, get out. Teacher Su Ruame promptly kicked Lin Xiao outside. Lin Xiao, just practice your swordplay on the side. Don't come looking for me. Upon entering the Swordsmanship Academy, the perspiring instructor Miao Fei waved his hand dismissively at Lin Xiao, instructing him to find a more comfortable spot. All right, you may leave now. The class supervisor, Wu Qinghua, marked an A on the extraction of power, silently urging him to depart. As for Teacher Lan Bao, those who mastered the power entanglement shall fill in A, and those who did not shall fill in B. She directly shared a form in the martial arts class group, prompting students to fill it out themselves. With no one present at the school, it remained a mystery where they had all gone. Strangely enough, Lin Xiao received 5 evaluations, despite having accomplished nothing at all. Wandering through the campus, Lin Xiao felt somewhat lost. What was he supposed to do now? Everyone seemed so busy. And was he the only one feeling idle? Oh, perhaps not. A man with long hair tied back, with a countenance as refined as jade, stood majestically in the air. He stood upon a long sword, hands clasped behind him, his expression serene as he appeared to survey the myriad of life below from his elevated vantage point. Approaching him was a boy with a spiky hairstyle. making his way toward Lin Xiao, accompanied by a girl with waist-length black hair and an icy demeanor. Haha, finally found you, my dear friend. Everyone else is busy with exams, and I'm utterly bored. Baishan exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lin Xiao's neck, his face radiating with cheerful laughter. However, Lin Xiao remained silent, gazing up at the sky, while Ling Shui beside him mirrored his posture. What is wrong with you two? Is there something up there? Hey, isn't that Zhuang Jinyu? As all eyes turned toward him, Zhuang Jinyu smiled nonchalantly and remarked softly, when one stands at a different height, one's perspective on the world also shifts. He spread his arms wide, looking down upon Lin Xiao and the others. When will you be able to stand beside me, to jointly ascend the throne of the heavens and gaze down upon this mundane world and its countless beings? Zhuang Jinyu shook his head slightly, a melancholic expression gracing his features as he sighed. My dear friends, Jianyu truly feels so lonely. Lin Xiao's expression remained impassive as he bent down to pick up a shard of stone, weighing it in his hand. Suddenly, a meteor ablaze with gray flame shot skyward, hurtling toward the celestial swordsman. Zhuang Jinyu remained unfazed, his sword deftly shifted position, narrowly evading the meteor's impact. Hey, hee. Ah ha ha ha. Zhuang Jinyu chuckled softly, and as time passed, his laughter grew louder. Ah ha ha ha. Futile, mere mortals. The celestial swordsman seemed transformed into a heavenly demon. Arms raised high and fingers splayed wide, attempting to grasp the very essence of the universe. To think you could pull me down to your realm is a delusion beyond your reach. Ling Shui squinted her eyes and snapped her fingers. Snap. Suddenly, dozens of ice spikes erupted from the ground nearby, each about a meter long, with both ends sharpened to a deadly point, resembling javelins ready for battle. Lin Xiao and Baishan understood each other, each drawing forth an ice spear, silently entwining it with the grayish mist. Observing this, Zhuang Jinyu in the sky waved his hands repeatedly, his tone laced with panic as he exclaimed, Wait. The school prohibits the use of supernatural abilities to harm fellow students. You are breaking the rules. Breaking the rules. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed, and inquired, What supernatural ability? Isn't this ice merely a product of the earth? Baishan flashed a sunny smile and gave Zhuang Jinyu a thumbs up. Zhuang Jinyu. Boom. 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 Yes, my apologies. I was wrong. Please stop shooting. Don't shoot anymore. It hurts. Help. At the Luzhou military base, a formidable man clad in a military uniform adorned with numerous medals finished operating the computer and stood up, saluting the woman beside him. General Wang Lan. I have completed the system presettings. Aha. My apologies for the trouble, Xiao Xiao. No, it was merely a small task. The imposing man pondered for a moment, expressing concern as he spoke. Dividing into groups is a trivial matter, but why release dangerous exotic beasts? This poses a significant risk to the students on that path. No worries. Lan Bao waved his hand, his face adorned with his characteristic wild grin. Those exotic beasts used for training the new recruits are far too weak. I fear they might doze off during the exam. Chapter 72, The Ambition of Akane Shimizu. Why do I have a 2B grade? Chen Feifei exclaimed, shaking her head, her straight hair dancing in the air. Her delicate face etched with discontent. Zhao Xia, having endured several of her hair assaults, merely scoffed, coldly retorting, Because you are a 2B. Accept reality. How rude. Xia. Besides, don't you have one more B than I do? Shut it. I'll give you a punch, Sister Xia. The two girls began to tussle. Meanwhile, Fangwen and Lin Xiao, who had both received 5A grades, completely ignored the antics of the two, engaging in a discussion about practical hunting while enjoying their dinner. We'll be spending tomorrow making repairs and adjustments, and the military vehicles will come to pick us up the day after tomorrow morning, Fangwen mused, resting her chin on her hand. Then there will be the distribution of combat uniforms, weapon selection, team assignments, route confirmation, and familiarization with the environment. The formal assessment is scheduled for the morning after tomorrow. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Hunting exotic beasts was no trivial matter, and thorough preparation was essential. It was likely they would stay overnight with the military before commencing the practical assessment. By the way, how are the teams assigned? Based on strength? Or is it entirely random? Lin Xiao pondered, curious about the process, considering that a completely random assignment would hinge too much on luck. If weaker students were placed in the same team, they might struggle to achieve even a C rating, potentially securing only a failing D. I've heard that the military SAI system will make the allocations, meticulously balancing the average strength of each team to ensure a higher probability of passing. Fangwen replied, narrowing her eyes and speaking in a teasing tone. Aside from high-ranking officers, no one should be able to alter the AI's algorithm. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. It seemed that the practical assessments for military students were of paramount importance, as they directly impacted the influx of fresh talent into the military and the Hunter Association. To eliminate any potential for favoritism or human error, all student information would be submitted to a sophisticated AI for optimal team configurations. For the students, this presented a relatively fair challenge. As for the notion of manipulating the AI's algorithm, Lin Xiao chuckled at the absurdity of the idea. Who would be so bored as to meddle with the lives of third-year students? As he strolled beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky, observing the increasingly serene interplay of the two light particles, Lin Xiao wore a contemplative expression. Later that afternoon, after witnessing Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Shui exhibit their abilities, the mischievous black-and-white duo from Lin Xiao's home settled down significantly. Although they remained reluctant to cooperate, the animosity between them had lessened. When Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Shui unleashed their powers, Lin Xiao sensed their emotions, disdain, contempt, and a unified distaste directed outward. The black-and-white particles seemed to have found a common adversary. Perhaps next time, he could invite those two eccentric ability users for a proper duel, one where they would unleash their full potential. In Lin Xiao's heart, these two friends had already been labeled as awakened tools. After a day of respite, at 7 a.m., the military convoy arrived at Luzhou Military University. The Luzhou Army, a base for observing exotic beasts, was bustling with activity. At the recording officer's standby area, a tall female warrior clad in a dark vest inquired of her colleague, Qian, "Is this your first time serving as a recording officer for the candidates?" "Yes," responded a serious-looking girl, dressed in a black and blue military uniform. She had shoulder-length black hair, tied back in a small ponytail. Compared to her fellow female warriors, she was rather petite, standing approximately 153 meters tall, with delicate and charming features that imparted an innocent allure. "I remember you just completed your internship last year, and you're only in your 4th year. Is it truly all right for you to assume the role of a recording officer?" The warrior in the vest gazed down at the girl with a hint of concern in her tone. The position of a candidate recording officer involved accompanying student teams during their practical assessments in the 3rd year, tasked with documenting the team's performance and serving as their final safeguard. Normal injuries and bleeding were not a cause for concern. However, if the students were to falter against the exotic beasts, the recording officer must ensure their survival, at the very least preventing fatalities during the assessment. This role necessitated that the recording officer possess the capability to effortlessly hunt the exotic beasts designated for assessment, typically requiring several years of military service with formidable warriors to undertake such responsibilities. Thus, it was rather inappropriate for a girl still in her 4th-year internship to be assigned this task. "Haha, it's no problem. Little Qian is a 5-year student," chimed in a male warrior, also dressed casually in a vest, sporting a crew cut. He waved his hand dismissively and laughed heartily. "In just 2 months, she'll be interning at the Hunter Association. Little Qian is no weaker than a D-class hunter. She's far stronger than us." Noticing the astonishment etched on the female warrior's face, the girl gently nodded, affirming her capabilities. The term 5-year student referred to a system established for those exceptional yet not quite elite military students. Qing Shui, Qian hailed from Sakura Province and had grown up in Luzhou, graduating from Luzhou Military University. Her graduation rankings were commendable, 6th in her class and 57th overall. The primary reason for her not interning at the Hunter Association was her instructor's safety concerns, who advised her to opt for the 5-year graduation program. Ding! Just then, the military phones of the 3 rang, signaling an update on the recording officer assignments. The male warrior opened his phone and addressed his 2 female colleagues. "The group assignment information has been released. You both should check on your respective teams." Upon reviewing the message, Qi Shui Qian's face momentarily froze in surprise. "What's wrong?" The female warrior leaned in, glancing at the screen, her brows furrowing instantly. "Ah, a 4-person group? Little Qian has encountered a 4-person group? This could pose a problem." Typically, student hunting teams were comprised of 5 members, ensuring a robust fighting capacity. However, it is improbable that every cohort of military students consists of a perfect multiple of 5. Thus, an unfortunate recorder may encounter a quartet of students. In comparison to a standard team, the combat prowess of such a 4-member group may appear somewhat diminished, significantly heightening the risk of falling into perilous situations. For the recorder, the task becomes increasingly challenging, requiring heightened focus. Otherwise, a moment's lapse could lead to disastrous consequences for the students. In summary, it is quite disheartening. Nevertheless, I am capable of fulfilling the mission. Observing the concerned expressions of her two senior colleagues, Shimizu Akane maintained a composed demeanor, adorned with a gentle smile, signaling them to remain at ease. After a year of rigorous training, Shimizu Akane has adeptly mastered the art of power weaving, rendering her a formidable presence even among D-rank hunters. She possesses unwavering confidence in her ability to safeguard those four students amidst the menacing fangs of the creatures there to assess. Although somewhat bashful, the young woman genuinely relishes the trust and respect bestowed upon her by her juniors. Gazing at the screen displaying the names of her younger peers, Zhuang Jinyu, Lin Xiao, Bai Shan, Lin Xiao, Shimizu Akane's lips curled into a subtle smile, her deep, dark eyes sparkling with a hint of anticipation. Now, let my adorable juniors witness the authority and grace of their senior. Chapter 73, Shadows. The authoritative recorder, a grand military convoy transported all third-year students to the Beast Observation Base. Upon disembarking, the military students were awestruck by the vastness of the facility. Tanks were scattered throughout, armored vehicles roamed freely, and there were electromagnetic artillery launchers, rocket platforms, massive laser weaponry, and missile silos. All manner of formidable armaments were present. The station's soldiers exuded an imposing presence, their gazes sharp and piercing. They wielded large, anti-beast firearms, weapons that could only be handled by seasoned warriors with robust physiques, for even the recoil could claim the life of an ordinary person. This was not the military headquarters of Luzhou, nor was it a fortified city border. It was merely an observation base for captive beasts. Yet it boasted such an extensive strategic arsenal. However, as the military personnel guided the students through the base, allowing them to survey the surroundings, enlightenment dawned upon them. While it was labeled an observation base, it more accurately resembled a vast nature reserve. The expanse included plains, forests, hills, and mountains truly boundless, concealing an unknown number of beasts. Yet, in contrast to the wastelands, the creatures here had undergone human selection. Furthermore, the military had imposed restrictions on the activity zones of different tiers of beasts, ensuring that ordinary, hazardous, and high-risk beasts did not intermingle. In the logistics department, Lin Xiao received his combat uniform and weaponry. The school had provided advance notice for these supplies, and the military warehouse had been well prepared. His combat attire was a complete set in dark blue, fitting perfectly, made from thick yet elastic fabric. According to the logistics staff, it was crafted from the silk of a large-scale bred arachnid, processed through special methods. It exhibited commendable resilience against impact, cutting, corrosion, combustion, breathability, and dust resistance. However, despite its protective qualities, one should not expect it to withstand a beast attack. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The weapon Lin Xiao was issued was a two-handed broadsword, resembling the standard military design. The most notable difference was that this sword was sharpened, its twin blades menacingly sharp, capable of eviscerating beasts with ease. Done. During the assessment period, your mobile device has been granted access to the base's network and satellite map. The relevant team assignments will also be sent to you. Please check and proceed to the designated rest area, announced a staff member, not a soldier. After all, in comparison to the total population, the number of soldiers was exceedingly small. Even a military base required a substantial number of ordinary personnel. Lin Xiao reviewed the group assignment, Team 38. Thus, his accommodation for the night would be room 3 to 8. Initially, he had anticipated residing in a tent or a shipping container. But to his surprise, the military provided a dedicated dormitory building for student teams. It made sense, considering that for decades, students had come annually for practical assessments. Repeatedly setting up tents would hinder accessibility. Moreover, when students were absent, these rooms could also accommodate military personnel. Through the campus map, Lin Xiao located the student dormitory building. Ascending to the 3rd floor, room 8, he unlocked the door using his phone. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of another occupant, a boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and a radiant smile, who waved at Lin Xiao. The dormitory resembled a suite, featuring 3 rooms, a living area, 2 bathrooms, a kitchen, and a balcony. The space was impeccably clean and the air fresh, suggesting that it had been meticulously tidied. Lin Xiao was thoroughly pleased with the accommodations. However, his current concern lay not with the dormitory itself, but with his roommates. A conspiracy was afoot. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Lin Xiao drummed his fingers on the table, adopting an expression of having uncovered a monumental scheme. Meanwhile, his roommates exhibited a range of reactions. Bai Shan, scratching his head and grinning foolishly. Zhuang Jinyu, leisurely strolling through the living room with his hands clasped behind his back. Admiring the DCOR, and Lin Xiao, calmly seated in the main position, wholly engrossed in the art of tea brewing. Frustratingly, none of them acknowledged his remarks. Lin Xiao's gaze was filled with exasperation, disappointment, and a sense of futility. How utterly uninteresting you three are. After surveying the scene, Zhuang Jinyu returned to the sofa. Resting his chin on his hand and quipping, perhaps this is just a new algorithm from AI. Do you have any evidence of a conspiracy? Then this AI must be calculating with its feet, Lin Xiao retorted, rolling his eyes. What was the purpose of this group? Were they merely competing to see who could slay the most exotic beasts? Tea. Oh, thank you. Ling Shui handed him a teacup, and Lin Xiao promptly tapped the table in gratitude. Observing this, the girl nodded with a satisfied expression. It seemed this icy maiden regarded tea brewing as a rather impressive endeavor. Upon entering, she had immediately prepared to serve tea with the well-equipped tea set. Tea. Haha. Thanks. Ling Shui passed another cup to Bai Shan, who accepted it without hesitation, gulping it down in one go. Suddenly, a pale fist struck the side of the hedgehog-haired boy's face, sending him flying 10 meters, crashing against the wall like a rag doll. 2 seconds later, Bai Shan returned to his spot, seemingly unfazed and bewildered. You are impolite, Ling Shui stated frostily, wiping her knuckles with a tissue. Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. He seemed to understand the girl's sentiment. When she offered tea, Bai Shan had failed to respond with a polite gesture, leaving her feeling slighted. Just as Ling Shui was about to offer a third cup of tea, the door swung open. Standing at the threshold was a petite girl clad in a black and blue military uniform, with shoulder-length black hair tied in a small ponytail. Though her expression was serious and commanding, that adorable little face gave her an air of childlike seriousness, with her hands clasped behind her back. The diminutive girl stepped into the dormitory, scrutinizing the 4 students within. Her lips parted slightly as she spoke in a calm voice. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the recorder for Team 38, and my name is Shimizu Akane. My task is divided into 3 parts. Firstly, to familiarize you with the assessment route of the group. Secondly, to record your hunting performances and evaluate your achievements. Thirdly, bang. Shimizu Akane's hand struck the table as she gazed intensely at the students, her tone heavy and resolute. In moments when the team finds itself in peril, I shall be the one to save your lives. Observing the students, who were clearly taken aback by her commanding presence, Shimizu Akane allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips, feeling immense satisfaction with her opening performance. She had rehearsed this scene in her mind all night. Exhilarated to the point of near insomnia, the authority of a senior must establish itself from the very first impression. However, it must not be excessive, for she did not wish for them to harbor mere fear or trepidation towards her. That was not Shimizu Akane's goal. What she sought was respect, admiration, and a bond of trust akin to that of devoted senior and junior comrades. She envisioned a relationship where, upon thinking of her, her juniors would feel an overwhelming sense of security, a trust that emanated from the depths of their hearts. With this thought, a warm smile blossomed on Shimizu Akane's delicate face, and her tone softened. Well then, do you have any questions for me? Lin Xiao and the others looked down at the petite recorder, exchanging glances. Ling Shui spoke up. Thank you. Fortunately, Miss Shimizu was exceedingly polite, and the Ice Maiden's fondness for her surged dramatically. Chapter 74, Senior Sister. Will assist you. Here lies the entrance to Route B3. Standing at the entrance of the Beast Protection Zone, Akane Shimizu raised the tablet in her hand, guiding her team of students through the map. The route initially traverses a plain area with a scant number of beasts. However, it soon leads into the Great Wood Forest, where a fork appears. Shimizu paused, her tone turning grave. The eastern route of the Great Wood Forest is designated for assessment beasts, which are relatively scarce. But the density of beasts increases as one moves westward, while the rescue zones diminish. Near the vicinity of Black Peak Mountain, the young woman fixed her gaze on the students, enunciating each word. There may exist genuine D-grade beasts, although the record officer must maintain an impartial stance, refraining from interfering with the students' chosen paths. Subtle reminders are permissible. Following her exposition, any reasonable person would recognize the dangers lurking in the western side of the forest, rendering it utterly unsuitable for student assessments. To successfully complete the examination, they ought to resolutely select the eastern route, distancing themselves from Black Peak Mountain. Indeed, under her nearly explicit guidance, the 4 students exchanged glances for a moment before collectively nodding in agreement, presenting her with knowing smiles. Excellent. These children are astute and receptive to advice. Shimizu felt a sense of relief. Should they venture down the western route, her task would become significantly more challenging. If fortune did not favor them, and they encountered a D-grade beast, she could not guarantee the safety of the students. Moreover, if too many D-grade beasts appeared, she herself might find her life in jeopardy. Of course, at most, they would encounter ordinary D-grade beasts. The high-risk D-grade beasts and even C-grade beasts around Black Peak Mountain were effectively contained by the base and could not roam freely. The military's management of the beasts is indeed reliable. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation assailed her from behind, as the girl found herself enveloped in a soft embrace. The air filled with the delicate fragrance of snow plum. Lin Xiao. Huh? Could you please refrain from holding me like this? No way. At that moment, Lin Xiao gently rested her chin atop Shimizu's head, her arms encircling the latter's neck, drawing her entirely into her embrace. Shimizu felt helpless yet understood her junior's behavior. After all, tomorrow marked the day of the hunting assessment, and her heart was undoubtedly filled with trepidation, seeking solace in another. Compared to her teammates, it was certainly her senior sister who provided a greater sense of security and trustworthiness. Although Shimizu felt a surge of happiness from her junior's reliance, the predicament lay in the embarrassment of the position. Were an outsider to witness this, they might mistakenly perceive her as a mere child. Ahem. Feeling her authority slipping away, Shimizu cleared her throat and hastily shifted the conversation to divert attention. By the way, I still do not know the extent of your abilities. Baishan raised his hand, laughing heartily. Ha! I'm the weakest. Lin Xiao and Zhuang Jinyu exchanged glances with Lin Xiao. Speaking in vague tones, the three of us should be about the same, right? Zhuang Jinyu and Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. After a lengthy period of cultivation, each individual had experienced varying degrees of enhancement. Baishan and Lin Xiao had both seen slight increases in their strength, while Zhuang Jinyu's agility had risen by 1 point. Along with a modest growth in his power, although it did not reach the threshold for a significant upgrade. In contrast, Lin Xiao's statistics had become astonishingly formidable. Strength at 21, agility at 19, constitution at 28, and spirit at 28. In the third year, Zhuang Jinyu had relinquished his position. Lin Xiao had emerged as the true numerical behemoth. If the first two refrained from utilizing their supernatural abilities, even without unleashing their powers, Lin Xiao could easily overpower them both, pinning them to the ground in an unceremonious manner. I see. Aki Shimizu nodded thoughtfully before inquiring. Lin Xiao, what is your rank in the year? 382 what? Aki Shimizu's eyes widened in disbelief. She almost gasped in surprise, but realizing the potential insensitivity of her reaction, she quickly stifled her words. A rank of 382 was undeniably indicative of a struggling student, and Zhuang Jinyu and Lin Xiao, possessing similar capabilities, seemed almost formidable in comparison. The recording officer cast a glance towards a nearby student, a boy with a sunny, foolish grin and spiky hair. How could he be even weaker than the three of them? What kind of depths must he have sunk to? The thought sent a wave of discomfort through Aki Shimizu. How was this AI categorizing the groups? Why had it placed the underperformers together, forming a quartet? Had they been abandoned by the school or the military? This terrifying speculation left her breathless, stirring a profound sympathy within her. She felt an earnest desire to aid them in passing their assessment, providing guidance and strategies, striving for at least one successful hunt of a test beast to secure a passing C rating. This would afford them a glimmer of hope for graduation. Observing her younger peers, Aki Shimizu tilted her head gently, a benevolent smile gracing her face as she spoke in a soothing tone. Do not worry. You will undoubtedly pass the assessment. Your senior will assist you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao and the other two boys blinked in bewilderment. Huh? Lin Xiao's new companion, what was she saying? After familiarizing themselves with the route, Aki Shimizu led the students to the cafeteria to share a meal, fostering camaraderie within the team. Alas, this junior was excessively enthusiastic and overly respectful. During the meal, she remained closely by Aki Shimizu's side, even attempting to serve her fries. Although it was a kind gesture from a junior, Aki Shimizu felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if she were being treated like a pet in need of feeding. On their return, Aki Shimizu guided them to collect their hunting backpacks, which contained water, food, a high-powered flashlight, a lighter, medical supplies, and more. Back in the dormitory, she meticulously explained the itinerary for the following day, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Once satisfied, Aki Shimizu excused herself to freshen up, allowing the students some time for discussion. That night, the recording officer would also be staying there. The 3 bedrooms provided by the military were designed for 6 occupants, each furnished with 2 beds, with Aki Shimizu and Ling Xiao sharing one room. Lying in bed, even through the soundproof door, Shimizu Akane could faintly hear the fervent commotion in the hall. Surely, they were embroiled in fierce debates over tomorrow's strategy, their faces flushed with fervor. A nostalgic smile graced Shimizu Akane's lips. At this time last year, she found herself in a similar situation, engaged in spirited discussions with her teammates about the hunting operation plan. No one could sway the other's opinion, and they nearly came to blows. The recording officer back then, much like herself, had retreated early into her room, refraining from interfering with the candidate's intentions. Her duty was to ensure everyone's safety the following day and, within the bounds of regulations, offer them subtle hints of assistance. With this thought, Shimizu Akane steadied her heart and peacefully closed her eyes. Meanwhile, in the hall, witnessing the defeat of the red team on the screen, Zhuang Jinyu's face turned crimson with excitement as he shouted at his teammates, "Bai Shan, how could you die so quickly again?" "Ah, my apologies." Bai Shan sheepishly scratched his head, a somewhat hollow smile on his face. On the other side, the victors of the blue team, Lin Xiao and Ling Xiao, bore expressions of solitary mastery. After an entire night of strategizing, their team had finally accomplished the remarkable feat of using their phones as controllers to connect and play on the large screen. Chapter 75, The Youngster's First Exotic Beast. At the break of dawn, military vehicles transported Lin Xiao and his companions to the relief station along Route B3. Upon disembarking, Lin Xiao scrutinized the weapons of his comrades. Ling Xiao wielded a long-handled broadsword, while Bai Shan brandished a massive single-edged axe. The recording officer, a senior female student, grasped an enormous steel hammer, its length nearly rivaling her stature, creating a striking contrast. The most peculiar among them was Zhuang Jinyu, who bore a diamond-shaped shield in his left hand and a broad-bladed sword in his right. Additionally, 2 long swords were strapped to his backpack, rendering him an anachronistic figure. Out of sync with the rest, the school's weapon selection policy imposed no limits on the number of arms one could carry, thus theoretically permitting the students to bear multiple weapons. Seemingly sensing the bewilderment in their eyes, Zhuang Jianyu smirked and explained with a hint of pride, "What use are the 2 swords on your back?" Qing Shui Qian bit her lip, barely stifling her emotions, almost bursting out in laughter. She simply could not fathom how one might draw the sword strapped to a backpack, not to mention it hampered mobility. Lin Xiao gazed across the plain. Everything appeared so serene and tranquil. "Senior, it seems there are no exotic beasts in this vicinity." Due to the proximity of the relief station, exotic beasts were unlikely to linger nearby. Qing Shui Qian pointed ahead, continuing, "As we approach the forest, the likelihood of encountering exotic beasts will increase. Follow me. I will lead you to the forest's edge." The girl wielding the giant hammer took off like a shadow, her speed surpassing that of a speeding car. Concerned that her juniors might lag behind, Qing Shui Qian slightly reduced her pace. Fortunately, the students kept up admirably, maintaining a close distance. Having traversed dozens of kilometers across the plain, the verdant shadows of the forest came into view, prompting Qing Shui Qian to gradually come to a halt. "We are now about to enter the territory of the exotic beasts. As a recording officer, I can no longer intervene. I will merely observe your actions from a distance." She lifted her chin, signaling the students to proceed on their own. "All right. Thank you, senior." The quartet waved and swiftly passed the hammer-wielding girl. Indeed. As they neared the forest, the silhouettes of exotic beasts began to emerge. Lin Xiao and his companions halted in their tracks at the sight of a massive beast ahead, utterly devoid of stealth, poised to strike. It was a creature clad in dark, heavy armor, standing approximately 1.8 meters tall, with a total length exceeding 4 meters when accounting for its tail. Its crimson eyes glowed fiercely, and a sharp, menacing horn protruded from its head. Its elongated jaws bore jagged fangs, and its sturdy limbs were tipped with claws that glimmered like metal. From a distance of several dozen meters, Qing Shui Qian observed the beast, her brows knitting in concern. The blackhorn pangolin, while also a creature designated for assessment, presents a considerable challenge in terms of hunting. Its black scales offer formidable defense, and its claws are nearly as sharp as steel. Although its body lacks agility in turning, its charging speed is exceptionally swift, with terrifying explosive power derived from its acceleration, complemented by its knightly horn capable of piercing the flesh of its prey in an instant. To their astonishment, the first extraordinary beast they encountered was of such a formidable nature. Qing Shui Qian let out a deep sigh, yet she had no intention of intervening in the battle. After all, it was an assessment creature, its strength within a reasonable range, as long as the student team collaborated effectively and maintained their composure. There remained a probability of a successful hunt. As the recorder, her sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of the 4 students. "Is that a blackhorn pangolin? How should we approach it?" Baishan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she gazed at the beast before them. "This is my first encounter with such a creature. I am eager to test my skills." To be candid, although Jianyu hailed from a family of hunters, this was indeed his first live encounter with an extraordinary beast. Zhuang Jianyu, adjusting his long hair, fixed his gaze like a sword upon the shadow of the beast not far away. Similarly, Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her gaze unwavering. It appeared that they were all sheltered blooms, nurtured within a greenhouse. Lin Xiao nodded. He too had never seen an extraordinary beast and was eager to feel its essence. "Let us each take a few strikes, but be cautious not to kill it." The trio readily agreed with Lin Xiao's proposal. Meanwhile, the beast, having remained still for about 10 seconds, seemed unable to contain itself any longer. Its front claws curled, and its hind legs began to dig into the ground, aligning its terrifying horn towards its prey. With a thunderous crash, the several-ton beast charged forward, resembling a speeding iron war chariot. Watching the blackhorn pangolin launch its assault, Qi Shuiqian's heart raced, and she hurriedly shifted her gaze to the students, who stood frozen in place. "Dodge! You must evade the frontal charge." However, her inner cries failed to reach them. Zhuang Jinyu, shield in hand, strode forward, seemingly intent on bracing the oncoming attack with his alloy shield. "Baka! Fool!" Qing Shuiqian's head swam with blood, and she instinctively uttered her hometown dialect. While the alloy shield could withstand the horn's impact, the force would still be borne by him. Being thrown back was a minor concern. If he faltered and the angle of his defense shifted, he could very well be impaled, even if he avoided being pierced. The risk of being crushed under the beast's weight, leading to broken bones and torn flesh, was inevitable. The only optimal solution was to evade. They must not absorb the brunt of the charge. Yet, no matter how anxious she felt, her concerns were futile. She could not interfere with the assessment while the students teetered on the brink of danger. Qing Shuiqian could only hasten forward, drawing closer to mitigate the most severe consequences. Just then, the beast's menacing horn collided with Zhuang Jianyu's diamond-shaped shield. With a resounding clang, Zhuang Jianyu was propelled backward like a soccer ball, tracing a long arc in the low air. After a distance of several meters, he landed, yet the fierce force still carried him backward, his shoes carving nearly 10 meters of furrows in the earth. That was splendid. He perfectly blocked the attack. Qi Shuiqian exhaled deeply, her previously taut heart finally at ease. The blackhorn pangolin, momentarily disoriented after a charge was interrupted, found itself in a fleeting daze. Seizing the opportunity, its teammates prepared to strike. The young girl cast a glance at the other students, her anger evident as her eyes twitched. "Why are you all just standing there watching?" The creature's charging power was impressive, capable of propelling an adult male a considerable distance. Lin Xiao observed the beast with admiration. It seemed somewhat dazed from the recent impact, its claws and tail flailing chaotically around it, a reflexive display of self-preservation. Baishan advanced with his massive axe, a smile illuminating his face. "Allow me to take the first swing." He moderated his strength as his axe descended upon the creature's right claw. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade met the scaled armor, resonating like a clash of steel. A roar erupted from the creature, the pain jolting it awake. Its fangs bared, eyes glinting with ferocity, it let out a guttural roar. Although Baishan's axe did not sever the claw, it left a deep indentation in the scales, likely inflicting some damage to the underlying bone. "Not bad. Quite tough." Baishan gave a thumbs up to his teammates, signaling his approval. With agility, Lin Xiao and Ling Xue dodged several of the beast's claw strikes and joined the fray, delivering a blow to the blackhorn pangolin. Clang! Clang! "Don't hog all the fun. Let me have a go." Zhuang Jinyu rushed back, eager to join the melee. Observing the students surrounding the beast, wielding their weapons with fervor, Qing Shuiqian's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected this group of juniors to possess such solid footwork. While the blackhorn pangolin was indeed not very agile, their ability to evade numerous attacks at close range was commendable. However, their strength fell short, as they could not effectively penetrate the creature's armor, despite their relentless strikes. It remained alive. Moreover, why were they not targeting its weaknesses? Had they not learned anything in their cultural lessons? The vulnerable points on the blackhorn pangolin were its jaw, throat, and eyes. Its scales on the front were considerably weaker than those on its back, and with the right angle, They could strike its forelimbs as it swung in defense. Sighing, Qi Shuiqian shook her head, though she longed to guide these students who had neglected their studies. She had to maintain the decorum of her record-keeping role, especially given the current advantage of the student team. Looking at the creature, its scales dented and blood seeping from its body, eyes glaring crimson, it could only unleash its fury in vain roars, unable to lash out at its assailants. She felt a twinge of sympathy. Why does this beast seem a bit pitiable? The black-horned pangolin thrashed wildly, clawing, biting, ramming, and whipping its tail, its attacks ferocious yet futile. Each time it struck air, Lin Xiao and his companions retaliated, targeting the hardened armor. Gradually, the creature's scales became riddled with dents and cracks, and from its trembling limbs. It was evident that the bones beneath were likely injured. Feeling somewhat familiar with the situation, Lin Xiao addressed the group. Let us conclude this. We must proceed to the examination. The three nodded, their initial excitement at encountering the exotic beasts largely satisfied. Ling Shui swung her large blade upward, slicing through the lower jaw of the black-horned pangolin. With a splatter, the creature's head fell, gushing torrents of blood that stained the earth. Clap, clap, clap. Qing Shui Qian approached slowly, applauding with a smile. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the assessment. She produced a military phone to record the scores. Looking up with a grin, I didn't expect such rapid progress. Next, we shall head to the nearby rescue station. I will arrange for a combat vehicle to pick us up. Senior. Zhuang Jinyu waved his hand, somewhat perplexed. Our assessment is not yet complete. Do you wish to challenge for AB rating? Qing Shuiqian halted, her brow furrowing slightly, though your demeanor remains steady and your performance flawless. Achieving AB rating necessitates the solitary hunting of exotic beasts, a task far more perilous than a team hunt. Very well. Qing Shuiqian sighed heavily. As a recording officer, she lacked the authority to impede the students' choices. The density of beasts on the eastern side of the forest is relatively low, one by one. She could ensure their safety. Let them embrace this challenge. The eastern side lies that way. Should you decide, proceed forward. Qing Shuiqian raised her arm, gesturing towards the right fork at the forest's entrance. All right. Thank you, Senior. The four of them gave Qing Shuiqian a thumbs up before turning and sprinting towards the western side of the forest without hesitation. For a fleeting moment, Qing Shuiqian felt a sharp pang in her heart. An overwhelming anger filled her chest, causing her lips to part and her charming visage to contort, her entire being trembling slightly. It seems this group of rascals has completely disregarded her words from yesterday. Fools! Qing Shuiqian shouted in fury, raising her massive hammer and hastening after them. Her strides were imbued with a tempest of wrath, as if she intended to take down each student ahead one by one. Chapter 76. Do you need assistance? Fool. Idiot. Baldy. Akane Shimizu had been cursing nearby for quite some time. Lin Xiao scratched his head, puzzled, and echoed her words. Baka. Ato. Page? What is the senior referring to? It seemed like a dialect from Sakura province, perhaps a cautionary reminder for their safety, speculated Zhuang Jinyu after a moment of contemplation. The group suddenly realized that their kind-hearted senior was merely shy, wanting to express her concern but too bashful to articulate it, hence muttering in her dialect. Gazing at the towering tree ahead, Bai Shan's eyes were enshrouded in a protective veil, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Beneath the tree, it appeared there lurked a shadow blade mantis, standing no taller than 1. For meters, it was likely a subadult specimen. Lin Xiao activated his true sight to assess the creature's strength level. In the shadow of the grand tree, a beast resembling an insect lay in wait. It stood approximately 1.2 meters tall, its two hooked claws akin to colossal steel sickles, sharp and lined with barbs. The creature's body was a translucent gray-black, merging seamlessly with its surroundings, seemingly utilizing some form of optical camouflage enabled by its power, making it nearly impossible to detect with the naked eye. The adult shadow blade mantis was a genuine D-class beast. Despite its diminutive size, its explosive strength was rather formidable, a common trait among insectoid creatures. I shall take care of this one, Jianyu declared, intrigued by how its stealth abilities were manifested. He brandished his weapon and advanced, claiming the quarry. We'll take our leave now. You should hurry and catch up with us. All right. The trio of Lin Xiao prepared to depart in search of other beasts. Wait, are you really leaving just like that? Unable to contain herself as she observed the student team preparing to part ways, Akane Shimizu dashed forward, disregarding her role as a recording officer, positioning herself firmly in front of Lin Xiao and his companions. Your comrade is still battling the beast. How can you just walk away? Akane's finger pointed emphatically at Zhuang Jianyu, who was currently engaged in a fierce duel with the Shadow Blade Mantis. Her face flushed with anger. What if he loses? Who will come to his rescue then? The trio turned to see Jinyu, fully immersed in his playful exchange with the subadult mantis. The creature wielded its sickle-like arms, while Jinyu parried with his shield, each combatant exchanging blows in a seemingly balanced contest. Upon returning to school, he would likely pin a research report titled The Attack Patterns and Stealth Characteristics of the Shadow Blade Mantis. Don't worry, Senior. We trust he will prevail. Baishan beamed at Akane, flashing a dazzling grin. This is not merely a matter of trust. What if he loses? What if other beasts appear? Akane's words tumbled out in a rush, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, recognizing the predicament they had inadvertently placed her in. Jinyu, we must get moving. A chilling light surged forth, severing the two massive scythes and the neck of the monstrous beast in one swift stroke. The head of the Shadow Blade Mantis soared into the air, its numerous compound eyes seemingly filled with bewilderment before it plummeted to the ground with a soft thud. The creature's body collapsed with a resounding thump. Qing Shui Qian. That is a steel claw leopard. One must exercise caution. It is incredibly agile and its speed is akin to. The girl with waist-length black hair gracefully evaded the shadow's ambush, her movements akin to a leisurely stroll as she swung her great blade. With a swish, the 3-meter-long beast came to an abrupt halt, the fearsome feline creature's head and body separating as blood gushed forth, nourishing the earth. Qing Shui Qian closed her mouth. Do not strike the frontal skull of the terrible. Its hardness rivals that of steel, with your strength. A clang resounded as the youth, sporting a hedgehog-like hairstyle, swung a massive axe, the steel blade colliding with the beast's horn, causing the thick layer to indent and shatter. The tremendous impact reverberated through the creature's brain, its pupils dilating as its several-ton body crashed to the ground. Qing Shui Qian. Lin Xiao flicked the great sword in his hand, dark crimson blood splattering onto the earth. Before him lay a colossal bear, nearly 3 meters tall, its body gleaming with a metallic sheen and muscles grotesquely bulging, now lifeless without its head, lying quietly on the ground. The team was unusually silent, as if something vital was missing. It was the absence of the nagging voice of the senior. Lin Xiao turned to observe the remarkably quiet recorder behind him, the hefty war hammer resting on the ground. Qing Shui Qian sat upon the hammer's face, her feet apart, hands resting on her knees, gaze lowered, expression devoid of emotion. She resembled a weary worker who had toiled for 12 hours without overtime pay, an aura of deep resentment enveloping her. Senior, are you not going to record anything? Noticing her somewhat displeased demeanor, Lin Xiao spoke with caution. TSK. Qing Shui Qian raised her eyelids, casting a cold glance at him, before retrieving her phone from her pocket and tapping away a few times. Rising to her feet, she approached Lin Xiao with an unfriendly expression. You rascal! You have led me on a wild goose chase. She rose onto her toes, seizing the collar of the student's attire and yanking it down with force. Lin Xiao. Qing Shui Qian. In that moment, she found herself suspended in the air, clinging to Lin Xiao. He quietly bent down, allowing her feet to touch the ground, gently assisting her in extricating herself from the awkward situation. You scoundrel! How could you deceive me like this? Qing Shui Qian blinked twice, then resumed her tirade, tugging at the student's collar with renewed vigor. Her face flushed with anger, her emotions running high. Lin Xiao could even feel droplets of her spittle landing on his face. Senior, what do you mean by that? When have I ever deceived you? Lin Xiao felt deeply wronged. As an honest and upright youth, how could he possibly engage in deceitful acts? Were you not the one who claimed your class ranking was 382? Qing Shui Qian gritted her teeth, shaking the student by the neck. If it weren't for this young man, how could she have thought that the entire team was merely a bunch of underachievers? She had been on edge the entire time, fretting incessantly, terrified that these students would fall prey to the monstrous beasts. Yet upon closer inspection, to her astonishment, each one of them was exceptionally skilled. These 4 possessed at least the prowess to rank within the top 50 of their cohort. Achieving an A rating seemed well within their grasp. But here I am, languishing at a dismal 382nd. Are you still trying to deceive me? Do you think I'm an easy target? Shimizu Akane's eyes widened, her face inching closer, contorting deliberately like a delinquent girl attempting to appear more fierce and imposing. Clang. Pardon me, esteemed colleagues, for the interruption. Zhuang Jinyu's sword clashed against the shield, breaking the cordial exchange between the recorder and Lin Xiao. His gaze fixated on the direction of Haifeng Mountain, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, over there. It seems a formidable creature is approaching. Boom. Boom, boom. Trees were ruthlessly swept aside, their trunks splintering and crashing to the ground. A towering creature, nearly 5 meters high at the shoulder, was steadily advancing toward them. Its exterior resembled that of a brown bear, cloaked in a reddish-brown coat, with coarse, sharp fur resembling steel needles enveloping its entire body. The bear's paws bore 5 dark, razor-sharp claws that, when swung casually, rendered nearby trees as if they had been severed by a chainsaw, leaving behind smooth, clean cuts. Lin Xiao focused intently. The terrifying steel claws were shrouded in a layer of gray mist, swirling like smoke. This beast wielded the power of binding. A deer-ant beast. The Crimson Thorn Bear, Shimizu Akane, wielding a massive hammer, fixated her gaze on the colossal bear, her expression icy and solemn, yet unyielding. An invisible aura emanated from her petite frame, intensifying as gray flames surged from her hands, enveloping her arms and the hammer's shaft. You lot, keep your distance. This is no mere assessment beast. Allow me to handle it. Although she addressed the students behind her, her eyes remained glued to the creature before her, unwilling to afford even a moment of relaxation. The few hundred meters separating them felt insignificant, offering no solace. She was not concerned about her own ability to defeat the beast, but rather feared that the students would be paralyzed by indecision. That claw, imbued with power, could shred them to pieces with even the slightest brush. Baishan scratched his head, a perplexed expression crossing his face as he queried, "Senior, aren't these students prohibited from hunting deer-ant beasts?" This question sent Shimizu Akane into a frenzy, her lips pursing as she prepared to unleash a torrent of crude words. However, the cacophony emanating from the forest abruptly froze her in place. A shadowy giant wolf towering nearly 2 meters high, cloaked in gray mist, a flesh-eating moose with large, sharp gray antlers and menacingly sharp teeth. A dual-horned giant python exceeding 15 meters in length, its scales glimmering with a gray sheen. A pitch-black boar with fangs exuding gray mist. Despair. Shimizu Akane felt a chilling wave wash over her limbs. It seems as if fate is playing a cruel joke on her, while she occasionally encounters a solitary D-grade beast. Now they gather en masse, as if by design. Although this is the western edge of the forest, it remains a considerable distance from Black Peak Mountain. Why are there so many D-grade beasts here? What should she do? At this moment, it is beyond mere student protection, with such a multitude of beasts attacking. Her own survival hangs in the balance. Gritting her teeth around the handle of her hammer, Qingshui Qian took a deep breath. Her voice trembling as she called out behind her, "You all, run east at full speed. I'll hold them off." Haha, fantastic. Just the right number, one for each of us. The cheerful laughter of Bai Shanyang pierced through the tense atmosphere, grating on the ears of the young woman. It felt as if the strings in her mind had snapped. She whirled around, unleashing a torrent of curses. You all better know when to back off. Her pupils ignited with fiery energy, and her limbs radiated a blazing aura, the weapons enveloped in a grayish membrane. The 4 students, already charged with power, gazed at their suddenly agitated senior, their 8 eyes brimming with concern and confusion. "What's wrong, sister?" A pale smile crept onto Qingshui Qian's face as she turned back. "Well, I suppose having 1 beast per person does sound rather appealing, doesn't it?" Ha ha ha. A few minutes later. "Do you really not need any assistance?" "I do not. You are forbidden from helping. Dare to assist, and I shall bite you to death." The upperclassman, having dispatched her opponents, rummaged through her backpack for sugary snacks, quietly observing the fierce battle between her senior and the beasts. Chapter 77. You are the recorder. We shall protect you. The formidable Crimson Thorn Bear collapsed with a thunderous crash, its legs crushed to pulp. The mighty steel hammer swung ferociously from the side, striking the beast's cheekbone. With a sickening crunch, bones shattered, blood gushed forth, and the creature's eyes exploded from their sockets. Qingshui Qian raised the colossal hammer high, bringing it down for a final strike upon the bear's forehead. The sound echoed like the explosion of a watermelon as the skull of the D-grade beast disintegrated into silence. Applause erupted, and Qingshui Qian wiped the sweat from her brow, turning her expressionless face towards the source of the clapping. The students she was meant to protect stood in a neat row behind her, clapping with commendable enthusiasm. Despite having defeated a D-grade beast themselves, they remained pristine and unblemished, devoid of sweat or dust. Qingshui Qian's gaze wandered to the 4 lifeless bodies of other beasts. The shadow giant wolf lay cleaved in 2 by a great sword. The flesh-eating elk had been decapitated by a long-handled blade. The 2-horned giant python was chopped into several pieces by a wide-bladed knife, and the ghost-faced boar's skull was shattered by a massive axe. Each of them had triumphed with far greater ease and precision than she had. and they were merely 4 third-year students. Narrowing her eyes, she gravely inquired, "What are your respective rankings in your year?" Baishan, 3rd. Ling Xiao, 2nd. Zhuang Jianyu, number 1. As anticipated, Qing Shuiqian took a deep breath, a bittersweet smile of relief gracing her face. Their speed in dispatching the D-grade beast spoke volumes. Only the elite few at the pinnacle of their year could possess the strength to rival, or even surpass, that of D-grade hunters during their 3rd year. Lin Xiao, I am truly ranked 382. Take that. Qing Shuiqian leapt up and delivered a sharp kick to Lin Xiao's posterior, having chastised the mischievous student for his fibs. Qing Shuiqian composed herself and stated earnestly, "You all must be aiming for an A rating, correct?" The 4 nodded in unison. "Then let us proceed further. Before we exit this forest, we should accumulate the requisite number of beasts. The density of beasts in the western forest is still quite high." Zhuang Jinyu retrieved his phone and scrolled through the map. It appears that our exploration range includes the foothills of Black Peak Mountain. Haha. Senior sister, are there not many beasts there? Baishan exclaimed, raising his massive axe, his expression brimming with eager anticipation. Ling Xiao pointed confidently towards the distant peaks, proclaiming, "That is precisely where we shall go." Qing Shuiqian pursed her lips, her brows knitting together in concern as she murmured, "There are many D-grade beasts there." Nods of agreement echoed among the group. "I may not be able to defeat them." As she uttered this, her voice dwindled into a whisper, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xiao and his companions exchanged glances, then turned to place reassuring hands on Qing Shuiqian's shoulders. Subsequently, he emulated Baishan, giving her a thumbs up and flashing a bright, sunny smile. "It's all right. You are a recorder, and we shall protect you." Akane Shimizu, a profound sorrow enveloped her heart, and the corners of her eyes glistened with tears, threatening to spill forth. She, Akane Shimizu, might very well be the first recorder in history to be safeguarded by students. A colossal horn beast, clad in heavy armor and resembling a landbound tank, charged forward with wild abandon. Its deep brown horns, resembling barbed fangs, were entwined with a veil of energy, exuding a menacing aura. Lin Xiao deftly sidestepped the beast's frontal assault. With a mighty swing, he brought down his sword towards the creature's neck. The blade pierced through the heavy armor, embedding itself partially within, yet failing to sever its head, instead being repelled by the sheer force. The beast let out a pained roar, a large wound exuding a mist of energy. At that critical juncture, it sensed impending danger and instinctively wrapped its power around the descending blade. Though it managed to preserve its life, the shockwave exploded within its wound, tearing away substantial flesh. Each beast exhibits varying degrees of proficiency in utilizing their power. Through the comparison of hunting numerous beasts, Lin Xiao discerned certain patterns. The test beasts do not employ power wrapping, but rather, their bodies unconsciously brim with energy. D-class beasts, on the other hand, attach their power to their claws, horns, fangs, and scales, primarily acting on instinct without the ability to control it adeptly. Only a select few formidable D-class beasts, perhaps those that have lived longer and possess rich combat experience, like this horned beast, can skillfully employ power wrapping. Otherwise, that previous strike would have resulted not merely in severe injury, but in the severing of its head. The pain ignited a fury within the beast. A crimson haze enveloped its fierce eyes, and a gray mist began to swirl around its limbs, neck, and flanks, escalating its aggressive demeanor. Clearly, the horned beast regarded Lin Xiao as a formidable adversary and began to unleash its energy without reserve. This posture resembled a warrior's superfrequency mode, and it intelligently wrapped its power around its vulnerable areas. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, as he approached Black Peak Mountain, the prevalence of high-risk D-class beasts increased. This horned beast was actually stronger than most D-class hunters, and had the senior sister engaged, it might not have been her match. However, in Lin Xiao's capable hands, it appeared somewhat feeble. In an instant, he appeared beside the beast, raising his great sword with little regard for its power wrapping and heavy armor, and struck downwards. The beast's head fell, blood gushing forth as its lifeless form collapsed. At present, Lin Xiao was a veritable monster in terms of strength, far exceeding the realm of D-class hunters. Not to mention, his extraordinarily dense energy afforded him tremendous augmentation. Once he activated Ashen mode and unleashed his power, he could scarcely gauge the extent of his own prowess. It could be said that most C-class hunters would likely be no match for him. He glanced at his companions. Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xiao's adversaries were on the brink of defeat, the conclusion imminent. Baishan was still engaged in a fierce struggle with a kangaroo, the combat escalating in intensity. As for senior Qing Shui Qian, she cowered beneath the massive tree at the center, her expression despondent. Her grip on the hammer's handle tightening to the point of whiteness. Why? Why were there so many high-risk exotic beasts in the forest? Were they not confined to the mountains? Her murmurs reflected a palpable tension and helplessness. Upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, Qing Shui Qian's eyes brightened momentarily, only to revert to a stern demeanor as she feigned seriousness, saying, each of you has already hunted 5 beasts. Remaining here serves no purpose. We should conclude the assessment and return to rest. All right, let's wait for Baishan to finish, Lin Xiao replied with a light chuckle, refraining from teasing the senior further. The forest at the foot of Haifeng Mountain was teeming with perilous Class D beasts, many of which were beyond Qing Shui Qian's capability to handle. Even Baishan, after several rounds of intense battle, was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Although Lin Xiao felt a lingering desire for more action, he prioritized the safety of his companions and decided to call it a day. There would be plenty of opportunities for such endeavors in the future as they embarked on their journeys as hunters. As Zhuang Jianyu concluded his battle with the exotic beast, Ling Shui greeted him. Lin Xiao was about to shift his gaze towards Baishan when suddenly he froze, swiftly turning to face the direction of Haifeng Mountain. The forest appeared tranquil, unchanged from before. Yet, Lin Xiao remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the mountain's peak. In his mind, his acute senses sent out an alarm. A sensation not evoked by the Class D high-risk beasts. Certain formidable foes, capable of posing a genuine threat, were about to emerge. Chapter 78, Class C Beasts. Xianyuan and Lanbai surge. What's wrong, Lin Xiao? Observing Lin Xiao's sudden seriousness, Qing Shui Qian inquired softly, her brow furrowed in confusion. Zhuang Jinyu followed Lin Xiao's gaze towards the mountain peak. Is something descending from there? Ling Shui blinked, curiosity tinged in her voice. Class C beasts? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, uncertainly nodding. There are certainly Class C beasts, and not just one with a mental acuity of 28 points. Lin Xiao possessed an exceptional ability to perceive formidable energies. 2 terrifying energy waves surged forth, dense and substantial, indicative of Class C beasts. However, behind them, there seemed to be scattered energy fluctuations, varying in magnitude. Due to the great distance, Lin Xiao could not discern them clearly. The situation was somewhat precarious. Yet there was a glimmer of good news. Those beasts were weaker than him. Class C beasts. How can they be coming down the mountain? Upon hearing the mention of Class C beasts, Qing Shui Qian's expression transformed in horror, and she urgently proposed, we should flee at once. This is no jest. Haha, once locked on, there is no escaping. Lin Xiao placed a reassuring hand on his senior's shoulder, feeling her body tremble slightly. Do not worry. Those who unleash the beasts have a measure of control. Their strength remains within our capabilities. Even without much thought, Lin Xiao understood this was a deliberate incident. According to his senior, such high-risk Class D beasts typically wouldn't even appear in this vicinity, let alone Class C beasts today. Coupled with their grouping, Lin Xiao surmised which esteemed individual had orchestrated this. It must be her, possessing such intimate knowledge of the student's capabilities. This muscular kangaroo is truly formidable. I nearly lost to it, ahaha. Baishan approached, laughter echoing as he wrapped bandages around his wounds, colorful bruises adorning his body. Noticing everyone's gaze fixed in a particular direction, a hint of curiosity crossed Baishan's face. What is going on? What are you all looking at? Suddenly, 4 formidable energy blades, each spanning several meters, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. They tore through the atmosphere, severing trees along their path, heading straight for Lin Xiao and his companions. Clang! Xianyuan infused the air, and 2 alloy swords, unheld by any hand, surged forth, cleaving downwards, carving an X in the air before the group. Sizzle! The steel blades of the Viam alloy clashed against the energy claw marks, igniting sparks and generating a tremendous shockwave. For half a second, they remained locked in a standoff before the claw marks began to crack, emitting a screech, and with a thunderous pop, they shattered, scattering fragments of energy into the air. The energy has been released. That was the energy release of Class C beasts. Qing Shui Qian exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning to Zhuang Jianyu, who was enveloped by floating Xianyuan light, her eyes widening in realization. You possess abilities? Zhuang Jianyu, you are an ability wielder? Zhuang Jianyu offered no explanation, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on the approaching threat. From the dense forest, a beastly silhouette slowly emerged. It was a white male lion, somewhat diminutive in stature compared to other formidable beasts, standing approximately 2 meters tall and measuring just over 3 meters in length. Its long mane cascaded around its neck, and it moved with a steady elegance. In its azure eyes burned a gray flame, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. Qin Shuiqian swallowed hard, her throat dry as she murmured, "C-class beast, the white jade lion." The lion's gaze flicked toward the sword suspended in the air, its pupils flickering with flames, as if sensing something, locking its sight directly onto a certain long-haired swordmaster. Zhuang Jinyu smiled calmly, his eyes akin to amber, emanating a mysterious golden hue. It seemed the lion had marked Jinyu as its prey. Thus, this beast would be his to confront, armed with a blade and shield. He advanced toward his opponent, two swords floating in the air before him. Did he truly intend to challenge a C-class beast single-handedly? Such audacity was perilous. Before Qin Shuiqian could finish her thought, a tremendous sound erupted from the nearby woods. A gray energy sphere, nearly half a meter in diameter, hurtled forth, pulsating with terrifying energy, akin to a high-energy bomb poised to detonate. A towering wall of ice, over a meter thick and shimmering in blue and white, rose from the ground, shielding the onlookers from the impending blast. Boom! The energy sphere collided with the ice wall, resulting in a colossal explosion. A ferocious wind whipped through the trees, scattering green leaves and causing the nearest giants to bend and break, toppling to the ground. The ice wall, too, was riddled with cracks, shards of ice flying about, the chilling air plummeting the temperature as if one were trapped within a freezer. Ling Xue's sapphire-like eyes darted coldly toward her target. It was a gray frog, exceeding 1 meter in height, its body translucent, its tongue coiled like crystal. Beneath its smooth, clear exterior flowed a gray liquid, a concentrated manifestation of power. The gray crystal giant frog, a C-class beast. Lin Xiao, the rear is yours, Ling Xue declared with a cool, assertive tone. Grasping her large broadsword, she summoned dozens of ice blades in the air, extending a long ice path beneath her feet. Whoosh! Like a figure skater, the young woman shot forth, racing toward the beast. Observing the adeptness of the ability users as they departed, Lin Xiao's lips curled downward in annoyance. How infuriating! Those two were undoubtedly reveling in their moment, perhaps even wishing to record it for posterity. Sighing inwardly, he chose not to contest their quarry. There remained a cluster on the mountain that seemed to be stuck, yet to descend, and he would assuredly have to deal with them. Moreover, witnessing their use of abilities stirred the black and white particles in the dome above, which began to writhe, conveying a plethora of negative emotions: rejection, disgust, disdain, hostility, scorn. They surged restlessly, shifting chaotically, seemingly attempting to draw Lin Xiao's gaze back to his throne, urging him to disregard the alluring distractions outside. Yet Lin Xiao refused to yield. He would gaze upon it. He was determined to witness the compromise of the black and white particles at home, until his powers awakened. Ling Xue. Was she also an ability user? Qin Shui Qian gazed vacantly at the vanishing silhouette of the girl, her lips slightly parted in astonishment. Bai Shan scratched his head and, with a smile, inquired, "Senior, didn't your cohort have any ability users?" Qin Shuiqian shook her head gently, replying with a hint of resignation, "Our chief is said to be an ability user, but I have never witnessed him employ his powers, even during the ranking competition. The disparity in strength between the second place and the chief is insurmountable. Even without using his abilities, he can effortlessly secure victory. Indeed, ability users possess mental fortitude far superior to that of ordinary students, granting them significant advantages in power extraction and manifestation. Do we truly not need to assist them?" Qin Shuiqian tightened her grip on the hammer's handle and voiced her unease. C-grade aberrant beasts, whether in physical strength or power application, cannot be compared to D-grade ones. It seems that our presence might be more of a hindrance. Bai Shan pointed to the bandaged wound on his body, laughing heartily. Moreover, they probably do not wish for anyone to intervene. After all, they rarely encounter opponents against whom they can confidently unleash their abilities. Using powers against humans differs significantly from wielding them against aberrant beasts. The latter, once defeated, are irrevocably gone and do not inhibit one's actions. Don't worry, Senior. Noticing the lingering concern in the girl's eyes, Bai Shan patted Lin Xiao's shoulder and gave a thumbs up. With my dear friend here, if trouble arises, he will undoubtedly take action. Qin Shuiqian lifted her head to gaze at Lin Xiao, who was intently observing the distant battle. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but in the moonlit depths of his silvery gaze, there seemed to flicker a flame of darkness. Chapter 79. Crush them with utmost speed, General. Are we truly proceeding with the third wave of aberrant beasts? The man, clad in a military uniform and bearing a commanding visage, furrowed his brow as he intently scrutinized the screen before him. This display was a compilation of surveillance footage captured by satellites and numerous drones. meticulously pieced together by artificial intelligence. The large screen revealed two young psychics engaged in a fierce battle against a C-class aberrant beast, the situation precariously balanced. With no resolution in sight, the impending third wave comprised 10 creatures, 9 D-class high-risk beasts and 1 C-class beast. With the two psychics already embroiled in a desperate struggle, the addition of the third wave would likely overwhelm the students. The imposing figure, Waimulis, puffed out his chest adorned with medals and gazed resolutely at the woman beside him. The military cadets represented the fresh blood of the Army and the Hunter Association, with the top few geniuses poised to become the pillars of humanity's future. Such an order, which could lead to the demise of students, was utterly unacceptable to him. Regardless of the authority held by this general, a being capable of extinguishing him with ease. Haha. Worry not, Joe, you are far too serious. Lin Xiao waved her hand dismissively, unfazed by the insubordination of her subordinate, her face alight with a spirited smile. It's perfectly fine. I've left them some leeway. However, Waimulis' expression wavered, his gaze darting back to the monitor, concern etched upon his features. The first two psychics are already entangled. They lack the strength to face another C-class beast. No. Joe, the third wave of beasts is not intended for the psychics, Lin Xiao replied, her lips curling into a grin brimming with wildness. She extended her slender finger towards a third section of the surveillance, highlighting a handsome male student wielding a greatsword. The third C-class beast, along with the 9 D-class high-risk beasts, are meant for him to hone his skills. I wish for him to gain clarity regarding his own prowess. The battle on both fronts intensified. Zhuang Jinyu wielded a shield in his left hand and a blade in his right, both enveloped in grayish flames of power. Two long swords danced through the air, shimmering with a yellowish hue, swiftly cleaving towards the lion aberrant beast. The beast, agile and swift, evaded direct confrontation, darting through the forest with electrifying speed. Only when caught off guard would it attempt to deflect the steel blades with its power, retaliating with 4 energy claws from a distance. In response to the beast's unleashed power, Zhuang Jinyu either dodged or wrapped his arm in energy, bracing himself against the assault with his shield. The lion sought to engage in close combat, but the two long swords consistently obstructed its path, the yellow energy emanating from them commanding respect. Without expending energy to resist, even the formidable physique of a C-class beast could suffer grievous wounds. On Lin Xiao's front, the situation was equally entangled. A torrential storm of ice spikes relentlessly bombarded the aberrant beast. Yet, the gray crystal frog exhibited an astonishing reserve of energy. Its semi-transparent skin perpetually swirling with thick power, effectively warding off the low temperatures and icy onslaught. Furthermore, the beast's utilization of its power was remarkably adept. Its long tongue coiled and released, propelling a restless energy projectile that shot forth with alarming speed. Lin Xiao observed that when it leaped into the air, a layer of potent energy plates was strategically positioned beneath its web limbs, forming a platform to facilitate a secondary jump. This was a manifestation of power, an adept application of skill. As his gaze shifted between the two opposing forces, Lin Xiao's expression remained intensely focused. The extraordinary abilities exhibited by his companions were awe-inspiring. The ethereal hues of dark yellow and the cascading blue and white resembled a mysterious oil painting, captivating and refreshing his spirit. However, as he was entranced by the radiant particles of energy from the external world, the black and white particles above reached their limit of restraint. They ceased their agitation and began to converge, starkly contrasting like soldiers poised for battle. In the boundless void, black and white began to outline themselves, tracing crescent arcs, laying the groundwork for a throne that was about to be born. The air was thick with the low growls and shrieks of beasts, as imposing figures drew nearer with an overwhelming presence. How could this be? Qingshui Qian's eyes widened in terror as she surveyed her surroundings, goosebumps prickling her skin. Saw-toothed crocodiles, black vipers, blood-red goats, and giant gray wolves, all of these were D-grade high-risk aberrations. Almost 10 of these creatures had emerged from the shadows, and by the time the group realized, they were already ensnared in a deadly encirclement. A piercing cry from a raptor echoed through the heavens, causing Qingshui Qian to shudder. She abruptly looked up, fixating on the massive shadow in the sky. It was a colossal creature with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters, soaring hundreds of meters above. Its feathers glistening with an inky sheen, and its elongated, curved beak resembling a sickle, coursing with gray veins. In its emerald eyes flickered a blend of savagery and mockery, as if it were preparing to relish a spectacle of human slaughter. The black-winged golden eagle. That was a C-grade aberration. Qingshui Qian's face turned pale, her dry words laden with helplessness and despair. "Oh no. This seems truly troublesome." Baishan scratched his head, the smile fading from his face, replaced by an expression of utmost seriousness. Even he felt the gravity of their precarious situation. "My dear friend, it appears I can only fend off one of them now." Turning his head, Baishan glanced at Lin Xiao, his pupils instantly narrowing in alarm. "Be careful. That is a shadow blade mantis, towering over 2 meters, its size far surpassing its kin. It had stealthily concealed itself near Lin Xiao, its metallic scythe raised high. Not only Baishan, but Qishui Qian also took notice, her mouth agape, her eyes wide with horror, unable to utter a sound. Yet the mantis's blade transformed into a streak of light, swiftly slicing toward the vulnerable neck of its target. The man under attack remained oblivious, fixated on the distant energy wielder, seemingly unaware of the impending doom. In the despairing gazes of Baishan and Qishui Qian, the strike connected with Lin Xiao's neck. Snap! Something soared into the air. It was not a human head, but rather a twisted, enormous scythe. The shadow blade mantis stood frozen, its enormous compound eyes fixated on its severed forelimb, seemingly unable to comprehend the scene before it. Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze, dissipating the formidable flames that enveloped his neck, remaining silent as he gradually shifted his focus to the exotic beast beside him. With a resounding crash, his right fist swung forth, obliterating the head of the shadow blade mantis, leaving it in shattered fragments that scattered through the forest. A fierce blaze erupted, exploding and dissipating into the air. A man clad in a war robe of ash emerged, his face marked by fiery scars, wielding a massive gray flame sword, nearly 2 meters long, enveloped in potent energy. Lin Xiao surveyed the surrounding beast with an impassive expression, his eyes reflecting a profound indifference. He was thoroughly displeased with these pests attempting to disrupt his ascension. Thus, he resolved to extinguish them with utmost swiftness. "Get down." Shimizu Aki was taken aback by Lin Xiao's ash form, still in a daze. However, Baishan quickly reacted, giving Lin Xiao a thumbs up with his left hand while pressing down on Shimizu Aki's head with his right, his smile radiating cheerfulness. Bang! Both of them instantly collapsed to the ground. Lin Xiao lifted the gray flame sword and executed a sweeping arc from right to left, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped strike. With a whoosh, a deep gray slash erupted, expanding like a crescent moon, enveloping the nearby exotic beast within its grasp. Chapter 80. The Star Key Unveiled. Awakening of abilities, the deep gray crescent slice started through the air with a swiftness akin to a fleeting beam of light. As it cleaved through the towering trees along its path, it was as effortless as a knife gliding through soft tofu, exhibiting no hesitation as it surged towards the nearby beasts. Roar! With a whoosh, severed bodies soared, crimson blood gushing forth, drenching the forest floor in a torrential cascade. Bang! Bang! Boom! At that moment, the trees along the path finally realized they had been caught in the wake of that gray blade. Sturdy trunks began to lean, tumble, and collapse, their cut surfaces smooth and even. Lin Xiao cast a swift glance, noting that 5 beasts had instantaneously met their demise. Whether cleaved in half or beheaded, the remaining 3 included an iron-armored giant elephant, a shielded ape, and a steel-footed flea. The first 2 concentrated all their formidable might on defense, sustaining grievous injuries to block the strike, while the latter leaped several dozen meters into the air, unharmed. Lin Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he unleashed 2 vertical slashes of sword energy once more. This time, the 2 D-grade beasts lacked the energy to resist, and the terrifying blades severed their bodies cleanly in twain. His gaze then shifted upwards, where the half-meter-tall steel-footed flea had taken flight in a panic, bouncing from tree to tree at a speed of several dozen meters per second. However, Lin Xiao had no intention of letting it escape. Boom! The ground cracked and sank as Lin Xiao transformed into a streak of gray light, propelling himself skyward. Deep gray flames manifested in the air, and as his battle boots landed upon them, a shockwave of 100-meter diameter erupted. Boom! 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 With 3 bursts of acceleration, Lin Xiao surged forward, instantly covering several hundred meters to match the airborne beast's leap. The steel-footed flea's beady black eyes darted, fixating on the human beside it, seemingly perplexed by the sudden appearance. Yet, in the next moment, its question vanished. With a whip-like leg ignited in gray flames, he struck down like a colossal battering ram upon the beast's chest. Bang! The steel-footed flea exploded, its body disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered across the forest floor. Plop! Standing atop the flame platform conjured by his power, Lin Xiao hovered above the forest, devoid of any celebratory sentiment. His gaze remained fixed on the skies above, where a sea-grade predatory beast with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters circled at an altitude of several hundred meters. Boom. Once more, a shockwave erupted as Lin Xiao ascended. Reminiscent of an accelerating meteor soaring against the current, trailing a deep gray tail flame. Roar. In the eyes of the black-winged golden eagle, the earlier mockery had vanished. The recent slaughter had made it acutely aware that the human before it was a formidable adversary. It adjusted its position, massive wings descending. Thud, 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 thud. Its overwhelming power transformed into hundreds of feather-like blades, menacing and relentless, descending upon its foe like a torrential downpour. Roar. The beast let out an exultant cry, seemingly eager to witness the spectacle of the human being torn to shreds. Yet, contrary to its expectations, what greeted its blades was not the flesh and blood of prey, but a barrage of wide and powerful sword energies. Bang, bang, bang. There exists no such thing as a fair contest. The powerful strikes of feathered blades and curved arcs collided, shattering in an instant and igniting a violent explosion in the air. The formidable power contained within the deep gray strike far surpassed the tempest of feathered blades unleashed by the monstrous beasts in terms of magnitude, intensity, and density. As if having crushed a mere fly, dozens of sword energies remained unscathed, sweeping towards the avian monstrosity with terrifying force. The black-winged diamond eagle was struck with paralyzing fear at this spectacle, causing it to hastily veer downwards, skillfully evading the majority of the sword energies. Yet, when evasion became impossible, it resorted to reinforcing its steel-like claws with power, bracing itself against the oncoming sword light, while it was preoccupied with fending off the devastating strikes. Lin Xiao had already arrived before it. With a piercing cry, the avian beast let out a ferocious screech, its skull arching backward as its elongated, curved beak entwined with flames, resembling a scythe carved from diamond, came crashing down. With a thunderous roar, the head of the black-winged diamond eagle was immobilized, as a left hand wreathed in gray flames forcefully seized its beak. The energy density within that hand was incomprehensible, not only thwarting its assault, but also overpowering its jaw, rendering it unable to even open its mouth. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light surged forth, the chilling gray radiance erupting within the long neck of the avian creature. It pierced through the protective veil of power, shredding feathers and severing flesh, sinew, and bone, cleaving everything in twain. From a height of several hundred meters, the massive form plummeted downward. Wow! Qi Shuiqian swiftly fled, distancing herself from the impending impact of the colossal creature. With two resounding booms, the earth collapsed and erupted, sending a circular shockwave towards them, tugging at their hair. As Qi Shuiqian focused her gaze, she beheld a man clad in gray flame battle attire standing beside the massive carcass of the beast. He casually grasped the head of the avian creature with his left hand, his expression remarkably tranquil, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll moments before. Staring blankly at the corpse of the black-winged diamond eagle, Qing Shuiqian's lips parted slightly, yet no words escaped her throat. What on earth was this man? The physical strength rivaling that of a C-rank hunter, the vast reservoir of energy akin to an ocean, the overwhelming gray pressure that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Such attributes should not belong to a mere student. Even among C-rank hunters, how many could surpass him? Raising her head, she shifted her gaze towards Lin Xiao's face, only to find that he too was looking in her direction. He glanced at the girl, then at the head in his hand, his expression shifting to one of dawning realization. With a whoosh, the head of the black-winged diamond eagle fell, crashing onto the petite girl. "What are you doing?" Qi Shuiqian cried out, her face splattered with the beast's blood, as she grasped Lin Xiao's collar. Her visage contorted in rage. Lin Xiao, burdened by the presence of a senior, felt a wave of regret. He initially believed she coveted the avian head, wishing to savor the roasted visage of a C-rank beast. Dispelling the ash-like mode, Lin Xiao turned, fixing his gaze upon the battlefield of the psychics. The situation there was also approaching its final phase. Above, two beams of light, one golden yellow and the other blue-white, cascaded downwards, saturating the battlefield of both factions. Zhuang Jinyu wielded a sword of profound yellow energy, its length stretching over several meters, as he delivered a formidable strike. It was as if an invisible giant unleashed its wrath, shattering the white jade lion with a single blow. Ling Xue stood resolutely atop an icy mountain, her right hand raised high as countless white and blue light points converged, coalescing in the air to form a blue sphere with a diameter surpassing 10 meters. With a graceful sweep of her delicate hand, the sphere, imbued with frigid power, plummeted toward the earth. Boom! Pat pat! Following the violent impact was the sound of everything freezing, the land, trees, flowers, grass, rocks, and the sea-grade aberration that had been transformed into an ice sculpture. Witnessing all this, Lin Xiao slowly closed his eyes. A throne in the clouds had manifested. Star key design complete. Supernatural abilities awakened. Received blessing. Gift of the resplendent stars. Title acquired. Heir to the throne. When the young sovereign wields power, the new king shall awaken. Lin Xiao lifted his eyelids anew. His irises glimmered a moonlit white, radiant as jade, akin to the full moon in the sky. Yet within the center of his lunar eyes, an ominous darkness overflowed, resembling a terrifying black flame, mysterious, unsettling, and chaotically swaying. It seemed to foretell that when the black flames roared to life, the moonlit white would wane. Chapter 81. The crescent moons. The battle captured on the surveillance footage had concluded. Waimulis, clad in his officer's uniform, stood in a daze. His distinguished countenance adorned with astonishment. "What's the matter, Xiaozhou? Are the students this year quite remarkable?" Lan Bao exclaimed, joyfully patting the man's shoulder. "Indeed." Waimulis regained his composure, his gaze fixated on a student wielding a great sword, genuinely admiring. His overall prowess is exceptional, even amongst C-class hunters. Coupled with the two ability users, the elite combat power of this cohort is undeniably extraordinary. Ability users are rare. Not every class produces one. In previous years, had there been no ability users, Bai Shan's capabilities would have sufficed for the position of chief. This year's third-year students boast two ability users, Zhuang Jianyu and Ling Xiao, alongside a dark horse student who matches their caliber. In terms of elite combat capability, this class is truly lavish. If Waimulis' memory serves him correctly, this should be the most outstanding cohort in the past decade at Luzhou Military Academy. Haha. If the old principal were to learn of this, he would be grinning from ear to ear. Lan Bao, grasping his ponytail, sported a mischievous smile. "Tell me, what if I were to pluck a hair from his head and reveal this news just as the old man is about to explode? Would his expression be one of laughter or tears?" "I wager he would be both laughing and weeping." Waimulis maintained a serious demeanor, refraining from voicing his inner thoughts. Although the old principal had lived for centuries, he was indeed a genuine A-class hunter, despite his frail appearance. Looking as though he could depart this world at any moment, should he truly become enraged, it would be child's play for him to crush anyone. Moreover, his rank of general still stood. The principal was also Waimulis' direct superior. Haha. Never mind, never mind. Waving his hand dismissively, Lan Bao abandoned the thought, chuckling. He'll discover it during the final ranking competition, at which point I shall observe closely. Did there used to be this many trees here? Zhuang Jianyu rested his chin upon his hand, surveying the surrounding forest with a puzzled expression. Moreover, why do these cross-sections resemble the aftermath of a released energy blade? Ling Xiao narrowed her eyes, her expression impassive as she turned to the man beside her. "They were caught in the crossfire of your battle with that lion," Lin Xiao stated nonchalantly while munching on snacks, weaving a tale of deception. "Is that so?" Zhuang Jianyu raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing his lips. "I was under the impression that certain individuals had secretly mastered the release of their abilities and were hiding it from everyone." Then, as if he had just stumbled upon a corpse on the ground, he dramatically exclaimed, "Oh, is that not a C-class magical beast, the black-winged golden eagle? Which esteemed individual brought it down from the skies?" In response, Lin Xiao grasped the petite girl by the waist and lifted her high. "It was Senior Qing Shui Qian who did it. I shall vanquish you." Qing Shui Qian locked her legs around Lin Xiao's neck, executing an impressive strangulation technique. Despite the tremendous cost incurred, Lin Xiao's attempts at justification were met with skepticism. As they journeyed back in the military vehicle, both Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Xiao regarded him with expressions reminiscent of watching a stray dog, prompting a despondent sigh from Lin Xiao. It was a profound regret that he could not employ his sword energy to outwit them during the ranking matches. Upon returning to the base, twilight had already settled. After dinner in the mess hall and a brief visit to the infirmary to tend to their wounds, the group returned to their dormitories to prepare for rest. Having endured a day of intense combat that left their bodies weary, following a refreshing shower, Lin Xiao, sword in hand, made his way to the balcony alone. The other occupants of the dormitory were deep in slumber, and the room was enveloped in tranquility, save for his solitary movements. The evening breeze was gentle and invigorating, while the cicadas serenaded from the branches, heralding the impending arrival of summer. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, lifting his gaze to the heavens, where his pupils shimmered with a moonlit hue, the black flames within him flickering restlessly. The world appeared transformed. The blues were more vivid, the reds more striking, and colorful motes of light danced freely in the air, embodying a carefree spirit. although Lin Xiao refrained from summoning the powers within him or utilizing his true sight. He still perceived this vibrant realm of energy. The sensation was distinct from that experience with true sight, which involved infusing his vision with power to forcibly elevate its capacity for observation. Now, it felt as though he had directly acquired the privilege to see, should he wish. Even in the absence of power, his eyes ought to behold the authentic world. Gazing into the air at the wayward motes of energy, Lin Xiao blinked and projected his will outward. They ceased their movement. As Lin Xiao's consciousness reached them, all nearby particles of power halted. As if a ruler had extended benevolence to his subjects, beginning to obey Lin Xiao's commands and adopting entirely new colors. Deep black extended outward, while moonlit white surged forth, leaving only these two hues among the motes on the balcony. They resembled two armies serving the same sovereign, distinctly divided yet never encroaching upon one another. Extending his right hand, the motes began to swirl and coalesce, adhering to either side of his palm, appearing docile and serene, devoid of aggression. Yet, Lin Xiao was acutely aware of their true nature. These black and white motes were far from peaceful, embodying two extremes of destruction. Raising his gaze, the balcony light shimmered as large moths flitted around the incandescent bulbs, tirelessly fluttering and dancing. Lin Xiao fixed his attention on the moths, and with a thought, the moonlit white in his palm ascended, coalescing into a crescent shape that soared upward. The white crescent sliced through the air, utterly silent, evoking a dreamlike quality. It was like a streak of light, striking the moths above directly. The moths froze, their wings folding, their bodies rigid, plummeting straight down as if suddenly succumbing to slumber. Then, with a sudden rush, another beam of light surged upward, this time not the ethereal moonlit white, but a pure, profound black. The inky crescent moon blazed with black flames, sharp and tempestuous, accompanied by an unsettling hum, as it made contact with a falling moth. With a soft puff, the moth's body vanished, dissolving into imperceptible, fundamental particles, entirely dissipating into the atmosphere. The moonlight, a symbol of reverie, touched upon the abstract realms of spirit, will, concepts, and rules. That white crescent struck the moth. Its physical form remained unscathed, yet it was devoid of any vestige of life. To speak in mystical terms, its soul had been shattered. Though it appeared terrifying, exalted, and invincible, this was merely a consequence of the target being a moth. Life possesses a corporeal form, which obstructs the ethereal energies from reaching the soul. Lin Xiao sensed that merely penetrating the moth's body had already consumed nearly 10% of the crescent's energy. To consider using it to vanquish a beast, the energy expended would likely suffice to reduce them to ashes countless times over. It could be deemed a considerable waste. Its true purpose should lie in targeting the abstract, perhaps mental fortitude, or perhaps the soul life that Feng Wen mentioned previously. Lin Xiao remained uncertain, as his experiences were alarmingly scant. His supernatural abilities had only just awakened, and everything required gradual acclimatization and practice. As for the black flames, they were far more tangible. They embodied pure energy, representing the utmost destructive force. They bore no connection to dreams or abstraction, focusing solely on the tangible. Sharp, piercing, volatile, chaotic, and unstable, they would shred, penetrate, and annihilate everything, be it trees, ores, metals, or flesh, into oblivion. Lin Xiao raised his left hand, wielding the great sword. As his finger, enveloped in black flames, gently grazed the blade, with a soft hiss, it was akin to pressing into clay, his fingertip leaving a slight indentation. As he glided his finger along the blade, a mark appeared, precisely the width of his index finger. Chapter 82. Eclipse and strike. This weapon, crafted from Waimulis, is designed specifically for slaying aberrant beasts. Regardless of whether it confronts a C-grade creature or Lin Xiao himself, even when wielding formidable abilities, its steel blade remains impervious to damage. Yet, under the embrace of this obsidian flame, it appears astonishingly supple, alarmingly fragile. Is there anything capable of withstanding such energy? Lin Xiao pondered deeply, contemplating how he might defend against this dark force if it were to assail him. Beyond evasion, it seems the only recourse would be to counteract it with his own powers. Both the moonlight and the black flame are manifestations of energy particles, albeit with entirely divergent characteristics and realms of expertise. Since they are indeed energy particles, it follows that one can naturally resist them with their own abilities. However, to endure this black flame demands not only a high density of one's own energy, but also an exorbitant expenditure of power. His own abilities are perilous. Recognizing this truth, Lin Xiao closed his eyes. His spirit ascended, and his thoughts began to drift into an ethereal state. When he opened his eyes once more, He found himself amidst the cosmos, elevated above the clouds. No, as per Master Lin Xiao's description, this was his throne, a realm exclusively belonging to him. Before him, the void transformed into a magnificent full moon, its diameter nearly 100 meters, composed of contrasting black and white hues. The crescent moon gleamed with a delicate curve, exuding an aura of dreamlike tranquility. Yet, beyond the moonlit section, chaos reigned, engulfed in ominous and seething black flames. The entire lunar visage did not appear as a singular entity, but rather as two disparate waning moons, forcefully amalgamated into a singular form, exuding an air of the bizarre and dissonant. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao understood that this was the consequence of his own insatiable desires, and he accepted it with satisfaction. Seated upon his throne, Lin Xiao, after a long hiatus, activated his panel. Name: Lin Xiao. Title: Heir to the Throne. Potential points: 0, Strength, 21, Agility, 19, Constitution, 28, Mentality, 33. Ability: Eclipse, Blessing, Gift of the Shimmering Stars Eclipse. A smile crept across Lin Xiao's lips as he chuckled softly. This system has bestowed upon his ability an elegant name. Yet, in essence, the crux of his power is singular, the strike. It is the force that severs all, shatters the heavens and earth, obliterates aberrant beasts, and slays deities. Symbolizing the most potent of strikes, the blade light of an S-grade warrior he witnessed in his youth ignited his resolve to embark on the path of a hunter. That moment encapsulated his earliest aspirations and the deepest stirrings of his heart. Both the dreamlike moonlight and the ominous black flame merely serve as the foundational energy particles that construct his abilities. The existence of two distinct forms arises from Lin Xiao's inner ambiguity. Which is the supreme strike, severing the concept of rules or cleaving through the universe itself? This dilemma plagues Lin Xiao's thoughts, leaving him in profound contemplation as he perceives the strength inherent in both. Regrettably, there exists no formidable particle capable of simultaneously fulfilling both of these requirements. The moon white and black flame have emerged as the most suitable energies for his needs. Nevertheless, the system's designation of this devouring moon is rather apartment externally. Lin Xiao's throne resembles a moon undergoing a lunar eclipse. However, it is not a shadow devoid of light that consumes the moon white, but rather a pitch-black flame. From the perspective of power, his two unique particles merely coexist in a fragile harmony, collaboratively constructing the throne without any inclination to cooperate or intermingle. His abilities are akin to an eclipse, where the waxing and waning are in constant contention. An increase in black flame results in a decrease in moon white. In reality, Lin Xiao cannot overlay moon white onto the black flame, as they repel each other, resolutely refusing to collaborate. This signifies that each strike of his unique powers can only exhibit a singular characteristic. Moreover, in the celestial expanse, they remain distinctly separate, unwilling to blend. This full moon serves as his throne, or perhaps more accurately, an energy reservoir. It has only just begun to form, with the potential to expand and assimilate further power from the cosmos. However, this energy reservoir does possess a limit, determined by Lin Xiao's mental strength. Presently, he can simultaneously absorb and store two types of formidable particles, yet the predominance of one color over the other is a decision he must make himself. Ultimately, the total remains fixed. Sigh. Lin Xiao shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. The situation is not without its imperfections. Yet the outcome remains quite satisfactory. Perhaps, as he grows stronger and becomes more adept at wielding his powers, this condition will improve. Furthermore, the awakening of abilities, as mentioned by Lin Xiao, indeed brings the blessings of the stars. Gift of the resplendent stars. Mentality 5. Mental growth rate 100. Upon glancing at his mental attributes, Lin Xiao couldn't help but break into a wide grin. No wonder teacher Lin Bao referred to ability wielders as the favorite of the stars. This benefit has saved him 5 attribute points. As for the mental growth rate, well, it is still commendable. At present, it may seem somewhat insignificant. Yet as the time for attribute allocation lengthens, the advantages of this attribute will become evident. Lin Xiao speculated that Zhuang Jinyu and Ling Shui likely had mental attributes of 10 points prior, gaining an additional 5 points post-awakening, and subsequently utilized this buff to enhance their mental strength by 1 point. However, the disparity in attributes widens with time. Lin Xiao's 5 points differ significantly from theirs. Compared to his 28 points, his mental strength has multiplied several times. Additionally, it appears that the title designated by the system also provides a bonus, heir to the throne. When the throne of stars descends upon the earth, ability strength 100. This indicates that when he brings down the reservoir, not only does the available energy increase, but the strength of his abilities also doubles. Zhuang Jinyu's dark yellow sword and Ling Shui's icy sphere could very well represent the formidable attacks unleashed after the throne descents. No wonder it had not been released before. Moreover, it is perplexing that, despite his ability to perceive the names of others' powers, he is unable to see the titles and blessings within their panels. Are these two attributes truly so exceptional? After pondering these matters, Lin Xiao resolved to begin augmenting the capacity of his storage. The throne absorbs and assimilates the powers of the cosmos without necessitating any particular cultivation techniques. It merely requires him to issue a command. With his consent, the eclipsed moon shall grow autonomously until it reaches Lin Xiao's predetermined limit. After a moment of reflection, Lin Xiao finalized the ratio of black flame to moonlight 7:3. At present, the potency of the black flame is undeniably substantial. Although the attributes of moonlight are impressive, they prove somewhat impractical for him at this stage. In due course, as he matures or broadens his horizons, these ratios may be recalibrated. Furthermore, given Lin Xiao's mental fortitude, the 30 capacity of Moonlight's power is likely to surpass that of most other ability users. With his intentions firmly established, Lin Xiao conveyed his will to the eclipsed moon. Amidst the starry expanse, the black and white throne emanated a brilliant white light, seemingly proclaiming the heir's intent to the universe. Surrounding the throne, an invisible vortex swirled, devouring an immense quantity of power particles. As these luminous particles traversed the vortex and reached the eclipsed moon, their colors had been transformed by the black and white essence. Chapter 83. Enveloped in green following the conclusion of the practical assessment, Luzhou Military University commenced its final ranking battles for the semester. In truth, the competitions for the freshmen and sophomores had already begun prior to the third-year students' expedition to the Beast Base. By the time the third-year contest reached their midpoint, the rankings for the first 2 years had already been established. It is noteworthy that the so-called year-level ranking competitions are not a haphazard affair. Rather, they are organized according to prior academic standings. Students at the forefront of their respective years have achieved an A rating across all subjects, including practical assessments. The disparity in capability compared to average students is evident. Thus, they cannot compete within the same divisions, as that would merely squander precious competition time. Formerly known as the 5A ranking competition, the most elite contests among the top-tier students are now referred to as the 6A ranking contests, now incorporating the element of martial prowess. These contests commence last, typically waiting for all division rankings to conclude before the head instructor of the year personally oversees the event. At this juncture, nearly the entire faculty and student body congregates to observe. In retrospect, it seems plausible that the school intentionally orchestrates this. The battles of these exceptional students serve as a grand celebration for their year, allowing everyone to partake in the spectacle, except for a few reclusive students, such as Lin Xiao from the past. Aside from the concluding 6A ranking battles, the third-year cohort of over 400 students is divided into 4 divisions, A through D. The prowess within each division varies significantly. The A division predominantly comprises the most capable students, while the D division consists mainly of those lagging behind, many of whom may struggle to graduate. Zhao Xia and Chen Feifei both compete in Division A. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Fang Wen, the 2 nonchalant 6A students, are seated below, munching on snacks and keenly observing the proceedings. On the 30-meter arena, the atmosphere is palpable. Zhao Xia unleashes her abilities without reservation. Her fists ablur as she initiates a decisive offensive. Her opponent, a robust male student from Class E, matches her strength. After nearly 20 minutes of intense combat, both combatants are now battered, bloodied, and on the brink of exhaustion. In the face of Zhao Xia's explosive assault, the muscular man trembles as he raises his hands in a futile attempt to defend against her relentless onslaught. However, in a state of utter depletion, he ultimately succumbs as she breaches his defenses. With a resounding impact, her fist, imbued with tremendous force, strikes his face, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. Ding dong. The victor is Zhao Xia. At the judges' table, instructor Su Ruame signals the end of the match by ringing the victory bell. Medical personnel swiftly ascend the stage with a stretcher, lifting the fallen competitor onto a rescue vehicle before turning their attention to Zhao Xia. Do you require assistance getting to the vehicle? No, thank you. Someone will escort me there. The medical team nods in understanding, closes the vehicle compartment, and promptly departs the competition area. As Zhao Xia exits the arena, the pain from her injuries causes her to grimace, her limbs trembling slightly. Outside, Lin Xiao and Fong would have been waiting in anticipation. Hurry! Lin Xiao quickly takes Sister Yaya to the recovery point, climbing onto Lin Xiao's back. Zhao Xia wrapped her arms around his neck, completely limp and exhausted. Lin Xiao hoisted the girl up and turned to Fong Wen. I'll go ahead. You handle Chen Fei later. Fong Wen nodded with a light smile. He and Fong Wen had been stationed there not just to watch their friends' matches, but also to serve as makeshift ambulances. Compared to the school vehicles taking detours, the two of them could deliver injured students much faster. Hold on tight. Got it. Boom. A deep gray flame enveloped the girl on his back as Lin Xiao transformed into a blazing meteor, shooting straight into the sky and carving a long fiery trail. In less than 10 seconds, he had crossed several kilometers, landing in the school's central plaza. The once gray-white stone-paved plaza had now transformed into an emerald green ocean. The ground, the air, everything was filled with floating leaf-like specks of light, so soothing that merely looking at them refreshed the mind and spirit. The plaza was already lined with soft mats, scattered with injured students and medical staff. As soon as Lin Xiao set Zhao Xia down, a woman in a white coat came to examine her wounds. After confirming she hadn't suffered severe injuries or excessive blood loss, the medic simply disinfected her wounds and left behind a bag of nutritional supplies, normal milk, bread, eggs, jerky, and a pack of multivitamin gummies. Zhao Xia, cheeks stuffed like a hamster, devoured the food at an astonishing speed. As she ate, the green specks of light swarmed around her. Bruises faded, wounds scabbed over, and even the exhaustion in her expression gradually melted away. These leaf-like lights were like diligent, benevolent healing sprites, whisking away pain and swiftly replenishing stamina. Just as Zhao Xia had said, this was a genuine recovery point. Done. Nutrients replenished, time for energy refinement. Wiping her mouth, Zhao Xia crossed her legs and began refining her energy. With nothing else to do, Lin Xiao turned his gaze toward the center of the plaza. There, a set of chairs and a table had been arranged, with an elderly man seated at the head, dressed in white robes, his long beard and hair as pale as snow, his eyes clear as a mirror. He held a teacup, sipping leisurely, occasionally lifting his gaze to observe the students around him with a gentle, knowing smile. Ling Xin, the third-year academic dean and a former A-rank hunter. This verdant sanctuary of healing was his creation, sustained by his power alone. Every year during the school's ranking tournament, this elder would come to the plaza to brew tea and, incidentally, conjure the sea of emerald leaves. Thanks to him, students could participate in multiple matches a day, drastically speeding up the competition. For injuries like Zhao Xia's, all it took was proper nutrition and an hour of energy refinement to fully recover. Truly miraculous. How exactly did this healing ability work? Lin Xiao reached out, lightly brushing his fingers against the floating specks of light. These verdant orbs of light, possessing a remarkably gentle nature, exuded an air of tranquility. They clung to Lin Xiao's fingertips, meandering aimlessly for a while, seemingly unable to locate the wound, before drifting away leisurely. Observing this, Lin Xiao froze momentarily, feeling as though he had inadvertently interrupted their task. Suddenly, the green lights before him began to align and converge, forming two prominent characters. Lin Xiao raised his gaze towards the center of the square, where an elderly man with flowing white hair and a long beard held a teacup, gazing at him with a gentle smile. What could the director want with him? Lin Xiao blinked, his mind clouded with confusion. He could scarcely recall any interaction with this elder. Nevertheless, despite his perplexity, Lin Xiao cheerfully approached, finding the prospect of sharing tea far more appealing than the current tedium. As soon as he took a seat, the elder, Ling's son, presented him with a cup of tea, chuckling as he said, Lin Xiao, my dear student, is it not? Yes, director, is there something you require of me? Haha. No. Ling's son waved his hand, laughing heartily. I merely heard that my little Shui has made a new friend, and I thought it an opportune moment to make your acquaintance. Ah, I see. Lin Xiao's realization dawned upon him. He was genuinely touched that Ling Shui regarded him as a friend worthy of introduction to her family, resolving to be gentler with her during the upcoming 6A ranking match. What did Ling Shui say about me? Lin Xiao inquired, intrigued to learn how his friend spoke of him in the presence of her family, as he sipped his tea, his expression brimming with anticipation. The elder, Ling Xin, adjusted his long beard, a cryptic smile playing on his lips as he replied, Little Shui mentioned that you placed her upon the ceiling in front of thousands. Chapter 84. The 28th Thrones. How vexing. The opponent appears far from benevolent. Haha. Lin Xiao extracted a napkin from the table, wiping his mouth with a slightly embarrassed expression. Classmate Ling Xiao truly possesses a broad-minded disposition. How could she discuss such matters with her family? It seems that trouble has escalated from minor to major. The state of the world is indeed disheartening. No, no, no. Ling Sun shook his head, chuckling softly. She initially refrained from informing us, but that evening she vented her frustrations for an entire night, leaving the whole family unable to sleep. The elder tugged at his beard, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. Little Xue was pinned to the ground by her mother, enduring 10 minutes of slipper strikes before reluctantly revealing the truth. Hiss. Lin Xiao instinctively inhaled sharply. No wonder she became increasingly agitated that night. She had endured her mother's severe reprimand. After several hours of textual and abstract emoticon assaults, Ling Xue's fury had nearly extinguished. Unexpectedly, that aunt added fuel to the fire, rekindling the young girl's ire, leading her to vent her frustrations at Lin Xiao for an entire evening. Recalling the hours-long verbal onslaught, Lin Xiao's face was marked by the weight of reminiscence. That night, the intensity of the assault was overwhelming. His pure and fragile heart had truly suffered immense trauma. Wait. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing an anomaly. He gazed at the elder, perplexed, and inquired if she was discovered by her mother, by her aunt. How could she still video call to berate me afterward? Ling Xin's expression froze. He silently grasped his teacup, taking a sip before letting out a heavy sigh. Little Xue's mother, along with her grandmother, found your actions excessive and insisted it could not be left unresolved. They scoured the internet for an array of retorts, instructing little Xue to unleash them upon you. While my granddaughter was video calling you, they stood by with a tablet, providing her with an arsenal of attacking phrases. Goodness, are they out of their minds? Lin Xiao felt his eyes twitching. He simply could not fathom the temperament of the women in that family. No wonder the girl's language was so profane, her words flowing eloquently, each phrase a gem, with literary allusions cascading one after another. At that moment, Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words, almost believing that she might indeed be a literary prodigy. It turns out, she had an unfair advantage. Haha. My family's temperament is rather unique. I hope you can be more understanding, dear classmate. Ling's son wore a bittersweet smile, evidently aware of his family's dynamics. He refilled Lin Xiao's teacup and spoke softly. Today, I sought you out not only to meet little Xue's friend, but also to inquire about something. Lin Xiao, have you awakened any special abilities? Lin Xiao raised his gaze in surprise, looking intently at the elder. How did you come to that conclusion? Of course, it was merely surprise. He felt no sense of panic. After all, the awakening of special abilities is not akin to being a medieval witch. There was no need for concealment. Lin Xiao has a tendency to conceal his abilities, a trait stemming from his inherent nature, much like the release of power. He finds solace in keeping a few cards close to his chest, which adds an air of coolness to his demeanor. The reason I have discerned this matter is, of course, due to my granddaughter being an ability user as well, granting me familiarity with individuals like you. Ling Xin waved his hand, and a multitude of verdant luminescent orbs surrounded them, dancing gracefully in the air. These were the manifestations of my power, which typically respond solely to my will. However, Lin Xiao, just a moment ago, you did indeed exert a slight influence over them. Observing Lin Xiao's perplexed expression, Ling Sun chuckled softly, remarking, although the throne of ability users is merely symbolic, lacking any substantive power, it does represent orthodoxy and carries specific privileges. Ling Sun gently tapped his eye and continued, for instance, despite not utilizing the true eye at this moment, you can still perceive them, can't you? Your vision is remarkably keen. Indeed, experience prevails, Lin Xiao acknowledged, realizing the depth of understanding possessed by the elder, and he had further inquiries. Director, you mentioned that the throne of ability users is merely a symbol. What, then, constitutes the true throne? This query seemed to echo something that teacher Lan Bao had previously stated, piquing Lin Xiao's curiosity. Ah well. Ling Xin stroked his white beard, pondering for a moment before responding, before you ascend to the rank of an A-class hunter. It is quite challenging for me to elucidate this concept. You need to rely not on the privileges of the throne, but solely on the martialization of your abilities to achieve particle assimilation, world erosion to truly grasp this notion. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, recognizing this as the 5th stage of ability martialization, the level attained by both teacher Lan Bao and the director. He realized he still had a considerable journey ahead of him. Observing the silent student, Ling Xin sipped his tea, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. While I cannot provide you with a direct explanation of this concept, I can offer insight into your inquiry. Ling Xiao gazed intently into Lin Xiao's eyes, whispering, S-class hunters, among the esteemed representatives of the Blue Star. From the 7th to the 34th seats, they are collectively referred to as the throne. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. So there existed a hierarchy even among S-class hunters? Shoo. Quiet, Ling Xiao instructed, placing a finger to his lips. A smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It is sufficient for you to know this. Do not broadcast it, as it may have undesirable repercussions. Understanding the gravity of such revelations, Lin Xiao resolved to keep this information discreet, trusting that when he ascended to the appropriate level, he would naturally comprehend what he needed to know. Well, seeing that you grasped the importance of discretion, the elder nodded warmly, continuing, Lin Xiao. Since you have indeed awakened your abilities, I have some suggestions for you. Please, share, Lin Xiao replied, sitting upright with a respectful demeanor. Each ability, as one matures and hones their skills, will manifest increasingly expansive effects, and its applications will gradually surpass one's imagination. Ability users may offer slight glimpses into their powers, yet they will never lay bare their true depths. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and spoke with a profound tone. Since time immemorial, wherever there are people, there exists conflict. Be it within the military or the hunter association. Among warriors, there are villains, bloodthirsty individuals, the envious, the insane, hedonists, those with ulterior motives, and those who derive pleasure from the suffering of others. Of course, there are also those with differing stances. With a firm slap on the table, Ling Xiao's expression turned grave. Even now, the Five Nations Federation remains incapable of complete transparency. Although we are allies in the grand scheme, united by the noble objective of vanquishing the aberrations and liberating Blue Star, the competition for interest and influence has never ceased. The Five Nations have never shared their lists of extraordinary abilities, let alone the details of their powers. Do you know why? Lin Xiao honestly shook his head. Because once an ability user reaches S rank, there is a significant probability they will ascend to the true throne. Ling Sun raised his right hand, indicating a number. In Huaya, we have only 6 thrones. Each throne adds leverage to the nation's influence. Ability users, particularly those of exceptional caliber, are not welcomed on foreign soil. Pouring himself another cup of tea, Ling Sun added with a hint of warning. If in the future your hunter rank attains a certain height and you begin undertaking multinational secret missions, it would be wise to remain vigilant and, unless absolutely necessary, refrain from disclosing the particulars of your abilities. In the military and the hunter association, revealing your teammates' powers to foreigners is a serious violation of conduct, not to be taken lightly. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. This concerns his safety, and he understood the value of heeding advice to avoid losses. There is no need to be overly anxious. Noticing the furrowed brow of his student, Ling Xiao smiled gently as he refilled his cup. Within Huaya, our ability users are highly coveted. I suggest you report and register your identity as an ability user with your school or the hunter association. This way, during your internship, you will receive certain privileges. Privileges? What do you mean? Lin Xiao inquired. The hunter association will arrange for you a reliable team. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Their strength may not be extraordinary, but in terms of character and dealings, they will certainly be upright and dependable, instilling confidence. In essence, the Hunter Association ensures that ability users are placed in trustworthy teams to prevent untimely demises. Lin Xiao understood. This is indeed quite advantageous. A year-long internship is no brief period, and having honest and amiable teammates would certainly make the experience much more comfortable, alleviating concerns of betrayal. Seeing that his student absorbed the information, the elder Ling Xiao smiled warmly and said softly, "Very well. That is all I wish to convey today." Lin Xiao rose and bowed slightly to the elder. "Thank you very much for your guidance." He resolved to report to the school after the ranking tournament concludes. "Director, I shall take my leave now." Wait a moment. Ling's son retrieved his phone, glanced around cautiously, and then, covering his mouth, whispered, "Classmate Lin Xiao, did you capture that embarrassing photo of Xiao Xue stuck in the ceiling?" "What? I can trade you for other pictures. This one would serve wonderfully as a meme to mock her during arguments. It's incredibly useful." Lin Xiao squinted his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He now harbored doubts about whether the issues in Director Ling's household were solely one-sided. Sigh. Yet, he indeed possessed that embarrassing photo, a series of 20 shots. The two men, one older and one younger, exchanged contact information, sharing a knowing smile that spoke volumes. Chapter 85. The ranking mechanism after several days of competitive placement matches. The rankings for the 4 divisions, aside from the 6A students, have been revealed. In the cafeteria, Zhao Xia clenched her phone tightly. Her lips pursed and her brow furrowed in a deep frown. Beside her, Chen Feifei leaned in with a mischievous expression. Xia, how did you end up in 86th place? I thought you were in 68th. She exclaimed. Oh dear. She then covered her mouth as if recalling something, dramatically exclaiming, how forgetful of me. It turns out I'm the one in 68th. Kiki. Unperturbed by the antics of her playful companion, Zhao Xia swiftly retaliated with a punch. Let me show you the might of being in 86th place. She laughed. Huh, you're utterly useless. Jealousy has transformed your appearance. Observing the playful tussle between the two, Lin Xiao turned to Fang Wen with a puzzled expression and inquired, I've always been curious about how our school determines these rankings. Is it really accurate? The mechanism of the grade-level ranking matches is indeed peculiar. It cannot be classified as an elimination tournament since such formats only identify the top contenders and involve a significant element of luck. However, if it were to be labeled as a point-based round-robin tournament, it would also bear considerable discrepancies. For instance, in Division A, where Zhao Xia is situated, each participant has averaged only 9 to 10 matches, yet a ranking has already been established. Is this truly precise? Well, Fang Wen pondered for a moment before explaining to Lin Xiao. Our ranking matches actually employ a hybrid system, and the number of matches is calculated and allocated through AI. Initially, each student possesses a base score. Base score? Lin Xiao echoed. Yes, that base score is determined by last semester's rankings. Fang Wen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled lightly. Because of this initial score, in the first few rounds, the AI arranges stronger players against weaker ones, effectively segmenting the skill levels before transitioning to the round-robin format. Thus, on the first day of matches, the opponents you face will not be evenly matched. The disparity in strength is quite pronounced. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding, though his expression soon shifted to one of concern. Then doesn't that mean his initial score from last semester was abysmally low? Fewer than 40 students in the entire grade received a 6A rating, all of whom were from the martial arts class. According to the AI's calculations, wouldn't he be facing students ranked in the top 10? It appeared that Fang Wen had considered this as well. With a sparkling gaze, she teased Lin Xiao. The AI certainly didn't anticipate someone making such significant progress in a single semester. Many matches will need recalculating. Moreover, a few unfortunate souls will be pushed down the rankings, having to endure an extra match or two in the round robin. Fang Wen pursed her lips, a wry smile gracing her features. I hope it's not me. That would be quite embarrassing. Lin Xiao scratched his cheek and quickly changed the subject. But would this ranking system lead to potential issues? If someone is dissatisfied with their rank, can they apply for a position challenge later on? Fang Wen raised her finger, illustrating her point. For instance, if you believe that a student ranked higher than you lacks your abilities, you may submit a challenge to the grade level. Should you prevail, the school will manually adjust your ranking. However, the school's AI algorithm, honed and perfected over decades, remains remarkably accurate, with successful challenges being exceedingly rare. In essence, those who are relegated by their peers will ultimately find their rankings restored after enduring a few additional contests. This notion alleviated Lin Xiao's concern slightly. He was inherently compassionate and could not bear to witness his classmates suffer from injustice. In the grand reception hall of the military university, spacious and adorned with several sets of sofas and tables, the air was infused with the fragrance of tea. An array of beverages, fruits, snacks, and cold dishes was thoroughly prepared. The entire faculty of the junior year, including the principal and the head of instruction, had gathered together. They were scattered across the sofas, casually conversing while enjoying sunflower seeds and tea. At the central table, however, sat only 3 individuals: the balding, elderly principal of Luzhou Military University, Zhang Wenrong, the silver-haired, sharp-eyed head of instruction, Ling San, and the wild-spirited instructor of the martial arts class, Lan Bao, distinguished by her high ponytail. At that moment, these 3 esteemed A-rank hunters were silently nibbling on peanuts and sunflower seeds, their expressions betraying a palpable boredom. Alas, every year at this time an old man, must endure the torment of receiving guests. The principal muttered, spitting out a shell, his wrinkled face contorting into a rather aggrieved expression. I too detest these occasions. Ling Sun sighed, taking a sip of tea and shaking his head. But there is no alternative. The Hunter Association places immense importance on the 6A rankings of junior year students, necessitating their inspection. Those students achieving 6A are indeed exceptional prospects. capable of directly entering the Hunter Association upon graduation. Unlike the soldiers who later passed the Hunter examinations, these students possess unparalleled talent. In a decade, many could ascend to C rank or even B rank hunters. They represent a significant pillar of strength, the cherished gems of the Hunter Association. In fact, a few days prior, military officials had conducted an inspection, but it was attended to by the respective class teachers. The 3 A-rank hunters present, all holding the rank of general, would likely have instilled more trepidation than honor in the official if they had been tasked with the reception. However, the Hunter Association had no such luxury. In a certain sense, the inspector from the association was also their superior, compelling even A-rank hunters to engage in such duties. Why must I sit with you 2 old men? I am young and vibrant, and we have nothing in common. Lin Xiao scoffed, casting a covetous glance at the surrounding teachers. They had merely come to accompany and enjoy the lively atmosphere below, where conversations and merriment flourished. Enough. You are, after all, an A-rank hunter. Such remarks are unbecoming. The principal thundered, slamming his hand on the table in a fit of rage. Lin Xiao glared defiantly at the principal, her eyes filled with skepticism. Old man, are you simply seeking to drag others down into your misery? Humph. What of it? The old principal scoffed disdainfully, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. While I endure this torment, you all wish to enjoy yourselves below. Not a chance. The principal's despicable mindset ignited a surge of indignation among the 2 present, just as they were poised to engage in a fierce altercation. Outside, the receptionist's welcoming voice resonated. This way, please. The chatter among the teachers abruptly ceased, and the 3 grade A hunters rose, their expressions grave. The hall door swung open. A few guests appeared to be waiting outside. The first to step in was a burly man with a shock of red hair. Dressed simply in a tank top and shorts, his rugged visage and boisterous demeanor exuding a carefree attitude. Upon entering, the man sensed the collective gaze upon him and scratched his head. Ah, is everyone here to welcome me? Ha ha ha, I must admit, I feel rather embarrassed. Suddenly, a peanut transformed into a streak of gray light, striking the man squarely on the forehead with the force of a sniper rifle, sending the burly figure flying. Get out. I certainly did not invite you. The teachers averted their gazes, and the hall once again buzzed with liveliness. Meanwhile, the uninvited guests outside seemed entirely unfazed by the principal's bluster, slipping in with a grin plastered across their faces. Chapter 86. The 3 Great Legions. At this moment, 3 unexpected guests occupied the main seats, 2 men and a woman. One man, with a flamboyantly short red hairstyle, donned a tank top and shorts, exuding a carefree demeanor. The woman, adorned in a delicate lavender gown, possessed cascading curls with purple highlights, her smile playful and her gaze cunning. The third guest, a strikingly handsome gentleman clad in a hooded trench coat, maintained an air of indifference, his expression cold and aloof. Their attire and personalities appeared vastly different. However, they shared a common trait, an audacious boldness. In the face of the old principal's unabashed disdain and contempt, these 3 maintained their composure, treating the setting as their own. They nonchalantly helped themselves to the snacks on the table and poured themselves cups of tea without a hint of etiquette. Observing the uninvited trio, the principal furrowed his brow and muttered, "Every year, you shamelessly come here. Just how idle are you, legions? My students haven't even graduated yet." These individuals were not official members of the Hunter Association. Rather, they were representatives of various hunter teams, forming what could be described as legions or guilds. While there was only one branch of the Hunter Association in Lin Xiao, numerous hunter teams existed. Among them, several powerful teams had accumulated strength over decades, evolving into guilds of considerable size. The 3 present hailed from 3 distinct guilds, representing the most formidable legions in Lin Xiao. Each legion boasted 2 or 3 A-level hunters, and under their banner, numerous hunter teams of varying ranks flourished, creating a rich tapestry of talent. Ha! Old principal, we have come to express our interest in the fresh blood of the Hunter Association. We are all part of the same family. The man with the red hair laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the principal's disdain, though he had just endured the principal's ire. The only sign of it was a faint red mark on his forehead. You merely seek to scout for students early on. The principal crossed his arms, regarding the man with a look of contempt. This individual was the 3rd in command of the Fury Legion, codenamed Flame Beast, a bona fide A-level hunter. The same could be said for the other 2. These prominent figures had come to select promising candidates for their legions, and not just any candidates, but those of exceptional potential. As members of A-level guilds, they were on the lookout for the very best prospects. should they find someone they deemed worthy of future leadership. From the fourth year onward, they would employ various tactics to entice and lure them, severely disrupting the students' internship environment. The principal had specifically summoned Lan Bao from afar to teach, in hopes of preventing the local guilds from prematurely discovering the students' backgrounds. Otherwise, it was likely that before graduation, the students would be whisked away by these guilds. Yet, one cannot deny that our internship offers the finest conditions, environment, and safety, remarked the hooded man, taking a sip of tea before speaking in a calm tone. Indeed, we only select elite candidates, but the wolf pack has never been stingy with promising newcomers. He introduced himself as Phantom, the second-in-command of the Blood Wolf pack, also an A-level hunter. Upon hearing his words, the old principal merely curled his lips, refraining from rebuttal. He was simply displeased with the mannerisms of these legions, yet their development was undeniably impressive, and their nurturing of newcomers was remarkably sophisticated. As she listened to the banter among the men, a woman in a flowing gown, her hair adorned with purple highlights, smirked and turned her gaze towards Senator Ling's. Do hurry and share your granddaughter's contact information with me. I wish to have a delightful chat with her. Isn't it a bit premature for Xiaoxue? Who hasn't he even graduated, yet Ling's son tugged at his beard, a conflicted expression on his face. Premature, you say? The woman waved her hand dismissively, speaking with an air of leisure. Regardless, she will eventually join us. In all of Luzhou, there is no place more suitable for female hunters than our organization. Referred to by the code name Violet Demon, she served as the second-in-command to the Thorned Rose. From the leader to the cadre team and down to the ordinary squads, over 90% of Thorned Rose's members were female, while male recruits were also accepted. Only those of exceptional caliber would dare to compete with the Legion and the Wolf Pack. This recruitment strategy had withstood the test of decades, proving remarkably successful, as most of the top female students were promptly whisked away. Moreover, within their guild, they had developed an entire suite of ancillary services: fashion coordination, skincare, makeup, hairstyling, spa treatments, bath products, snacks, beverages, entertainment, fitness, personal hygiene products, and a plethora of literature catering to diverse interests, both wholesome and otherwise. Anything a woman might need was available there, all tailored to the highest standards for female hunters. They themselves were the subjects of their own experiments, ensuring that once individuals arrived, they would find it hard to leave. This was indeed Thorned Rose, a treasure that had emerged from the three great legions, ensuring the enduring allure of female newcomers. Even among the teaching faction, Violet Demon recognized a few familiar faces. Hello. She placed her hand on her forehead, winking playfully in greeting. Opposite her, the bespectacled Wuqi one nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Beside her, the adorably dressed Li Jingru flashed a peace sign, her face alight with mischief. After exchanging pleasantries with her two retired friends, Violet Demon turned her attention back to Ling. Senator, have you given it some thought? Do introduce your granddaughter to me. Very well, Lingson sighed heavily. Each guild possessed its own unique characteristics. The Furious Legion and the Monastic Order were predominantly male, filled with passionate brawny men. The Blood Wolf Pack had a normal gender ratio, but it was said to harbor a spirit of adventure, occasionally undertaking perilous tasks. After much contemplation, there seemed to be no organization that provided him with more reassurance than Thorned Rose. Ling's son activated his phone to connect with Violet Demon. Within just a few exchanges, she managed to attract an exceptional newcomer, the Fire Beast, which left the ghost enviously green-eyed. Ling Sin's granddaughter was well known. She was a prodigious ability user, ranking second in her cohort. With proper cultivation over the years, she was sure to ascend to a leadership position. Even now, it was likely she possessed the strength of a C-class hunter. Fortunately, it is rumored that there is another newcomer who must be secured. The two individuals exchanged emotionless glances, their eyes igniting sparks in the air, as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Haraha, is everyone present? It seems I am the last to arrive. Suddenly, a resounding laughter echoed from the entrance, as a refined middle-aged gentleman stepped inside. His hair was a dignified gray, neatly combed. He donned a light-colored shirt, dark trousers, and polished black shoes, complemented by a carefully tied tie. Upon his arrival, all the educators in the reception area rose to their feet, including the 6 A-grade hunters present. Chairman Jiang, please, take a seat over here. The old principal gestured warmly, his earlier stern demeanor replaced by one of hospitality. This esteemed guest was indeed the individual he had awaited for so long, the vice president of the Hunter Association, Luzhou branch, and a former A-grade hunter, Jiang Wenlong. The president of the Luzhou Hunter Association was an S-grade figure, but he was merely a nominal leader, rarely involved in the affairs. This vice president was, in fact, the true authority of the Luzhou Hunter Association and the direct superior of all hunters in the region. He chuckled lightly. Principal Zhang, I have another esteemed guest accompanying me. Jiang Wenlong stepped aside, allowing a woman to enter from behind. Accompanying him was a woman who appeared to have surpassed middle age, her shoulder-length black hair neatly arranged, with traces of wrinkles adorning her face. Upon entering the room, she surveyed the gathered educators, a gentle smile gracing her features. Principal Zhang, I shall refrain from taking a seat. I wish to engage in a meaningful conversation with the educators. Upon seeing her smile, nearly 70% of the teachers in the room stiffened, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Chapter 87. The Retired Hunters and the Marriage and Childbearing Support Association. Amidst a trembling assembly of educators, a middle-aged woman gracefully seated herself, her countenance adorned with a gentle smile. Dear colleagues, have any of you found a partner recently? Upon uttering these words, a multitude of teachers averted their gazes, falling into silence. Conversely, a select few with families stood tall, eagerly presenting their mobile devices, faces alight with pride. President Shin, here is a photograph of my 2-year-old daughter. Shinjia, behold my family portrait. Come, take a look at my wedding photo. Am I not handsome? My wife is a fellow hunter of the same rank as I. As the middle-aged woman perused the teacher's photo albums, a look of contentment graced her face. Excellent. Truly exceptional. Witnessing your harmonious families fills me with a joy that makes me feel as if I could live for another 100 years. After a moment of heartfelt delight, her gaze shifted towards the silent teachers, her smile gradually fading, and a deep sigh escaped her lips. And you, dear colleagues, truly present a challenge for me. Shinro, the president of the Retired Hunters and Marriage Support Association, was dedicated to addressing the matrimonial concerns of retired hunters. The dismally low marriage rate among hunters had long been a source of distress for the association. During their service, the perilous nature of their missions discouraged romantic pursuits, a sentiment easily understood. Yet, now that they had retired, with life and work rendered secure, the numbers of those marrying and starting families remained disappointingly scant. Singlehood had become a deeply ingrained habit for many, with decades of solitude leading to a fondness for the single life itself. This predicament left the higher-ups of the association in a state of exasperation. It is crucial to note that the offspring of hunters typically exhibit an extraordinary adaptability to power, with the likelihood of becoming warriors far surpassing that of children from ordinary households. These newborns represented a precious new lineage for humanity, treasures to be cherished. The association fervently wished for these retirees to marry upon leaving service, with each one producing 3 children, each child a triplet. Yet, contrary to their hopes, these individuals displayed a marked disinterest in matters of the heart. Furthermore, as champions of humanity, retired hunters could not be compelled to act against their will, whether by sentiment, reason, or law. After much contemplation, the association began to explore unconventional methods. If a direct approach proved ineffective, perhaps a more subtle one could yield results. Thus, the Retired Hunters and Marriage Support Association was born, its primary mission to act as matchmakers, persuading and enticing them to pursue romance. They meticulously organized retired hunters of all ages and ranks, infiltrating various sectors, schools, military institutions, the Hunters Association, and shops, leaving no stone unturned. Remarkably, even those hunters who lived in seclusion could be traced and approached. They arranged matchmaking events, social gatherings, leisure trips, and activities such as haunted houses, tabletop games, escape rooms, and talent shows. Moreover, they tirelessly promoted online recommendations, dating websites for hunters, heartwarming documentaries on the families of retired warriors, adorable short videos featuring children, and romantic sci-fi films that left viewers breathless and sleepless. Their resourcefulness was indeed formidable, showcasing an almost terrifying level of effectiveness in their endeavors. You individuals in your 40s and 50s are no longer young. Shinro sat upright, her hands gracefully folded upon her knees, gazing earnestly at the assembled teachers as she spoke with heartfelt sincerity. In this prime of youth, vibrant and attractive, isn't it a pity to forego the pursuit of romantic relationships? In a few decades, your skin will begin to sag, and wrinkles will grace your faces, much like mine. Shinro extended a finger to touch her nose, indicating the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, her expression tinged with melancholy as she continued, by that time, it will all be too late. They will scorn you for your age, deem you unattractive, mock your baldness, and criticize your appearance, all while outwardly addressing you as elder brother or sister, secretly labeling you as uncle or aunt, and speculating about your menopause. She implored, Dear colleagues, Shinro, truly do not wish to see you reduced to such a state. Listening to this earnest admonition, the teachers couldn't help but smirk slightly. You've lived nearly 200 years. Is it truly problematic for them to refer to you as aunt? It almost seems disrespectful to call you grandmother. Of course, such thoughts were merely kept to themselves. Confronted with the Marriage and Childbearing Assurance Association's pressure to wed, they knew better than to engage in open debate or take the role of the outspoken dissenter. Otherwise, they would find themselves ensnared in an unfathomable web of relentless persuasion. The teachers lowered their heads, responding with silence, seemingly accepting her guidance. Yet, Shinro understood that these individuals would merely let her words pass through one ear and out the other, returning to their former ways once she departed. Sighing softly, President Shun's gaze swept across the group, lingering on those she met with a piercing stare, causing them to stiffen, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Meanwhile, the few who were successful in their personal lives, with partners and families, lounged nonchalantly, snacking on treats with an air of arrogance. They knew that Shunro's pressure was merely beginning, and soon would come the moment to relish the spectacle of the single one's folly. Shinro's eyes gradually shifted, eventually pausing upon a certain individual. Lin Xiao, Suruame. Meow. Faced with the flustered female teacher, Shinro detailed, sea-level hunter, possessing exceptional footwork, age 45. And unmarried. How could this be? Shinro rubbed her eyes, perplexed, and inquired, could it be that excessive training has caused her legs to become misaligned, leading to a lack of confidence in seeking matches? And no, they're not misaligned. Just look at yourself. The determined teacher attempted to assert her case. But Shinro ignored her, shifting her gaze to a rather disheveled man with unkempt long hair and a scruffy beard. Madsword Miaofei, age 66. Although he has not mastered the art of transformation, he excels within the realm of power manifestation, qualifying as an exceptional B-level hunter. Yet, despite his remarkable combat prowess, without the acquisition of transformation, his lifespan remains that of a C-level hunter. Shinro shook her head, her tone laced with regret. At 66. That is rather advanced in age. Soon, the sword will be put aside, and you'll be left with nothing but noodles. In response to such jibes, Miaofei merely chuckled, too indifferent to offer a rebuttal. Observing Miaofei's nonchalant demeanor, President Shin pondered for a moment before sighing. I had previously heard rumors about the intense male camaraderie within the Fury Legion. I thought it was mere exaggeration. To my astonishment, of course, it is false. This time, Miaofei could no longer remain silent. His face turned a deep shade of crimson, veins bulging as he vehemently protested. The Fury Brigade comprises true men. Ironclad straight men. We are not thorny roses. Regrettably, upon uttering this phrase, Miaofei felt a pang of remorse as two female teachers fixed their piercing gazes upon him, sending a chill down his spine. However, this remark did divert the matchmaker's attention away from him. Observing the two teachers' stiff expressions, Shinro smirked slightly, her voice laced with amusement. B-Class Hunter. Red Woman Ghost, Wu Qinghua, 47 years old. B-Class Hunter, Dark Lady, Li Jingru, 46 years old. Clap, clap, clap. Shun, the president, applauded, exclaiming, what remarkable women you are. Even within the Hunter Association, you are truly exceptional. It is indeed a great pity that such outstanding and beautiful individuals remain unpartnered for life. Shinro then took out her phone, a gentle smile gracing her face. I also have many young and talented individuals on my side, distinguished by their appearance, talent, character, and age. Let us exchange contact information, and I shall send you their details for your selection. No, thank you. Li Jingru shook her head, her expression tinged with panic as she stammered. I prefer the young ones. I have no interest in anyone over 25. 25? Shinro furrowed her brow. Yes, indeed. I particularly favor university students, but rest assured, I fully understand this is inappropriate and would never act upon it. That's all right. Li Jingru was momentarily taken aback. It is acceptable. Shinro gazed intently into Li Jingru's eyes, her tone encouraging. This is not illegal. Even if it were, there would be no repercussions. If you possess the charm to captivate a student, then it is love, the love between two consenting adults. You could very well bring him back to your dormitory, and before he graduates, seize the moment, make things happen, and marry him. Li Jingru's complexion turned a shade of green. Of course, male teachers are strictly forbidden. Please keep your distance from female students. After all, even if Li Jingru were to succeed in her endeavor, it would be she who bears the child, allowing the student to continue their studies and work. However, should a male teacher dare to approach a female student, it is likely the principal would take severe action. Shinro gave Li Jingru a thumbs up before shifting her gaze to Wu Qinghua. And you, Qinghua? I am currently not considering romance, she replied. Ah. In another 40 or 50 years, even B-class hunters will begin to age, wrinkles will inevitably appear. Then I shall become an A-class hunter, Wu Qinghua declared resolutely. Adjusting her glasses. That is also acceptable. Shinro pondered for a moment, a satisfied smile emerging on her face. If matchmaking could yield an A-class hunter, it would indeed be a tremendous gain. President Shun then turned her attention to the other teachers. Li Jingru nudged her friend's shoulder, questioning, do you truly wish to become an A-class hunter? Having rested sufficiently, I feel ready to advance further. Wu Qinghua clasped his hands around his shoulders and remarked softly, once this cohort of students officially graduates, I shall return to the regiment. Oh, Li Jingru's eyes darted momentarily, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. Then I too shall become an A-grade hunter. Otherwise, when we meet again, you will still be youthful while I am adorned with wrinkles. Just the thought of it sends shivers down my spine. Next year, let us both return to the regiment. Wu Qinghua cast a glance at his friend, a subtle smile gracing his lips, neither accepting nor declining. Meanwhile, on the main seat, the pleasantries exchanged with Vice President Jiang Walong had drawn to a close. The old principal refilled his cup with steaming tea and, with a warm smile, said, tomorrow marks the commencement of the 6A ranking competition. You should stay at the school for these few days. A room has been prepared for you. He then cast a sidelong glance at the three uninvited guests and added with a wry tone, accommodation has not been arranged for you all. In response, the three military officials merely smirked, having anticipated this, and arrived in their own campers. Chairman Zhang sipped his tea, exuding an air of elegance as he remarked, this year's 6A evaluation boasts over 30 students, including 2 with extraordinary abilities. The forthcoming competition is indeed something to look forward to. Upon hearing this, Ling Xin and Lan Bao exchanged knowing glances, a shared smile blossoming on their faces. Chairman, amidst the questioning gazes of others, Ling Xin adjusted his white beard and spoke with an air of mystery. Perhaps your expectations this year could be elevated even further. Chapter 88. The possibility of black flames. The 6A ranking officially begins in the afternoon on the back mountain of the school. The air was thick with swirling particles of pitch-black energy, tumultuous and exuding an intense aura of unease and danger. Standing beneath a grand tree, Lin Xiao held a branch aloft, inhaling deeply. Gradually, luminous particles coalesced, giving rise to a blazing inferno of ominous black flames. With a beckoning gesture, the black flames latched onto Lin Xiao's palm, appearing remarkably docile, allowing him to manipulate them at will. However, this compliance was solely within his grasp. As Lin Xiao brought the black flames closer to the branch, attempting to envelop it, he measured the distance, 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Upon reaching 3 centimeters, the black flames shed their previously subdued demeanor, erupting fiercely and entirely consuming the branch, revealing their true nature, sharp, acute, tempestuous, chaotic, and unstable. With a sudden explosion, the branch shattered into particles too fine for the eye to perceive, dispersing into the air like dust. Sighing in resignation, Lin Xiao's expression bore little disappointment. With a mere thought, the black flames in his hand morphed once more, curling and shaping into a crescent moon as delicate as a cicada's wing, flickering with dark fire. Whoosh! The black crescent soared, weaving through the tangled branches, transforming into a streak of light that shot skyward. The sound of rustling leaves and the thud of falling branches accompanied it. Lin Xiao picked up one of the fallen branches, his expression tinged with melancholy. He was honing his control over his extraordinary abilities, particularly the black flames. Lin Xiao's powers were categorized into 3 distinct stages. The first stage involved the assimilation of energy particles, those dark luminescent orbs. Although this stage possessed unstable characteristics, it lacked offensive capability, rendering it safe. The second stage introduced the black flames, at which point Lin Xiao's abilities began to demonstrate terrifying lethality. He could envelop these flames around his hand, and with a mere touch, obliterate objects entirely. The third stage marked the formal manifestation of his powers, where the black flames transformed into slashing crescents reminiscent of a waning moon. This stage exhibited the highest degree of destructive potential, to the extent that Lin Xiao himself was unaware of its limits. Yet, a significant dilemma persisted. Once his powers took shape, Lin Xiao could only direct their launch toward adversaries, with minimal scope for additional manipulation. He could merely make slight adjustments to their trajectory or dissipate the strike prematurely. The flexibility was severely limited. In contrast, the black flames of the second stage offered an extraordinarily versatile application. Lin Xiao envisioned enveloping himself entirely in the black flames, encasing his weapons in their fiery embrace. Merely imagining this scenario set his heart racing with exhilaration. If he could harness the ashes mode with the black flames, Lin Xiao might transform into an exceedingly formidable and perilous entity. Should a beast approach him for an attack, the outcome would likely be one of self-destruction, inflicting 100 points of damage upon him while suffering 1,000 in return, akin to activating a reflective armor. However, the reality proved far more complex than he had envisioned. In stark contrast to the serene, dreamlike hue of moonlight, the energy of these black flames was violently erratic, far too unstable. Aside from Lin Xiao himself, anything that dared to make contact would be utterly annihilated, including the clothing upon his person. The last time he attempted this, Lin Xiao ended up dashing back to his dormitory in the nude. Of course, he was in ash mode. Otherwise, he would have likely lost the courage to survive. As he absently fiddled with a twig, Lin Xiao fell into deep contemplation. How could he gain control over the black flames? Should it be through enhancing his power manifestation level, mental fortitude, or proficiency in his unique abilities? If any of these could be improved, it would undoubtedly allow him to better harness the particles of black flame energy. Yet, these developments would require time. One cannot achieve mastery in a single leap. Is there any method available at this stage? He did not dare to wish for much, but at the very least, he hoped to prevent it from harming his weapons and garments. The black flames were exceedingly volatile, attacking everything except Lin Xiao himself, or were they? He blinked, momentarily startled. His power, did it truly belong to him? As teacher Su Ruame once remarked that power is akin to an extension of the body? Well, in any case, only an attempt would yield an answer. Dark gray flames flowed forth, wrapping around the twig, transforming it into a stick ablaze with gray fire. Lin Xiao manipulated the black particles in the air, causing them to swarm and coalesce into a foreboding mass of black flame. With great care, he guided the black flames to make contact with the twig. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the black flames seemed poised to erupt, they recognized the familiar power above and hesitated, expanding, pausing, expanding. Gradually, they climbed the surface of the twig, adhering to the dark gray veil and merging with Lin Xiao's power. And the twig remained intact. Had he succeeded? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with surprise. He had not anticipated such efficacy. Although the current black flames were merely utilizing his power as a vessel, not genuinely adhering to any object, the results were indeed achieved. However, there was an additional cost. Lin Xiao sensed that the power entwined around the twig was depleting at roughly 3 times the usual rate. This seemed to be the price for sustaining the black flames. In response, Lin Xiao smirked. His reserve of power was slightly greater than that of other hunters, and this consumption felt entirely acceptable. Moreover, he seldom wielded such perilous power unless truly faced with dire circumstances. Now, could he attempt ash mode? Roar. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao activated the ash battle garb, causing all the black particles surrounding him to converge and form a tempestuous sphere of pitch-black flames in the air. Come forth. The flames engulfed Lin Xiao. His gray gloves, battle robe, trousers, flame scars, and combat boots were all consumed by the inky blackness, the black flames pulsating restlessly, imbued with an ominous and demonic aura. Clenching his fist, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. He shall name it. Deep. Thud. The black flame-imbued boots pierced through the rubble and earth, causing Lin Xiao to become ensnared within the ground, unable to extricate himself for an extended period. From this day forth, he resolved never to allow the black flames to cling to the soles of his shoes while in this mode. This was the lesson he learned today. Morning arrived, bright and sunny. Today marks the commencement of the 6A ranking competition, as the most significant final ranking battle for the third-year students. The venue for this contest is set within the central arena of Luzhou Military Academy. This expansive space is encircled by tiered seating, allowing students to fervently observe the proceedings. Within the arena, there exists a main stage alongside 3 auxiliary platforms. The main stage, the largest of all, spans an impressive 140 by 140 meters, 4 times the size of the 4th-level combat arena. The classification platforms, located at the southern end of the venue, each measure 70 by 70 meters, designated for those students who have been eliminated from the main stage and are entering the elimination rounds. At this moment, the atmosphere within the arena is vibrant, filled with the energy of a crowd that is gathered in abundance. Lin Xiao, seated among the competitors, estimates that the audience exceeds 1,000 individuals. It appears that not only third-year students are present, students from other grades have also come to witness the event, perhaps even including some fourth-year students returning to campus. Suddenly, a wave of green light surged forth, enveloping the entire venue in a verdant hue. The cacophony of the crowd gradually subsided, giving way to an attentive silence as all eyes turned towards the northern side of the arena. There, a prominent platform was adorned with numerous tables and sofas, occupied by esteemed figures from the institution. Among them were the venerable principal, Lin Xiao, along with notable dignitaries such as the vice president of the Hunter Association, Zhang Wenlong, and the president of the Marriage and Childbearing Security Association, Shen Rou, alongside the teachers of the third-year classes. Additionally, 3 unexpected military cadre made their presence known: the Fury Legion's Yin Shou, the Thorned Roses Zi Yao, and the Blood Wolf Pack's Yu Gui. As the atmosphere within the venue quieted, the elderly Ling Xin stood, clasping his hands behind his back, and stepped forward to address the crowd. He surveyed the arena and, with a serene tone, announced, "Today, we at Luzhou Military Academy shall host the 6A ranking competition for the third-year students." Lacking a microphone, his clear voice resonated throughout the arena, carried by the gently vibrating green particles. The students being evaluated in the 6A category represent the pinnacle of academic achievement, making this competition one of the most prestigious battles held annually. He urged the audience to observe keenly, learn, and use this experience as motivation for self-improvement. This battle will feature no restrictions on weaponry, allowing each student to showcase their utmost capabilities. Now I declare. Ling Xin raised his right hand and brought it down with vigor. The competition officially begins. As his resonant proclamation echoed, the verdant sea of spectators erupted in enthusiasm. The overwhelming force of energy on the stage coalesced into translucent tendrils, sprouting from the ground and floating in the air. The surrounding light points converged to form a green barrier, resembling a colossal semicircular bowl that enveloped the arena, effectively separating the audience from the stage. Gradually, this barrier became colorless and transparent. Thus, the 6A ranking competition for the third year officially commenced. Chapter 89. A steady and spectacular performance. The venue was abuzz with excitement. The audience erupted in thunderous applause, accompanied by the continuous cheers and whistles of the students. On the main stage, the competition unfolded with both steadiness and brilliance. Indeed, the juxtaposition of such seemingly contradictory terms was fitting in this moment. All right, let us commence the next round of competition. A melodious voice, bright and clear as a lark, resonated throughout the hall. On the northern terrace of the venue, a designated host seat was arranged to the left. A strikingly beautiful female host, with cascading black hair and an enchanting demeanor, raised the microphone and, with a beaming smile, announced the commencement of the upcoming contest. This host, named Zhu Jing, was actually a first-year instructor who had recently joined Luzhou Military University. In a sense, she was also a novice in the professional realm. Her vibrant and affable personality, coupled with her eloquence, led the institution to select her as the host for the main stage, particularly since the other faculty members, seasoned veterans, were reluctant to undertake this role. Now, let us welcome the next competitors, Kong Chuanming from Class 1 and Lu Zhuang from Class H. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. On the high-definition screen suspended above the northern terrace, the profiles of the 2 students were displayed. Name: Kong Chuanming Class 1 previous ranking, no. 9 Name: Lu Zhuang Class H previous ranking, number 33 to the right of this screen. A list detailed the upcoming matches on the main stage. Feng Mar, H, versus Chun Ming, C, Feng Wen, C, versus Bai Chun, F, and Gao Liangxiong, E versus Lin Qingde. These matches had been meticulously arranged by the AI, with a corresponding screen on the southern side of the venue displaying the information of students who had entered the round-robin phase. In fact, the AI had already computed which students would be eliminated during the first day, arranging matchups with discernible disparities in strength and rankings, thus determining outcomes from the outset. Consequently, today's competition unfolded with remarkable steadiness. The excitement stemmed from the fact that the stars of the main stage were not the dominant competitors, but rather those destined for elimination. As 2 male competitors ascended the stage, one wielded a massive axe, his square face and striking features exuding an imposing presence. He was Kong Chuanming, the top contender from Class 1, previously ranked 9th in his cohort. His opponent, Lu Zhuang, brandished a long-handled broadsword, his robust physique contrasting with his amiable and gentle appearance. The moment they stepped onto the stage, the audience erupted into raucous cheers, particularly from the sections populated by classes I and H. Old Kong. You look great. Top contender. Turn around for a photo. Kong Chuanming. Don't hold back too much. Don't let it end in embarrassment. The atmosphere was equally spirited in Lu Zhuang's section, where the cheers rang out. Lu Zhuang, give it your all. Unleash your full power. Make it more visually striking. Showcase all your strengths. If you truly win. Wouldn't that be an upset? Winning by a head? If you can win, then go ahead and make me your target. Now, I hand the stage over to the contestants. The competition officially commences. As the words of teacher Zhu Jing echoed through the arena, the two adversaries on stage remained still. Kong Chuanming locked eyes with his opponent and calmly inquired, "How do you wish to proceed? Weapons first, or shall we start unarmed?" "Let us begin unarmed. My prowess is not yet refined enough to be channeled through a weapon," Lu Zhuang replied, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. In acknowledgement, Kong Chuanming nodded and set aside the weapon strapped to his back. "Very well, let us commence." With that, a gray veil flowed from the robust man's hands, resembling a layer of translucent silk. An inexplicable aura enveloped Lu Zhuang, sending chills down the spines of those who dared to gaze upon him, raising goosebumps across their skin. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhuang, now fully empowered, surged forward, reaching his opponent in the blink of an eye. His massive fists, infused with formidable strength, swung menacingly. Yet, Kong Chuanming remained unfazed, his palms entwined with gray silk as he met the blow head-on. Boom! A tremendous shockwave erupted, creating a gaseous ring several meters wide across the arena. Lu Zhuang, undeterred by the impact, pressed on with an unrelenting barrage of attacks. Hooks, kicks, palm strikes, knee thrusts. He transformed into a fighting machine, executing each maneuver with fluid grace, showcasing all he had learned with fervor. In contrast, Kong Chuanming either evaded or absorbed the blows, only occasionally countering when his opponent exposed significant vulnerabilities. His own attacks were restrained, predominantly focused on defense throughout the bout. It was evident to any discerning observer that he was holding back. However, neither the competitors present nor the audience beyond the ring seemed surprised. For today, the spotlight was on these underdog fighters. They would be eliminated from the main stage and enter the cycle of the secondary competition. For some competitors of lesser ability, this might very well be their first and last appearance on the primary stage. Consequently, the instructors of various classes had encouraged their top students to give their all. On the first day, it was crucial to allow opponents to showcase their full capabilities, to present and perform all they had learned. After all, only on the main stage could one attract such a multitude of spectators. Only there could they draw the attention of the Hunters Association and officials seated on the northern terrace. Lu Zhuang, is it? As the performance on stage transitioned to the use of weapons, Jiang Wenlong, the vice president of the Luzhou branch of the Hunters Association, nodded slightly, a cultured smile gracing his face. He opened the file in his hands, turning to the relevant page, and produced a pen from his shirt pocket to take notes. Power application, consistent, footwork, balanced, weapon proficiency, moderate, martial skill, above average, strength comparatively weak, tentatively classified as a D-class hunter of below average caliber. Haha, how will it grow? Beside Jiang Wenlong, the old principal fondled his cane, smiling as he remarked, "The students this year are quite impressive, aren't they? Indeed, they are quite remarkable." Jiang Wenlong chuckled softly and replied, "Before the internship, over 30 students had already mastered the art of power binding. The instructors of this martial arts class are of exceptional caliber." Across from them, Lanbao smirked, displaying a proud grin towards the principal. Noticing this, the old principal let out a light snort and shamelessly said to President Jiang, "You may not be aware, but this martial arts instructor is one of my students. The achievements she has attained are a testament to the diligent teachings I once provided." Ah. Amidst the silent stares of the crowd, the old principal burst into a peculiar laughter. Lin Xiao shot a furious glare at the old man, then turned to Jiang Wenlong, speaking slowly, "President Jiang, the arrangement of students is entrusted to you. Rest assured." Jiang Wenlong nodded gently, a soft smile gracing his lips as he replied, "These students are the future of the Hunter Association. I will manage them appropriately according to their capabilities." The purpose of this display was to ensure that Jiang Wenlong had a comprehensive understanding of each student rated 6A. It also served as a subtle favor, allowing him to form impressions of these interns for future consideration. After all, possessing a D-rank hunter level prior to the internship signifies that these young individuals have boundless potential. With proper development, they could become the backbone of humanity's strength. Of course, Jiang Wenlong was not the only one engaged in such activities. 3 officers from a certain legion had also taken out their phones, tapping away at the screens while muttering to themselves without regard for their surroundings. Lu Zhuang. Damn it, I'm astyped. Why you goo? Have you completed your evaluation? Send me a copy. Write it yourself. We are competitors. Lu's evaluation. D rank. Talent level. 3rd class. Resource allocation. C class. This boy is not suitable for our thorny rose. Evaluation. Unsatisfactory. Done. Meanwhile, at the main arena's contestant area, the remaining 20 or so students clustered together, chatting and laughing with friends, devoid of any sense of urgency. After all, the outcome of today's contest had long been determined, leaving nothing to be anxious about. With no one around, Lin Xiao leaned back against the sofa, holding an unopened greatsword, his feet shifting as his head bowed low. His moderately long bangs cascaded down, obscuring his brows and eyes, rendering his expression unreadable. In his right front, a cacophony of female chatter floated around. Really, the other day, I saw a naked man, the kind with a pale bottom. Was it on campus? Our school has such perverts. As he caressed the steel blade in his arms, Lin Xiao's eyes appeared vacant, his pupils losing focus. Chapter 90. Lin Xiao's weakness, the unfortunate acquaintance to Lin Xiao's right. 4 young ladies were seated. Fong Wen, Lu Yuqian, and a petite girl with a mushroom haircut who shared a class with Lu Yuqian, Lin Xiao. The 3rd seat of Class F. At this moment, the trio was intently listening to another girl recount her harrowing encounter with a pervert. The narrator, a slender classmate with a light wheat complexion and tousled hair grazing her ears, possessed an appealing appearance yet exuded a tomboyish demeanor. Known as Feng Moer, she was the top student in Class H, ranking 10th in her year. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Fong Wen, Lu Yuqian, and the other girls, she had developed a good rapport with them. That day, while everyone was preoccupied with their ranking examinations, I, feeling rather bored, decided to meander around the area near the back mountain. She began. Fong Wen and Lu Yuqian nodded in acknowledgement. The students of 6A had been idle since the recent competitions. I had my earbuds in, listening to music, and was contemplating a stroll up the mountain when suddenly, Feng Moer raised 2 fingers and swiped them from left to right. A fleeting male figure dashed past with astonishing speed. A fleeting figure? Lu Yuqian furrowed her brow, inquiring, was he that fast? Extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. Had it not been for my sharp dynamic vision, I would have nearly missed him. Feng Moer replied earnestly, gesturing with her arms. When I regained my senses, what I saw were 2 bare, white buttocks, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished. That's utterly revolting. Lin Xiao grimaced, her expression one of disbelief. In response, Feng Moer shook her head. Not really. That fellow had a fine physique and was rather good-looking. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls stared at her in astonishment. Fast enough for you to almost overlook him? Who on earth could that be? Perhaps a teacher? Lu Yuqian questioned, tossing her high ponytail with a hint of skepticism. Feng Moer's prowess was well known. Her footwork, reflexes, and dynamic vision were all exceptionally refined, rivaling Lu Yuqian's. If she could barely react, then the speed certainly surpassed that of an ordinary student. I don't know. Feng Moer mused, narrowing her eyes. But I sensed an incredibly terrifying surge of energy. That person was undoubtedly enveloped in power. Enveloped in power? Feng Wen remarked, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Lu Yuqian nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, given the speed, he must have expended an immense amount of energy. Lin Xiao rubbed her cheeks, sighing in resignation. By the way, that pervert, could he possibly believe that wrapping himself in power counts as clothing, thinking it absolves him of running around naked? Clothing? Feng Wen blinked, quietly repeating the phrase. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuqian sighed. If that were the case, his reserves of power must be extraordinarily impressive. At least at the level of a C-class hunter. Feng Moer enthusiastically concurred. Her interest piqued. Could it be that he is actually one of the teachers? Should we report this to the school? Feng Wen pressed her lips together, slowly turning her head to cast an indescribable gaze upon Lin Xiao. Confusion, suspicion, shock, affection, disdain. She lamented the fact that this child had truly gone astray. Dear, Wen Jie is profoundly disappointed in you. It was quite astonishing. Lin Xiao found himself perceiving a plethora of meanings within a single pair of eyes. He opened his mouth, yet his parched throat betrayed him, rendering him speechless. A longing to flee, To escape this world consumed him. This singular thought echoed in his mind. How he wished to envelop himself in black flames and sink deep into the earth, becoming entombed in the heart of the world. In his transformation into an extraordinary individual, he had neglected a crucial truth, that ordinary people must activate their true sight to witness such powers. Even his ashen mode was no exception. This meant that, in a state of utter vulnerability, he had indeed been parading around the school in the nude. Amidst his existential doubts and tears uncried, a flicker of relief surfaced. Fortunately, everyone had been preoccupied with exams at the time. Thankfully, he was not truly a pervert. He merely wished to hasten back to his dormitory to don his attire. Otherwise, Feng Miao would have seen more than just his retreating figure. She would have witnessed a man leisurely strolling as if unaware of his own disgrace. In that moment, he would have been irreparably tarnished. No worries. Lin Xiao? It's all fine, he reassured himself. Only Feng Wen is aware. She is empathetic and kind-hearted. I shall explain everything to her tonight, and she will surely understand. He slapped his cheeks, attempting to invigorate his spirit. It was then that he noticed 3 unwavering gazes fixated upon him. When did you all sit down? The seats nearby had been vacant moments ago, yet unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Jianyu and Bai Shan had taken up residence next to him. We noticed you seemed off. So we came to check on you, Bai Shan said, scratching his head. He offered Lin Xiao a thumbs up, his smile bright and encouraging. It's all good. A true man should face the world with candor. Zhuang Jianyu nodded in agreement, speaking with admiration. You are far braver than I. I hold you in the highest regard. Lin Xiao turned his expressionless face towards a certain aloof beauty behind him. Ling Shui regarded him with a look of contempt, as if he were something unsightly. She stood and moved to the far edge of the seating area, then retrieved her phone. Lin Xiao, you wouldn't want this secret to be revealed, would you? Blood-dripping knife. JPG, become my human model. Experience the most stringent confidentiality of Miss Ling Shui. Snap emoji. The villain had seized Lin Xiao's secret. Congratulations to classmate Kong Chuanming for his victory. Amidst the fervent cheers of the students, the female host, Zhu Jing, proclaimed the winner of the competition with great enthusiasm. We also wish contestant Lu Zhuang the best in the round robin, hoping he can rise back to the main stage. On the ground, Lu Zhuang trembled as he rose from the floor. On the torn fabric of his chest, a bruise, dark and oozing, bore the marks of a blunt force impact. Above the arena, a floating, translucent green branch descended, merging seamlessly into his body. Within mere moments, the contusion began to dissipate, the accumulated blood vanishing as if it had never existed. As the agony receded, Lu's trembling form gradually steadied. After exchanging nods of acknowledgement, the 2 students descended from the stage. The female host wasted no time, promptly announcing the next competitors, Class H, Feng Miao, and Class C, Chun Ming. Let us welcome them with applause. Feng Miao and Chun ascended the platform as the list on the right side of the screen rolled upward, revealing the new matchups. Zhao Shanjun, F, versus Lin Xiao, C. Zhao Shanjun. The name sounded vaguely familiar. Lin Xiao scanned the competitor's area and soon spotted a man fixating on him from the side, with a vigorously cropped hairstyle and a physique as robust as a bear. The man silently regarded Lin Xiao, his countenance a shade of pale green. Lin Xiao recalled that this individual was the second-ranked student from Class F, possessing strength comparable to Feng Wen. They had crossed paths during the class competition, where Lin Xiao had decisively executed an over-the-shoulder throw, finishing him in an instant. A hint of awkwardness crept into Lin Xiao's smile as he cautiously inquired, your ranking is significantly higher than mine. Should we adhere to the established protocol? I'll go all out, and you'll defend? Zhao Shanjuan's face turned an even deeper shade of green. He parted his lips, hesitating between words, seemingly wrestling with the urge to suppress some unsavory thoughts. What was the point of this fight? Was he merely to perform a mockery for the association leaders? Meanwhile, the students from the martial arts class, who had a slight understanding of Lin Xiao's capabilities, regarded him with expressions of pity. The announcer's voice rang out. The next competitors are Class F, Zhao Shanjun, and Class C, Lin Xiao. Let us welcome them with applause. With a resigned expression, Lin Xiao and the grim-faced Zhao Shanjun stepped onto the stage. The audience erupted in cheers. Yet a peculiar silence enveloped the sections representing the 2 classes, Class F and Class C. Students from Class F wore frowns, their faces etched with misfortune, while those from Class C exchanged glances laden with a subtle sympathy for the imposing figure on stage. As the screen shifted to display the past rankings of both competitors, the cheers gradually faded, giving way to an unsettling quiet. Strange looks began to circulate among the students, sparking a reaction from Zhu Jing, the host, and several prominent figures on the platform. Chapter 91. His skills are quite impressive. Name: Zhao Shanjun class, F class previous ranking, no. 12 Name: Lin Xiao class, C class previous ranking, number 382. As the rankings flashed on the large screen, the audience erupted in murmurs. Number 382. Could there be an error? A glitch in the AI display? Surely it should be 32 or 38. Why is everyone suggesting a bug? Perhaps that senior has finally had a breakthrough this year, evolving into a top student with a single leap. Do you think this is a game? Is the power of martial transformation that formidable? Has he grown stronger through it? On the northern terrace, Jiang Wenlong lightly tapped his pen against the clipboard, gazing curiously at the students below. Principal Zhong, I never anticipated that there would be students making such remarkable progress this semester. HM. The old principal furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze to Ling Xin and Lan Bao. Ling Xin sipped his hot tea, seemingly oblivious to the attention, wearing an expression of utter tranquility. As for Lan Bao, she flashed a provocative smile at the old principal, clearly relishing the moment, yet her lips remained sealed. As if to say, I know something you don't. Humph. The old principal scoffed lightly, turning to Jiang, the president beside him. With a forced smile, it's wonderful to see students making progress. Soon, he will demonstrate his abilities. Let us observe closely. Meanwhile, at another table, the military cadre members wore expressions of intrigue. For a student to leap from the bottom of the rankings to the 6A qualifying round is no small feat. Clearly, their martial prowess has reached a commendable level. Perhaps they are a promising talent? With this thought, the three officials felt a surge of excitement, even hastening their pace of snacking. In the back row, Li Jingru pouted as she watched her student face off against Lin Xiao. Why does it feel like this kid and I are destined to clash? Must be fate, she mused. Wu Qinghua, eyes fixed on the arena, remarked nonchalantly, So little Qing also believes in fate. Li Jingru crossed her arms, chuckling mischievously. Come, introduce me to his friends. I'd like to bond with the youth. Let me send him a couple of selfies to showcase the youthful charm of a teacher. No need for that. It's rather unnecessary. Wu Qinghua turned away, adjusting his glasses, casting a peculiar glance at his friend. On the left side of the terrace, Host Zhu Jing wore a somewhat odd expression, yet remained focused on her duties, proceeding with the event. Now we hand the stage over to the contestants. The competition begins. All eyes were riveted on the main stage, eager to witness how the third-year student, who had made such a comeback, would showcase his skills. To everyone's surprise, it was not the student ranked number 382 who assumed the offensive stance. Instead, it was the highly ranked competitor. With a deep breath, Zhao Shanjun, burdened by a colossal hammer, bent slightly forward, an invisible aura emanating from him, signaling that he had undoubtedly achieved a state of martial fullness within. With his fists clenched, the man exuded a gray mist that enveloped his limbs in a delicate shroud. Zhao Shanjun raised his gaze, a grave expression etched upon his face as he declared, I am ready. Very well, proceed, came the reply. Bang. In an instant, the distance between them vanished. As the thunderous punch hurtled towards him, Lin Xiao remained composed, gently lifting his left hand. Boom. A violent shockwave swept across the arena, powerful gusts of wind stirring up dust and creating circular air currents around the platform. The formidable punch, charged with power, was intercepted by his palm, where a thin layer of deep gray mist lingered at the point of contact. Zhao Shanjuan's demeanor showed no hint of surprise. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Fists and kicks rained down like an unending storm, striking with the might of thunder, mercilessly targeting his opponent. Boom, boom, boom. The arena echoed with terrifying explosions, the collision of their energies creating shockwaves akin to a series of detonations. In comparison to other competitors relegated to the repechage, Zhao Shanjuan's strength was vastly superior. He was expected to adopt a defensive stance, allowing his opponent to showcase their prowess before ultimately securing victory and eliminating them. Yet, at this moment, he chose to attack, showing no signs of restraint in his ferocious onslaught. His opponent, a remarkably low-ranked student, endured the barrage. The audience's gaze shifted to the defender, whose feet had scarcely moved since the beginning. Faced with the full force of the 12th-ranked contender, he merely raised his hands, either blocking, absorbing the blows, or sidestepping with an expression devoid of urgency. Remarkably, amidst his defense, he occasionally countered, showcasing his opponent's footwork and agility. This demeanor mirrored that of higher-ranked competitors facing lower-ranked ones, yet it appeared even more effortless. However, the crux of the matter was that Zhao Shanjun was no weakling. His relentless onslaught, marked by impressive density and strength of energy reserves, coupled with exceptional skill in wielding his power, created an atmosphere akin to a violent explosion reverberating throughout the arena. As the aggressor, Zhao Shanjuan's prowess was evidently superior to that of his previous adversaries. It was clear even to first and second-year students, who might not fully grasp the intricacies of energy manipulation. The male defender, however, managed to effortlessly withstand such intensity. What was the true extent of his strength? As this thought crossed their minds, the atmosphere in the audience began to stir with excitement. Absurd. This ranking must be erroneous. Initially perceived as a rapidly advancing novice, it turned out he was a dragon awakening from slumber. Goodness. The senior's nonchalant demeanor was incredibly captivating. It left many in awe. No wonder he was assigned the defensive role. Clearly, the competitors understood their respective strengths better than the spectators. Zhao Shanjun was fierce. Were I to face him, I would likely be felled in a single punch. This level of skill surely belonged among the top 5 in the cohort, wouldn't it? Aligning him with Zhao Shanjun. Does the school's AI compute based on the principal's hair? Meanwhile, on the northern terrace, the female teacher Zhu Jing gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. She turned to her fellow educators behind her, their bewildered expressions reflecting a shared confusion. How exactly are the third-year students ranked? In response to the juniors' inquiries, aside from a few teachers familiar with Lin Xiao, the others appeared equally perplexed. They too were unaware of the remarkable prowess the student possessed. Next to them, 3 cadre members from the military had already set aside their relaxed demeanor, officially entering work mode. After registering Zhao Shanjuan's information, they focused intently on Lin Xiao, or more precisely, on the areas he engaged in combat. Prior to any contact with an opponent's attack, the student bore no sign of any formidable power. Yet, in the fleeting moment before physical confrontation, a layer of deep gray membrane would emerge, shielding him from incoming strikes before vanishing moments later. This lad demonstrates a remarkable proficiency in wielding his powers. Gently stroking his crimson hair, Yin Shou raised an eyebrow, a curious smile gracing his features. The ghostly figure observed the battle silently, his handsome visage devoid of expression, as profoundly contemplative. Subsequently, he retrieved his phone, jotting down a few notes. Lin Xiao. Preliminary assessment. First-rate talent, on par with the top 10 of his cohort. Meanwhile, Ziyao had approached Wu Qinghua, snapping photos of Lin Xiao's student profile with a click. Qinghua, what sort of person is this child? She inquired. He seems fairly upright. His abilities are satisfactory, and his character is commendable. Though he is a man, he possesses an appealing appearance. Ziyao whirled her phone, a mischievous smile playing on her lips.